In the classroom of the third-year high school class, a tense and expectant atmosphere seemed almost tangible. The voice of Teacher Lee echoed from the podium, but few students were truly listening. Class, stay calm. Whether your awakening succeeds or fails, you are all the future pillars of the Federation. Zhang Hao, sitting by the window, felt a slight sweat on his palms. He was a traveler from another world. When he first arrived on this blue star, he thought he could live a carefree life, relying on his past life's entertainment works to make a living. But as he learned more about this world, that naive thought quickly vanished. Thousands of years ago, the Tower of Heaven descended, and Blue Star underwent a great change. Some humans were able to awaken, becoming contractors who could form contracts with and control demon beasts. Along with this came countless secret realms that continuously descended and fused with the land, making the world vast and dangerous. In the struggle and adaptation, humans established the Federation community, which had 36 districts. Today was the day that decided their fate, the annual Awakening Day. All third-year students, board the vehicle according to your class order, heading to the Split Tower. The announcement sounded like the trumpet of a battle. Nearly 400 students boarded the silently floating public rune vehicles, heading toward the core area of District 15. Outside the window, tall buildings stood, with rune lights flowing between them. Occasionally, students could see contractors riding various battle pets streak across the sky, drawing quiet gasps from inside the vehicle. Zhang Hao also stared out the window, his eyes burning with desire. That was the world he longed for, not the mundane life of his past and present. He didn't have a system, which had once left him feeling frustrated, so he had placed all his hopes on theoretical knowledge. His textbooks were nearly worn out from all the reading. The floating vehicle stopped in front of a majestic, awe-inspiring giant tower. This was not the legendary Tower of Heaven located in District 1, but a replica built by the Federation using countless resources, designed to connect to the main tower and perform functions like awakening. Even so, the ancient and vast aura emanating from the tower was enough to make everyone feel awestruck. Form a line, enter one by one. No talking. The staff's voice was cold and efficient. The line moved slowly. Students walked out of the awakening room in the tower, some ecstatic, some expressionless, and many others breaking down into tears. Success and failure were clearly defined at this moment. Finally, it was Zhang Hao's turn. He took a deep breath and stepped into a room filled with soft, glowing light. Stand in the center of the light circle. A mechanical voice instructed. He obeyed and stood still. In the next moment, the light around him intensified, and a warm energy enveloped him, flowing deep into his mind. Tension, anticipation, fear, a mixture of emotions intertwined. It must succeed. It must succeed. He shouted silently in his heart. It felt like only a moment had passed, yet it also seemed like an eternity. Just as he felt the energy might fade away, suddenly. Buzz. He clearly saw a small, pure white tower, miniature in size, slowly condensing and floating in his sea of consciousness. It succeeded. I became a contractor. A wave of immense joy washed away the tension, and he barely held back from shouting out loud. According to the knowledge from his theoretical classes, this was the prototype of the contract tower. It would add colors as his soul realm increased in strength. It was said that the strongest in the Federation had a tower with 7-colored brilliance. He focused his thoughts, attempting to communicate with the tower. A panel of information appeared, visible only to him. Zhang Hao. Contract Tower. Realm, None. Soul Quality, Mortal. Soul Realm, Mortal Stage Lower Tier. Origin Refining Furnace. Bloodline Purification. 1. Evolution Points. 1. Absorb any energy-containing resources and convert them into evolution points. 2. Purify Bloodline. Currently, a certain amount of evolution points can be consumed to purify the bloodline of a battle pet with a purity greater than or equal to 5%. Battle Pet, None. Cultivation Realms, Stardust Realm, Starwheel Realm, Starcore Realm, Starry River Realm, Starcloud Realm. Soul Realm, Mortal, Spirit, Mystic, Saint, Tao, God. Seeing the panel, the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth could not help but twitch. Two glaring words mortal were really messing with his mindset. Soul Quality, Mortal, this was the worst aptitude, meaning his future Soul Realm cultivation speed would be so slow it would make people furious. And Soul Realm decided the number of battle pets he could contract and how close the connection could be. As expected, transmigrating with no system, and the aptitude is still a floor brick, he laughed bitterly. But the next moment, his eyes locked hard onto the bloodline purification function of the origin refining furnace below, and his heart began to beat wildly out of control. He dared to swear with all his theoretical knowledge that a normal contract master panel would absolutely not have this thing. What was taught in class was very clear: an ordinary panel would only show soul-related attributes and information of already contracted battle pets. Absorb resources, convert into evolution points, purify bloodline. Zhang Hao's breathing suddenly became rapid. He knew too well the weight of the words bloodline in the contract master system. The aptitude of a battle pet affected cultivation speed, but bloodline directly decided its potential and upper limit. High bloodline not only meant smaller bottlenecks when breaking through major realms, it could also awaken bloodline skills with power far beyond ordinary skills. This was a god-level talent that could defy heaven and change fate. Bang bang bang. Knocking sounds rang out, and an impatient urging came from outside the door. Student inside, if you're done then hurry out, people are still waiting behind. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, forcibly pressed down the wild joy that was almost overflowing, adjusted his expression, and pushed the door open to walk out. The staff outside saw his smiling face, was not surprised, and waved a hand. Succeeded? Go register over there. Homeroom Teacher Li was at the registration desk. Seeing Zhang Hao come over, a smile also appeared on his face. Zhang Hao, succeeded? Good, good. For every extra successful student, his bonus and performance would become better looking. Soul quality? Teacher Li asked routinely. Mortal grade. Zhang Hao answered calmly. Teacher Li's pen did not stop, and he comforted in a gentle tone. Mortal grade is very normal, the vast majority of contract masters start like this, no need to lose heart. It's already registered. In 2 days the school will give you this batch of successfully awakened students a startup bonus of 50,000 Federation coins. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Hao thanked sincerely. 50,000 Federation coins. In this world where ordinary people only earn 5 or 6,000 a month, this was absolutely a huge sum of money. The road of a contract master cannot leave massive resources at any step. This 50,000 would be his first bucket of gold to set sail. Walking out of the Tongtian branch tower, looking at the blue sky and the endless flow of people, Zhang Hao felt the whole world had become different. The fog on the road ahead seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible big hand. So what if the aptitude is poor? With Bloodline Purification, even a mortal blood battle pet, I can purify it into spirit blood, king blood, or even higher. The floating bus drove back to Pioneer High School in a complex and hard-to-describe atmosphere. On the bus, the joy of success and the tears of failure intertwined, sketching the most real picture of life. Zhang Hao leaned by the window. In his palm there seemed to still remain the slight warm feeling when the contract pagoda condensed, and the plan for the future in his heart became clearer and clearer. As soon as the bus stopped, the parents already waiting at the school gate immediately became restless. Zhang Hao spotted his parents in the crowd at one glance. His father Zhang Dashan wore a washed white work uniform, his mother Sumei stood on tiptoe looking around, and in her arms she held his younger sister Zhang Mang, not yet 2 years old, delicate like jade and powder carved. Dad, Mom. Zhang Hao squeezed through the crowd and came in front of his family. The parents had great tacit understanding and did not immediately ask about the awakening result. Mother Sumei only reached out to straighten his collar and said softly. Tired, right? Go back, Mom made your favorite braised pork. Little sister Zhang Mang waved her chubby little hands and babbled in a milky voice, brother, eat meat. A warm current instantly swept away the last shadow in Zhang Hao's heart caused by his ordinary talent. He laughed heartily, picked up his sister, and affectionately rubbed his cheek against her soft little face, then looked at his parents and proudly declared in a loud voice. Dad, Mom, I've successfully awakened. I'm going to be a contract master now. Zhang Dashan's shoulders gave a slight tremor. Sumei was momentarily stunned, then her eyes reddened, and her mouth couldn't help but curl up as she repeatedly said. Good, good. I knew my son would amount to something. Back in their not-so-spacious yet incredibly warm home, the fragrance of food had already filled the air. Mom was busy reheating the dishes, while Dad, Zhang Dashan, pulled out a bottle of old liquor from the deep corner of the cupboard, its label slightly yellowed from years of storage, and solemnly poured Zhang Hao a small cup. Xiao Hao. Zhang Dashan raised his glass, his dark face unable to hide the pride and seriousness. We, your mom and I, are truly happy from the bottom of our hearts that you've succeeded in awakening. He put down the glass, pulled out a bank card from his inner pocket, and slid it across the table to Zhang Hao. This card holds the 400,000 we've saved over the years. Originally, it was meant for your future, buying a house and getting married. But now, you've become a contract master, so take this money and use it to train your battle beast. I can't help you much on this path, but this is all I can do for you. Zhang Hao stared at the thin card, feeling its weight more than any gold or treasure. His parents were ordinary factory workers, and this 400,000 was their entire life savings, earned through years of hard work and countless sacrifices. And they still had to raise him and his sister. Dad, Mom. Zhang Hao's throat tightened. He took a deep breath, lifted the glass, and drank it all in one go. The fiery sensation surged from his throat to his heart, burning away the moisture in his eyes. This money, consider it a loan. Don't worry, I'll make something of myself. From now on, you and my sister can just enjoy the good life. Good. My son has ambition. Zhang Dashan slapped his son's shoulder hard, his eyes slightly red. Su Mei, while serving a large piece of braised pork to her son, also served vegetables to her husband and daughter, her face radiating contentment and happiness. The school was highly efficient. The very next morning, a 50,000 federal coin startup bonus was deposited into Zhang Hao's account. Looking at the total balance of 450,000 federal coins displayed on his personal terminal, Zhang Hao felt a heavy responsibility weighing down on him. Though this sum seemed substantial, enough to buy a battle pet with a spiritual bloodline from the market, Zhang Hao knew well that the path of a contract master consumed resources like a bottomless pit. This 450,000 might not last even 1 or 2 months if spent on growth resources. If he used it all to buy a battle pet, further training would become a tight squeeze. Moreover, he had already secured a spot at the worst of the 4 local universities. Though the school was average, it had one advantage: they offered freshmen a one-time free opportunity to choose an initial battle pet. The next day, Zhang Hao joined the group heading to the school's battle pet breeding room. The breeding room was fairly large, with rows of temperature-controlled incubators, each containing various battle pet eggs. According to the assistant, these eggs were about to hatch and would be given as gifts to the new students. Free gifts, of course, rarely included anything of quality. Zhang Hao looked around carefully. Most of the labels read Water Arrow Turtle, Power Dog, Speedy Cat, all marked as ordinary level bloodlines. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 eggs labeled possible spiritual blood, but those had already been reserved by sharp-eyed or well-connected students. His golden finger, Bloodline Purification, was powerful, but the prerequisite was that the battle pet must possess at least 5% hidden advanced bloodline. For these purely ordinary bloodline eggs, he couldn't determine the direction of purification, and the risk was too great. Once contracted, if he wasn't satisfied and wanted to cancel the contract, it would damage the soul, which was extremely troublesome. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Hao found the leading teacher. "Teacher, can I go see the battle pets that have already hatched?" The teacher was stunned for a moment, pushed up his glasses, clearly surprised to hear such a request for the first time. "Student, after the battle pets hatch, if they are not chosen, they are usually sent to battle beast shops for sale. Some of the lower quality ones will be handled internally." His words were polite, but the phrase "handled internally" hinted at the fate of those battle pets either slaughtered for materials or used as food for other battle pets. At that moment, a few well-dressed students nearby overheard and immediately sneered. "Oh? What? You want to pick out a bargain from a bunch of rejects? What a daydreamer! If there were any treasures, would they be left for you? A common soul, matched with defective battle pets, perfect match. Ha ha!" The mocking voices were endless. The teacher frowned, but seeing Zhang Hao's gaze was firm and unaffected, he sighed and said, "All right, follow me. It doesn't hurt to take a look." They arrived at a small room next door. The lighting was dim, and only 5 or 6 battle pets were listlessly staying in their cages. Sure enough, some were missing legs or had broken horns, while others were clearly deformed, their spirits strained. Only one, a water spirit monkey with light blue fur and a slightly clumsy shape, seemed intact, though its movements were much slower than its peers, and its eyes were somewhat dull. The moment Zhang Hao's gaze swept over this water spirit monkey, the contract tower in his sea of consciousness flickered slightly, and a piece of information appeared. Battle pet, water spirit monkey. Realm, Stardust early stage. Potential, excellent. Bloodline, common water spirit monkey, 14%, king level 6 armed ice frost king Kong, 6%. Skills, water wave, normal. Bloodlines, common, spirit, king, emperor, saint. Potential, common, excellent, elite, leader, king, legend. Skills, normal, bronze, silver, gold, legend, epic, myth. Zhang Hao's heart was filled with wild joy. It was true. This water spirit monkey moved slowly and seemed foolish, but it wasn't because of a natural defect, it was hiding a powerful, king-level, bloodline within. The 6% 6-armed Ice Frost King Kong bloodline was not enough to manifest, but it still subtly affected its essence, suppressing its original water spirit monkey traits, making it appear so out of place. "Teacher," Zhang Hao suppressed his excitement, pointing to the water spirit monkey, his tone calm yet firm, "I want it." The teacher was stunned again and carefully examined the obviously not-so-smart water spirit monkey. He kindly reminded Zhang Hao, "You need to make sure. This water spirit monkey is slow to react, and the breeding room assessed its potential as low. The school still offers a 50,000 federal coin incubation subsidy if you choose the egg, but if you choose it, the subsidy will be gone." The students who followed just to watch the show burst into laughter. "He really chose it. Ha, this idiot actually picked that stupid monkey. I wouldn't want it even if it was given to me, but he treats it like a treasure." Faced with all the doubt and mockery, Zhang Hao simply smiled slightly, his gaze never leaving the water spirit monkey that had a promising future. "I'm sure. I want it." His tone was casual, yet carried an unquestionable determination. As for the 50,000 federal coin subsidy, He paused, silently adding the words no one could hear, a mere 50,000 federal coins, in exchange for a battle pet with a king-level bloodline. This is probably the best deal since the establishment of the Federation. I won't take it. Back in his small but safe room, Zhang Hao took a deep breath and calmed his excited emotions. With a thought, his palm facing up, a tiny, 3-inch-tall pure white treasure tower appeared, slowly rotating and emitting a faint glow. Come out, partner. With a flash of light, the foolish and slow water spirit monkey appeared on the floor. It still had its silly look, sitting on the ground, blinking blankly, its blue fur looking a little dull. But when Zhang Hao looked at it, there was not the slightest trace of disdain. There was only a blazing heat, like viewing a rare treasure. Don't rush, soon, you'll shock everyone. He took out his personal terminal and quickly opened the pre-selected Order 8 first-grade Superior Beast Crystal cores. Almost immediately after placing the order, the distinct hum of a delivery drone sounded from outside the window. In this highly advanced world, the delivery efficiency of local extraordinary goods was incredibly high. Looking at the 8 crystal cores, which lay like colorful gems, shining brightly inside their velvet boxes, Zhang Hao's heart bled, yet his resolve was unwavering. 240,000 Federation credits, half of his parents' life savings, plus his own bonus, instantly evaporated by more than half. Invest in yourself, invest in the future, that's the most worthwhile, he muttered to himself, as though cheering himself on. He had tested it before. A first-grade inferior crystal core was worth 5,000 Federation credits, capable of returning 10 evolution points, which had very low cost effectiveness. However, although the price of a first-grade superior crystal core was as high as 30,000 credits, the energy contained within it was far purer and more potent. According to the feedback from his golden finger, one could provide around 100 evolution points. With 8 pieces, it was enough to gather 800 points. And these 800 points were the key threshold to purify the bloodline of the 6-armed frost giant, from 6% to 10%, entering the awakening stage. Origin Refining Furnace, activate. He communicated with the tower in his sea of consciousness. Instantly, the 8 crystal cores in his hands lost their luster at a visible speed, and with a soft poof, they turned into a small pile of grayish-white powder. At the same time, the information from the contract tower showed the evolution points increasing rapidly, finally settling at 830, including the remaining 30 points from the previous test. It's happening. Zhang Hao held his breath, placing his hand on the water spirit ape's head, his focus intense. Purify the bloodline target, 6-armed frost giant. Boom! The 800 evolution points instantly evaporated, transforming into a formless, yet overwhelming energy that surged into the water spirit ape's body. Woo! The water spirit ape let out a low, agonized yet satisfied growl, its body suddenly erupting with intense blue light. Its body expanded and stretched like air being blown into it, from barely a foot tall to more than 2 feet, about 70 centimeters, growing more upright and muscular. Its previously pale blue fur now glistened like sapphire, with wisps of white cold air uncontrollably seeping out of its pores, surrounding its body, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. The most significant change was in its eyes. The previous confusion and sluggishness disappeared entirely, replaced by a clear, lively intelligence, even carrying a faint, imposing aura of an ice and snow ruler. As the light faded, an extraordinary, cold-breathing new battle pet appeared before him. It affectionately walked over to Zhang Hao, gently rubbing its broad, sturdy shoulder against his hand, emitting a soft woo-woo sound from its throat. Through their contract connection, Zhang Hao could clearly feel the dependence and joy it conveyed. Zhang Hao held back the urge to howl to the sky and immediately checked its new status. Battle Pet, Water Spirit Ape. Realm, Stardust Mid-Stage. Talent, Excellent. Bloodline, Common Water Spirit Ape, 14%, King Level 6-Armed Frost Giant, 10%. Skills. Water Wave, Basic. Roar, Bronze let out a terrifying roar, briefly increasing its own strength and momentum. Frost Fist, Bronze Bloodline skill channeling the power of the Frost Bloodline, the fist carries intense cold energy, capable of dealing both physical and freezing damage. Yes. This is amazing. Zhang Hao excitedly swung his fist. This was the right choice. Although his savings had shrunk by more than half in an instant, the return was absolutely incredible. Not only had its realm broken through to Stardust mid-stage, but it had also directly mastered 2 powerful skills. Roar is a very practical skill for both boosting and controlling. And this, Frost Fist. Zhang Hao's eyes burned with enthusiasm. It's truly a bloodline skill. Although it's just bronze level, with its ice bloodline, its power will definitely far exceed that of ordinary skills at the same tier. He affectionately rubbed the cold and hard head of his battle pet. From now on, you will be called Little King Kong. One day, you will become the true 6-armed Frost King Kong, shaking the heavens and the earth. Little King Kong seemed to understand, letting out a deep and powerful roar. His fist clenched, and a thin layer of frost instantly formed on it. After a moment of affectionate interaction and getting used to his new power, Zhang Hao returned Little King Kong to the contract tower for care. He sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to begin attempting the cultivation of the basic contract master meditation method. This world does not only have the path of the contract master to transcendence. There are also martial artists who hone their bodies, sorcerers who study elemental energies, and so on. But why does the contract master dominate? The textbook knowledge echoed in his mind. Other systems have a murky future, requiring personal exploration, with limited potential. But the contract master has the guidance of the heavenly tower, which descended thousands of years ago, with a clear and complete path. More importantly, the cultivation system of the contract master relies the least on one's own natural talent. Its core lies in feedback. As long as the contracted battle pets are strong enough, and there are enough of them, the energy feedback when the pets grow stronger, and the energy cycle between the contract master and the pets during daily cultivation, will naturally promote the growth of the contract master's own power. In theory, even with poor natural talent, as long as the contracted battle pets are strong enough, one can still be forcefully turned into a powerful being. Of course, there are limitations. The soul realm determines the number of battle pets one can contract, and the quality of the soul affects the speed of soul realm cultivation. But this still leaves a loophole. Whether it's soul quality, the battle pet's bloodline, or their potential, they can all be enhanced through natural treasures obtained later. This is a world full of infinite possibilities. Zhang Hao thought passionately, and I hold the key to turn possibility into inevitability. He closed his eyes, following the meditation method, guiding the faint, almost non-existent energy within his body, while also feeling the presence of little King Kong in the contract tower. A faint chill came through the contract link as feedback. Though weak, it undeniably enhanced his power. Wuhan University is located at the foot of Wuhan Mountain in District 15, surrounded by green trees, with buildings that blend ancient charm and modern ruins. As the lowest ranked among the 4 universities in this district, it might seem somewhat inferior to the outside world. However, for every new student entering here, this place is already a solid springboard to the extraordinary world. Zhang Hao stood in the classroom of Class 19, surveying his surroundings. This year, there are about 3,000 new students at Wuhan University, and there are more than 1 million young people of the right age in District 15 alone. With a mere 5% awakening probability, he was already lucky to stand here. Class, quiet down. A gentle voice sounded. At the podium stood a slightly plump, smiling, bald teacher. He rubbed his shiny forehead and said with a warm smile, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhu Wen. I will be your homeroom teacher for the next year, and one of your guides on the contract master path. I hope we can get along well this year." He didn't waste time with unnecessary pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Now, let's do the first thing. A few days ago, you all received your initial battle pets. Now, submit the 3 basic details of your pets, species, current realm, and potential through your personal terminals to the class backend." He paused for a moment and explained. "Remember, just submit these 3 pieces of information. The school's backend has a professional analysis team that will design the most effective and cost-efficient cultivation plans for you based on the species and potential of your pets. Of course, these plans are just suggestions, and the final decision is yours." Immediately, the hum of terminals operating filled the room, and many students looked proud. Obviously, he had extreme confidence in his own battle pet. Zhang Hao also calmly submitted the information of little King Kong, registered as Water Spirit Ape, and in his heart there was only calmness. He did not need the school analysis team, he had a better planner. After all, what planner could directly help him purify bloodline concentration? Good, the second matter. Teacher Zhu Wen raised his voice a little. About the school welfare, and the duties you need to bear. I believe in high school history class you all learned, in the university stage, the Federation and the government will pour in resources to train you, but rights and duties are equal. His eyes swept across the whole room, his tone became solemn. You need to sign one contract. The core has only 2 points. First, during school time, you must enter the heaven-reaching treasure tower, as much as possible to farm secret realms, improve yourself, and also contribute strength to conquering secret realms. Second, if the Federation, because of war needs, drafts you, you must not refuse without reason. The classroom was completely silent, no one made noise. These were rules everyone already knew. The Human Federation only had 36 zones left. Blue Star became larger and more dangerous day by day because secret realms kept merging. Stopping secret realms from descending into reality was the born duty of every contract master. Enjoy resources, bear responsibility, this was only right and proper. One virtual contract light screen popped up in front of every student. Zhang Hao quickly read it. The terms were clear, no different from what Zhu Wen said. He did not hesitate at all and signed his name with his mind. This contract was not only restraint, it was also a pass to stronger power. Very good. Teacher Zhu Wen nodded with satisfaction, a smile returned to his face. Then now let's talk about the welfare you care about most. University training is step by step. In 4 years, the first 2 years focus on cultivation, learning theory and tower grinding, the last 2 years focus on real hunting and team missions. As for resources, the basic training money is 100,000 Federation coins per month. Contracting the first battle pet adds another 50,000 per month. That means most of you here have a fixed monthly income of 150,000. A wave of low gasps sounded from below the stage. For many students from ordinary families, this was a huge sum. This is not finished. Zhuwen stretched out his chubby finger. Every time your battle pet breaks through one small realm, there is a one-time reward. At the same time, every time your own contract master realm rises one level, the monthly basic training money will greatly increase on top of the 100,000 base. The better your performance, the more free resources you get. Also, internal school arena ranking, final exams, all kinds of bounty tasks. There are many ways to earn resources. In one sentence, here, if you have ability, resources are endless. If you have no ability, then see reality early, graduate steadily, and find a job. That is also not bad. These words were very direct, but they instantly ignited fighting spirit in many hearts. Seeing the atmosphere heat up, Zhuwen changed tone, touched his shiny bald head, and showed an I already knew it expression. The third matter. I see many students look weak, breath floating. Could it be some people could not resist and privately tried cultivating the basic contract master meditation method? Some even drank energy potions, and now feel meridians swollen and painful, very uncomfortable? These words were like cold water dropped into hot oil. Immediately many students lowered their heads in shame, some even subconsciously rubbed their lower belly or chest, faces full of pain. Chapter 4: The Correct Cultivation Method. Zhang Hao's heart moved. He also tried cultivating. The speed was indeed slow like a turtle crawling. If not for that trace of icy cold energy feedback from little King Kong, he almost felt no progress at all. Luckily he firmly remembered the warning in the freshman handbook, and did not rashly use potions. Having cultivation passion is a good thing. But your road, you walked it wrong. Zhu Wen's voice carried a power that made people believe. We humans, several thousand years ago before heaven and earth changed. To become the chief of all living spirits, what do we rely on? We rely on wisdom. And what wisdom stretches out into, is the power of the divine soul. He tapped his own temple. The true root of our strength as contract masters, lies in the soul. We use soul power to contract the treasure tower, to contract battle pets, to reach symbiosis. Contracting with battle pets itself is a process where both sides raise their talent. But he put more weight into his tone. Why do we cultivate slowly ourselves? Why is the body hard to directly endure wild heaven and earth energy? Because after the exploration of generation after generation of ancestors, we discovered that the real shortcut of contract master cultivation lies in battle pet feedback and battle pet cultivation. Imagine this: one battle pet cultivating can bring you a one-time increase in cultivation speed. If you contract 10 of them, that is 10 times. Even more important is that demon beast bodies are blessed by nature. Their efficiency in absorbing and refining wild energy is far beyond our fragile human bodies. So, the most correct and most efficient cultivation way is teach your battle pets to cultivate. The classroom exploded into noise. Teach battle pets to cultivate? This sounded far too abstract. Zhuwen pressed his hand down and continued to explain. Contract power can raise the intelligence of battle pets. Your task is to guide them, to teach them how to move energy, how to cultivate. In the future, you can even obtain from the heaven-reaching treasure tower powerful techniques that perfectly match your battle pet attributes, and even fit your own body as well. But the premise is that your battle pets must be smart enough, able to understand, able to execute. So, I solemnly remind everyone here. Zhu Wen's gaze turned serious. Some demon beasts are very strong, but their intelligence is low, like stubborn stones. Contracting them in the early stage will only seriously drag down your cultivation progress. Unless in the later stage you need a specific meat shield or cannon fodder. Otherwise, when choosing partners early on, give priority to primates, foxes, birds, and other races with higher intelligence. These words were like divine enlightenment pouring down, solving the fog lingering in the hearts of many new students. Zhang Hao only felt suddenly bright and clear. The theory knowledge from high school was only a skeleton, and what teacher Zhuwen taught today was the flesh and blood that filled the skeleton and made it alive. So that's how it is contract masters cultivating themselves get twice the effort for half the result. The key lies in nurturing and guiding battle pets. He understood in his heart, and at the same time secretly felt fortunate. Little Vajra is a water spirit ape, belongs to the primate type. Its intelligence was not low to begin with, and now with Bloodline awakening, its intelligence is even more open. Teaching it to cultivate, maybe really is possible? Wuhan University's preferential treatment towards students, especially contract master students, was shown to the fullest at this moment. One person, one room, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room dormitory, far surpassing the treatment of ordinary culture subject students. What Zhang Hao cared about most was that special cultivation room. Just stepping inside, he could clearly feel the heaven and earth energy filling the air, nearly 1 time richer than the outside world. Energy is enough, but unfortunately, Zhang Hao tried to run the basic contract master meditation method. The speed of energy pouring into his body was indeed a bit faster, but that blocked feeling in the meridians and the low refining efficiency truly existed. Teacher was right. The human body is strong in divine soul and wisdom. Directly refining energy gives twice the effort for half the result. The days that followed, for Zhang Hao and little Vajra, were a test of patience and wisdom. As the saying goes, teaching adults to calmly study is already not easy, let alone a monkey with a naturally restless nature? Although little Vajra's intelligence greatly opened because of the contract, and its understanding ability was not bad, the restlessness and impatience carved into its bones made it stay far away from boring meditation methods. Little Vajra, calm your mind. Feel the flow of energy. Zhang Hao tirelessly guided again and again, sometimes strict, sometimes luring it with spirit fruits filled with energy. The process was painful. Little Vajra scratched its ears and cheeks, often losing focus. But luckily it was smart, and through the contract bond with its master, it vaguely understood that this was the only road that must be taken to become stronger. After several days of adaptation and persistence, it finally stumbled its way into mastering the operation path of the basic meditation technique. And when little King Kong actively practiced the technique for the first time, feeling the energy refinement speed that was far more efficient and comfortable than its instinctive devouring, all resistance vanished. A craving, a beastly instinct for powerful strength, was ignited, and it began to calm down, immersing itself in cultivation alongside Zhang Hao. It was only then that Zhang Hao truly understood what the homeroom teacher, Zhuan, meant by battle pet boost and how incredibly overwhelming it was. Before, at home, he had spent 2 days in hard training, barely managing to condense a barely perceptible bit of starlight in his dantian. The first major realm of the contract master, the Stardust realm, requires accumulating this starlight power, with the early stage standard being to condense 100 points of starlight. But on the first day of cultivation with little King Kong in the school dormitory training room, he clearly felt a new point of starlight successfully condensing. 1 point a day. In 100 days, I can break through to the early Stardust realm. Zhang Hao calculated in his heart. This speed already far surpassed the average person. But this was far from the limit. The school's logistics analysis team gave a detailed cultivation plan for little King Kong. It could take 1 to 2 bottles of first-tier energy potions daily, eat 5 first-tier medium-grade water attribute crystal cores every month, supplemented by regular medicinal baths. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate and chose the highest specification for cultivation. When little King Kong first took the energy potion, it was shocked by the violent medicinal power, gritting its teeth in discomfort. But under Zhang Hao's soothing and guidance, it operated the technique and quickly refined the medicinal power, and the cultivation speed instantly skyrocketed. Through the contract connection, Zhang Hao also received this boost. He estimated that in this state, he could condense 3 points of starlight in just 2 days. This speed exactly matched the school's excellent standard for new students, the breakthrough to early Stardust within 70 days. If it wasn't achieved, next month's resources would be reduced, which acted as an invisible whip. Zhang Hao knew very well that his speed could be even faster. The logistics plan mentioned that if the battle pet's aptitude was sufficient, it wouldn't be impossible to digest 2 bottles of potions a day. As for the contract master, they could also take potions to assist in cultivation, but the process. It's too painful. Zhang Hao had tried it once, and his meridians felt like they were being pierced with needles and burned. He had to rely on the high-speed refinement effects brought by cultivating alongside his battle pet to barely withstand and quickly convert the medicinal power. This was a test of foundation and willpower. The university courses were very free. Theory classes taught knowledge about beastmen, their habits, and hunting techniques, which could be self-studied. The important practical classes required that the contract master must form a basic coordination with the battle pet and reach the early Stardust realm themselves before they could begin casting spells for self-defense. After all, enemies wouldn't foolishly just target the battle pet. Resources were consumed like flowing water. Zhang Hao calculated, the money his parents gave him plus the rewards, initially 450,000, spent 240,000 on crystal cores, leaving him with 210,000. After entering school, because little King Kong was at the mid-Stardust stage, he received a 60,000 breakthrough reward, plus the first month's 150,000 cultivation fund. In an instant, he had a surplus of 420,000 Federation coins. Chapter 5, Cultivation consumes money, breakthroughs. But the joy brought by this huge sum quickly faded, replaced by immense pressure. Full force cultivation bill, monthly. Little King Kong, 2 bottles /day * 30 days * 1,000 is equal to 60,000. Zhang Hao himself, 1 bottle /day * 30 days * 1,000 is equal to 30,000. Little King Kong's food, first tier medium grade beast meat 2 gene /day * 30 days * 500 gene equals 30,000. Medicinal baths, 1 time /3 days * 10 times * 3,000 is equal to 30,000. Water attribute crystal cores, 5 pieces * 15,000 is equal to 75,000. Total monthly expenditure, 225,000 Federation coins. And his first month's fixed income was only 150,000. This meant he had to dip into his savings or find another source of income soon. Such a full-force cultivation method could only be borne by an elite-quality battle pet with a king-level bloodline like Little King Kong. If it were an ordinary battle pet, it would have already been overwhelmed or progressed too slowly. Under the intense bombardment of resources and the day and night hard training, the results are clear and strong. Little King Kong body shape grows more huge, already reaches 3 chi tall, near 1 meter, whole body ice blue fur shiny and smooth, cold air presses people. The 45th day. Inside the training room, Zhang Hao whole body aura shakes. Inside the dantian the first 100th point of starlight firmly gathers, faintly echoes with other starlights, forming a tiny star cloud vortex. Stardust early stage, complete. He officially becomes one federal approved formal contract master. Next month fixed training money will rise to 190,000. While happy, Zhang Hao does not feel proud. He knows clearly, compared with those top university geniuses, he is still half a step slow. Those Heaven Pride's standard is breakthrough within 1 month. But his Tao heart is firm, talent being poor is a fact, but the contract master road is originally a heaven-defying road that uses strong battle pets through contracts to feed back the self and raise talent. What is more, he owns the ultimate hidden card of the origin refining furnace. Worth mentioning is, after using up 5 water attribute crystal cores, Little King Kong's 6-arm Ice Frost King Kong bloodline actually raised by itself by 1%, reaching 11%. Looks like high-intensity training and same attribute resources have a weak effect on bloodline purifying. Zhang Hao understands, but compared to the Golden Finger direct purifying, the efficiency is lower by more than 100 times. Looking at the account with only a little more than 200,000 left, one thought rises in his heart. It is time to go to the secret realm of the heaven-piercing tower and take a look. Risk and chance exist together. But before this, he needs to first go to the head teacher to update information and unlock the formal contract master permission. Inside the office, head teacher Zhuan looks at the realm information Zhang Hao submitted, touches his shiny bald head, surprise hard to hide on his face. He knows clearly the family situation of the class students. Zhang Hao absolutely does not belong to the rich level. Being able to contract an elite talent battle pet is already luck, and actually can break through within 45 days. This speed is number 1 in class 19. If he can keep this momentum, my year-end evaluation and bonus. Zhuan's thoughts move fast, the smile on his face grows more. Student Zhang Hao, congratulations. The school requirement is 70 days, you far exceed the standard, worthy of praise. He quickly operates and finishes registration. Your permission has been raised, you can log into the school internal website now. His tone changes, voice carries gentle care of lifting the younger generation. The website has many good things, like spell models, all need credits to exchange. You new students have not joined assessments yet, no credits for now. Like this, teacher will privately support you with 200 credits, count as encouragement for your excellent performance, hope you quit pride and impatience, and keep going. Thank you teacher Zhu. Zhang Hao thanks sincerely, heart clear like a mirror. This is the teacher's investment, the potential he shows is the capital. If later performance is bad, this kind of favor will naturally disappear. And the importance of credits needs no words, it cannot be bought with federal coins, it is the only hard currency to exchange rare knowledge, spells, and seek deep help from logistics office experts. 200 credits, although cannot directly change into 200,000 federal coins, its value far exceeds 200,000 federal coins. Getting the 200 credits supported by teacher Zhuan, Zhang Hao has confidence in his heart. He plans to first go to the library and take a look. There collects all kinds of knowledge accumulated by Wuhan University through the years, including battle pet training experience, spell models, secret realm guides and other precious materials. When passing through the campus central square, a burst of noisy sound attracts his attention. He sees at the southeast corner of the playground a simple temporary arena set up, around already surrounded by over 100 students, from time to time breaking out cheers and shocked cries. Watching excitement is human nature, Zhang Hao also squeezes over. On the arena, 2 battle pets are fighting fiercely. One side is a snowmink-covered whole body with ice crystals, movements fast, the other side is a fire lizard fully red, mouth spraying burning flames. Ice and fire collide in the center of the arena, steaming up large pieces of white fog. Brother, what is this situation? Zhang Hao pats the shoulder of a male student in front who was watching with full interest. The boy didn't even look back, speaking rapidly as he explained, a new arrival? This is the sophomore's energy-boosting potion promotion event. See over there, the banner. Zhang Hao followed his pointing finger and indeed saw a conspicuous promotional board next to the arena. Challenge the arena, win luxury prizes. Rules, pay a 10,000 federal coins registration fee, challenge 3 stages. Win the first stage, get back 10,000. Win the second stage, get a reward of 50,000 federal coins. Win the third stage, win a 300,000 big gift package. Only first-year students are eligible to participate. These seniors will send out guardians with the same battle pet rank as the challengers, the boy continued. They say it's to promote the energy boosting potion their team developed, which is said to increase energy absorption efficiency by 30% during training. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. 30%? If that's true, this potion is certainly valuable. But there's no free lunch in the world. Since these seniors dared to set up an arena, they must be confident most people will be stopped before the second stage. While Zhang Hao was thinking, the match on stage was already decided. The ferret dodged several flame bursts from the fire lizard with its agile movements, and a precise ice spike thrust struck the opponent's neck. The fire lizard let out a wail, turning into a streak of light and flying back to its master's contract tower. Congratulations to this junior for passing the first stage. A senior, wearing glasses and a kind smile, stepped up on stage, holding a bottle of light blue potion. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Or would you like to claim 10,000 federal coins and this bottle of energy-boosting potion sample? The victorious freshman hesitated, as the battle had been a bit tricky and tough. His pet had also been injured. The rule was to continue challenging. Forget it, I'll quit. He took back the 10,000 federal coins ticket and got a free bottle of the energy-boosting potion sample. A round of whistles and cheers erupted from the crowd. At that moment, Zhang Hao spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Wu Shan from their class 19. This muscular boy was cracking his knuckles, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. The first stage, the guardian, Senior Lu Yu. The host announced loudly. A girl with a high ponytail, looking full of vigor, leapt onto the stage. She flipped her palm and summoned a strange battle pet, a transparent creature resembling a water sack, with pale blue liquid flowing inside. On top, there were several young green leaves. Waterseed, Zhang Hao quickly matched in his mind, a water-type plant battle pet, skilled in entangling and controlling, weak against physical defense. Wu Shan also stepped onto the stage. The battle pet he summoned caused a low murmur in the crowd. It was a rock giant, nearly 1.5 meters tall. Its rough stone skin and fists as big as millstones made the stage tremble slightly with every step. Stone giant, earth-type, strong in early-stage combat, but with low intelligence, Zhang Hao silently evaluated. The battle was about to begin. Wu Shan clearly didn't think much of the seemingly fragile water seed, giving a direct command, Stone Giant, use Giant Fist Slam. The Stone Giant let out a deep rumble and charged forward, its right fist swinging up with a fierce wind. The blow was massive and heavy. If it hit, the water seed would likely be crushed into pieces instantly. However, Senior Lu Yu was calm and composed, shouting, Water seed, water barrier. The water seed's body suddenly expanded, layers of transparent water screens surged from its surface, forming a rotating barrier in front of it. The stone giant's heavy punch slammed into the water screen, its power being gradually dissipated, ultimately only splashing out a large amount of water. Such precise control. Someone with knowledge in the audience exclaimed. Wu Shan's face changed, attack continuously, don't give it a chance to breathe. The stone giant alternated its fists, pounding furiously, but every strike felt like hitting cotton. The water seed used the force to retreat, always maintaining a safe distance. It's my turn, Senior Liu smiled slightly, water seed, tangle touch. The leaves on top of the water seed suddenly stretched out, transforming into several blue tentacles covered with suction cups, which darted out and wrapped around the stone giant's arms and legs. The stone giant struggled more, and was wrapped tighter. Bad, attribute restraint is useless, someone whispered low. Earth restrains water is common sense, but that is built on the premise of power crushing, only then can this restraint relation show the biggest effect. The water seed in front clearly reached a fine level in control of water flow, using soft to beat hard, instead making the power-type stone giant have no place to use strength. Wu Shan's forehead showed sweat, break free. Use rock blast. Yellow light rose around the stone giant, cracks appeared on the rock body, trying to explode to escape. But senior sister Lu Yu was one step faster, end it. Bronze skill water prison bind. All tentacles used force at the same time, dragging the stone giant down to the ground alive. More water flow surged out from the water seed body, forming a transparent water ball, completely wrapping the stone giant inside. The stone giant struggled inside the water ball, but because it could not breathe and the huge water pressure, its movements became slower and slower. 10 seconds later, Wu Shan clenched his teeth and admitted defeat. The water ball scattered, the stone giant had already collapsed on the ground, many parts of the rock body shattered, turning into flowing light and being taken back. You let me win. Senior sister Lu Yu recalled the water seed and nodded to Wu Shan. Wu Shan walked off the stage with an ugly face. Not only did he lose 10,000 registration fee, his battle pet was also badly hurt, repair would be another expense. The senior with glasses went on stage at the right time, holding that bottle of blue potion. All juniors, did you see it? Battle pet battles are not only a fight of attributes and power, but more a contest of skill and tactics. Our Chi Boost potion not only increases training speed, long-term use can also slightly enhance the energy control precision of battle pets. He paused, looking at the downcast Wu Shan. This junior, your stone giant has good potential, but the training direction may have some deviation. Over pursuing power while ignoring control, when meeting an opponent good at using soft to beat hard, you will be very passive. If interested, after the match you can come to our studio, we will do a free basic analysis for you. Hearing this, Wu Shan's face eased a little, and he nodded. Zhang Hao saw all this in his eyes, and understood in his heart. These seniors set up the arena, of course to sell products, but isn't it also a real combat lesson for freshmen? What is learned on paper always feels shallow, seeing with one's own eyes the real effect of attribute restraint and tactical use is far deeper than theory class. Any other junior want a challenge? The host looked around the whole field. Reminder, each stage guardian will adjust according to the challenger's battle pet realm, to ensure fair battle. Me. Zhang Hao stepped onto the arena, all eyes around focused on him. Wu Shan's defeat just now was still clear, the freshman already felt fear toward the stages set by the seniors. Student, are you sure you want to challenge? 10,000 federal coins, clearing it is not easy. The senior in charge of registration pushed his glasses, his tone carrying some discouraging meaning. Zhang Hao said nothing, directly scanned and paid. The electronic prompt sounded, payment successful, 10,000 federal coins. A burst of whispers rose under the stage. Another one giving money away. Let's see what his battle pet is. Water Spirit Ape. Isn't that similar to Wu Shan's? No, look at that Water Spirit Ape's fur color, the blue is a bit abnormal, and it's giving off cold air. Senior sister Lu Yu stepped on stage again. Seeing the little King Kong Zhang Hao summoned, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Mid-Stardust stage? A freshman can train a battle pet to mid-stage at this time point, not bad. She flipped her wrist, this time summoning a creature shaped like grass roots, 3 rotating leaves on its head, cutleaf grass, what attribute, mid-Stardust stage. Be careful, my cutleaf grass specially restrains power types. Senior sister Lu Yu reminded kindly. The referee shouted, battle start. Cutleaf grass, flying leaf cut. Lu Yu attacked first. Cutleaf grass leaped into the air, the 3 leaves on its head spun at high speed, turning into a green whirlwind rushing straight at little King Kong. This strike was extremely fast, the edges of the spinning leaves glowing with faint energy light. A strike powerful enough to cut through ordinary rocks. Someone in the crowd gasped, a killing move right from the start. Zhang Hao, however, remained calm. Little Diamond, water wave. Little Diamond let out a low growl, pressed his palms together in front of his chest, and then suddenly pushed forward. A deep blue water wave surged into existence, 3 meters wide and about 2 feet tall, crashing forward like a real tidal wave. What? The water wave can be this powerful? An experienced senior widened his eyes in shock. The usual water spirit monkey would only produce a stream of water in its water wave attack. But Little Diamond's strike was closer to a small-scale tsunami. Boom! The water wave collided fiercely with the swirling leaves. The expected stalemate never occurred. The green whirlwind collapsed in less than a second. The leafcutter grass was slammed by the subsequent water wave, flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. Senior Lu Yu's expression changed, leafcutter grass. She quickly sensed the battle pet's status. Fortunately, it was only lightly injured, but it had lost its ability to continue fighting. The entire arena went silent. 1 second? No, not even a second. A one-hit kill? This is impossible. Someone below muttered, Senior Lu Yu's leafcutter grass was nurtured for half a year, how could it? Zhang Hao's expression remained unchanged. Only he knew that within Little Diamond's water wave, a hint of the icy Bloodlines chill had been quietly integrated, giving it far more power than an ordinary water-type skill. In addition, with 225,000 resources stacked over a month, Little Diamond's energy purity and total amount had already surpassed that of other pets at the same level. Lu Yu gave Zhang Hao a deep look and withdrew the leafcutter grass. You won. Be careful, the second round won't be this easy. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Hao nodded. A senior with glasses walked up to the stage, his smile somewhat forced. Congratulations, Junior, will you continue to challenge? Yes. Chapter 7, the Bloodline skill reveals its power. Alright. A flash of light appeared in the senior's eyes, the second round's guardian, Senior Wang Ming. A tall and thin student jumped onto the stage, his gaze toward Zhang Hao filled with scrutiny. He summoned a peculiar battle pet, a spiked stone ball, its surface entwined with emerald vines, the stone spike fruit, a dual earth and wood attribute pet, in the mid-Stardust stage. The audience below immediately exploded. Damn! Dual attributes. Earth beats water, and wood can absorb water to grow. How are we supposed to fight this? This is too shameless. It's specifically targeting him. Zhang Hao frowned slightly. Attribute counters were indeed troublesome, but he could feel the battle intent from Little Diamond. Its ice blue eyes were coldly staring at the stone spike fruit on the opposite side. Fight begins. Stone spike fruit, thorn bind. Wang Ming made the first move. The vines on the stone spike fruit suddenly lengthened, shooting towards Little Diamond like living creatures. This time, the vines were thicker than the previous water seeds, with tiny barbed thorns growing on them. Little Diamond tried to dodge, but the vines were too fast, instantly wrapping around its legs. Good. Wang Ming's eyes lit up, stone spikes, fire. The stone spike fruit spun, and its surface spikes detached, transforming into dozens of stone spikes that rained down on the bound Little Diamond. Clang clang clang. Little Diamond crossed its arms in front of its body to protect itself, and the stone spikes hit its arms, covered in ice blue fur, making metallic clanging sounds. Although the defense wasn't broken, each hit was consuming its energy. This is trouble. Someone in the crowd murmured, with it being controlled, it can only take the hits. Wang Ming smirked, keep going. Exhaust it. The second wave of stone spikes was fired. Little Diamond's defensive posture remained steady, but Zhang Hao could feel its energy draining quickly. I can't let this continue. Zhang Hao's mind raced, Little Diamond, roar. Roar. Little Diamond howled to the sky, and the water vapor around it turned sharply cold, its fur standing on end. Its arm muscles bulged, and a violent force exploded. Crack. The thorny vines wrapped around its legs were forcefully snapped apart. What? Wang Ming's face changed drastically. Breaking free from its restraints, Little Diamond charged forward like a runaway wild horse. The stone spikes hit it, but were deflected by a thin layer of frosty armor. This was the defensive feature naturally activated by its ice bloodline. Stop it. Quickly use. Before Wang Ming finished speaking, the Little Diamond had already charged up to the stone thorn fruit, his right fist gathering force, throwing a simple and brutal straight punch. Bang! The stone thorn fruit was sent flying by the punch, its surface cracked, vine snapped, and when it landed, it was unable to move. Wang Ming opened his mouth, but finally dejectedly withdrew his battle pet. I lost. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, an eruption of exclamations. 2 punches. Just 2 punches. That attribute counter isn't real, right? That water spirit ape is wrong. Definitely wrong. Several senior students gathered together, their faces looking grim. They had already lost twice in a row, and if they lost again, the 300,000 grand prize would really be gone. Brother Meng, it's your turn. The senior with glasses looked at the muscular man beside him. We can't lose again. The man called Brother Meng cracked his neck and grinned, don't worry. He jumped onto the arena, his nearly 2-meter height bringing an intense sense of pressure. When he summoned his battle pet, there was a collective gasp from the audience. Mighty Bear. Earth attribute, Stardust mid-stage. Standing at an imposing 2.3 meters tall, this massive beast's muscles were stacked like rocks, its bare paw bigger than a human face, and each step it took made the arena slightly tremble. In front of the Little Diamond, it looked like an adult facing a child. What's the point of fighting? Attribute counter, size domination. The seniors are playing for fun. Classmate, just admit defeat, it's not embarrassing. Zhang Hao, however, narrowed his eyes. He could feel that not only was the Little Diamond not afraid, but it was also filled with a strong fighting spirit. What came through the contract connection was a powerful confidence of I can win. Final round, begin. The referee's voice was a little dry. Mighty Bear, charge and then tear. Brother Ming's command was short and brutal. What was shocking was that the Mighty Bear actually followed both commands at the same time. It first charged with an unexpected speed for its massive body, and just as it approached the Little Diamond, it opened its mouth to bite. The two moves were seamlessly connected, without a gap. That's perfect coordination. An upperclassman exclaimed, this would require at least a year of training. The massive mouth of the bear descended, the stench of blood and saliva in the air. If it bit down hard, half of the Little Diamond's body would be gone. But Zhang Hao's voice remained unusually calm. Little Diamond, roar and enhance, then Frost Fist. Roar. A roar even louder than before erupted. The Little Diamond's body was covered in faint blue energy lines, and the cold air around it suddenly surged, causing the arena's floor to even freeze with a layer of frost. Then, its right fist tightened, and a thick layer of ice crystals spread from its fist to its forearm, the chilling cold warping the air. This wasn't ordinary ice, it was the Frost Fist, infused with the power of Bloodline. Time seemed to slow down. The mighty bear's bite was about to land. The Little Diamond's icy fist was coming up to meet it. One side had a massive mouth wrapped in earth and energy. The other had a cold, fierce fist wrapped in icy blue chill. Boom. At the moment the fist met the mouth, the frost and earth energy clashed violently, obliterating each other. The blinding light made many instinctively close their eyes. Then they saw. The mighty bear's protective energy shattered like glass. The frost fist plunged deep into its chest. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The mighty bear's massive body froze, a clear fist imprint sinking into its chest. Ice crystals quickly spread from the wound, and blood couldn't even flow out before it was frozen solid. It shook twice and then fell to the ground with a crash. Brother Meng's face turned pale, and he hurriedly recalled the severely injured Mighty Bear back into the contract tower. He gave Zhang Hao a deep look, said nothing, and turned to jump off the arena. Dead silence. Then, an eruption of deafening exclamations. Bloodline skill. That's a bloodline skill. My god. A bloodline battle pet, is it spirit blood or royal blood? He's only a freshman. How could he have trained such a battle pet? That punch just now. Ice attribute? How can a water spirit ape have ice attribute skills? It's very likely the bloodline of an evolved branch. The senior with glasses walked up to the stage. The smile had stiffened like a mask. He signaled for the staff to bring up a box. Congratulations, Zhang Hao. This is a 300,000 federal currency gift pack, with 30 energy-enhancing potions, each worth 10,000 in the market. Zhang Hao opened the box, and inside were 30 neatly arranged light blue potions. He picked one up and looked at it, then glanced at the words on the banner that said 300,000 gift pack, and understood in his heart. A word game. The cost was definitely not 300,000, but to a freshman desperately in need of training resources, it was indeed quite attractive. Thank you, senior. Zhang Hao closed the box and said calmly. The senior leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Junior, are you interested in joining our potion research club? With your talent, I will consider it. Zhang Hao politely replied, picking up the box and walking off the stage. The crowd parted to make a path. The looks in their eyes included envy, jealousy, shock, and more confusion. How could a freshman with a common soul quality possibly cultivate a battle pet with bloodline skills? How could he crush the senior's carefully prepared battle pets by passing 3 rounds? Zhang Hao ignored these gazes. Holding the potion box, he replayed the battle in his mind. The performance of the little King Kong exceeded expectations, especially that final Frost Fist, which was stronger than he had anticipated. But the exposed problems were also obvious: too few skills, a single tactical approach, relying solely on attribute pressure. If he faced an opponent with bloodline skills and flexible tactics, victory was uncertain. I need more skills and more systematic training, Zhang Hao planned in his heart. These potions are just right for speeding up my training. Once I learn a few spells, I can attempt to enter the Celestial Obelisk secret realm. Chapter 8, Learning Spells. Leaving the bustling playground, Zhang Hao held the box of energy-enhancing potions worth 300,000 federal currency, in name only, and walked straight to the library in the northwest corner of the campus. The library of Wuhan University was a 7-story tower-like building made of a grayish stone that absorbed noise, its surface flowing with faint magical runes. This was the Hall of Knowledge and also a bottomless pit for credits. As he entered the lobby, a special atmosphere mixed with old books and energy crystals greeted him. There were only a few scattered people in the spacious lobby at this time. Most freshmen were still struggling to break through the initial stage of Stardust and would not spend precious credits here, not to mention that freshmen might not even have any credits. Zhang Hao approached the authentication light curtain at the entrance and pointed his personal terminal at the scanning area. Student, Zhang Hao, freshman, contract mage. Current credits, 200. Reminder, entering the basic area of the library will consume 0.1 credits per hour. Consulting specialized databases will incur additional fees based on data level. Do you confirm entry? Confirm. Zhang Hao responded without hesitation. 0.1 credits deducted, remaining 199.9 credits. Enjoy your studies. The light curtain rippled open, revealing a vast sea of books behind it. No, to be accurate, it was a sea of data. The real paper books accounted for only a small number, while most of the knowledge was stored in memory crystals embedded in the walls, which could be accessed by connecting with the terminal. Assuming 8 hours a day, that's 0.8 credits, equivalent to 800 federal currency. Zhang Hao calculated as he walked, but money can't buy credits, that's the key. He first went to the beast species database area and found the water attribute primate category. Connecting the terminal, he paid 0.5 credits for access rights, and a large amount of information about the water spirit ape flooded into his mind. Species, water spirit ape. Common attributes, water. Average adult realm, late first stage, late stardust. Potential upper limit, late second stage, late star core. Racial characteristics, hydrophilic, moderate strength, above average intelligence. Zhang Hao quickly browsed through the known evolution branches. 1. Water elemental ape, spirit blood. Evolution conditions, long-term exposure to a high-concentration water element environment, consuming spirit materials like water heartgrass. Characteristics, water control ability significantly enhanced, can learn advanced skills such as water arrow technique and water flow body protection. Recorded case, in the 237th year of the Federation. The contract master Wang of District 12 has succeeded in training. 2. Water rock ape, spirit blood. Evolution condition, simultaneously absorb both water and soil attribute resources, consume earth vein stone milk. Feature, defense significantly enhanced, gained resistance to earth attribute, but movement speed decreases. Recorded case, year 251 of the Federation, experimental cultivation in a certain academy of District 8, now extinct. 3. Six-armed frost titan, royal blood. Evolution condition, unknown, speculated to require extremely high purity ice attribute treasures and special opportunities. Feature, strength drastically increased, gained frost attribute, can awaken bloodline skills like Frost Fist and Cold Ice Guard. Recorded case, only found in ancient texts, no confirmed evolution cases in the last 300 years. Looking at the last line, Zhang Hao's lips curved slightly. No confirmed cases? That's because they cannot directly enhance the bloodline, unlike myself. As long as the resources are sufficient, the evolution path of my battle pet is unobstructed. Continuing to scroll down, there is a section on training suggestions. Training direction suggestions for Water Spirit Ape. 1. Close combat enhancement. This species has a decent strength foundation, recommended to conduct weight training and combat training, which can increase the probability of understanding physical skills like punch and charge. 2. Water system specialization. Focus on enhancing water control ability, can improve the power of water skills through methods like water pressure training room and vortex environment adaptation. 3. Special route. Frost. If the individual has shown tendencies toward frost attributes, fur turns blue, cold air on the surface, etc., it is recommended. Use cold ice stone to assist in practice. Long-term training in a low-temperature environment. Focus on frost attribute skills in combat to increase bloodline awakening degree. Note, this route has extremely high resource consumption and very low success rate. Please choose carefully. Zhang Hao took note of these key points. The training direction is pretty much what he thought, close combat and frost. However, when he saw the resource list, he couldn't help but frown. Cold Ice Stone, Grade 1 Superior, each piece worth 20,000 Federation coins, recommended to use 5 to 10 pieces each month. Low Temperature Training Room, on-campus rental at 300 Federation coins per hour, long-term training recommended for more than 2 hours a day. Ice Attribute Skill Training Package, Logistics Department quote, 300,000 Federation coins/month, including exclusive nutrition meals, custom training plans, damage repair. No wonder they say contract masters are money-devouring beasts. Zhang Hao chuckled bitterly. With this standard, the money he is can't even last a month. But the good news is, the little titan is already on the right path. The awakening of Frost Fist is proof. What needs to be done next is to make it quickly master more frost skills while improving close combat techniques. Moreover, the little titan currently can only be considered a grade 1 mid-tier, it still cannot consume cold ice stones, so this can wait a little longer. Exiting the beast data library, Zhang Hao turned to the contract master spell zone. This is the true core of a contract master, how to make oneself stronger. The light screen popped up with categories. Defense, Attack, Support, Control, Special. Each category is further subdivided by attributes, from basic 5 elements to rare attributes, with hundreds of spell models dazzling the eyes. Zhang Hao first clicked on the beginner package recommended by the logistics department for freshmen. Freshman suggestion, prioritize mastering 1 defense and 1 attack. Defense recommendation, basic elemental shield, choose 1, low consumption, quick to learn, can protect oneself and battle pets. Attack recommendation, 1 that differs from battle pet attributes is better, forming a complement. If there is no clear direction, you may choose fire, high burst, or metal, strong penetration. Complement. Zhang Hao pondered. The little titan has water plus ice attributes, leaning towards physical and freezing attacks. If I learn water system attack, it indeed would not mean much. Fire has high burst power, and ice and fire are mutually restraining. During critical moments, it might achieve unexpected victory. But what truly made him hesitate was another thought. What if I could learn ice attribute spells? Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. The power of the little titan's Frost Fist he has seen with his own eyes. If he could also cast ice attribute spells, cooperating with the little titan, would the frost stacking result in a qualitative change in power? He quickly searched for ice attribute spells. There are very few spells of grade 1 left. Frost Ray, level 1 150 credits. Ice Wall, level 1 200 credits. Ice Armor, level 1 180 credits. Too expensive. Zhang Hao shook his head. He only had 199.4 credits in total now, buying one would nearly bankrupt him. What's more, learning various powerful attribute spells has preconditions. The contract master must have corresponding affinity. This usually requires contracting an ice-type battle pet and nurturing it over time, or consuming the rare elemental affinity potion. No rush. I'll wait until little King Kong gets stronger, and when the feedback of ice affinity is enough, then I'll consider it. Zhang Hao returned to reality and opened the water-based defensive spell list. Water Shield, level 1. Effect: condenses water elements to form a shield, capable of resisting physical and energy attacks. The strength of the shield is directly related to the caster's mental power and water element affinity. Learning requirement: none, recommended for those with water-type battle pets. Price: 50 credits. Water Screen, Level 1. Effect: creates a water screen barrier that can deflect ranged attacks, but has weak defensive effects against close combat. Price: 45 credits. Water Armor, Level 1. Effect: forms flowing water armor on the body surface, continuously reducing damage but consumes a lot. Price: 55 credits. Zhang Hao chose the most classic water shield. Simple, practical, and low in consumption, it was the best choice for a beginner. He paid 50 credits, and a cool stream of energy poured out of the memory crystal stone, directly into Zhang Hao's mind. A large amount of knowledge about water element manipulation, shield structures, and energy maintenance emerged, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. This is knowledge infusion. Zhang Hao felt the information now present in his mind, a bit stunned. Of course, this was just theoretical knowledge. To cast the spell skillfully, a lot of practice would still be needed. Next, he moved on to attack spells. The Fire series list appeared. Fireball, Level 180 credits. Flame Arrow, Level 175 credits. Fire Bullet, Level 170 credits. Scorching Ray, Level 100 credits. Zhang Hao compared them carefully. Fireball had the greatest power, but flew slowly and consumed a lot. Flame Arrow was fast, had strong penetration, but a small range. Fire Bullet was in between, with moderate power, lower consumption, and could be cast in quick succession. Scorching Ray had extremely strong power, instant release, but required very strong mental control, and beginners were likely to fail. Fire Bullet then. Zhang Hao made his choice. The best value for the cost and suitable for his current stage. He paid 70 credits, and another hot stream of knowledge rushed into his mind. By now, most of his credits had been spent. Zhang Hao looked at the remaining 79.4 credits on the terminal and let out a long breath. Time to head back. Next, I need to practice the spells and prepare. He looked at the huge calendar hanging on the wall of the library. Today was the 45th day of enrollment. By around the 10th of the third month, the school would give all students the basic requirement, meaning they had to reach the official contract stage within 70 days. After that, they would begin the formal contract master training. Moreover, the school would distribute the first free Heavenly Tower entry ticket. Chapter 9, Heavenly Tower Entry Ticket. On November 10th, an invisible pressure filled the auditorium of Wuhan University. The voice of the Director of Instruction echoed through every corner via the amplification rune. The first-year Contract Master Department should have 3,127 students present. As of today, 2981 have broken through the Stardust early stage, a passing rate of 95.3%. Below, Zhang Hao sat in the 19th class area, and could clearly hear a few suppressed gasps from beside him. He didn't need to turn around to know that these were the 3 students in his class who hadn't managed to break through on time, 2 boys and 1 girl. They had their heads lowered, their fingers tightly gripping their clothing. For those who haven't met the standards, the basic training fund for this month will be reduced from 150,000 to 130,000 Federation coins. The director's voice remained emotionless. Moreover, they will not be participating in the distribution of this batch's Heavenly Tower entry tickets. The shoulders of the 3 students visibly trembled. Zhang Hao sighed inwardly. One step slow, every step slow. A difference of 20,000 might seem small compared to the 150,000, but the truly cruel part was they wouldn't get that free Heavenly Tower entry ticket. An entry ticket for the lower levels costs 200,000 Federation coins on the market. What did that mean? This month, eligible new students can enter the secret realm for free, gain resources, and rapidly improve. Those who do not meet the standards must either grit their teeth and spend 200,000 to buy a ticket, which would nearly drain all their training funds, or helplessly watch others pull ahead. The gap is opened from such places. Wu Shan whispered to Zhang Hao from the front row, his tone complicated. I almost. Zhang Hao knew that Wu Shan's stone giant was severely injured after the arena battle, and it took a lot of time and resources to recover. He barely broke through just 3 days before the deadline. If it were a few days later, he would be among those looking down now. The head teacher, Zhu Wen, walked up to the podium, his bald head glistening under the hall lights. He first glanced at the 3 students with a look of pity, but then turned to the whole class. Classmates, being able to stand here means you have taken the first step to become contract masters. But remember, this is just the beginning. He raised his hand, and staff members began distributing tickets. It was a palm-sized, entirely silver-white crystal, with flowing light slowly rotating inside, warm to the touch. Primary Heavenly Crystal. This ticket is the school's investment in you, and it is also a test. Zhu Wen said seriously, what is the Heavenly Tower secret realm? You have all learned it in your high school theory classes. It's both an opportunity and a responsibility. In the secret realm, death does not mean true death, but serious injuries will truly affect your body, requiring time and resources to recover. Materials from demon beasts and special resources acquired in the secret realm can be brought out, and outstanding performance will earn extra rewards. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the entire class, but more importantly, every secret realm has a conquest countdown. If humans fail to complete the conquest task within the time limit, the secret realm will descend into reality, randomly merging into some area of blue star. A silence fell over the hall. If it descends outside the 36th district, it means an expansion of territory. If it descends within the 36th district, Zhuan emphasized each word, it means a natural disaster. Zhang Hao tightened his grip on the crystal in his hand. He already knew this theory, but hearing it directly from the head teacher felt completely different. It wasn't just words from a textbook, it was a heavy responsibility. So, becoming stronger is not just for yourself. Zhuan's tone softened. Alright, let's talk about something practical. In the next month, the courses will be divided into theory and practical combat. The theory course will be self-study, and the final exam will account for 30 credits. The practical course is divided into two parts, battle pet training and contract master combat. For battle pet training, the school will group students by attributes, with specialized trainers guiding skill application and combat coordination. In the contract master combat, you will learn how to command battle pets, protect yourselves, and coordinate in combat. These two courses, Zhuan stressed, must be passed. Failing means you must retake them. The top performers will receive extra credits and federal currency rewards. The audience stirred with excitement. Credits. For new students, credits are more precious than federal currency. One last reminder. Zhuan looked at the students. Before going to the Heavenly Tower, at least master one defensive spell and one offensive spell, and be proficient in coordinating with your battle pets. Tickets cost 200,000 each, and if your rating is too low, you might not even recoup your investment. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Hao opened his personal terminal and began to take stock. Assets. Federal currency, 320,000. Credits, 79.4, remaining from previous spell purchases. This month's fixed expenditure, Little King Kong plus himself. Potions, 90,000, 30 energy increasing potions have solved this month's needs. Meals, 30,000. Medicinal bath, 30,000. Crystal core, 75,000. Total, 225,000. 320,000 minus 225,000 leaves 95,000. Zhang Hao rubbed his temples. This 95,000 must be converted into combat power. He opened the internal school mall, filtering for contract master equipment, first stage. The page refreshed, and a dazzling array of magical tools filled his vision. Water element ring, yellow grade medium quality. Effect, increases water attribute affinity by 10%, slightly enhances water spell power. Price, 30,000 federal currency. Fire element staff, yellow grade medium quality. Effect, increases fire attribute affinity by 20%, slightly reduces fire spell consumption. Price, 60,000 federal currency. Light wind boots, yellow grade medium quality. Effect, slightly increases movement speed. Price, 45,000 federal coins. Zhang Hao hesitated for 3 seconds and gritted his teeth before ordering the first two items. Although the water shield technique and the fireball technique are only at a minor level, with the enhancement from the artifacts, their power can be elevated to a new level, he muttered to himself. Speed isn't important for now. In the secret realm, the little Kington is the main force. After the payment was completed, his account balance dropped to 230,000 federal coins, but 225,000 of that was reserved for nurturing the little Kington and his own training resources for the rest of the month. Half an hour later, a delivery drone brought the two artifacts to his dormitory. The water element wristband was a deep blue metal ring, with a surface pattern resembling flowing water, and it brought a cooling sensation when worn on his wrist. The fire element staff was about 1 meter long, entirely dark red, with a fire attribute crystal core embedded at the top that glowed with a faint light. Zhang Hao tried holding the staff and recited the incantation for the fireball technique. This time, the crystal core at the staff's tip lit up, and a fireball the size of a fist instantly formed, nearly half a second faster than usual, with a deeper flame color and noticeably higher temperature. It's worth it, Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. He headed to the Sky Tower in Zone 15. Although it was just a replica, its basic functions allowed for unlimited integration with the main body of the Sky Tower in Zone 1. In the pure white teleportation room, Zhang Hao embedded the silver-glowing, beginner sky crystal into the slot of the operation platform. The crystal immediately transformed into flowing light and was wholly absorbed by the formation beneath him. Choose random level 1 secret realm. He spoke in a deep voice. Identity confirmed, Zhang Hao, freshman at Wuhan University, early Stardust. Matching secret realm. Match complete. Secret realm name, Mushroom Forest. Difficulty rating, level 1, easy. Secret Realm status, unconquered, current exploration rate 72%. Monster species, 5 types. Maximum quantity, 25 creatures. Special mechanism, none. Participation time limit, 1 hour. Confirm entry? Confirm. Light rose from the formation beneath his feet, engulfing his vision. A familiar feeling of weightlessness came over him, but it was shorter than last time. Only 3 seconds later, Zhang Hao's feet landed on soft, damp ground. He quickly opened his eyes and looked around. It was a dimly lit forest. Towering ancient trees stood sparsely, their crowns woven high above, leaking only mottled dark purple light, not real sky, but the energy dome unique to the secret realm. The air was thick with the earthy scent of humus, mingling with an uncomfortably sweet aroma of mushrooms. Moving his gaze down, Zhang Hao's pupils contracted. Mushrooms. They were everywhere. At the roots of trees, clusters of cap mushrooms as big as washbasins. On dead wood, blue ring fungi glowed. Between the grass, vivid crimson coxcomb mushrooms dotted the ground. Further away, several giant mushrooms standing 2 meters tall acted like sentinels, their caps slowly opening and closing, releasing a fine spray of colorful spores. Mushroom forest, as the name suggests. Zhang Hao whispered, while thinking to himself. A light blue water shield instantly emerged, enveloping his whole body. With the enhancement from the water element wristband, this time the water shield was noticeably thicker, with subtle swirling water patterns on its surface, its defense nearing the standard of a mid-grade level 1 spell. Almost simultaneously, the contract tower flashed with light, and the little kington stepped out from the space. As soon as it appeared, it tensed its body, its ice blue eyes scanning warily, making a low growl from its throat. A month of intense training had made it highly sensitive to the atmosphere of battle. Secret Realm task, eliminate monsters, 0/25. Remaining time, 59 minutes 47 seconds. Prompt information floated at the edge of his vision. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Let's go, make it quick. The man and his pet moved cautiously forward. Beneath them was a thick carpet of mushrooms, making no sound as they stepped on it. Those seemingly harmless mushrooms retracted slightly as they passed, some even releasing fine spores. Zhang Hao blocked them all with the water shield, not daring to let any unknown substances come close. After about 50 meters, the first wave of enemies appeared. 5 strange creatures sprang out from behind a fallen tree. They were about half a meter tall. The main body is a slender, milky white mushroom stalk, at the top of which grows a golden yellow umbrella cap, with dozens of long, thin tendrils hanging down like golden needle mushrooms. The strangest part is that at the bottom of these golden needle mushrooms, there are 2 rows of short mycelial feet that are walking at a slow but steady pace. Monster, golden needle mushroom, first tier low level. Attribute, wood. Quality, ordinary. Realm, Stardust early stage. Skill, split, common. Bloodline, none, common level. The basic information granted by the secret realm appears. And Zhang Hao's Bloodline Purification furnace synchronously responds, no hidden bloodline detected, can absorb crystal cores to convert into evolution points. Indeed, it's a cannon fodder level. Zhang Hao's heart is certain, but his hands do not slow down at all. Chapter 10, Farming Monsters for Evolution Points. The 5 golden needle mushrooms evidently have no tactical concept of fighting against battle pets. 3 of them rush straight towards the larger little golden giant, while the other 2 slyly bypass and charge towards Zhang Hao. Prioritize eliminating the contract master. These secret realm monsters are quite intelligent. Zhang Hao's eyes cold, his staff is already raised. When the 2 golden needle mushrooms are 3 meters away, the tendrils on top suddenly tense up, shooting out like dozens of golden needles. Puff puff puff. The golden needles strike the water shield, creating a dense sound like rain on plantain leaves. The light blue water shield ripples outwards, but remains unbroken. With the enhancement, the water shield's defense is no longer something this first-tier low-level monster can easily break through. It's my turn. Zhang Hao pointed his staff forward, spells ready to be cast, fireball technique. The fire attribute crystal core at the tip of the staff glows brightly, and a fireball the size of a fist howls out. Compared to a month ago, this fireball is not only 2 times larger, but its speed has also increased by nearly half. Boom! The fireball accurately hits the golden needle mushroom on the left. The blazing flames instantly engulf the mushroom body, and the golden needle mushroom doesn't even have time to scream before it turns into a pile of charred remains, with only a fist-sized green crystal core rolling to the ground. Clearing progress, January 25th. The golden needle mushroom on the right sees this and actually understands fear, halting its mycelial feet and turning to flee. Want to run? How could Zhang Hao let it go? He waved his staff again, second shot. Another fireball was launched. This time the golden needle mushroom tried to block with its tendrils, but the flames naturally counter wood attributes, instantly carbonizing the tendrils, and the fireball continued unabated, smashing it into pieces. Clearing progress, February 25th. On the other side, the little golden giant's battle ended even faster. Faced with 3 encircling golden needle mushrooms, it did not even use its skills. Its ice blue figure flickered like a ghost, and its right fist simply smashed towards the one in front. Bang! The mushroom stalk broke in two, sending the upper half flying away. With its left foot, it sidekicked the second one, sending it rolling 5 or 6 meters away, its umbrella cap shattered. The last golden needle mushroom tried to entangle with its tendrils, but the little golden giant simply grabbed and yanked, pulling up the entire tendril. Then, it followed up with an elbow strike, ending the battle. From the start of the fight to total annihilation, it took no more than 10 seconds. Clearing progress, May 25th. The little golden giant shook off the sticky fluid on its hand, letting out a low growl towards Zhang Hao, as if to say too weak. Its shoulder wound had completely healed. The recovery power of the Stardust mid-stage battle pet, combined with a month of medicinal baths, was no longer comparable to before. Zhang Hao walked over to the remains and crouched down to pick up the crystal cores. 5 first-tier low-level would attribute crystal cores glowed a warm green in his palm. They sell for 5,000 each outside, here. He communicated with the source refinement furnace in his mind, recycle. The 5 crystal cores turned to ash in his hand, and the pure source energy was absorbed by the furnace. Gained evolution points, 50. Current evolution points, 50. Indeed, first-tier low-level crystal cores can only be exchanged for 10 points. Zhang Hao stood up, looking deep into the forest. I need to find mid-grade or even high-grade ones. He didn't rush forward, but closed his eyes to sense his internal state. About 10% of spiritual power consumed, mainly used for maintaining the water shield and casting 2 fireball techniques. The little golden giant had almost no consumption. Efficiency could be higher. Zhang Hao reviewed the battle just now. The water shield can wait until the enemy gets close. There's still room for improvement with the fireball technique. Little Diamond, for the next wave, try using an area of icy attack to save energy. Little Diamond nodded, his ice blue eyes filled with focus. The person and his pet continued deeper. As they ventured further into the mushroom forest, the light grew dimmer, and the glowing fungi became the main source of illumination. The spores floating in the air became denser, and Zhang Hao had to continuously channel spiritual energy to maintain the water shield as a filter. This was the environmental pressure of the secret realm, which invisibly increased consumption. After walking 100 meters, the second wave of enemies appeared in an unexpected way. The mushroom carpet beneath their feet suddenly surged upward. 6 tiny mushrooms, only palm-sized, with caps shaped like spray bottles, emerged from the ground. They did not move but all tilted their nozzles upward, spraying milky white foam towards Zhang Hao and Little Diamond. Monster, small spray mushroom, first tier, inferior. Attribute, water/toxin. Quality, ordinary. Realm, Stardust early stage. Skill, acidic spray. Bloodline, none. A sneak attack? Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed, but he reacted quickly. Little Diamond, unleashed the icy blast. Little Diamond let out a low roar and slammed his fists into the ground. A visible ice blue wave of energy expanded from him, freezing the mushroom carpet as it passed. The acidic foam sprayed by the 6 little mushrooms crystallized in midair and fell as icy fragments. This was the result of Zhang Hao's month-long training, applying the icy energy from the Frost bloodline for area control. Finish them. Zhang Hao tapped his staff, 3 fireballs spreading out in a fan shape. Boom! 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 Flames erupted on the icy ground, causing secondary damage with the combination of ice and fire. The 6 small spray mushrooms burst under the extreme temperature difference. Elimination progress, November 25th. Another 60 purification points credited. 15 minutes had passed, and they had cleared 11 monsters, making good progress. But Zhang Hao did not let down his guard. According to the rules of the secret realm, the enemies would grow stronger as they went deeper, and it was very likely they would encounter. Roar! A deep roar from ahead interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Hao and Little Diamond simultaneously halted, looking towards the source of the sound. 30 meters away, 3 mushroom beasts, comparable in size to adult wild boars, were slowly approaching. Their caps were as thick as rock, covered in sharp bone spikes, and their stalks were as sturdy as columns, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Monster, giant umbrella spike mushroom, first tier, medium. Attribute, earth/wood. Quality, ordinary. Realm, Stardust mid-stage. Skill, hardened cap, ground spike assault. Bloodline, none. First tier medium, and 3 of them. Zhang Hao tightened his grip on the staff. Little Diamond, you'll need to take the lead this time. I'll use the water shield to block the ground spikes. Look for an opportunity to get in close. Little Diamond excitedly pounded his chest. Fine ice crystals began to appear on his surface. Icy armor quietly activated. The battle was about to begin. Facing the 3 giant umbrella spike mushrooms encircling them in a triangular formation, Zhang Hao quickly made a decision. Little Diamond, take down the one in the middle first, and I'll hold off the other 2. Before his words fell, the three giant umbrella spike mushrooms simultaneously activated their skills, their caps shimmered with a yellow-brown glow, instantly hardening like stone, and they charged forward with increased speed. At the same time, the mushroom carpet underneath Zhang Hao and Little Diamond shook violently, and several sharp ground spikes shot up from the earth, targeting their vital points. Water Shield, Dual Hold. Zhang Hao's staff flicked swiftly, splitting his spiritual energy into two streams. One water shield enveloped him, while the other expanded beneath Little Diamond, barely blocking the ground spike's assault. Puff, puff, puff. The ground spikes collided with the water shield, producing a muffled sound. This impact was far beyond that of the previous golden needle mushrooms. The water shield that Zhang Hao maintained rippled violently, with visible cracks beginning to form on the surface. He could feel the spiritual energy draining at an unprecedented speed. First-tier medium monsters are indeed not something inferior monsters can compare to. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and increased his output of spiritual energy, stabilizing the water shield once more. At this moment, Little Diamond had already collided head-on with the giant umbrella spike mushroom in the middle. Roar! Bronze skill roar activated. Little Diamond's icy energy surged violently. Ice Blue Fur stood straight piece by piece, the body size seemed to swell one full circle. It did not dodge and did not avoid, the right fist carried biting ice frost, directly blasted toward the giant umbrella thorn mushroom hardened umbrella cap. Bang! The collision of ice frost and rock let out a tooth-aching dull sound. The giant umbrella thorn mushroom was blasted by this punch and stepped back 3 steps. The surface of the umbrella cap condensed large patches of white frost, but did not crack. The hardening skill gave it shocking defense power. Again! Zhang Hao's eyes were sharp. Ice frost fist combo. Little Vajra received the order, both fists struck together. This time, the ice frost on the fist edge condensed into real ice crystals. Bloodline power ran at full strength. Bloodline bronze skill ice frost fist. 2 ice blue fist forces were like angry dragons leaving the sea, fiercely crashing into the same position on the giant umbrella thorn mushroom umbrella cap. Ka-cha! Inside the sound of ice crystal shattering, the rock umbrella cap finally showed spider web-like cracks. Cold air crazily poured in along the cracks. The giant umbrella thorn mushroom's movements instantly stiffened. Now! Zhang Hao raised the staff high, fire bullet spell triple chain. 3 red fire bullets almost shot out at the same time, forming a pin shape to seal the retreat path of the giant umbrella thorn mushroom. The fire bullets hit the umbrella cap covered by ice frost, ice and fire crossed and produced violent reaction. Boom! The middle giant umbrella thorn mushroom umbrella cap exploded loudly, the mushroom body scorched black and fell to the ground. Clearing progress, 14/25. But the battle was not over. The other 2 giant umbrella thorn mushrooms had already seized the chance to rush close, sharp bone spike umbrella caps fiercely smashing toward Little Vajra. Water shield reinforce. Zhang Hao transferred most of his own water shield spiritual power onto Little Vajra. Under double protection, the bone spike impact was barely blocked, but Little Vajra was also shaken back several steps. Fast fight fast end. Zhang Hao saw that Little Vajra already showed tired state. Continuously activating Roar and Ice Frost Fist was also a huge cost for it at late Stardust stage. The following battle turned into a consuming fight. Zhang Hao kept using Fire Bullet spell to harass. Little Vajra relied on Ice Armor body and Water Shield protection, hard carrying attacks while looking for chances. 1 minute later, the second giant umbrella thorn mushroom had its defense broken by Ice Frost Fist. Fire Bullet finished it off and took it away. 2 more minutes passed, the last one also died under encirclement. Clearing progress, 17/25. The battle ended. Little Vajra breathed heavily with big mouth. The ice crystal armor on its body surface had already dimmed. Zhang Hao's spiritual power also consumed nearly 40%. Maintaining double water shields and continuous casting put huge pressure. Chapter 11 Boss Monster. Recycle. Zhang Hao picked up 3 earth yellow crystal cores. The origin refining furnace operated. Gained evolution points, 120, first tier middle grade crystal core each 40 points. Current evolution points, 230. Still far from purification. Zhang Hao looked at the time, 35 minutes left. Continue. The following journey, the battle rhythm clearly slowed down. They encountered 2 more waves of golden needle mushrooms and 1 wave of giant umbrella thorn mushrooms. Although they could all win, after every battle they needed short adjustment. Zhang Hao began to consciously control consumption. Water shield only opened at key moments. Fire bullet spell pursued accuracy not power. Little Vajra also reduced skill usage, more relying on body technique and the passive cold air of Ice Frost Bloodline. Under this tactic, although the advanced speed slowed, sustainability greatly increased. When clearing progress reached 21/25, Zhang Hao's spiritual power still had 50% left. Little Vajra's state was also kept well. Then, they met the real challenge. 5 mushroom demon beasts with whole bodies gray-brown, shapes like stone piers blocked the road. They had no umbrella caps. The whole mushroom body itself was an irregular rock-like structure, the surface covered with moss-like patterns. Demon Beast Rock Mushroom, first tier middle grade. Attribute, Earth. Aptitude, excellent. Realm, Stardust mid stage. Skill, Rock Skin, bronze level. Bloodline, none. Excellent aptitude, bronze defense skill. Zhang Hao's face became heavy. Little Vajra, this time we cannot hard charge. Before the words finished, 5 rock mushrooms activated skills at the same time. Gray-brown light flowed over their bodies, skin that was already like rock became even thicker and harder, even showing metal-like shine. First probe. Zhang Hao's staff clicked repeatedly. 5 fireballs shot towards different targets. Bang! 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 The fireballs exploded on the rocky skin, leaving only shallow black marks, with no cracks forming. The little golden ape tried to attack closely, but its normal punches against the rock mushroom felt like hitting an iron anvil, the recoil making its fists ache. It roared in anger and unleashed its frost fist with all its might. Bang! The rock mushroom was knocked back, its surface glazed with frost, but after shaking a couple of times upon landing, it surprisingly stood back up. There was only a small crack on its rocky skin, far from being seriously injured. It takes 2 frost fists to break its defenses. Zhang Hao quickly assessed, I can't keep attacking like this, it's too draining. He changed his strategy, little golden ape, use your agility to outmaneuver them, and I'll create opportunities for you. The little golden ape understood and stopped its aggressive assault, opting instead to dance around the 5 rock mushrooms with its agile movements. It would sometimes dodge, sometimes use frost to slow its opponents, and whenever it spotted an opening, it would unleash a heavy punch. Although it couldn't cause major injuries, the accumulated damage was steadily increasing. Zhang Hao controlled the battlefield from the outside with precision. Whenever a rock mushroom tried to surround the little golden ape, he would shoot a fireball at its joints. Although it couldn't break through the defenses, the impact would disrupt their rhythm. When the little golden ape had worn down a particular rock mushroom's defense enough, he would shout, now! The little golden ape would instantly burst forth, delivering a full-force frost fist to the position that had been repeatedly attacked. Crack! The rocky skin finally shattered, and the chill seeped into the core. Zhang Hao quickly followed up with a fireball, hitting the wound accurately. Clearing progress, 22/25. This continued, the second, the third, the fourth. The battle became long and grueling. After each rock mushroom was killed, the little golden ape needed to catch its breath, while Zhang Hao's spiritual energy continued to dwindle. By the time the 5th rock mushroom finally fell, 15 minutes had already passed. Clearing progress, 25/25. Huff. Huff. The little golden ape knelt on the ground, almost all the ice crystals on its surface dissipated, breathing heavily like a bellows. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially the last exhausting struggle, left it utterly drained. Zhang Hao wasn't in much better shape. His spiritual energy was at only 30%, and his head throbbed from overstimulation. He forced himself to recover the crystal core's 5 first-class medium-grade earth attribute crystal cores, which brought him 200 evolution points. Current evolution points, 430. Still far from enough. Zhang Hao smiled wryly as he glanced at the time, only 8 minutes remaining, maybe it's time to teleport? But the expected teleportation light did not appear. Zhang Hao looked around cautiously. The mushroom forest was quiet, all the beasts had been cleared, but the secret realm wasn't over yet. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the starting point. The clearing where they had first landed had inexplicably sprouted a unique mushroom. It stood only half a meter tall, with a slender stalk, but its cap was disproportionately large, a translucent amber color. The surface of the cap constantly changed patterns, sometimes like tiger stripes, sometimes like leopard spots, sometimes like snake scales. Beast-Beastification mushroom, first class upper grade. Attribute, wood/transformation. Quality, excellent. Realm, late stardust. Skills, beastification morph, bronze level, vine binding, bronze level. Bloodline, none, ordinary level. Note, guardian of the secret realm, killing it can enhance the evaluation. Boss. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. The little golden ape struggled to stand, letting out a low growl towards the beastification mushroom. Though exhausted, its fighting spirit remained undiminished. Can you still fight? Zhang Hao asked through their bond. The little golden ape thumped its chest firmly, and the flames reignited in its ice-blue eyes. Good. Zhang Hao's gaze became resolute, since we won't truly die in the tower, let's go all out. He quickly formulated a strategy. I don't have much energy left, so I'll only cast a water shield for you and not use it myself. You get in close for melee, and I'll support you from afar with fireballs. Remember, its beastification skills might take on different forms, so be ready to adapt. The little golden ape nodded, and a thin layer of ice crystals formed on its surface again. This was the last bit of frost power it could muster. The battle erupted in silence. The beastification mushroom's cap flashed with light, and its body twisted and morphed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a fierce tiger with a body of amber. The tiger's claws hit the ground, silently pouncing toward the little King Kong with astonishing speed. Water shield. Zhang Hao pointed his staff, splitting most of his remaining spiritual power, placing a heavy blue shield around little King Kong. The fierce tiger pounced, its sharp claws striking the water shield, creating a piercing sound of friction. The water shield shook violently, but barely held up. Little King Kong seized the opportunity to fight back, throwing a punch toward the tiger's head. But the beast-like tiger nimbly retreated, whipping out several vines from behind, triggering its second skill, vine entanglement. The vines slithered toward little King Kong's legs like venomous snakes. Zhang Hao was prepared, firing the fireball spell instantly. Burn them! The fireball accurately hit the base of the vines, flames spreading along them, forcing the beast-like mushroom to cut its connection. But with that brief delay, the beast-like mushroom transformed again, this time into a cheetah, increasing its speed, darting around little King Kong, searching for a flaw. We can't let it control the pace. Zhang Hao saw its intention. Little King Kong, unleash chilling energy, restrict its movement. Little King Kong growled low, releasing the last of its frost power. A wave of ice blue energy spread out from it, freezing the mushroom carpet where it passed, noticeably slowing the beast-like leopard's speed. Now is the time, Frost Fist. Little King Kong seized the chance, launching a powerful punch toward the beast-like leopard. But the beast-like mushroom reacted extremely fast, instantly transforming again, this time into a giant bear, overlapping its paws to take the hit. Bang! The Frost Fist collided with the bear's paw, cold air poured in wildly. The beast-like bear let out a silent roar, its paw crystallizing with frost, but it did not retreat, instead taking the chance to bear hug. Watch out! Zhang Hao's pupils constricted. Without thinking, he rushed up. Water shield transfer. The water shield, which was protecting little King Kong, instantly transferred to him, while he thrust his staff, the fire attribute crystal core shining brightly. Fireball spell maximum output. It wasn't aimed at the beast-like bear, but the ground between the two. Boom! The violent explosion blasted Zhang Hao and little King Kong backward, the beast-like bear also being pushed back by the shockwave. Zhang Hao crashed heavily onto the mushroom carpet, the water shield shattered, his chest felt tight, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The force transfer and overextending his spell left him with internal injuries. But he bought the most critical second. This time, it didn't use Frost Fist, but gathered all its strength, all its chill, all its fighting will, concentrating on the ice crystal unicorn shadow above its head. Bloodline skill awakening. Frost charge, bronze, comprehended. Ice blue light pierced through the battlefield. The beast-like bear tried to transform to dodge, but the previous explosion had slowed its movement slightly. The ice crystal unicorn shadow slammed into its chest, cold air flooding in like a burst dam. Crack, crackle. The beast-like mushroom couldn't maintain its transformed state. Zhang Hao struggled to rise, pointing his staff at the near-collapsed beast-like mushroom, using his last bit of spiritual power. The crimson fireball arced elegantly, accurately hitting the ice-covered cap. Boom! In the explosion of ice and fire intertwining, the beast-like mushroom shattered into fragments. Clearing progress, 26/25, completed excessively. Mystery Realm conquered. Calculating ratings. The silver teleportation light finally descended. Chapter 12's rank evaluation. The white light of the teleportation receded like a tide, and Zhang Hao stood once again in the pure white room of the Heavenly Towers branch. The light of the formation beneath his feet had not completely extinguished, and he immediately checked little King Kong's condition. Though exhausted, it was quickly recovering in the nurturing space of the contracted treasure tower. Its injuries were not serious. Sighing in relief, he turned his gaze to the slowly unfolding light screen in front of him. Mystery Realm, Mushroom Forest, First Tier. Challenger, Zhang Hao, First Year of Wuhan University. Challenge Mode, Solo. Clear time, 56 minutes 17 seconds. Kill statistics, 25 basic beasts, 1 Mystery Realm Guardian. Battle damage assessment, Contractual Master lightly injured, Battle Pet moderately consumed. Comprehensive rating calculation in progress. The data on the screen flowed like a stream, and Zhang Hao's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Although he had confidence in his performance, there was always some anxiety before the final result came out. 3 seconds later, all data converged, and a dazzling silver S symbol slowly rotated and blossomed at the center of the screen. Comprehensive rating, S-Class. Comment, with the initial form of Stardust and a mid-stage battle pet, perfectly wiped out all monsters in the secret realm and defeated the Realm Guardian beyond level. Tactical use was appropriate, battle pets worked together seamlessly, demonstrating an actual combat ability far beyond the level of peers. S. Zhang Hao tightened his fist, excitement flashing in his eyes. In the freshman guidebook of Wuhan University, there is a clear explanation regarding the rating of the Sky Tower secret realm. D class is unqualified, C class is qualified, B class is good, A class is excellent. As for S class and above, that is reserved for those true geniuses who have surpassed their limits. In the entire history of Wuhan University, no more than 5 freshmen have received an S-class rating in their first secret realm in the last 10 years. The screen continued to refresh, listing detailed rewards. Basic clearance reward, Junior Sky Crystal ×3. S-class evaluation extra reward, Green Sky Gem ×1. Looking at the rows of rewards, Zhang Hao's breathing quickened a bit. 3 Junior Sky Crystals. Each worth 200,000 federal coins, 3 total 600,000. And he had used the free ticket issued by the school to enter, which means a net gain of 600,000. Even more shocking was that Green Sky Gem. Sky Gem, the highest reward unique to the Sky Tower, cannot be purchased with any currency, only obtainable in secret realms. Its quality ranges from low to high in 7 colors: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. Each color improvement increases the value by tenfold or more. Green quality, though only the second tier, had already made countless new contractual masters envious. Many senior contractual masters have brushed the secret realm dozens of times without even seeing a single green gem. I didn't expect. I really got it. Zhang Hao reached out, and a completely green, flowing gem emerged from the screen, landing in his palm. The touch was warm, as if it had life, gently pulsing. According to the records, using the Sky Gem would trigger Sky Blessing, randomly generating several options, which may include techniques, battle pets, magical tools, special materials, etc. The higher the quality of the gem, the better the options generated, and they will definitely match the user. Use the Green Sky Gem. Zhang Hao did not hesitate any longer. The gem burst forth with a soft green light in his palm, then transformed into countless light points that soared upward, weaving into a rotating green light door in front of him. An ancient, vast breath, as if it came from the very source of the world, emanated from within the door. Technique category. Detected user, Zhang Hao, initial Stardust Contractual Master. Detected main battle pet, Frost Variant Aqua Spirit Monkey, King level Bloodline. Detected user spirit power attributes, Fire, Weak, Water, Weak, Ice, Nascent. Generating options based on compatibility. The light door spun faster, and 3 light spheres slowly floated out from within, hovering before Zhang Hao. Each light sphere contained an illusory scroll that gradually unfolded, ancient runes flowing above it. Option 1, Blazing Heart Technique, Green Quality. Attributes, Fire. Limit, can be cultivated to the perfect star luster realm. Features, greatly enhances fire attribute spirit power quality and cultivation speed, with 3 first-tier fire spell models, Explosive Flame Technique, Flame Shield, Flame Snake Technique, included. Highly compatible with current fire attribute affinity, can quickly form combat power. Compatibility, 87%. Option 2, True Ice Technique, Green Quality. Attributes, Ice. Limit, can be cultivated to the perfect star luster realm. Features, focuses on ice attribute cultivation, spirit power inherently carries frost effect, significantly enhances ice spells. Includes 2 first-tier ice spell models, Ice Spike Technique, Frost Armor Technique. Highly resonates with Battle Pet's Frost Bloodline, can produce synergistic effects. Compatibility, 93%. Option 3, the harmonization skill of 2 instruments, Green Quality. Attributes, Water/Fire. Limit, can be cultivated to the perfection of the star realm. Characteristics, cultivating both water and fire attributes simultaneously, pursuing the balance of yin and yang. The spiritual power has 2 characteristics, changing endlessly. Comes with 3 first-level spell models, Water Arrow Technique, Fireball Technique, Water Fire Shield. High growth potential, but cultivation difficulty is high, requiring precise control. Compatibility, 76%. 3 options, 3 completely different paths. The Blazing Heart Technique is the safest. Zhang Hao has already mastered the Fireball Technique, with the Fire Element Staff to support him. Switching to this technique can quickly generate powerful firepower. The harmonization skill of 2 instruments is the most comprehensive, developing both water and fire, integrating offense and defense, with the strongest future potential. But the difficulty is also the greatest. A small mistake could lead to a conflict of spiritual power, harming oneself. And the Ice True Art. Zhang Hao's gaze fell on the second option. A 93% compatibility rate, the highest among the 3. And it clearly stated high resonance with the Warpet's Frost Bloodline, can produce a synergistic effect. Compatibility is very important. For example, this basic contract master meditation method, many students, even most students, only have about a 50% compatibility rate. To allow all contract masters to cultivate, obviously, the compatibility needs to be lowered for mass application. The higher the compatibility, the higher the conversion and absorption rate under the same variables, and the better the effects will be. I choose the Ice True Art. Zhang Hao reached out, touching the second light orb. The light orb instantly burst open, turning into countless ice blue specks of light, surging into his forehead like a river of stars. Boom! A massive stream of information exploded in the sea of consciousness. It was not simple textual memory, but a heritage mark directly imprinted deep within the soul. Countless pathways of ice attributes, spiritual power, cycles of the cosmos, methods of condensing, and understanding the essence of ice energy, presented clearly as if he was born to know them. What shocked him even more was that two complete spell models began to form in the sea of consciousness. Ice Spike Technique, first level, condenses ice spikes for long-range attacks, strong penetrating power, with a slight freezing effect. Compared to the explosive damage of the Fireball Technique, it is better at precise kills and armor piercing. Frost Armor Technique, first level, forms frost armor on the surface of the body, increasing physical defense and inflicting cold backlash on close-range attackers. It can stack with the Water Shield Technique to form double protection. The moment the inheritance ended, the spiritual power within Zhang Hao began to operate spontaneously. The originally attributeless-based spiritual power quickly took on a hint of ice blue under the guidance of the Ice True Art. The 180 points of starlight in his dantian also began to shift towards ice blue. He could clearly feel that his perception of ice energy had risen by more than one level. The water and ice elements drifting in the air now felt incredibly familiar, as if he could reach out and touch them. This is attribute techniques. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, a flash of ice blue sheen appearing in his gaze. He tried to operate the technique, and ice began to rapidly condense into a 3-inch-long ice spike at his fingertips, exuding an overwhelming chill. Compared to the sluggish feeling when casting the Fireball Technique, this ice spike formed 30% faster and was much easier to control. Indeed, techniques with high compatibility allow for much greater efficiency in cultivation and casting. Zhang Hao then looked at the 3 initial heavenly crystals. The silver crystals shimmered softly in his palm, each representing an opportunity to enter the secret realm. One for myself to use, to quickly enter the secret realm once again and accumulate evolution points. One can be sold for money to buy cultivation resources. And one more. Chapter 13, Teacher's Subsidy. Stepping out of the door of the subtower of the Sky Tower, the afternoon sun shone warmly on him. Zhang Hao squinted his eyes, adjusting to the change in light, and soon saw the exclusive floating train for Class 19 parked next to the plaza. It was a streamlined 6-car train, entirely silver gray, with the emblem of Wuhan University and the words Contract Master, Class 19 painted on the side. At this moment, most students were already seated on the train. Through the car window, many people could be seen excitedly gesturing and talking. When Zhang Hao stepped onto the train, the discussion in the carriage suddenly fell silent. Dozens of gazes were directed at him, filled with shock, curiosity, envy, and jealousy, a mix of complex emotions. Zhang Hao is back. Is he really S-Class? Quick, look at his condition, it seems he's not hurt. Nonsense, with an S-Class rating, he must have crushed it. After a brief silence, whispers began again, but this time the volume was much lower, and the content more revealing. Zhang Hao's expression was calm as he walked straight toward an empty seat in the back. Passing by Wu Shan, the burly boy suddenly stood up and slapped him on the shoulder with excitement in his voice. Nice one, Haozi. S-Class. Our class is only one. This call of Haozi made Zhang Hao pause for a moment. Although they had spoken a few times before, they weren't close enough to use nicknames yet. But seeing the pure excitement and admiration in Wu Shan's eyes, he smiled and nodded. Just lucky. Lucky? A boy next to him adjusted his glasses, his tone complex. Being able to single-handedly challenge a realm guardian is not something luck can explain. This opinion resonated with many. Everyone had tried the realm, the theory classes were well learned. In a first-grade realm, unless a special mechanism is triggered, the highest rating one can achieve is A level. To get S level, the only possibility is to encounter a realm guardian, a hidden boss, and defeat it. That is a challenge far beyond what is expected. Quiet down. The homeroom teacher Zhu Wen's voice came from the front of the carriage. He had boarded the train at some point, standing in the aisle next to the driver's cabin, his bald head shining under the carriage lights, his face bearing an unmasked delight. Zhang Hao's performance this time truly surprised me. Zhu Wen looked around the class, his voice loud. An S-Class rating is not only his personal honor but also the honor of our Class 19. I hope everyone can take Zhang Hao as an example and strive to improve on the path of cultivation. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Hao, his tone turning to a question. Zhang Hao, did you encounter the realm guardian this time? Everyone in the train perked up their ears. Zhang Hao nodded. Yes, teacher. At the last moment, a beastified mushroom appeared, a first-grade premium, with 2 bronze skills. Gasps of surprise filled the carriage. A first-grade premium. 2 bronze skills. This was almost nightmare difficulty for freshmen. So you. Someone couldn't help but ask for details. I killed it. Zhang Hao replied succinctly. After a brief silence, more intense discussions erupted. You really killed it? But that's a premium monster. With 2 bronze skills. What level is his water spirit ape? Zhu Wen raised a hand to suppress the discussion, his eyes full of approval. Good. To kill a realm guardian not only requires strength but also courage and decisiveness. Zhang Hao, you did very well. He paused and added, however, I must remind everyone here that the Realm Guardian is a hidden challenge that cannot be sought. When encountered, it is wise to assess one's ability first. Zhang Hao could defeat it because his battle pet was strong enough. If you encounter one, your first reaction should be to protect yourselves, instead of blindly challenging. These words acknowledged Zhang Hao while cautioning others who might act impulsively. The atmosphere in the carriage shifted from pure envy to a hint of contemplation. After Zhang Hao sat down, Wu Shan leaned over and whispered, Haozi, did your water spirit ape awaken its bloodline? This question was asked carefully, but several rows of students around quietly perked up their ears. Zhang Hao glanced at him, not denying, yep, royal bloodline, six-armed frosty titan. His Wu Shan inhaled sharply, then forced a smile, I knew it. I used to laugh at you for picking a defective one, turns out the clown was me. His words were sincere, lacking jealousy, only self-mockery for his own poor judgment. Zhang Hao felt a little more fond of him. It was just luck. At the time, I was just taking a gamble. Winning the gamble means skill. Wu Shan shook his head. I'll need to learn from you more in the future. The hover train cruised smoothly through the air, with the cityscape outside rapidly retreating. The voices in the car gradually quieted, many starting to close their eyes to rest or check their battle data through their terminals. But Zhang Hao could sense that the gaze directed at him hadn't decreased. Admiration, curiosity, even flattery, this was the change brought by strength. Back at Wuhan University, as soon as Zhang Hao got off the train, he was called over by Zhu Wen. Zhang Hao, come to my office. All right. The two walked one after the other into the faculty office building. The other students from class 19 looked at their backs with various expressions. In the office, Zhu Wen brewed 2 cups of tea and gestured for Zhang Hao to sit down. He leaned back in his office chair, his fingers sliding across the virtual screen, bringing up Zhang Hao's profile. S-level evaluation. According to the rules, it must produce a sky-grade jade. Zhu Wen took a sip of tea, then looked up at Zhang Hao. What did you get? Zhang Hao didn't hide anything. A green quality martial arts technique, Ice Frost True Scripture. Oh? Zhu Wen raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. He set down the teacup and manipulated the screen again. A menu appeared on the screen with 2 options. Option 1, revenue sharing. I choose the buyout. Zhang Hao almost didn't hesitate. Are you sure? Zhu Wen was a bit surprised. The Ice Frost True Scripture is an ice-type technique, though rare, there aren't many students who cultivate ice-based techniques. Revenue sharing might give you higher long-term gains. Compatibility. Zhang Hao explained, this technique was tailored to my physique. Others would have only around 50% compatibility, making it less attractive. Plus, revenue sharing is unstable. It's better to just take the 400 credits up front. Zhu Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, smart. Many students are dazzled by the no upper limit phrase and overlook the actual situation. He operated the screen and pulled up an electronic contract, sign this, and the 400 credits will be transferred immediately. You have 3 free teaching slots, which you can assign to specific individuals, but they must swear an oath at the contract tower to never share it, that's the rule. Zhang Hao quickly skimmed the contract and, finding no issues, signed it. His personal terminal immediately received the notification, credits received, 400, current balance, 479.4. A large sum was now in his account. Alright, business is done. Let's talk personal matters. Zhu Wen turned off the screen, leaned slightly forward, and his tone became much more casual. I've carefully looked through your profile and analyzed the training plan from the logistics department. Your water spirit monkey, no, it should now be called the Frost King Kong pup, needs to evolve toward the 6-armed Frost King Kong. The resources consumed won't be a small amount. He counted on his fingers, low-temperature training room, frost ice stones, ice-type skill training packages, just that package costs 300,000 Federation coins a month. The 3 sky-grade jades you earn this time, if sold, would give you 600,000, enough for 2 months of the package, but what about other expenses? Zhang Hao fell silent. This was exactly the problem he was worried about. The more critical issue, Zhu Wen continued, is that when you break through to the mid-star dust stage and raise your soul level, you'll need to think about getting a second battle pet. How will you allocate resources then? Raising 2 battle pets will only cost more. He paused, then looked into Zhang Hao's eyes, so, I have a proposal. Zhang Hao's spirits lifted. Here it was, the real key. I'll give you a monthly quota of 300 credits. Zhu Wen said slowly. You can directly use these credits for the logistics department's Ice Frost skill training package. You don't have to spend federal coins. But there are 2 conditions. First, you must challenge the Tower of Heaven's secret realm at least once a month, and the evaluation must be no lower than AB grade. Second, for the monthly exam, your overall score must be in the top 5 of the class. Zhang Hao's heart started to race wildly. 300 credits. Equivalent to 300,000 federal coins. And it can be used directly for the most expensive training packages. Teacher, I accept. He did not hesitate at all. Xu Wen smiled, good. But you must understand, this investment is not free. For every outstanding student I teach, the school rewards me far more than you can imagine. Your S-grade evaluation has already raised my rating significantly this year. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Zhang Hao, but I hope you can go further. If you can maintain this momentum, or even go beyond, I can take you to participate in some private competitions. Private competitions? Zhang Hao asked in confusion. There is competition among teachers too, for resource allocation. Zhu Wen turned around, his gaze deep. Some resources cannot be obtained by job titles alone, they need to be fought for with strength. And a teacher's strength often reflects in their students. He walked back to the desk, leaning on it and looking down at Zhang Hao. Simply put, if you were strong enough, you could help me vie for those resources. Win, and the benefits will be plentiful for you. Lose. I won't blame you, but the investment will adjust accordingly. Are you daring enough to accept? Zhang Hao took a deep breath and stood up straight. I accept. Good. Zhu Wen laughed loudly, then go back and train hard. For this month's exam, I want to see you in the top 5. At the Tower of Heaven, quickly complete the second secret realm and send the evaluation report to me. Yes. Chapter 14, Frost Skill Training Package. Walking out of the office, Zhang Hao immediately opened his personal terminal and logged into the school's logistics system. He first found the application entry for the Frost Skill Training Package. Clicking in, a dazzling array of options popped up. Package A, Basic Ice System Skill Training, including Ice Spike and Frost Armor Teachings, 20 credits per month. Package B, Advanced Ice System Applications, including Ice Wall and Frost Path, etc., 40 credits per month. Package C, Bloodline Frost Specialization, Targeted Enhancement of Frost Bloodline Skill Power and Control, 80 credits per month. Package D, Custom, One-on-One Guidance, including Skill Combinations, Practical Applications, etc., 300 credits per month. As expected. Zhang Hao looked at the price of Package D and gasped. 300 credits, the amount the teacher gave him was just enough for this most expensive package. If he chose a cheaper one, the difference would not be refunded, that's the rule. Since I've been given it, I'll use the best. He no longer hesitated and chose Package D, paying 300 credits. Appointment successful, Frost Skill Training Package, Master Customized. Guiding Teacher, Ice System, Li Han, 2nd Rank Contractor. First training session, tomorrow 1400 hours, Training Hall Room 7. Please arrive 10 minutes early, bring Battle Pet. Having taken care of the largest expense, Zhang Hao began planning for other resources. Frost Stone, first tier medium grade, 20,000 federal coins each. He first bought 5 pieces, totaling 100,000 federal coins deducted from his account. Low temperature training room, 300 federal coins per hour. He directly booked it for a month, 2 hours a day, 60 hours, totaling 18,000 federal coins. Adding up this month's base expenses for Shao King Kong, potions 90,000, food 30,000, medicinal baths 30,000, crystal cores 75,000. Total, 343,000 federal coins. And the cash he currently had, originally 140,000 remaining, plus 3 pieces of Tower of Heaven precious crystals, if sold entirely, worth 600,000, but he did not plan to sell the precious crystals for now, at least not all of them, wanting to keep a few for himself. It's tight. Zhang Hao rubbed his forehead. But the good news was that with the teacher's 300 credit support, the most expensive training package was covered. Otherwise, just that package alone would cost 300,000, plus other expenses, his total spending this month would exceed 600,000. I need to think of a way to increase income. Zhang Hao thought as he walked toward the dormitory. Extra credits are awarded for being in the top 5 in the monthly exam, and if the Tower of Heaven's secret realm could maintain a high evaluation, he could earn materials to sell. If it really comes down to it, those 3 pieces of precious crystals from the Tower of Heaven could be sold 1 or 2 in an emergency. Back in the dormitory, he immediately summoned Shao King Kong. After the nurturing of the contracted tower, Little Gold's condition has fully recovered, his aura sharper than ever. Starting tomorrow, we will begin special training. Zhang Hao rubbed its head, the master customized package, 300 credits for a month, we cannot waste it. Little Gold let out a low growl in response, his ice blue eyes filled with fighting spirit. Zhang Hao pulled up the content of the Ice Crystal True formula and began to comprehend it. The ice blue spiritual energy slowly circulated within him, becoming more solid with each cycle. He could feel that he was very close to reaching the mid-stage of Stardust. And once he breaks through, with his soul realm elevated, he could contract a second battle pet. Auxiliary type, control type. Zhang Hao filtered through possible battle pet categories in his mind, it's best to find one that can work with the ice element. At 1:50 p.m., Zhang Hao arrived 10 minutes early at the door of training room number 7 in the 3rd training hall. The door to the training room was made of heavy alloy, covered with a thin layer of frost, and the thermometer by the door showed an external temperature of -15 degrees Celsius. This was only the cold air leaking from the entrance. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and pushed the door open. As the door opened, a bone-chilling cold rushed in like a tide, and although he had already activated the Ice Crystal True formula to protect himself, he couldn't help but shiver. Inside the training room was a pure white world. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all covered with thick ice, and several ice columns hung from the ceiling, emitting a cold blue light. Even more striking was the figure standing in the center of the training room. Today, Teacher Li Han wore a deep blue robe adorned with ice crystal patterns, gently swaying in the indoor chill. He looked to be about 35 to 36 years old, with a handsome face and a calm demeanor, standing quietly in the center of a six-pointed star made of condensed ice crystals, surrounded by a faint mist of ice. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Han opened his eyes, a glimmer of ice blue light flashing in them. "You arrived early? Not bad." His voice was gentle, with a hint of approval. "There are still a few minutes before class, come over and sit down, let's talk first." He waved his hand, and the ice on the floor rose up, forming 2 ice crystal chairs and an ice table. The tabletop was smooth as a mirror, even reflecting silhouettes. Zhang Hao sat down as instructed. The cold from the ice chair made him instinctively want to draw upon his spiritual energy for warmth, but he quickly restrained himself. Such small actions were meaningless in front of an ice element expert. "Hello, teacher," he said respectfully. Li Han nodded, observing Zhang Hao for a moment. "I have reviewed your information. You are quite lucky to have a pet with royal blood. This gives you a very advantageous start. But remember," his tone became serious, "Bloodline is just the beginning, not the end. The resources invested later, the training together, and the practical combat sharpening, none of this can be neglected." "I understand, thank you for your guidance, teacher," Zhang Hao said earnestly. Li Han smiled, the atmosphere eased. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Han, a second-tier contract master, and at the late stage of Stardust. I specialize in both ice and water elements and am responsible for the training of ice element specialization at the school." As he spoke, his left palm faced upward, and 2 beams of ice blue light surged from the contracted tower. As the light landed, it transformed into 2 peculiar battle pets. The first resembled an irregular ice block, about half a meter high, completely transparent, with intricate ice crystal structures flowing inside. It had no distinct facial features, simply hovering quietly above the ground, emanating a chill that further lowered the surrounding temperature. The second was a nearly 1 meter wide ice flower. The petals were translucent ice blue, layered one on top of the other, with a fist-sized ice crystal core in the center, slowly rotating. The ice flower had no stem underneath, instead floating 3 feet off the ground, elegant and mysterious. "These are my 2 battle pets," Li Han introduced. "This one is called Ice Crystal, my auxiliary-type battle pet, a mid-grade first tier with spiritual bloodline, good at temperature control and creating low-temperature environments." He pointed to the ice flower. "This is Cold Flower, one of my core battle pets. Tier 3, low grade, like you, it also possesses a royal bloodline." Zhang Hao's pupils narrowed. Tier 3, low grade. Royal bloodline. He initially thought that little King Kong having a royal bloodline was already a rarity, but unexpectedly, a casual training teacher possessed a Tier 3 royal battle pet. And its level was even 1 big tier higher than its master. Surprised? Li Han noticed his shock and smiled. "The path of a contract master is like this. Battle pets can surpass their masters in realm as long as the resources are sufficient and training is done properly. Isn't your little King Kong also 1 small realm higher than you?" "I'm not surprised about that." Zhang Hao pondered his words. "I'm surprised by the investment of resources. To let a battle pet cross a big realm, the required resources must be astronomical." This was what truly shocked him. Little King Kong was 1 small realm higher than him because it had a golden finger rapidly purifying its bloodline, along with his desperate investment in resources. But to let a battle pet cross from Stardust to Starcore such a big realm, how much more difficult was it? Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed in Li Han's eyes. "You are right, resources indeed pose the biggest barrier. But you must understand." He stood up, walked to the ice window, and looked at the students coming and going in the training field. "At the university, earning resources is not really that hard. Once you truly grow up and participate in high-level secret realm explorations, complete military rewards, or even engage in inter-regional competition, the profit from a single mission could be an astronomical figure you can't even imagine." He turned around, looking at Zhang Hao. "University is the safest and most efficient place for you to earn resources. Once you enter society, facing real beast tides, secret realm outbreaks, or even alien invasions, every bit of resource earned then will be at the cost of your life." His tone carried a hint of emotion, a touch of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about his past. Chapter 15, Skill Engraving. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang at that moment. Li Han suppressed his emotions, restoring the seriousness of a trainer. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's start training directly. He snapped his fingers. The battle pet named Ice Crystal trembled slightly, its icy crystal structure accelerating its flow. In an instant, the scene in the training room changed. The previously ice-covered walls and floors now crystallized into countless ice spikes, ice columns, and clusters of ice crystals. The ceiling hung down thousands of ice threads, like a crystal curtain. Fine ice crystal snowflakes began to waft in the air, and the numbers on the thermometer started to jump wildly, -30 degrees Celsius, -50 degrees Celsius, -70 degrees Celsius. In just 10 seconds, the training room became a real ice cave. Let's try the water first. Li Han's voice remained clear against the cold wind. Summon your little King Kong. Then, don't use spiritual energy to resist this cold. Zhang Hao was taken aback. Feel it with your flesh. Li Han explained, for ice-type cultivation, the first step is to understand what cold is. If you resist with spiritual energy, you'll never truly grasp the essence of ice. He paused and added, the path of the contract master is about growing together with the battle pet. You need to connect with your pet mentally and sense in sync. Although it may be too early for you now, at least establish a basic resonance. Zhang Hao took a deep breath of the bone-chilling air and nodded, understood. With a thought, little King Kong leaped out of the contract tower. Upon landing, this ice-blue-haired monkey excitedly roared, opening its arms as if to embrace the vast icy world. This environment made it feel incredibly comfortable. Following Li Han's request, Zhang Hao gathered all the spiritual energy in his dantian and braced himself with just his physical body. -70 degrees Celsius. The bone-chilling cold pierced like thousands of icy needles, stabbing into every pore. Zhang Hao's skin instantly lost its color, his lips turned purple, and his teeth trembled uncontrollably. He felt as if his blood was about to freeze, each breath felt like inhaling blades. Now, Li Han's voice seemed to come from a far distance. Slowly mobilize your spiritual power, find that just bearable critical point. Then stabilize at this output level. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and drew out a trace of ice-blue spiritual power. The ice true secret was in operation. Spiritual power flowed through his meridians, bringing a faint warmth to barely offset the chilly poison. He carefully controlled the output, increasing it little by little until his body no longer trembled violently, though he could still clearly feel the bone-chilling cold. Very good, Li Han nodded, maintain this state. Next, I will gradually lower the temperature. Each time you feel you can't hold on, just slightly increase your spiritual power output. Repeat this process. No sooner had he finished speaking than the temperature dropped again. 75 degrees Celsius, 80 degrees Celsius. Zhang Hao's forehead throbbed with veins, and muscles throughout his body tensed. He felt as if he had been thrown into the depths of an icy sea, pressure squeezing in from all sides, making his thinking sluggish. But he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to increase his spiritual power until he reached his limit. On the other hand, the training for the little gold steel was even more brutal. Li Han had the ice crystals carve out a separate area in the corner of the training room. The temperature there had reached an astonishing 120 degrees Celsius, causing even the air to nearly freeze. What was even more terrifying was that cold flowers floated above the area, their petals trembling, shooting out thin, hair-like ice needles. Little gold steel, do not fight back, do not use skills to resist, Li Han ordered, use your body to take these ice needles. Carefully feel what is the difference between the cold air entering your body and the frost energy produced by your own bloodline. Little gold steel let out a low growl, a hint of stubbornness flashing in its ice-blue eyes. It truly did not resist, allowing those ice needles to pierce its fur and stab into its muscles. Each needle brought intense cold and sharp pain. But little gold steel merely closed its eyes, trembling slightly, as if it were seriously trying to comprehend something. Zhang Hao sensed its pain through their contract, but he also felt a strange understanding occurring. Time passed second by second. In the training room, only the howling cold wind remained, along with Zhang Hao's increasingly heavy breathing. 90 degrees Celsius. Zhang Hao's spiritual power output had already reached 30% of his usual level, yet he was still cold to the point of muddled consciousness. His vision began to double, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears, while his body's instincts screamed quick, resist. Quick, warm up. But he did not. He remembered the ordinary life from his past life, remembered the opportunity from crossing over in this life, remembered his parents' 400,000 savings, remembered the investments from his head teacher, remembered the glory of an S-class rating in the Tower of Heaven. To have the chance to ascend to immortality and reach the peak of the world, how can I not fight with all my might? This thought ignited like a spark, burning in his frozen consciousness. He continued to push himself, lowering the spiritual power output even further. Enough! Li Han's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with a hint of surprise. Zhang Hao could no longer hear clearly. His vision went dark, and his body fell straight back, consciousness completely devoured by the cold. In the instant before he hit the ground, a warm ice-blue energy surged from Li Han's hand, pouring into his body. That energy was like spring wind melting snow, dispelling the extreme cold and protecting his internal organs and sea of consciousness. 3 seconds later, Zhang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. I passed out? He struggled to sit up and found that his body was cold but not severely harmed. Li Han stood in front of him, looking at him with a complex expression. You pushed too hard. I set this training to help people understand the critical state, not really to freeze someone to death. He paused, shifting to a tone of praise, but your willpower is among the strongest I've seen in my students. Zhang Hao smiled bitterly, sorry to embarrass the teacher. No, this is a good thing. Li Han shook his head. On the path of being a contract master, talent, resources, and opportunities are all very important, but fundamentally, it is willpower. He waved his hand to lift the low-temperature field, and the training room's temperature rose back to a normal 20 degrees Celsius. Little Gold Steel also walked out from the special training area, still with dozens of ice needles stuck in its body. His eyes were bright, as if he had gained quite a bit. How does it feel? Li Han asked. Zhang Hao closed his eyes to feel. The speed at which the cold ice true art operated in his dantian was nearly 20% faster than before. His perception of ice energy became sharper, and he could even see the sparkling ice elements floating in the air. And the feelings returned from the little golden giant through the contract were even more obvious. Its control over the frost power had improved, and its bloodline seemed more active. The speed of cultivation has increased. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashing in his gaze. Now I should be able to condense 4 star points in a day. At this rate, it would take about 70 days to break through to the mid-stage of Stardust. And if the little golden giant continued to grow stronger and feedback more, this speed would increase even further. Li Han nodded, not bad. The cold ice true art is indeed a technique that suits you. With the stimulation of the low-temperature environment and the resonance with your battle pet, a faster cultivation speed is normal. He looked at the time. Today's training ends here. But before class ends. Li Han changed the subject, looking at Zhang Hao. I have a suggestion. Originally, the step-by-step training would ensure your little golden giant awakens at least 1 bronze-level ice skill during the package period. But seeing your performance today, maybe we can try skill engraving. But skill engraving? Zhang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't learned this term in his theory class. It's normal not to know. Li Han explained, this is usually encountered in the 2nd semester of the 1st year. In simple terms, it's a special method to directly engrave a model of a skill into the soul of the battle pet, greatly increasing the chance of it learning that skill. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Isn't this equivalent to letting the battle pet also learn specified skills? But Li Han's next sentence doused his excitement. However, there are 2 difficulties. First, the engraving process requires the contractor to endure pain at the soul level. It is generally recommended to attempt this only when the soul realm reaches spirit level, as the soul's strength would be enough to lessen the pain. Second, after the engraving is completed, you must transmit the skill model to the battle pet. This is another soul test, and the battle pet must be smart enough to understand the content you transmit. He looked at the little golden giant. From today's training, your willpower is sufficient, and the little golden giant's wisdom and will are also up to standard. So, theoretically, it can be tried. Zhang Hao's heart raced. What is the success rate? 100 credits per attempt, no guarantee of success. Li Han stated plainly, 3 attempts are guaranteed, meaning if you fail 3 times in a row, the 4th time I will help you engrave for free until you succeed. 100 credits. Equivalent to 100,000 federal coins. 3 attempts would be 300,000. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. The teacher's fees were really merciless. But he quickly calculated, earning 400 credits from selling the technique, 300 funding from the teacher each month, spent 300 on the training package, still had 400 left, could try this. If he succeeded, the savings could be used to buy 2nd-tier spells and breakthrough. And the little golden giant really had too few skills. Apart from the frost punch and frost charge that came with its bloodline, there were just the ordinary roar and water wave left. If it could learn a powerful active ice skill, its combat power would greatly increase. I want to give it a try. Zhang Hao made his decision. Teacher, what skills can I choose? Li Han smiled. It was the smile of someone who saw the big fish on the hook. He reached out and tapped on the ice table, and 3 lines of text appeared on the icy surface. Ice explosion, bronze, condenses ice crystal bombs, which explode after being thrown, causing area damage and freezing effects. Cold ice path, bronze, condenses ice on the ground beneath your feet, greatly enhancing movement speed and creating a sliding area to disrupt enemies. Ice crystal shield, bronze, condenses ice crystals to form a rotating shield that can block physical and energy attacks and inflict freeze damage on nearby enemies. These 3 skills are very suitable for melee-type ice battle pets. Li Han introduced Ice Explosion supplements ranged capability, Cold Ice Path enhances mobility, and Ice Crystal Shield combines defense and control. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. I choose the Ice Crystal Shield. The little gold steel already had the frost charge, a skill for quick advances, so its mobility wasn't bad. Although Ice Burst was good, the little gold steel's main role was still as a melee tank. The Ice Crystal Shield could further enhance its survivability and came with a control effect, making it the most cost-effective choice. Wise choice, Li Han nodded. So, shall we begin now? Now. Zhang Hao was taken aback. The sooner you start the imprinting, the more time your battle pet has to digest it. Li Han had already walked to the center of the training room. Sit cross-legged and empty your mind. Remember, no matter how painful it gets, keep your consciousness clear. If you faint, the imprint will fail, and you will lose those credits. Zhang Hao smiled bitterly but still followed his orders and sat down. Li Han stood opposite him, forming hand seals with his hands. The cold flower battle pet floated behind him, its petals unfurling as the ice crystal core burst with dazzling blue light. Close your eyes and feel my soul guiding you. Zhang Hao shut his eyes. In the next moment, he felt a cool but vast soul power surge into his sea of consciousness. That power began to carve into the depths of his soul. It wasn't physical carving, but rather a shaping of concepts and laws, directly affecting his level of awareness. Pain. A pain that was beyond description. It felt like someone was chiseling away at his skull with an ice pick, then writing on his brain with cold fingers. Each stroke brought extreme coldness and stabbing pain, enough to make his soul tremble. Sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Hao's forehead, and his body spasmed uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth hard, blood seeping from his gums, but made no sound. Time stretched unbearably. Every second felt like a century. He felt as though he was tossed into an icy ocean abyss, sinking deeper and deeper, his consciousness slowly fading in the cold and pain. Hold on! Li Han's shout exploded like thunder in his sea of consciousness. Zhang Hao suddenly woke up, using all his willpower to fight against the pain. He didn't know how long it lasted, perhaps just a few minutes, or maybe several hours, but the carving was finally complete. A complete, complex skill model composed of countless ice blue runes was etched deep in his soul. Now, Li Han's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Transfer the model to the little gold steel. Connected with the contract, imagine it as a gift, and slowly pass it over. Zhang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the little gold steel, which was nervously watching him. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against the little gold steel's forehead. The soul transfer began. This time, the pain was even worse. It felt like tearing a piece of his own brain and forcibly stuffing it into another container. Zhang Hao's face turned pale as paper, and blood trickled from all 7 orifices. But he held on tightly, transferring the ice crystal shield model bit by bit through the contract connection. The little gold steel let out a low roar, its ice blue eyes sparkling with pain, but also with understanding. It seemed to be trying to comprehend and absorb the complex information. The transfer lasted a full 10 minutes. When the last rune was completed, Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy, unable to move even a finger. He felt as if his soul had been emptied, his head felt like it was going to explode, and every inch of his body was in agony. But he succeeded. The little gold steel stood still, ice crystals beginning to form automatically on its surface. These ice crystals did not grow wildly, but rather, according to some mysterious pattern, they formed hexagonal ice crystal shields around it, slowly rotating. Although still inexperienced, the speed and strength of the shield's formation were far from sufficient, but the initial form was already present. Skill imprinting successful. Battle pet little gold steel comprehended, ice crystal shield, bronze. Li Han withdrew his soul power and released a long breath of cold air. His face was also a bit pale, imprinting skills indeed consumed a lot. To succeed on your first try, your soul's resilience is beyond my expectations. He looked at Zhang Hao, his gaze carrying a genuine sense of importance. Rest well. We'll continue training at the same time tomorrow. The ice crystal shield requires a lot of practice to master. Zhang Hao struggled to sit up. He nodded wryly. He checked his personal terminal. 100 credits had already been deducted. It hurt, but it was worth it. Chapter 16 Breakthrough. In mid-December at Wuhan University, the winter was deep. Frost flowers hung on the evergreen trees, but for the students training as contract masters, the real cold winter was not outside, but in the training rooms. Zhang Hao stood before the Xian Level No. 3 training room, taking a deep breath. The screen on his personal terminal displayed the deduction information. Credits deducted, 100 points, current balance, 249.9. 100 credits, equivalent to 100,000 Federation coins, bought him 5 hours of use in this training room. Is it expensive? It's ridiculously so. A normal training room only costs 2 credits per hour, while this one costs 20 credits. Is it worth it? If everything goes well, it is. He pushed the door open and entered. The training room was not as luxurious as he imagined, instead, it was exceptionally simple. The room was circular, about 10 meters in diameter, with a floor made of a certain dark stone, intricately engraved with complex spirit-gathering runes. The walls and ceiling were pure white, emitting a soft glow. Most eye-catching was the central area of the room. There was a circular platform, 2 meters in diameter, raised half a foot above the ground. The surface of the platform was not flat, but a slowly rotating yin-yang fish pattern, one half ice blue, the other half silver-white. Ice Attribute Auxiliary Training Platform, Soul Stabilization Formation. Zhang Hao looked at the display screen on the wall, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes. This was why he chose this training room. It could provide pure energy equivalent to the concentration of a second-level training environment, and more importantly it could assist soul training, stabilizing the mind. For him, who was about to attempt a dual-line breakthrough, it was essential. In the past month and a half, he had not missed a single one of the 8 IC training classes. Each time, he was tortured to the brink of death under teacher Li Han's care, but the gains were real. The Little King Kong's roar skill successfully evolved into Frost Roar, which, when activated, no longer just increased momentum and power, but could instantly replenish a large amount of frost energy, transforming all subsequent attacks into frost attribute damage. This change had elevated its explosive power to a new level. Secondly, he had recovered 2 junior heavenly treasures, totaling 2,400 points, and coupled with what he got from the secret realm, he had nearly 3,000 points, directly using them all on the Little King Kong, raising its bloodline purity from 11% to 16% in one go. It took nearly 600 evolution points to improve by 1, compared to the previous 800 evolution points for a direct increase of 4%, it was indeed a world of difference. The further he went, the greater the consumption. Also because of this reason, practicing with the Little King Kong, he could achieve a speed of up to 7 points of starlight every day. Now, after training to this point, with the Cold Ice True Formula and the Little King Kong, Zhang Hao had accumulated a full 500 points of ice blue starlight in his Dantian. He had reached the threshold standard, but the shackles remained. An invisible barrier lay between his Dantian and meridians, obstructing the transformation of spiritual power. He could feel that as long as he broke through this layer of shackles, both the total and quality of his spiritual power would leap forward, officially stepping into the mid-stage of Stardust. Not just spiritual power. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged on the ice-blue half of the yin-yang fish, closing his eyes and turning inward. In his sea of consciousness, the barrier of soul realm was also clearly visible. The quality of his soul, at the low grade of the mortal level, had reached a critical point after this period of meditation and resource investment. As long as he took another step, he could enter the mid-grade of the mortal level. By common logic, he should first break through the cultivation realm, wait for his body to adapt, and then attack the soul realm. This would be the safest and most reliable way. But Zhang Hao didn't want to wait. Dual line breakthrough. He murmured to himself. He had learned in theory class that at the moment of breaking through the cultivation realm, body functionality, meridian strength, and spiritual power activity would all experience a brief enhancement. If he seized this window of opportunity and simultaneously pushed for the soul realm, it was possible to gain a double boost. The benefits were obvious. The enhancement of the soul realm would be smoother and might even improve the quality of the soul. More importantly, the simultaneous breakthrough of the two realms will produce a kind of resonance effect, allowing the subsequent training speed to accelerate. The disadvantages are more obvious. Being distracted doubles the risks. With a slight misstep, the result could be a failed breakthrough, regression in cultivation. Worse still, the spiritual power could go out of control, damaging the soul and turning him into a wasted person. I've already endured the pain of skill imprinting, this little risk. Zhang Hao's eyes were firm. It's worth a gamble. He adjusted his breathing, operating the cold ice true formula. Ice blue spiritual power flowed through his meridians, gradually accelerating. The first step was to break through the cultivation shackles. Inside the Dantian, 500 points of starlight began to rotate, gathering into an ice-blue vortex of spiritual power. The vortex spun faster and faster, stirring the whole Dantian's spiritual power into agitation. Boom! The torrent of spiritual power violently crashed into an invisible barrier. Excruciating pain. It felt like smashing his Dantian with a hammer. Zhang Hao grunted softly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. But he didn't stop. He kept urging the spiritual power to crash again and again. The barrier remained unmoved. Not enough. He gritted his teeth and took out a blue potion from his pocket, a beginner ice attribute shock potion, specifically used to assist in breakthroughs by providing immense energy. He swallowed it in one gulp. The potion entered his abdomen, transforming into a violent cold energy, merging into the torrent of spiritual power. This time, the force of the impact multiplied several times. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from within his body. The barrier showed cracks. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, urging with all his strength. The spiritual power surged like a flood that burst its banks, frantically crashing into the cracks. And at that crucial moment, he got distracted. In the sea of consciousness, the power of the soul began to condense. The low-level ordinary soul was like a wisp of pale white mist, and at this moment, the mist began to shrink and become dense, evolving into the thicker ordinary middle grade. Two minds working at once. The body endured the excruciating pain of the Dantian's impact while the sea of consciousness suffered from the expanding pain of the soul's compression. Two entirely different pains intertwined, causing Zhang Hao's face to turn as pale as paper in an instant. Ugh! He let out a suppressed roar from his throat, muscles tensed, veins bulging. Sweat just began to seep from his skin, only to be frozen into ice crystals by the chill of the training room, hanging on his eyelashes and hair tips. The most terrifying part was that the two energies began to interfere with each other. The ice-cold spiritual power from the Dantian unconsciously dispersed upwards, touching the sea of consciousness. The power of the soul instinctively seeped downwards, disturbing the meridians. Though only in small amounts, it was like pouring sand into a precision instrument. Can't fail. Zhang Hao bit his tongue, using the pain to stay awake, separate, keep apart. He tried to forcibly separate the two energies with his willpower. But the energy in the state of breakthrough was like a wild horse that had broken free, completely unresponsive to commands. The ice-cold spiritual power surged into the sea of consciousness, causing the soul to freeze almost solid. The power of the soul infiltrated the Dantian, causing the operation of spiritual power to become chaotic. It's going to fail. This thought flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. No. He remembered his previously mundane and ordinary life. Give me break. A roar erupted from deep within his soul. Not shouted with his mouth, but a burst of spiritual shock formed from all his will, all his obsession, all his unwillingness. This shock simultaneously crashed into two barriers. Crack boom. Two nearly simultaneous loud booms sounded from within him. The shackles of the Dantian shattered completely. The ice-blue spiritual power roared like a beast that had broken free from its cage, rampaging through the whitened meridians. Wherever it passed, the meridians were forcibly widened, the flesh and blood were tempered by the frosty spiritual power, and every cell cheered for rebirth. At the same time, the barrier of the sea of consciousness shattered. The pale white soul mist violently contracted, condensing into a milky white and more solid soul core. Perceptive power, mental power, and manipulation of spiritual power all instantly elevated to a new level. A breakthrough. Mid-Stardust stage. Ordinary middle grade. But Zhang Hao had no time to celebrate. Because the two uncontrollable energies were colliding, crashing, and clashing within him. Ah! This time he truly screamed in misery. The ice crystals that had formed on his body instantly shattered, replaced by the blue and white light that coursed beneath his skin that was the spiritual power and the soul power rampaging within him. Cracks began to appear in the meridians, the sea of consciousness was turbulent and unstable. If this continues, even if he breaks through successfully, it would leave serious hidden injuries, or even cause regression in cultivation. Calm down, guide. Zhang Hao forced himself to remain calm. He recalled the method of returning spiritual power to its origin from the Cold Ice True Sutra, and the key points of Soul Foundation taught in the meditation class. While operating the technique, he guided the violent spiritual power back to the Dantian and established a circulation along a new path. At the same time, he stabilized his mind, gathering the restless soul power back to the sea of consciousness, and solidifying the new soul core. This process was more painful and intricate than the breakthrough itself. It was like performing minimally invasive surgery on oneself, where he was both the surgeon and the patient. Time passed second by second. The energy in the training room was crazily extracted and injected into Zhang Hao's body through the yin-yang fish platform. The ice-blue half provided spiritual power, while the silver-white half offered nourishment for the soul. 5 hours of usage time passed unwittingly. When the last trace of chaotic energy was gathered and the last crack was repaired, Zhang Hao slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his ice-blue pupils, a flash of silver-white light flickered by. He stood up. Crack, crack. His entire body made sounds like bursting beans from the bones. He seemed to have grown an inch taller, muscle lines became more distinct, and a faint ice-blue sheen flowed over his skin. When he clenched his fist, waves of power surged forth. Inside the Dantian, the originally 500 points of starlight had all transformed into a more solid and brilliant stardust. New stardust was continuously being generated, almost double the speed of before. Now, he could estimate he would condense about 14 points of starlight each day. This speed could not be called slow. Feeling the sea of consciousness, the milky white soul core floated quietly, emitting stable mental waves. Thinking speed, memory, and perceptive sharpness had all risen to a higher level. I succeeded. Zhang Hao let out a long sigh. Not only did he successfully break through on both lines, but more importantly he accidentally, during the last energy conflict, completed a preliminary resonance of spiritual power and soul. Though still very weak, it meant that in the future, when he cast spells, he could infuse a bit of soul power to enhance their might. When cultivating, the soul and spiritual power could grow in synergy, increasing efficiency. This was a delightful surprise. He looked at his personal terminal, where there was a message from Teacher Li Han: the risk of a dual-line breakthrough is very high. If you truly try, remember, at the brink of pain, imagine yourself as a piece of ice. Ice can be shattered, but shattered ice is still ice. Zhang Hao smiled. He did not imagine himself as ice, he chose to endure. Now it seemed, he had made it through. Chapter 17, Practical Assessment. The air was filled with the tension and scent of sweat. Today was the third practical class of the first year for the contract masters and also the final assessment of the month. The 30 students of Class 19 were lined up neatly at the edge of training ground number 3. In the center of the field stood their practical course teacher Xiong Tian. Xiong Tian lived up to his name, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, clad in a tight black combat suit, and thick body hair covering his exposed arms. He stood there like a human-shaped bear, and even a calm glance brought a suffocating sense of pressure. Students. Xiong Tian's voice was deep like a bell, echoing in the spacious training hall. Today is the third practical class of this month, and the last formal training before the final assessment. In the previous 2 classes, I taught you the 4 basic modes of combat: pet coordination, command skills, and personal tactical essentials. He paused and swept his gaze across the crowd, but theory is just theory, real combat can only be learned in actual practice. The students held their breath, knowing full well that teacher Xiong was known for his strictness and that his assessments were unforgiving. Today's assessment is divided into 2 parts, individual combat and group combat. Xiong Tian extended 2 thick fingers. In the personal battle, you will face the beasts that match your own strength alone. In the group battle, 3 or 4 people will team up to confront a group of beasts with a higher combined strength by 1 rank. Now he glanced at the time, I'll give you 10 minutes to form teams. I'm going to prepare the beasts. With that, the burly man, as strong as a bear, turned and walked towards the beast preparation area at the back of the training hall. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away. In the training ground, the oppressive silence lasted only 3 seconds. Wow! In an instant, chaos erupted. Team up, team up. Who wants to join my team? My main fighting pet is the stone-armored turtle, absolutely reliable in defense. I'm a fire-type output, looking for some control support. Does anyone want a healing-type pet? My water spirit bird knows basic healing. Amid the noisy voices, a sturdy figure was the first to squeeze in front of Zhang Hao. Brother Hao. Wu Shan grinned, patting Zhang Hao's shoulder hard. We absolutely have to team up. You output, I tank, perfect match. Before Zhang Hao could speak, 2 more people came over. One was a slender boy with black-rimmed glasses named Chen Ho, who was teased by classmates as skinny monkey for being too thin. The other was a girl in a red combat suit with a high ponytail, her features delicate and her demeanor capable: Angela, the well-known rich girl of the class. Classmate Zhang Hao, can we team up? Chen Ho adjusted his glasses, his tone polite. Angela was more direct, let's form a team of 4. You can do whatever you want in the personal battle, but for the group battle, I'll take first place if we win. I'll treat you to a meal at Gathering Spirit Pavilion. Gathering Spirit Pavilion? Wu Shan's eyes widened. That place costs at least 10,000 federal dollars for a meal. Angela shrugged, just a small amount. This was the reason their 4 could play together: strength, personality, and real-world interests. Though Wu Shan's talent wasn't top-notch, he had a bold personality, and the stone giant's performance in defense was commendable. Chen Ho's battle pet was a wind whisper cloud, wind type, able to carry people and unleash wind blades, with strong tactical flexibility. As for Angela, there was no need to say more. Her family was in the rune machinery business, wealthy beyond measure, and her core battle pet Flame Explosion Bear was a king-level bloodline built with money. As for Zhang Hao, he was the most mysterious among the 4. S-level secret realm rating, mid-star dust realm, battle pet bloodline awakening. These labels had already made him a legendary figure in the class. Brother Hao, this time you have to shine. Wu Shan rubbed his hands, excited. Personal battle first place is 50 credits, group battle first is 20 credits each, adding up to 70 credits. That's 70,000 federal dollars. Zhang Hao smiled and didn't reply. He indeed needed credits, but he valued practical experience more. How should we fight in the group battle? Chen Ho had already started thinking about tactics. My wind whisper cloud can control the battlefield and harass, Angela's flame explosion bear will be the main output, Wu Shan's stone giant will tank, and Zhang Hao's. He looked at Zhang Hao. Your frosted golem should be a versatile type, right? I've seen your battle record description, you're very strong in both close-range burst damage and control. Zhang Hao nodded, pretty much. Little Golem currently has 3 active skills, Frost Punch, Ice Crystal Shield, and Frost Charge, plus the enhancement of Frost Roar, making sustained combat capability decent. That makes it easy. Angela snapped her fingers. I'll command the group battle, no objections, right? The 3 looked at each other and didn't object. Though this girl was wealthy, her tactical qualities were indeed high, and her command during the last 2 practical classes had made a strong impression on the entire class. Just then, the back door of the training hall opened, and teacher Xiong Tian pushed in a huge iron cage. Inside the cage were 3 beasts, a wild boar covered in black fur with exposed tusks, a solid silver-gray wolf with fierce eyes, and a strange plant that looked like a giant potato. Quiet. Xiong Tian shouted, and the entire venue fell silent in an instant. He placed the iron cage in the middle of the arena, turned to face the students. The assessment begins. We will conduct personal battles in order, from lowest to highest in realm. Xiong Tian's gaze swept over the crowd. Finally stopped at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, you are the only one in the class at the Stardust midstage. You will observe from the side first. Go in last. Yes. Zhang Hao answered calmly and stepped back to the edge of the arena. This arrangement made sense. The assessment difficulty for the Stardust midstage was definitely higher, requiring stronger beast companions. Letting him watch first was also a chance for other classmates to learn. The first to enter was a petite girl, and her battle pet was a water arrow turtle. Her opponent was the Fanged Boar, a low-level beast with first-class bloodline and the skill Brutal Charge. The battle began quickly and ended even faster. The Fanged Boar charged the moment the iron cage opened. The girl clearly lacked experience. As she commanded the water arrow turtle to shoot, she retreated herself, causing a disconnect between the pet and its master. The water arrow hit the Fanged Boar, leaving only a shallow wound, while the Fanged Boar had already charged in front of the girl. Assessment failed. Teacher Xiong Tian waved his hand, and a yellow-brown energy barrier instantly appeared in front of the girl, blocking the Fanged Boar's charge. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The girl's face turned pale as she withdrew the water arrow turtle, walking off the field with red-ringed eyes. On the assessment record, a glaring red cross was marked next to her name. Did you see that? Xiong Tian looked at the other students. The battle pet and its master are one. If you retreat, the pet loses cover. If you panic, the pet becomes lost. If you make such low-level mistakes in the next assessment, you will fail directly. In the next assessments, problems arose one after another. Some students gave unclear commands to their pets, causing hesitation in hits, others were too nervous to cast their defense spells, and some students clearly had attribute advantages but were counterkilled due to tactical errors. In a class of over 40, only 6 out of the first 15 students passed. Among them, the best performance barely repelled the beast, far from killing it. Until the 16th student came on stage, Wu Shan. It's my turn. Wu Shan took a deep breath and strode into the center of the arena. His opponent was the Wind Moon Wolf, a mid-level first-class beast with a very fast speed, possessing the skills Wind Blade Claw and Wolf Shadow Assault, both bronze level. Stone Giant, come out. Wu Shan summoned his battle pet. The nearly 1.5-meter-high rock giant crashed to the ground, its surface covered with rough, rocky skin. After more than a month of training, this stone giant had reached the peak of Stardust early stage, only a step away from mid-stage. Assessment begins. The Wind Moon Wolf transformed into a silver-gray shadow and charged at the stone giant. But Wu Shan was already prepared. Stone Giant, Rock Skin. Then Earth Pit Technique. The stone giant's surface shone with a yellow-brown luster, increasing its defense. At the same time, it slammed its fists on the ground, and the ground in front suddenly softened and collapsed, forcing the wolf's charge path to change. Good tactic. Someone gasped from the sidelines. Using terrain to limit a speedy opponent is a basic but effective strategy. The Wind Moon Wolf was forced to change direction, but Wu Shan's command was not over, now rock binding. The stone giant struck the ground, causing earth and stones to surge, instantly wrapping around the 4 legs of the Wind Moon Wolf. Though it was only trapped for less than 2 seconds, it was enough for Wu Shan. Finish it. Rock explosion. The stone giant's right fist gathered earth element energy and was smashed into the Wind Moon Wolf's abdomen, the weak point of wolf-type beasts. Awoke, the Wind Moon Wolf howled and fell to the ground, losing its combat ability. Assessment passed, evaluation, good. Xiong Tian noted in his book, rarely showing a hint of a smile, tactics used properly, great cooperation. Wu Shan, you have improved a lot. Thank you, teacher. Wu Shan excitedly pumped his fist, winking at Zhang Hao as he ran back to the team. The next few students performed moderately until the 24th Angela. As soon as she entered the arena, all eyes were on her. Not just because she was beautiful, but also because of her battle pet. Flame Explosion Bear, come out. A bear nearly 2 meters tall, with bright red fur. A giant bear with a cluster of burning flame marks on its forehead stepped out of the contract space. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the training hall rose several degrees. King-level Bloodline Flame Burst Bear. Someone muttered, their tone sour. Angela's opponent was also a Wind Moon Wolf. But her fighting style was completely different from Wu Shan's. Flame Burst Bear, Flame Charge. Her command was extremely concise. The Flame Burst Bear let out a roar, flames igniting all around it, transforming into a fireball that shot out. The Wind Moon Wolf tried to dodge, but the flames spread too wide. As it sidestepped, it was brushed by the flames, its fur instantly turning black. Bronze Bloodline Skill, Explosive Flame Fist. Angela's second command. The Flame Burst Bear charged in front of the Wind Moon Wolf, its burning paw punching out. The flames exploded, the shockwave rolling out. When the smoke cleared, the Wind Moon Wolf lay sprawled on the ground, completely blackened and unconscious. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Assessment passed, evaluation, excellent. Xiong Tian observed Angela slightly longer, skilled use of abilities, well-trained battle pet. Angela nodded slightly, calmly walked back to the team. Passing by Zhang Hao, she whispered, "It's your turn, don't embarrass me." Zhang Hao smiled and said nothing. The 27th person, Chen Ho, took the stage. His fighting style was quite unique. The wind language cloud was a 2-meter diameter green cloud, with airflow swirling around its surface. Chen Ho jumped directly onto the cloud, floating 3 meters above the ground. Assessment begins. The Wind Moon Wolf attempted to pounce, but Chen Ho easily dodged using the wind language cloud. He kept moving in the air while directing the wind language cloud to unleash wind blade technique. Semicircular green wind blade shot out from the cloud, accurately cutting into the Wind Moon Wolf. The Wind Moon Wolf was fast, but it couldn't fly. It could only futilely chase around the venue, suffering more and more wounds. 3 minutes later, the Wind Moon Wolf fell to the ground, having lost too much blood. Assessment passed, evaluation, good. Xiong Tian's mouth twitched, the strategy was very safe. Chen Ho adjusted his glasses, looking as if it were perfectly natural. If it can be solved from a distance, why risk a close fight? Finally, it was time for the last one. Chapter 18, A Fist. Zhang Hao, you're up. Xiong Tian's voice carried a hint of anticipation. All eyes in the room focused on him. Zhang Hao calmly walked to the center of the field. The iron cage opened, and a giant potato rolled out. No, not rolled, it walked out with tiny root-like tendrils. It was about the height of a person, over half a meter in diameter, with a brownish skin covered in bumps. It had no facial features, no limbs, and looked like a potato magnified hundreds of times. But no one dared to underestimate it. Because it was the third type of beast to appear today, a first-tier superior. Bracelet scan. Zhang Hao raised his left hand, and the bracelet emitted a blue light that swept over the potato. Information appeared. As expected, it's a defensive type. Zhang Hao thought to himself. Teacher Xiong Tian's choice was very cautious. Arranging a first-tier superior beast for mid-level students of Stardust was already beyond the syllabus. If an attacking type had been chosen and the student lacked strength, it could lead to casualties. Although defensive types are hard to defeat, at least they are safe. Too bad he doesn't know what I'm summoning. Zhang Hao recalled the beastified mushroom in the mushroom forest, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Assessment begins. At the instant the command was given, Zhang Hao had already completed his summoning. Little tough guy, come out. In a blaze of icy blue light, Little Tough Guy stepped into the air. After Bloodline Purification and special training, its current size was nearly 3.5 feet, about 1.2 meters, its entire body covered in crystal clear icy blue fur, faint cold air naturally swirling around its surface. Most striking were the 2 bulges on its back. These were the early stages of 6 arms, which were now faintly visible in outline. Roar! Upon its appearance, Little Tough Guy let out a roar, its frost breath spreading, causing the temperature in the training hall to drop sharply. Several nearby students couldn't help but shiver. I heard it's a royal bloodline, and its ice attribute, not a basic 5 elemental attribute. Very strong. S-class. In the midst of the whispers, the potato wallfruit was the first to launch an attack, if that could be called an attack. Its body shone with a yellow light, hardening its surface and greatly increasing its defense. At the same time, tiny roots dug into the ground, slowly absorbing earth energy to restore itself. A typical turtle retreat strategy. Little King Kong. Zhang Hao's command was simple and direct, Frost Punch. The creature was nearly 3 meters long, its body covered in dark, iron-like rocky armor, with a metallic sheen flowing between the gaps of the armor. Most terrifying was its head. There were no gentle eyes like those of common bovine beasts. Instead, there were 2 pairs of crimson compound eyes. A pair of curved horns on its head were not bony but a mixture of some metal and rock, sharp as blades around the edges. As it took its first step out of the cage, a dull echo resounded from the ground. With the second step, the alloy floor actually caved in slightly. This is... Angela immediately raised her hand to scan with the ring. Monster, Rock Gold Beast, first stage high quality. Attributes, Earth/Gold dual system. Qualification, excellent. Bloodline, Spirit level. Skills, Rock Spike Assault, Bronze, Shattered Gold Falling Stones, Bronze, Ally Charge, Bronze. Bloodline skill, Sharp Gold Break Armor, Bronze. Spirit level Bloodline, for Bronze skills, dual attributes. Chen Ho pushed up his glasses, his voice dry. Teacher Xiong really wants to push us to our limits. Wu Shan's face turned pale. My stone giant is only first stage low quality. Can it withstand a collision? Zhang Hao said nothing, merely narrowing his eyes. He could feel that little King Kong, through their bond, was not afraid but filled with eager battle intent. The bloodline of this rock gold beast was only spirit level, while Little King Kong was king level, though its purity was only 16%, level suppression was still present. Everyone stay calm. Angela's voice rang out, carrying an undeniable calmness. Follow the plan. Wu Shan, your stone giant just needs to hold up in the first wave and buy us 3 seconds. Zhang Hao, buff spells and air harassment are up to you. Zhang Hao, you and I will handle the main assault, no probing, start with your strongest skill. She looked at Zhang Hao, you will attack the left side, I will attack the right side. If it charges at me, you attack from the side, if it charges at you, I will flank from behind. Understood? Zhang Hao nodded, understood. Then let's go. The 4 summoned their battle pets at the same time. The stone giant crashed to the ground, its surface glowing with earthy yellow light, its petrified skin activated. Wind language cloud gathered under Chinho's feet, lifting him 5 meters into the air. Flame burst bear charged out of the fire, surrounded by blazing flames. Little King Kong appeared, icy blue and exuding cold, its back's bulge even more pronounced. Assessment begins. Xiong Tian's voice boomed from outside. The battle exploded in an instant. Stone giant, earth sync technique. Limit its movement. Wu Shan commanded first. The stone giant slammed its fists into the ground, causing the earth in front of the rock gold beast to suddenly soften and collapse. But the rock gold beast reacted extremely quickly, it didn't try to dodge but launched its skill directly. Rock spike assault. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sharp rocks shot up from the collapsed ground, piercing through. This was not defense, it was an attack. The stone giant's earth sync technique was used against it, the spikes blocking the stone giant's path forward. Be careful. Angela shouted sharply, flame burst bear, explosive fireballs for distant cover. Flame burst bear opened its mouth, shooting 3 bright red fireballs towards the rock gold beast's head. But the rock gold beast didn't even glance, its rocky armor shimmering with a metallic sheen, braving the fireball explosions, leaving only a few charred marks. Its real target was already locked on the stone giant. Alloy charge. The rock gold beast powered up its 4 legs, the ground exploding. It transformed into a flow of mixed metal and rock, its speed so fast it almost left an afterimage. The metallic horns on its head formed a cone-shaped air current in front, the air producing a piercing shriek. Stone giant, petrified skin. Wu Shan roared. The stone giant crossed its arms, forming a heavy rock shield in front of itself. Bang! At the moment of impact between the metallic horns and the rock shield, the rock shattered like paper. The impact showed no signs of weakening, slamming solidly into the stone giant's chest. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. The massive body of the stone giant flew backward, crashing into the energy shield 10 meters away, unable to stand upon landing, its chest's rock armor completely shattered, internal core damaged. In less than 5 seconds of battle, the defensive position collapsed. Wu Shan, fall back. Angela's expression remained unchanged. Chen Ho, distract it. Zhang Hao, follow me. In the sky, Chen Ho gritted his teeth, and wind whisper cloud spun violently, wind blade dance. Dozens of green wind blades fell like rain, cutting into the rock armor of the rock gold beast, making a crisp clang, clang sound. Most were deflected, with only a few leaving shallow wounds in the gaps of the armor. But that was enough, the rock gold beast's attention was briefly diverted. Now! Angela and Zhang Hao ordered almost simultaneously. Chapter 19, Group Stage First. Flame burst bear, flame charge into explosive flame punch. Little King Kong, frost charge into frost punch. A red and a blue figure charged in from the left and right sides. Flame burst bear turned into a fireball, distorting the air as it passed. Little King Kong formed an ice crystal horn shadow above its head, with cold air solidifying into substance. The crimson compound eyes of the rock gold beast rotated, and in that moment, it assessed the level of threat. The breath of flame burst bear was slightly weaker. It chose to deal with the right side first. Shattering gold falling stone. The rock gold beast roared, and from 10 meters above, dozens of basketball-sized rocks condensed out of thin air. These rocks were not purely of the earth element, their surfaces were covered with a metallic sheen, weighing and hardening far more than ordinary falling stones. Boom! 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 The falling stones smashed down like rain, blocking the path of flame burst bear. Angela's expression changed, flame burst bear, dodge. But the rock gold beast's combo was not over. While the stones fell, its metallic sheen surged, and its bloodline skill activated. Sharp metal breaking armor. Metal energy filled its body, and dense golden patterns appeared on the surface of the rock armor. Defense, penetration, and explosive power were all enhanced. Then came the second alloy charge. This time, the target was the flame burst bear. Angela, be careful. Chen Ho shouted urgently from the air, as wind whisper cloud released several thick wind pillars in an attempt to block, but the rock gold beast charged hard against the wind pillars, its speed only reduced by half. Flame Burst Bear, hold on. Counterattack with explosive flame punch. Angela's eyes flashed with determination since it couldn't be avoided, then trade injury for injury. Flame Burst Bear roared, its right paw igniting in white-hot flames, charging forward instead of retreating, and punched towards the oncoming rock gold beast's head. Almost simultaneously, Little King Kong's frost charge struck from the left. The ice crystal horn shadow stabbed at the rock gold beast's waist that was its relatively weak spot in the rock armor. Boom! The three figures collided, with exploding flames, splattering ice crystals, and flying debris mixing together. In the dust, Flame Burst Bear was sent flying backward, with two deep blood holes in its left shoulder. Those were wounds pierced by the metallic horn. It stumbled a few steps upon landing, barely standing firm, but its left front limb could no longer exert force. The rock gold beast was also suffering. Little King Kong's frost charge left a bull-sized hole in its side, cold air flooding mercilessly into the wound. More troublesome was that the cold air collided with the gold energy in its body, making its movements stiff. But it still hadn't fallen. Roar! The rock gold beast let out a painful roar, its crimson compound eyes fixed intently on Little King Kong. It realized that this ice-blue monkey was the biggest threat. Zhang Hao, it's charging at you. Zhang Hao shouted from the air, but his voice was already weak after continuously releasing wind blades and wind pillars. His spirit power was nearly exhausted. Wind Whisper Cloud began to wobble unsteadily, and its flying height gradually decreased. Zhang Hao's gaze turned cold. Through the contract, he could sense that Little King Kong was not doing well either. Continuous use of Frost Charge and Frost Punch, along with maintaining the Ice Crystal Shield, had consumed more than half of its energy. It had just been swept by the rock gold beast's tail. Although it didn't break through its defense, the impact had injured its insides. He couldn't delay any longer. Little King Kong. Zhang Hao's voice entered the war pet's consciousness through the contract. One last struggle. Little King Kong responded with a low growl, its ice-blue eyes burning with fighting spirit. The rock gold beast began to gather energy. The golden patterns on its body shone brighter, and the alloy floor beneath its four legs began to melt. It was about to launch its third and strongest charge. Zhang Hao, come down. Angela suddenly shouted, your cloud is about to disperse. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and slowly controlled the wind language cloud to descend. As soon as he landed, the wind language cloud went poof and scattered, turning into a stream of light back to the contract tower, its energy completely exhausted. Zhang Hao himself turned pale and slumped to the ground, lacking even the strength to stand. The stone giant of Wushan had already been heavily injured and recalled. He was anxiously watching the battlefield. Angela's Fire Blast Bear could still fight, but its left forelimb was heavily injured, and its battle strength was less than 30%. For battle pets, now only Zhang Hao and Little King Kong were still standing before the rock gold beast. Are we going to lose? A student murmured outside the arena. 4 people can't even defeat one. That's a top-grade spirit-level bloodline, it's too hard. Zhang Hao's previous move was already fierce enough. If it were me, I would have died. Amid the murmurs, the rock gold beast had finished charging. It lowered its head, aiming its metal horns at Little King Kong, and kicked off powerfully with its hind legs. At that moment, Zhang Hao moved. Not retreating, not dodging, but stepping forward one step. Little King Kong, his voice rang clear in the arena, Frost Howl. Roar! Little King Kong let out a cry that pierced the heavens, not a scream of pain, but a furious war cry. With this roar, a chilling air surged wildly from its body, not dissipating but wrapping, gathering, and flowing back. Ice blue fur stood upright, with tiny ice crystals forming at the end of each hair. Frost Howl, Bronze, activate the potential of the Frost Bloodline, instantly replenishing a large amount of frost energy. But that wasn't the end. Zhang Hao raised his staff and recited the incantation quickly. It wasn't a fireball spell, but the defensive spell from the True Ice scripture. Frost Armor Technique. Ice blue runes gathered at the tip of the staff, turning into a stream of light shooting toward Little King Kong. The moment the runes touched its body, they expanded into a set of semi-transparent ice crystal armor, covering Little King Kong's surface and stacking with its own icy protection. Double-layer ice-type defense. And at the same time, Little King Kong activated its own skill, Frost Crystal Shield. A 6-sided ice crystal shield spun around its body, forming a third layer of protection. 3 layers of defense, the boost from Frost Howl. At this moment, Little King Kong seemed like a frost war god descending. The rock gold beast charged forward. As fast as lightning, as heavy as a mountain collapse. The metal horns in front tore through the air, piercing straight for Little King Kong's chest. Little King Kong didn't dodge. It didn't even defend. It chose to counterattack. Its right fist tightened, the icy crystals gathering wildly. This was not an ordinary frost punch, but all the energy infused from the Frost Howl, the chilling power granted by the Frost Armor Technique, and the cold air diverted from the Frost Crystal Shield, all converging into this punch. Ice blue light compressed at the fist tip, compressing, and compressing again, turning from bright blue to deep blue, then to nearly black. That was the manifestation of extreme cold. Frost Fist Zhang Hao spoke clearly, maximum output. The punch shot out. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Everyone saw Little King Kong's right fist trailing an ice blue tail, freezing the air into fine ice crystal snowflakes as it passed. And the rock gold beast's metal horns also arrived, the golden tip blindingly sharp. Then, the collision. No earth-shattering blast, just a dull and extreme poof. The ice blue fist landed solidly on the center of the rock gold beast's forehead. The metal horns were only 3 inches from Little King Kong's chest, but could go no further. Because the chill had already invaded first. From the point of contact, the frost spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. First the forehead, then the entire head, followed by the neck, trunk, and limbs. The golden patterns on the rock gold beast's surface flickered wildly, trying to resist. But the frost contained not only low temperature but also the level suppression from Little King Kong's king-level bloodline, the effects from Zhang Hao's true ice scripture, and the combined cold air from the 3 layers of defense. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice cracking arose. It was not the ice layer on the surface of the rock gold beast that cracked. Inside it, the rock armor, metal skeleton, and flesh meridians became brittle and shattered under the extreme cold. The scarlet compound eyes of the rock gold beast quickly dimmed. It wanted to struggle, but its body had already lost control. It wanted to roar, but its vocal cords were frozen. 1 second later, its massive body crashed to the ground. Its surface was completely covered in frost, like a giant ice sculpture. Only the wound at its side, left by the crashing frost, was still slowly oozing dark golden blood, but as soon as the blood flowed out, it froze, forming tiny blood crystals. Inside the training hall, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape, but no sound came out. They saw Wu Shan's stone giant defeated in one blow, saw Angela's flame blast bear retreat heavily injured, and saw Chen Ho's cloud energy exhausted. Then they saw Zhang Hao's little diamond explode with such terrifying frost power in that desperate moment. One punch. Just one punch. But the frosty power contained in that punch sent an icy chill even to those 20 meters away from the arena. Is it over? Someone asked, trembling. Teacher Xiong Tian slowly walked into the arena. He first checked the state of the rock gold beast, still alive but heavily injured and in need of urgent treatment. Then he looked at Zhang Hao, his gaze complex. The assessment is over. Xiong Tian's voice broke the silence. Team 4, victory. Evaluation, perfect. He paused and added, Zhang Hao, take your battle pet to the medical room. Others too. This rock gold beast is a teaching asset of the school, it cannot easily die. After finishing, he waved his hand, summoning several teaching assistants to carefully lift the frozen rock gold beast and take it to the veterinary room for thawing treatment. Only then did Zhang Hao relax. He felt his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and a dull pain pulsing in his head from overfocusing. Little Diamond's state was even worse, though standing. The ice crystal armor on its surface was rapidly dissipating, its ice blue fur had dimmed, and the bulge on its back was shrinking. Hao Gu Wushan rushed over first, wanting to say something, but only managed to clap Zhang Hao's shoulder firmly. Angela covered her left shoulder where the flame blast bear's injuries pain echoed and walked over, looking at Zhang Hao, showing a rare smile. Well done. Chen Ho was supported by his classmates, weakly giving a thumbs up. Outside, students from other teams began to whisper. Those whispers entered Zhang Hao's ears. So strong, that punch might have second-tier power. Is he really a freshman? Royal bloodline, is this the terror of a royal bloodline? Our team almost got wiped out fighting a mid-tier first-degree beast just now. Zhang Hao ignored them. He recalled Little Diamond, feeling the nurturing power from the contract tower, letting out a long breath of cold air. He won. Although it was a Pyrrhic victory, although all cards were laid on the table, although all teammates had lost combat power. But he won. And he felt that, through this battle, Little Diamond had made another step in mastering the frost power. Frost Roar and Frost Punches combination, Frost Armor technique and Ice Crystal Shields layering, these techniques understood in battle were more effective than training 10 times. Let's go, he said to the 3, to the medical room. The battle pet's injuries cannot be delayed. Chapter 20, Gathering Spirit Pavilion Dinner. Gathering Spirit Pavilion is located in the most bustling commercial district of Zone 15, a 7-story tower building in ancient style. The flying eaves and raised corners, the glazed tiles shimmered with rainbow colors under the sunlight, and the wind chimes hanging at the corners swayed slightly with the energy flow, producing a clear ringing sound. This is not a place ordinary people can afford. The minimum consumption at the entrance is 10,000 federal coins, enough to make most working-class families look up in awe. But today, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion private room on the 3rd floor of Gathering Spirit Pavilion presented a different scene. The private room was nearly 100 square meters, with a central round table made of rosewood seating 10 people, the table adorned with exquisite jade plates and silver cups. A dedicated space was also carved out against the wall. A soft energy beastskin carpet was laid down, but was the dining area prepared for the battle pets. Wow! Little Golden Claw squatted in front of its special ice blue jade plate, holding a piece of crystal clear ice crystal snow lotus cake with its 2 paws, munching with bits of ice scattered around its mouth. This pastry was made from the essence of a first-tier ice attribute spiritual herb, snow lotus grass, mixed with the extracted bone marrow of a second-tier demon beast, cold crystal deer. Not only was the energy pure, but it also greatly benefited the growth of ice-type battle pets, and its taste was refreshingly sweet and crispy. Beside it, wind whispers floated in mid-air, its body gently spinning, absorbing the juice extracted from the wind spirit fruit on the plate. Every drop of juice contained pure wind attribute energy, making the airflow patterns on its cloud-like surface even clearer. The stone giant was munching on a large chunk of earth vein rock marrow, making a crunching sound as if it were gnawing on a stone. This was not an ordinary rock, but a soil-type spiritual material collected deep from the earth veins and specially treated to slowly enhance the defense of earth-type battle pets. The most extravagant was the flame burst bear. In front of it lay a red fire pot with flame patterns, and the fire burning was not ordinary fire, but a special energy flame made from fiery pepper and fire lizard oil. The flame burst bear reached its paw into the fire, pulling out chunks of perfectly grilled lava fire beef, and devouring it with grease dripping from its mouth. The 4 battle pets ate happily, while the 4 contract masters sat gathered around the main table. "Come on, how good, I toast you with a drink." Wu Shan raised the glass in his hand, filled with light golden juice. This was a kind of spiritual fruit juice that could slightly boost vitality. "If it weren't for your punch today, our team's first place would have been in jeopardy." "Indeed." Thin Monkey, Zhang Hao, pushed up his glasses. His face was still a bit pale, but his spirit was good. "The final blow from the rock gold beast was too fierce, my wind blade didn't leave a mark on it. If it weren't for Hao Ji's frost fist." "It's mainly because everyone worked well together," Zhang Hao replied with a smile, not taking credit. "Angela's command was crucial." Wu Shan withstood the first wave, and Zhang Hao's aerial harassment distracted its attention. He spoke the truth. Without the team's cooperation to wear down the rock gold beast's first 2 waves of skills, his final punch might not have secured victory. "Alright, no need to be polite." Angela put down her jade chopsticks. She was wearing a simple red long dress, complementing the flame burst bear's flames. "The dishes are getting cold, hurry up and eat." She pointed to several main dishes on the table. This steamed dragon pattern fish uses a second-tier water-type demon beast, dragon pattern carp. The meat is tender, and the water attribute energy contained is gentle and easy to absorb, nourishing for the contract master's meridians. This braised golden winged hawk is a first-tier high-quality flying demon beast. The meat is firm, perfectly cooked, and can slightly enhance visual perception. And this ice-fire dual heaven. Angela pointed to the most eye-catching dish in the center of the table. This was a specially made double-layer jade plate. The upper layer was a platter of ice attribute spiritual fruits burning with blue cold flames, while the lower layer was a boiling red-hot meat stew. The ice and fire energy formed a subtle balance in the plate, and just looking at it felt extraordinary. This is one of the signature dishes of the Gathering Spirit Pavilion, containing both ice and fire opposing attributes, but after special handling by the chef, the energy is gentle and complementary, very beneficial for balancing internal energy. Wu Shan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "How much for this whole table?" Angela waved her hand casually. "Maybe 50 to 60,000, just a small amount." The important thing is, she looked at Zhang Hao, her expression serious. "For future group competitions and exploration of secret realms, the 4 of us will form a fixed team. As long as we perform well, I'll treat to meals like this whenever I have the time." Her words were straightforward, but the people at the table understood the unspoken meaning. Wu Shan and Thin Monkey exchanged glances, their hearts clear as day. Angela was mainly treating Zhang Hao to this meal. They could join in because they were still useful in the team. The defenses of Wu Shan and the control of the Thin Monkey are both functions needed by the team. And Zhang Hao is the true core. "No problem." Zhang Hao raised his cup, lightly clinking it with Angela's. "Let's cooperate more in the future." He agreed readily because he also needed the team. Going solo might work for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Future high-level secret realms, team missions, and even the inter-district grand competition all need reliable teammates. Furthermore, the family resources behind Angela are also attractive to him. "By the way, how good?" The Thin Monkey took a sip of juice and suddenly asked, "You asked Sisterin in the training hall if she had any martial arts school recommendations. Are you planning to practice martial arts? Didn't teacher Xiong say it's best to wait until the first rank upper grade to consider a second profession?" Zhang Hao set down his cup and explained. "Teacher Xiong sees that little Golden Strong's physique is special, and the feedback to me is very obvious. He suggested I could get in touch with martial arts early, mainly to train my physical foundation, not really to dual cultivate right now." He paused and added, "And I want to try the resonance state. Resonance?" Wu Shan was taken aback. "Is that the one the teacher mentioned in class? The energy exchange between the contract master and the battle pet?" "Yes." Zhang Hao nodded. "To achieve resonance, the contract master's body must be strong enough to withstand the impact of the battle pet's energy. Although I am slightly stronger than others of the same rank due to Little Golden Strong's feedback, it's still not enough. Angela pondered, so you're looking for a martial arts school to strengthen your physique through martial training? That's the idea. Then it's simple. Angela immediately took out her personal terminal. I'll call my dad and have him write a recommendation letter. The owner of Qinjie Martial Arts School owes my dad a favor, so you can study for free and get the best guidance. Zhang Hao did not decline, then I'll trouble you. This is a win-win situation. He shows his value, Angela provides resources, both sides get what they need. The meal took nearly 2 hours. The battle pets ate until their bellies were round, especially Little Golden Strong, who, after finishing the last piece of ice crystal snow lotus cake, directly lay on the carpet and let out a loud belch, its ice blue belly rising and falling. Woo! It sent a vague thought through the contract, so delicious, from now on, every day. Zhang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, walking over to gently flick its forehead. Dream on. This meal costs more than my monthly food expenses. Next time, let's hunt more monsters, earn more money, and then I'll bring you back for a double portion set. Little Golden Strong's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Chapter 21, Learning at the Martial Arts School. Angela's efficiency was astonishingly high. Less than an hour after the gathering ended, Zhang Hao's personal terminal received a message. Opening it, he saw an electronic recommendation letter signed by An Yuanshan, chairman of An's trading company. The content of the letter was simple and direct, recommending Zhang Hao to study the basics of martial arts at Qinjie Martial Arts School, with all costs covered, asking the school owner Qinjie to provide personal guidance. Attached were the martial arts school address and Qinjie's contact information. The next afternoon, Zhang Hao followed the address to find Qinjie Martial Arts School. The martial arts school was located in the eastern suburbs of District 15, covering a large area, and was a 3-courtyard-style building. With blue tiles and white walls, the red gate had a plaque hanging above it with golden characters on a black background, Qinjie Martial Arts School. At the entrance stood 2 stone sculptures, not the common stone lions, but 2 lifelike figures of armed martial artists. As soon as Zhang Hao arrived at the entrance, he saw a middle-aged man already waiting there. The man was about 40 years old, stood around 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and sturdy physique, wearing a dark gray training suit belted with a black sash. His face was resolute, with slightly raised temples, and his eyes were bright, standing there like a spear, steady and upright. What was most striking was his aura, though deliberately restrained. Zhang Hao could feel that this person had a vigorous energy, a force within him that flowed slowly and was different from spiritual power, yet equally powerful. Third realm of martial arts, the Meridian Realm. Equivalent to the Star Core realm of a contract master. Student Zhang Hao? The middle-aged man smiled when he saw Zhang Hao and came forward. I am Qinjie. Brother-in has already informed me, welcome welcome. His attitude was warm, even carrying a hint of politeness. This made the students training in the martial arts hall curious and look over. Most of them were young, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing unified white training outfits, practicing basic fist forms in the courtyard. Seeing the master personally welcoming a boy in a green robe who looked younger than them, they began to whisper among themselves. Why is the master so polite today? Who is that kid? He doesn't look like a rich family's son. His clothes are quite special, a green color, very rare. Zhang Hao was wearing a green robe hand-sewn by his mother. The fabric was ordinary, but the stitches were tight, and several bamboo leaves were embroidered at the cuffs, his sister's favorite pattern. You're too polite, Master Chen. Zhang Hao bowed. I am Zhang Hao, sorry to disturb you. Not a disturbance at all. Chen Jia waved his hand with a smile, his gaze sizing up Zhang Hao, his eyes flashing with surprise. Student Zhang Hao is young but already a middle-stage contract master. That's impressive. His voice was not loud, but the martial artists in the hall were keen and heard it clearly. Contract master? Is that for real? No wonder the master personally welcomed him. The students' expressions changed instantly. From curiosity to envy, even a trace of awe. In this world, the status of a contract master far exceeds that of other professions. A formal contract master, even at only the initial first stage, holds potential value that far surpasses ordinary 3-realm martial artists. Chen Jie led Zhang Hao into the main hall of the martial arts hall, instructed his disciples to prepare tea, and then said, Brother-in mentioned in the letter that you want to train your body through martial arts to lay a foundation for resonance state. This idea is excellent. Early-stage contract masters indeed tend to neglect physical training, and when they reach higher levels, the strength of their bodies can become a bottleneck. He paused and asked, I wonder how much Zhang Hao knows about martial arts. Zhang Hao answered honestly, I've only studied the basic theoretical content. I know that martial arts are divided into 4 realms, body refining, blood condensation, meridian passing, and martial vigor. Each realm corresponds to the 1st to 4th stages of a contract master, but usually, martial artists of the same stage are not as good as contract masters of the same stage in actual combat. The theory is correct, but not comprehensive. Chen Jie took a sip of tea and slowly said, martial arts indeed cannot match the completeness and power of the contract master system, but it also has its advantages: lower reliance on resources, quick advancement in the early stages, and can lay a solid physical foundation. He looked at Zhang Hao. Since you are here to build a foundation, I will start teaching you from the body refining stage. This stage is divided into 3 phases: skin refining, bone tempering, and muscle changing. The goal is to strengthen the physical foundation for subsequent cultivation. However, Chen Jie changed his tone. I see that your physical condition seems to exceed that of ordinary people. Zhang Hao nodded. My battle pet has a royal level bloodline, so the feedback is quite strong. Chen Jie's eyes brightened with realization. I see. Then your starting point is much higher than most people's. Let's do this. I will first test your physical data and then create a training plan. He led Zhang Hao to the testing field in the rear courtyard of the martial arts hall. Here were various instruments, a force measuring pillar, speed track, reaction testing machine, and more. Let's test your strength first. Chen Jie pointed to a black metal pillar that required 2 people to embrace. This is the mysterious iron force measuring pillar. Hit it with all your strength, and the pillar will show the value based on the force applied. Zhang Hao approached the measuring pillar and, without using spiritual energy, purely relied on his physical strength to strike out with a punch. Bang! The pillar trembled slightly, and a line of glowing numbers appeared on the surface. 1876 gene. The onlooking students gasped in shock. Over 1800 gene? Is this even human strength? I've been training for a year, and I barely surpassed 1,000. No wonder he is a contract master. Chen Jie was slightly surprised. Not bad. An ordinary body refining stage full completion has strength around 1500 gene. You have already surpassed that. Next was the reaction test, and endurance test, impact resistance test. After a series of processes, Chen Jie looked at the data records, his eyes growing brighter. Zhang Hao, your physical fitness has reached perfection in body training and is close to the threshold of blood coagulation. His tone was filled with approval. Especially your ability to withstand hits. That shockbone stick just struck you, and you didn't even furrow your brow. Your foundation is very solid. Zhang Hao understood in his heart. This must be the combined effect of Little Golden's nurturing and the ice-cold true art body tempering. Since that's the case, we will skip the basic training. Chen Jie made a decision. I will teach you the introduction method to blood coagulation realm, qi and blood transport technique. This technique can mobilize the qi and blood within your body, further strengthening your organs, bones, and fascia, preparing for later unblocking of meridians. He signaled Zhang Hao to sit cross-legged and began to impart the incantation and energy application methods. Qi and blood transport focuses on mental guidance. Imagine there is a warm stream of energy within you, starting from your heart, flowing along the path I point out. Zhang Hao closed his eyes and focused. His perception of energy was already keen, and with his soul realm reaching mid-grade mortal level, he quickly captured the flow of qi and blood, which was different from spiritual power and more subtle. Following Chen Jie's guided path, he attempted to direct the qi and blood with his mind. On the first try, the qi and blood flowed less than 1/10 of the route before dissipating. On the second try, 1/3. On the third try, half. On the fourth try. Buzz. A faint layer of red light rose on Zhang Hao's surface. This was the external manifestation of the qi and blood being successfully mobilized and forming a circulation within his body. Chen Jie widened his eyes. The onlooking students around gaped in astonishment. 5th time and it succeeded? It took me a month to find the sensation. Is this the talent of a contract master? Zhang Hao opened his eyes, feeling the new, warm stream of qi and blood within him. Though still very weak, it indeed existed. Very good. Chen Jie clapped his thigh vigorously. Zhang Hao, your talent in martial arts is probably not inferior to that of a contract master. If you're willing to focus on martial arts training, I am confident I can help you reach the Meridian realm in 2 years. Zhang Hao smiled and did not respond to this. He learned martial arts only to assist his path as a contract master and would not lose sight of his goal. For the next 2 hours, Chen Jie taught several sets of fist forms and stance work that complemented the qi and blood transport. Zhang Hao learned quickly, grasping the essentials after basic demonstrations of 1 or 2 times. When the training ended, Chen Jie personally walked Zhang Hao to the door. Zhang Hao, just come twice a week from now on. Practice on your own according to what I taught you, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions. He paused and lowered his voice. The favor from brethren is his. If you personally need any assistance, you can come directly to me. I see great potential in you. This was already clear enough. Zhang Hao nodded. Thank you, Master Chen, I will practice diligently. As he left the martial arts hall, the sky was nearing dusk. Zhang Hao walked along the road back to school, practicing the qi and blood transport technique as he walked. That warm stream of qi and blood circulated within him, running alongside the icy spiritual power without conflict, creating a subtle sense of balance. He could feel the subtle changes happening in his body. Muscles became denser, and bones itched faintly, a sign of strengthening. With the enhancement of my physique, the resonance state is getting even closer, Zhang Hao pondered. Once Little Golden's bloodline purifies further and feedback becomes stronger, I'll be able to try the first energy exchange. At that time, his combat power would reach a new level. And learning martial arts was just a small piece of this huge puzzle. Chapter 22, Auxiliary Battle Pets. Time flowed quietly like dark currents beneath a frozen surface. In the blink of an eye, it was January 5th of the new year, the depths of winter. In the time that passed, Zhang Hao's life was precisely divided into several modules: daily unyielding practice of the ice-cold true art, and frost training with Little Golden in the low-temperature training room. Twice a week, he goes to Qinjia Martial Arts Hall for blood and energy transport. Like a precisely working rune machine, every gear fits perfectly. The effects of martial arts training gradually show. Now, with just his physical strength, he has broken through the 2000 gene barrier, with speed, reaction, and durability all greatly improved. The blood and energy transport technique has also reached a minor achievement, with the warm airflow in his body able to circulate by itself. Though he has not officially entered the blood condensation realm, his physical foundation has become incredibly solid. Of course, the core of all this is still the path of the contract master. In his Dantian, ice blue stardust has accumulated to over 800 points, just a step away from the late stage of stardust. The purity of the Little Vajra's bloodline has climbed to 18% after exhausting the last primary heavenly gem. The combination of Frost Roar and Frost Fist is becoming more skilled, and the condensation speed of the Ice Crystal Shield has also increased by 30%. The cost is, he has run out of money. The last heavenly gem contributed 1200 evolution points, while his account balance, after covering this month's basic training expenses, is now less than 30,000. It's time to make money. Zhang Hao looked at the balance on his personal terminal, feeling a sense of urgency. Fortunately, an opportunity has come. On January 5th, Wuhan University's first monthly exam for first-year contract masters. At 8 in the morning, in Class 19's classroom. The usual theory class seats are cleared, and a square battle area with 20-meter sides is marked in the center. The homeroom teacher, Zhuwen, stands at the edge of the arena with a roster in hand, his expression serious. Let me emphasize the rules of the monthly exam once again. His voice is particularly clear in the quiet classroom. It's an individual battle, contract masters and battle pets fight together. Spells and tactics can be used, but one-time consumable attack talismans are prohibited, as well as intentional maiming or killing. Victory can be determined in 3 ways: one side surrenders, all battle pets are incapacitated, or the contract master is controlled for over 10 seconds. The top 5 in the class will directly advance to the school-wide monthly exam. Now let's start the drawing. Teacher, a voice interrupted him. Wu Shan in the back row raised his hand, and when Zhuwen looked over, he grinned and said, "We discussed it. Zhang Hao doesn't need to draw lots, just give him the first place directly." A murmur of agreement echoed in the classroom. Yes, teacher, who wants to fight with Hao Gu? I still dream about his punch against the rock gold beast in the last practical class. If you lose, you get hurt. Winning, is it even possible? Zhuwen was taken aback, looking towards Zhang Hao in the corner. Zhang Hao was also a bit surprised. He had prepared for combat, even practicing a few tactics with the Little Vajra last night. He didn't expect the classmates' reaction to be like this. Are you sure? Zhuwen scanned the entire class. Giving up the chance to challenge voluntarily means you recognize Zhang Hao as the first in class. This relates to credits and resource distribution. Sure. Hao Gu truly deserves the first place. We'll just fight among ourselves. Hao Gu can watch on the side. Almost in unison. Zhang Hao rubbed his nose, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. He could feel the gazes cast at him. Some were envious, some were respectful, but there was definitely no jealousy. When the gap reaches a certain level, jealousy turns into admiration. Wu Shan leaned over and whispered with a smile, "How good, doesn't this feel great? Winning without fighting, this is the highest realm." You brat. Zhang Hao shook his head. Are you the one leading this? How could that be? Wu Shan had an innocent look. It's a consensus among everyone. Think about it, if you fight and lose, points are deducted, and the battle pet might get hurt. Who pays for the medical expenses? Winning, though it's impossible, but even if by some chance you win and get hurt, who will take our group in the future? The logic was clear and unarguable. Seeing this, Zhuwen quickly noted on the roster, Zhang Hao, first in class, directly advanced. Reason, class-wide recommendation. He closed the notebook and looked at Zhang Hao. Since you don't have to participate in the class battle, go wait in my office. I have something to discuss with you after the exam. Okay. In the teacher's office building, Zhuwen's office. Zhang Hao waited for about half an hour, and then Zhuwen pushed the door and entered. The bald teacher had a smile on his face, clearly in a good mood. Not bad, Zhang Hao. He put down the folder in his hands and poured a cup of tea to hand to Zhang Hao. You've already established a fierce reputation? Your classmates are afraid that after fighting with you, their rankings will drop, and they'll have to spend money on treatment. Look how scared you've made them. Zhang Hao took the teacup and smiled bitterly. Teacher, that's fierce towards the monster beasts, not towards my classmates. It's the same principle. Xu Wen sat down, his smile showing a bit more seriousness, but to speak honestly, taking the first place in class this time is both a good thing and a pressure. He brought up a virtual screen, which displayed a ranking data. I've checked the monthly evaluation data from other classes. With your surface-level strength, a mid-level Stardust Contract Master, and a first-tier mid-quality warrior pet with a royal bloodline, you probably rank in the range of 80 to 100 among all the freshmen in the school. Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows. He knew that this year's freshmen at Wuhan University numbered nearly 3,000, some of whom came from prominent families with extraordinary talents. But hearing this ranking still surprised him a bit. Think it's too low? Xu Wen saw through his thoughts. Don't underestimate this ranking. Among the top 100, there are at least 50 with royal bloodline warrior pets, and at least 20 have higher bloodline purity than you, and their level also reaches high-quality first tier. He paused and added, and this is just our school. The other 3 universities have even better student resources. Their top new students might have royal-level bloodline warrior pets. Zhang Hao was silent for a moment and nodded. I understand, teacher. Good to understand. Xu Wen's tone softened. I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm reminding you, don't let early success make you arrogant and complacent. The path of a contract master gets harder the further you go. Bloodlines, resources, opportunities, and will, all are indispensable. I will keep working hard. Zhang Hao said seriously. Zhu Wen nodded with satisfaction, took a sip of tea, and casually asked, by the way, how's your soul realm? Have you broken through to mid-level mortal? I have broken through. Zhang Hao replied, now I'm at mid-level mortal. Put. Xu Wen sprayed tea out. He stared wide-eyed at Zhang Hao, his voice changing pitch, mid-level mortal? When did you break through? Didn't you just break through to mid-level Stardust last month? It was a simultaneous breakthrough. Zhang Hao explained, the book said there's a chance to improve soul quality with a dual-line breakthrough, and my soul realm was also at the critical point, so I tried. You tried? Xu Wen repeated these words, his expression as if he had eaten something strange, and then succeeded? Yeah. Teacher Li Han said my soul resilience is pretty good, so I could give it a try. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Xu Wen put down the teacup, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. His gaze towards Zhang Hao became incredibly complex. There was shock, relief, sentiment, and a hint of how many surprises does this kid have that I do not know about. Dual-line breakthrough, soul realm leap, he murmured. Zhang Hao, do you know what this means? It means my cultivation speed will be faster, and I can contract a second warrior pet now. Zhang Hao replied truthfully. Not just that. Xu Wen shook his head. This means your soul potential far surpasses that of ordinary people. The difficulty of improving the soul realm is several times that of cultivation realm. Though your soul quality rating is mortal level, that's just a range, it doesn't precisely describe whether you're lower, middle, or upper tier. And a simultaneous level up has a great chance of improving your soul quality. Many people get stuck at low-level mortal and can't break through for years. And it's only been a little over a month since you broke through mid-level Stardust, and your soul realm has also come along. He stood up, paced around the office for a few steps, and suddenly turned. Do you want to contract a second warrior pet? Yeah. Zhang Hao nodded. The little strongman is the core output. I need a support control type warrior pet. Preferably wood attribute, focused on control. Xu Wen thought for a moment. Wood attribute control, why not gold attribute? Gold yields water, evolving into ice, but gold-based battle pets output high damage, which can compensate for the vacuum period after the little gold's explosive strength. I have considered this. Zhang Hao had already made it clear. However, the cultivation cost of gold-type battle pets is high and requires a lot of resources to boost output. My resources are limited right now, so it's better to focus on cultivating the little gold. Control-type battle pets have relatively lower resource demands in the early stages. As long as they can hold the enemy, the little gold's damage is enough to win the battle. He paused and added, moreover, I can use Ice Spike, my ability to deal damage from a distance isn't weak. If the little gold can't win against an enemy with its full strength, having another gold-type battle pet won't change the situation. After listening, Xu Wen's eyes showed approval, clear thinking, not blindly pursuing completeness. Very good. He returned to his desk and operated his personal terminal. Since you've reached the Soul Realm standard, as your class teacher, I have the obligation to assist you in contracting a second battle pet. According to regulations, I can take you to a suitable gathering place for demon beasts to avoid danger, but the fighting and contracting must be completed by you independently. This is to prevent the battle pet from turning against you due to external pressure. I understand. Zhang Hao nodded. These theories had all been taught in class. Wood type control. Zhuan filtered through the database. In District 15, there are 3 gathering places primarily featuring wood-type demon beasts. Among them, Beast Forest number 3 is the closest, with controllable risks, and it contains 3 types of demon beasts that meet your requirements. A holographic display popped up showing 3 types of demon beasts along with their data. Songmu Turtle, Wood type, first tier demon beast, spirit level bloodline, possible. Skills, Wood hardening, normal, vine binding, bronze. Features, strong defense, decent control but not very agile. Yu Archer, Wood type, first tier demon beast, spirit level bloodline, possible. Skills, leaf blade shot, bronze, root binding, normal. Features, remote attack combined with control, but rather fragile. Tangling Mouse, Wood type, first tier demon beast, spirit level bloodline, possible. Skills, binding vines, normal, flying leaf piercing, bronze, agile dodge, normal. Features, strong control ability, high mobility, with a certain level of intelligence. Zhang Hao quickly scanned through and pointed to the third option, Tangling Mouse. It has multiple control skills, good mobility, perfectly compensating for the little gold's lack of agility. Wise choice. Zhuan closed the hologram. Let's prepare to set off. I will provide you with a passage permit. Let's go to the transmission hall now. The internal transmission array at Wuhan University is located within the Rune Tower in the northwest corner of the campus. This is a 7-story tall tower, entirely constructed of silver-white metal, its surface engraved with dense teleportation runes. Heavy guards are stationed at the base. Entry requires strict identity verification. Zhuan presented his teacher credentials and Zhang Hao's permit, and after the guards confirmed it was correct, they were allowed to pass. Walking into the tower, it was Zhang Hao's first time seeing a real long-distance transmission array. It was a circular platform with a diameter of 10 meters, the ground embedded with hundreds of colored energy crystals, arranged according to some profound pattern. 12 rune columns stood at the edge of the platform, with rotating light spheres suspended at the top, emitting waves of spatial distortion. Stand in the center. Zhuan instructed. The two stepped onto the platform. Zhuan entered coordinates on the control panel, causing the rune columns to light up simultaneously. The first transmission might feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhuan reminded, close your eyes, relax your body, and don't resist the pull of space. Just as his voice fell, the light from the 12 rune columns intensified. Zhang Hao felt the platform beneath his feet vanish, his body being pulled, compressed, and stretched by an invisible force. What appeared before his eyes was not darkness, but countless flowing chaotic colors, and a sharp buzzing filled his ears, making his stomach churn violently. This state lasted for about 5 seconds, or maybe longer, as the sense of time blurred in the distorted space. When his feet landed on solid ground again, Zhang Hao stumbled and almost fell. He bit back the nausea and opened his eyes. Chapter 23 Tangling Mouse. Before him was the interior of a similarly styled rune tower, but on a much smaller scale. Through the tower window, a completely different scene appeared outside, no longer the buildings of Wuhan University, but a dense, primitive forest, with towering ancient trees blocking the sky and the air rich with the scent of damp soil and vegetation. We have arrived, Zhuan said, patting his shoulder. This is the administrative outpost of Beast Forest number 3. The Federation has set up such outposts at every beast gathering place, making it convenient for contract teachers to hand over tasks and replenish supplies. Stepping out of the teleportation tower, Zhang Hao saw a small town. On both sides of the street, there were potion shops, equipment stores, material purchase stations, and even a few simple taverns. The crowd was mostly adult contract teachers, wearing various combat uniforms, their bodies carrying the scent of blood and signs of hard travel. These are all freelance contract teachers, Zhuan explained as he walked. They make a living by accepting hunting and gathering tasks released by the Federation. Completing tasks earns points, which can be exchanged for resources, techniques, or even qualifications to enter higher secret realms. He pointed to a building with a sign that read Task Hall. After you graduate, if you don't want to join the military or big companies, you will become one of them. So cherish the present. Earning resources in school is much safer than here. The two arrived at the administrative building, where Zhuan showed his ID and soon received a detailed map and information on beast distribution. The vine spirit mouse mainly inhabits this area. Zhuan circled a region on the map. They are social beasts, usually moving in groups of 3 to 5. If you want to contract one, it's best to find a solitary individual. Social beasts will go wild in retaliation if one of them is attacked. Zhang Hao carefully noted the terrain features and precautions. Let's go, it's a bit far. We will ride our battle pet there. Zhuan stepped out of the administrative building and began to make a hand seal. The contract tower flashed with light, and a huge creature appeared in the open space. It was a giant lizard, entirely emerald green and over 10 meters long. Its body was covered with woody scales, and a row of sharp bone spines ran down its back. It had sturdy legs and a tail like a steel whip. The most unusual part was its head, not a lizard's triangular head, but more like a cluster of some kind of plant, topped with a bunch of writhing vines. This is one of my auxiliary battle pets, the forest python dragon. Zhu Wen introduced, it has both wood and fire attributes and is a mid-level second tier. Its defense is quite good, and it can breathe fire, but it's not very bright. I mainly contracted it because it runs fast. The forest python dragon snorted in dissatisfaction when it heard its master call it not very bright, and sparks flew from its nostrils. Zhu Wen laughed and swung onto the dragon's back, reaching out his hand to Zhang Hao. Get up, hold on tight. Zhang Hao climbed onto the dragon's back, sitting behind Zhu Wen. The scales of the forest python dragon were smoother than they appeared, and he had to grasp the fabric at Zhu Wen's waist. Hold on tight. Zhu Wen commanded. The forest python dragon exerted its four limbs and surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was so fast that Zhang Hao nearly got thrown off. The scenery on both sides rushed backward, and the strong wind hit his face, mixed with the unique damp scent of the forest. They sped north along a dirt path cleared through the forest. Along the way, he could see some scattered contract teacher teams, some fighting beasts while others were handling their spoils. Seeing the forest python dragon pass by, many people cast odd looks. A second-tier battle pet was already a crushing presence in the wild. About half an hour later, Zhu Wen signaled for the forest python dragon to slow down. We have arrived. He jumped down from the dragon's back and pointed to an area ahead thick with vines. This area is the habitat of the vine spirit mouse. Remember, I am only responsible for ensuring your safety. If you encounter beasts of second tier or above, I will intervene, but first tier battles must be handled by you. This is the rule. Zhang Hao nodded and took a deep breath. He summoned the little gold giant, its icy blue figure standing out vividly against the lush green forest. Let's go. Zhang Hao tightened his grip on the staff. Let's find our new partner. Little King Kong let out a low growl, its ice blue eyes scanning the surroundings, and it stepped first into the thicket of vines. Zhu Wen followed behind, keeping a distance of about 10 meters. His gaze was vigilant, constantly sweeping the area, with his right hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. In the depths of the forest, the faint cries of beasts could be heard. The journey to Contract, the second battle pet, officially began. After walking for a while, the trees thinned out significantly, replaced by a peculiar plant that grew densely, mouse bamboo. They stood about 1 meter tall, with short and thick bamboo joints, broad and thick green leaves, emitting a faint sweet aroma. According to records, this is the favorite food of vine spirit mice, and an important sign for them to choose their habitat. The ground beneath felt soft and damp, covered with tiny holes and claw marks. The air was filled with the earthy smell of decaying plant matter, and occasionally, sounds of digging could be heard from underground. Watch your step. Zhu Wen's voice came from behind. Vine spirit mice are skilled diggers, their burrows often connect underground, forming a maze. Once you fall in, it can be quite troublesome to get out. Zhang Hao nodded, signaling little King Kong to scout ahead. The ice blue monkey stepped on the ground, leaving faint frost footprints. This was Zhang Hao's command, marking the path with cold air to prevent getting lost. They slowly advanced along the edge of the mouse bamboo forest. Every time they encountered a suspicious tree hole or underground burrow, Zhang Hao would stop and observe closely. Most of the vine spirit mice's habitats were very concealed. They chose sturdy ancient trees, digging burrows at the roots, camouflaging the entrances with vines and fallen leaves. Some burrow entrances showed fresh claw marks and scattered mouse bamboo debris, indicating active populations living there. As Zhang Hao's gaze swept over these burrows, the Bloodline Purification furnace in his consciousness quietly operated. Information appeared that only he could see. Vine Spirit Mouse, First Tier, Inferior. Bloodline, Ordinary, Purity 3%. Qualification, Ordinary. Status, Juvenile, Low Potential. Vine Spirit Mouse, First Tier, Medium. Bloodline, Ordinary, Purity 8%. Qualification, Ordinary. Status, Adult, Depleted Potential. Vine Spirit Mouse, First Tier, Superior. Bloodline, Ordinary, Purity 12%. Qualification, Excellent. Status, Elderly, vines on the body are dry, potential exhausted. After checking 5 burrows, the situations were similar. Either they were individuals with low bloodline, or elderly ones with depleted potential but excellent qualifications. What Zhang Hao sought was a partner with growth potential, one that could be nurtured over the long term, not a disposable one to be replaced in just a few years. Don't rush. Zhu Wen noticed his disappointment. Though vine spirit mice aren't rare, truly potential individuals are indeed few. Keep looking. After delving about a kilometer into the bamboo forest, the terrain began to change. Ahead appeared a denser grove of ancient trees, with a towering giant tree in the center that would require 3 people to embrace. The bark of this tree was dark brown, covered in cracks from the passage of time, and its crown stretched out like an umbrella, shading an area of dozens of meters. At the base of the giant tree, a tree hole nearly 2 meters in diameter stood out vividly. The entrance was not deliberately camouflaged, instead, fresh vines hung like a curtain, showing the residents' confidence in their strength. This is it. Zhang Hao whispered. He signaled little King Kong to step lightly, then slowly approached, crouching behind a clump of mouse bamboo about 20 meters away from the tree hole, focusing intently. The Bloodline Purification furnace's perception spread out. The life force within the tree hole clearly reflected back 5 individuals. Vine Spirit Mouse, First Tier, Superior. Bloodline, Ordinary, Purity 15%. Qualification, Excellent. Status, Elderly, vines on the body are dry and hardened, movement slow, potential exhausted. Vine Spirit Mouse, First Tier, Medium, Female. Bloodline, Ordinary, Purity 11%. Qualification, Ordinary. Status, Adult, Healthy. Vine Spirit Mouse, First Tier, Medium, Male. Bloodline, Spirit Level, Vine Demon Mouse, Purity 9%. Qualification, Excellent. Status, Young Adult, Healthy, Great Potential. Remark, only 1% away from Bloodline Awakening. Vine Spirit Mouse, First Stage, Lower Grade, ×2. Bloodline, Common Level, Purity 2%, 3%. Qualification, Ordinary. Status, Cub, Growing. Found it. Zhang Hao's gaze locked onto the male individual with Spirit Level Bloodline, Purity 9%. Young Adult, Excellent Qualification, only a step away from awakening. This is the partner he was looking for. But problems followed. This was a whole family, an old but experienced patriarch, a pair of adult couples, and 2 cubs. To contract that male individual, he would have to face the resistance of the entire group. Teacher, Zhang Hao turned back to Zhu Wen. If I want to contract that male but don't want to harm his family, what should I do? Zhu Wen raised an eyebrow. You want to take the benevolence and harmony approach? Interesting. Generally, contract masters directly kill or drive away others, leaving only the target. But if you want the battle pet to willingly follow, protecting its family is indeed the best choice. He thought for a moment and added. However, the difficulty will be much greater. You have to subdue the target while preventing other family members from interfering and cannot go for a kill. This demands high fighting skills. I want to give it a try. Zhang Hao's eyes were resolute. He recalled a case discussed in theory class. Forcibly suppressing a contracted battle pet requires the master to continuously consume spiritual power to suppress the rebellious will, and they can never achieve a resonance state. Conversely, a willingly following battle pet not only acts as an extension of the master's will but can also connect energy at crucial moments, unleashing several times the power. Little King Kong is the best example. Although it moved slowly at first, it showed no resistance during the contract. Now, the mutual understanding and growth speed far exceeded those of forcibly contracted battle pets of the same rank. Chapter 24, The Path of Benevolence and Harmony. Alright, let's do it your way. Zhu Wen stepped back a few paces, giving space. I will keep watch to ensure no other monsters interfere. But the family battle, you must solve on your own. Zhang Hao nodded, beginning to lay out the tactics. Little King Kong, he communicated his thoughts through the contract. Take care of that old one later. Remember, do not go for a kill, focus on suppression. Use Frost Fist to control its movements, use Ice Crystal Shield for defensive counterattacks, but do not use Frost Charge as a killing move. Little King Kong growled in response, indicating understanding. I'll handle that male myself. The 2 cubs have no combat power, and the female should protect the children, so she won't actively attack. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Let's begin. He stood up and walked out of the bamboo grove. Almost at the same time, the Vine Spirit Mouse family in the tree hole sensed the intruders. Squeak! A sharp screech came from inside the hole. The next moment, 5 figures sprang out in sequence. Leading them was the old Vine Spirit Mouse. It measured about 2 feet long, covered in deep brown wood-like fur, with dry vines growing on its back, like wearing a ragged raincoat. Though old, its small black bean-like eyes held vigilance and ferocity. Behind it, the female Vine Spirit Mouse protected the 2 trembling cubs, retreating to the side of the tree hole. And the male individual Zhang Hao had set his sights on, more agile, with shiny fur, vibrant green vines on its body, and budding flowers at its tail, stood in the very front of the family, giving a threatening growl. Entangling vines, the old Vine Spirit Mouse launched the first attack. Its dry vines suddenly extended, like 7 or 8 brown poisonous snakes shooting toward Little King Kong. These vines were covered in barbs. Once they wrapped around, they would tighten and inject paralyzing toxins. But Little King Kong was already prepared. Ice Crystal Shield. 6 ice crystal shields spun instantly around its body, and the vine struck the shields, emitting muffled puff-puff sounds. The cold air from the ice crystals spread along the vines, visibly slowing the old Vine Spirit Mouse's movements. Its already dry vines became even more brittle under the cold stimulus. Now's the time, Frost Fist. Little King Kong's right fist glowed brilliantly in icy blue. A punch slammed into the ground. Boom! Frost energy spread along the ground, instantly freezing a 3-meter radius around the elderly Vine Spirit Mouse. The ice climbed up its limbs. Though it didn't fully trap it, it significantly slowed its speed. On the other side, Zhang Hao began his battle with the male vine spirit mouse. Squeak! The male vine spirit mouse was clearly much smarter. It did not charge head-on like the older one but first activated the skill, agile evasion, moving like a ghost while leaving behind shadowy afterimages. At the same time, the flower bud at its tail bloomed, shooting out sharp-edged, leaf blade piercing. Swish! 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 7 or 8 green leaves flew like flying daggers, slicing through the air towards Zhang Hao. These leaves looked thin, but under the support of wood energy, their piercing power was no less than that of Rael metal darts. Frost armor. Zhang Hao raised his staff, instantly manifesting a translucent ice crystal armor on his body. The flying leaves hit the armor, producing a crisp ding-ding sound, leaving scratches of varying depths, but they could not break through. It's my turn now, Ice Spike. He pointed his staff forward, and 3 ice spikes, about a foot long, formed out of thin air and shot in a triangular shape towards the vine spirit mouse. But the vine spirit mouse's agile evasion was indeed extraordinary. It twisted its body in midair, slipping through the gaps between the ice spikes like it had no bones, landing without even stopping, and shot out flying leaves again. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. The combat intelligence of this vine spirit mouse exceeded his expectations. It not only knew how to use its speed advantage for guerrilla tactics but also predicted the trajectory of his spells. That 9% spirit level bloodline had not yet awakened, but it already granted it extraordinary talent beyond its kin. I can't drag this out. Zhang Hao made a judgment. The vine spirit mouse was wood type, and fighting in this bamboo forest gave it environmental bonuses, so its recovery speed would be very quick. The longer he delayed, the more beneficial it would be for it. He changed his tactics, no longer pursuing precise hits, but began to suppress it over a wide area. Ice Spike Barrage. 1 ice spike after another shot out continuously, not aiming at the vine spirit mouse itself but blocking its movement space. The cold air that exploded when the ice spikes hit the ground made the surrounding temperature drop continually, significantly affecting the vine spirit mouse's evasion speed. At the same time, Zhang Hao began to advance. He endured the attacks of the flying leaves, gradually closing the distance. Frost armor began to show cracks under the constant slicing of the leaves, but he didn't care as long as he wasn't broken through in one hit. He had time to repair. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. When the distance shrank to 5 meters, the vine spirit mouse finally panicked. It tried to retreat, but behind it was the tree hollow where its family was. It could not retreat. Squeak! With a decisive cry, it gave up hit-and-run tactics and activated its third skill. Entangling vines. Unlike the dry vines of the elderly individual, the vines on the back of this male vine spirit mouse were lush green, filled with resilience. For vines lashed out at Zhang Hao like whips, 2 aimed directly at his legs, and 2 aimed at his right hand holding the staff. It wanted to limit Zhang Hao's actions and casting ability. But Zhang Hao was waiting for this moment. Now Ice Explosion. This was not a skill or spell, but a use of frost energy. He detonated an ice spike at the densest spot of the vines. Boom! The ice crystals exploded, and cold air burst forth. The 4 vines instantly froze stiff, covered in frost. The vine spirit mouse tried to retract the vines, but the cold air had already invaded its body through the vines, making its movement sluggish. An opportunity. Zhang Hao tapped his staff, and 3 ice spikes shot in a triangle towards the vine spirit mouse's limbs, not aiming for vital points, just to restrict its movement. Puff! 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 The ice spikes hit, driving into the ground. Though they didn't cause serious harm, the frost energy quickly spread, freezing the vine spirit mouse's limbs to the ground. Squeak! The vine spirit mouse struggled, but the harder it struggled, the faster the cold air invaded. A few seconds later, it finally exhausted its strength and collapsed to the ground, only able to stare at Zhang Hao with its little black bean eyes, filled with unwillingness and despair. On the other side, the battle between Little King Kong and the elderly vine spirit mouse was nearing its end. Although the elderly individual had rich experience, it was restrained by Little King Kong's frost, and at this moment, it was trapped in ice up to half of its body, able only to cry out in vain. The battle was over. Zhang Hao did not immediately step forward to form a contract. Instead, he first looked at the female vine spirit mouse and the 2 young ones. They were curled up by the tree hole, trembling, their eyes filled with fear. He slowly approached and stopped 3 meters away. Then, he did something that shocked Zhuan. He took out a first-grade high-quality ice attribute crystal core that was originally reserved for Little King Kong. The crystal core glimmered with an ice-blue sheen under the sunlight, exuding pure energy fluctuations. This, Zhang Hao placed the crystal core on the ground and communicated with his soul power, can serve as a gift for our contract meeting. The entire vine spirit mouse family was stunned. The male individual that was encased in ice flashed with confusion in its eyes. Zhang Hao continued, if you are willing to become my partner, this crystal core is yours. There will be more resources in the future, would attribute crystal cores, growth potions, and training environments suitable for your bloodline. He pointed to the tree hole, your family can come along too. I will provide a safe place with plenty of food and no natural enemies. You can continue to live together. While speaking, he released the ice binding the male vine spirit mouse's limbs. As the cold retreated, it regained its ability to move, but instead of escaping immediately, it watched Zhang Hao warily and glanced at the crystal core on the ground. The temptation was too great. A first-grade high-quality crystal core was an unimaginable treasure for it, which was a first-grade medium-quality being. Moreover, the assurance of its family's safety struck a core weakness. The vine spirit mouse was an intelligent beast, although not on par with humans. It had basic emotional understanding. It knew it could not defeat this human before it, and it also understood that if it refused, its entire family might suffer. Now, not only did the other party not intend to destroy them all, but also offered generous conditions. Eek, it let out a low cry and slowly stepped forward, nudging the crystal core with its nose. The pure ice attribute energy sent a chill through it, but the abundant energy attracted it further. Then it looked up at Zhang Hao, and the hostility in its gaze faded almost completely. Now was the time. Zhang Hao summoned the contract tower. The small, white, three-layered tower hovered in his palm, slowly rotating. If you are willing, just touch it. The male vine spirit mouse hesitated for 3 seconds. It glanced back at its family. The elderly individual had already been released by Little King Kong and was nervously watching. The female was holding the young ones, her eyes full of concern. Finally, it stretched out its front paw and gently touched the tower. Buzz! A gentle white light enveloped both man and mouse. The contract ceremony began. At that moment. Stop. Dare to snatch the battle pet our brother set his eyes on. 2 figures sprang out from the nearby bamboo forest. One was short and lean like a monkey, while the other was tall and strong like a bear, both dressed in dirty battle clothes and sporting fierce expressions. The short and lean one lunged directly at Zhang Hao, who was recuperating after forming the contract, with a shiny dagger in hand. During the contract process or just after, the contractor was at their weakest, having depleted most of their soul power and unable to defend themselves. These two obviously seized this opportunity, wanting to forcibly interrupt the contract, and even possibly kill to take the pet. But they overlooked one person. Unbridled. Shu Wen's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling coldness. He didn't even draw his sword, he merely aligned his right index and middle fingers and gently sliced them forward. Whoosh! A pale blue sword energy shot through the air. Only 3 feet long, yet as solid as reality, it let out a sharp tearing sound as it passed. The short man's face changed drastically. By the time he tried to dodge, it was too late. The sword energy accurately sliced through his right shoulder, sending a spray of blood flying. Ah! He let out a terrible scream, the dagger slipping from his hand as he was knocked away by the aftershock of the sword energy. Breaking several pieces of rat bamboo, it finally stopped. The tall man was so scared that his legs went weak. He turned and wanted to run. Did I allow you to leave? Shu Wen's voice shadowed him. The second sword energy shot out. This time it grazed the man's left leg. The tall man stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh and wailing. Shu Wen stepped slowly towards the two of them, looking down from above with cold eyes. Attacking other contract masters maliciously in the safe zone is forbidden. Have you forgotten this rule? Please spare us. The short thin man covered his wound, his voice trembling. We didn't know he was your student. Didn't know? Zhu Wen sneered. Even if he weren't my student, do you think you can just break others' contracts? If not for the fact that this is a safe zone, you two would already be corpses. He waved his hand and shot 2 more fine sword energies, sealing the bleeding wounds of the two but not reducing the pain at all. Take your friend and get lost. If I see you do evil again, you will bear the consequences. The two felt like they had received a great reprieve, crawling away while supporting each other, even forgetting to pick up the dropped dagger. Chapter 25, The Ecosystem Inside the Tower. Zhang Hao could feel that within the soul of the vine spirit rat, there was no strong resistance, only a hint of anxiety towards the unknown. This was much easier than forcibly suppressing it, consuming less than 1/10 of the soul power. 5 seconds later, the white light faded away. Contract successful. Battle pet, unnamed, vine spirit rat. Attributes, wood. Realm, 1 level medium. Quality, excellent. Bloodline, spirit level vine demon rat, purity 9%. Skills, wrapping binds, normal, leaf puncture, bronze, agile evasion, normal. Status, healthy, contract successful. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. He squatted down and patted the head of the vine spirit rat. Let's call you Little Vine from now on. Little Vine nuzzled his hand, indicating acceptance. Then it picked up the ice attribute crystal core but did not absorb it immediately. Instead, it turned and ran toward its family. It placed the crystal core in front of the female vine spirit rat and began chattering excitedly. Clearly, it was explaining what had just happened. Zhang Hao did not interrupt but looked toward Zhu, who clearly knew everything that had just occurred, but during the contract process, he could not be distracted. He stepped forward. "Thank you, teacher. It's part of my duty." The bald teacher walked over with a look of approval on his face. "You kid, remember, whether in the hunting area or the safe zone, always be careful, often the people are more dangerous than the demon beasts." Zhu patted his shoulder. "Indeed, very good. Many contract masters treat battle pets as tools, forcefully suppressing them, and as a result, they never reach resonant states in their lifetime. You chose to build a trust relationship from the start. This path might be slower at first, but in the long run, the benefits are immense." Zhang Hao nodded. "Many cases in books prove this. There are too many examples of forcibly suppressed battle pets rebelling at critical moments." Zhu looked at Little Vine, who was communicating with its family. "What are you planning to do with this family? Take them all away?" "Yes." Zhang Hao nodded. "I plan to wait until the Soul Realm reaches the ordinary level high quality and gain mastery of the first layer of the contract tower, then open up a what attribute space. There, the energy will be abundant, suitable for them to live, and I can also plant rat bamboo and some what attribute herbs." Shuwen's eyes lit up. "You're already considering planning the ecosystem inside the tower route? Each layer of space in the contract tower can be transformed into an environment suitable for battle pets to live in once the owner fully masters it. This is a common tactic of high-level contract masters. Not only can it provide the best growth conditions for battle pets, but it can also grow spiritual grass and raise low-level demon beasts in the tower, forming a small ecological cycle that is self-sufficient and even produces resources. But this requires the owner to have a certain level of mastery over the tower. Usually, it can only be attempted in the later stages of Stardust or even Star Brilliance. Little Vine's bloodline purity is already at 9%, just a hair away from awakening," Zhang Hao said. "Once it awakens its spirit-level bloodline, the feedback from my wood attribute affinity will greatly increase. In the future, opening the wooden attribute space will go more smoothly." He looked at the Little Vine family. After some communication, the hostility of the old vine spirit rat and the female individual had mostly faded. After all, Zhang Hao had offered real benefits, safety, food, resources, and their children/partners had already volunteered to sign a contract. "I need some time," Zhang Hao said to Zhu. "I want Little Vine and its family to stay a bit longer to chat. When we leave, we will put them into the temporary space of the contract tower together." "That's fine." Zhu nodded and sat down beside a tree not far away. "You handle it, I will wait here." Zhang Hao walked to Little Vine's side. Little Vine was gently wrapping its two cubs with vines, making soft chirping sounds, as if advising them on something. Seeing Zhang Hao come over, it lifted its head, no longer showing any wariness in its eyes. "You can rest assured," Zhang Hao said seriously, "I will take good care of your family. When my tower space is ready, they will have a home much safer and more comfortable than here." Little Vine nuzzled against his hand, showing its trust. The sun was setting, dyeing the bamboo rat forest in golden hues. Zhang Hao stood under the ancient tree, watching the last moments of reunion for the Little Vine family. The two cubs curiously circled around him, occasionally poking his shoes with their little paws. The old vine spirit rat lay on the tree root, squinting its eyes to bask in the sun, seemingly having accepted the arrangement of fate. At that moment, Zhang Hao suddenly understood the true meaning of the path of benevolence and harmony. The contract master and the battle pet are not master and slave, but partners walking together on the path of greatness. If you give respect and trust, they will return loyalty and strength. This path may be slower, but each step is solid, and every bit of strength is pure. And on his path of greatness, he now had another partner. The little golden steel sat beside him, curiously looking at the newly joined Little Vine. One icy and one wooden, one is the main fighter and the other is support. The future cooperation was exciting. "Let's go," Zhang Hao said softly. He opened the temporary space entrance of the contract tower. Although the space was small for now, it was enough to hold a few small monster beasts. Little Vine took one last look at the tree hole it had lived in for a long time, then led its family one by one into the light gate. When the last cub's figure disappeared, the light gate closed. Zhang Hao felt the breath of new life inside the tower, a smile curling on his lips. The second battle pet, contract successful. Shuwen stood up, brushing off the dust on his clothes. "Let's head back. The monthly exam is about to start, and you need to prepare well. This time it's not just a small scuffle within the class." "Yes." The two set off on their way back. The forest python dragon sped through the dusk, carrying them back to the teleportation point. After returning to school, they immediately dove into preparing for the monthly exam of the grade. From that day until January 20th, a total of 15 days, it was truly a period of intense training. With no savings at hand, he even spent all the credits he could manage to gather. The 70 credits he earned from the previous practical training class, along with the credits he had saved up before, totaled 449.4 credits. Of those, 300 credits were used for 1 hour each day in the mysterious level 3 training room. That was a second-level training room, where spirit power and spiritual energy could be cultivated simultaneously, yielding excellent results, though the only drawback was its high cost. With this intense training, Zhang Hao made rapid progress, storing 1,000 starlights in his body, yet he still did not feel any significant constraints. He speculated that it might be due to the choice he made during his last breakthrough to synchronously advance both realms, which had led to a slight increase in his potential and various functions. By doing so, the energy required for each breakthrough within a realm was greater, and the time taken was also longer, but the advantages were also obvious. Within the same realm, his energy reserve must far exceed that of others. Little Golden Steel's training was steady and methodical. Its training system had already taken shape, and it would not introduce new training methods unless it broke through to a higher realm. Zhang Hao was never a stingy person, since he chose Little Vine to be his partner. Naturally, it will also be fully cultivated. He spent over 100 credits, equivalent to more than 100,000 federal coins, to enroll Little Tang in a wood attribute skill course. After more than 10 days of 5 intense training sessions, a regular skill of Little Tang achieved elite line entanglement was upgraded to a bronze skill, significantly enhancing its control ability. Not only that, on January 5, Zhang Hao was elected by the whole class as the top of the monthly exam, receiving a junior sky crystal. He skillfully recovered it, exchanging it for 1,200 evolution points. What surprised him was that, being a spirit-level bloodline, Little Tang, with these 1,200 evolution points, directly raised its bloodline concentration from 9% to 17%, crossing 8% in one breath. This once again confirmed, the higher the bloodline level, the more resources are often needed for each step forward. With the successful awakening of the bloodline, Little Tang also gained a bronze-level bloodline skill root trip. This skill deploys extremely quickly, able to instantly generate fine roots under the enemy's feet, creating control. It works in combination with the previously upgraded vine entanglement, layering control abilities, greatly improving the output environment for Little King Kong, achieving a true coherence between control and explosive power. Chapter 26, Monthly Exam of the Grade. On February 20th, at 7 a.m., in the central arena of Wuhan University. The pale blue light of the spatial folding array enveloped the entire entrance, the battlefield extending far beyond what could be seen outside. Zhang Hao looked at the grouping information popping up on his wristband. Wuhan University, first year, 19, class, combatants, Zhang Hao, Chenho, Wushan, Angela, the girl in the white dress, Lin Xiaoyu. How gu? Wushan squeezed over, and behind him, one could faintly sense a steady wave of earth attribute energy. In the first round, 500 people will battle in chaos, randomly distributed. I hope we can end up together. Zhang Hao glanced at the 3D map of the competition area he just received. A circular arena of 10,000 square meters, with 500 light spots scattered randomly like stars, the distance between neighbors less than 5 meters. Be careful. He patted Wu Shan's shoulder. It's not embarrassing to admit defeat when in danger, keep your strength for opportunities. Wu Shan grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Don't worry, my stone giant is not easy to handle. Not far away, Angela in a fiery red combat outfit was nonchalantly polishing a runic wristband. Her fireblast bear had not yet been summoned, but the faint heat emanating from her already caused the surrounding air to slightly distort. Enter the arena. A deep voice resonated from the loudspeaker of the dean. In the spatial folding battlefield, on platform number 300. Zhang Hao stepped on the metallic ground, his gaze swiftly sweeping around. 5 meters away, other students were summoning their battle pets: wind wolves, water snakes, armored rhinos, all kinds of strange creatures, with mixed energy waves. His thoughts stirred, and the contract tower trembled slightly in his sea of consciousness. Roar! The water vapor in the air crystallized into ice, refracting colorful cold light under the illumination of the arena's light source. Surrounding students' expressions changed drastically, and they all retreated. King-level bloodline. 6-armed frost giant? It's Zhang Hao from class 19. Retreat. Don't stand out. Whispers arose. Zhang Hao ignored them, his gaze like a bolt of lightning sweeping around no Wushan, no Chenho, and no Angela. The random distribution was indeed fair, but also truly cruel. That's fine. He murmured, his eyes calm, no need to be distracted. First round, 500 down to 100 begin. As soon as the dean's voice fell, a ring of scarlet light lit up at the edge of the battlefield, the poison circle, shrinking towards the center at a speed of 3 meters per second. The circle is closing. Quick, rush to the center. Chaos erupted in an instant. Contractors either drove their battle pets to charge, or cast defensive spells on themselves, while more people chose to attack the nearest competitor. The faster you eliminate, the greater your opportunity to remain. Zhang Hao did not move. He stood still, Little King Kong blocking in front of him like a mountain. A student, driven by the armored rhinoceros trying to charge, was hit by a side frost punch from the little King Kong, instantly freezing half of the rhinoceros's body, slowing its movement, and was hurriedly recalled by its master into the contract tower. But the poison circle does not wait for anyone. The scarlet light curtain shrank rapidly, advancing 100 meters in just 40 seconds. 7 or 8 students at the edge, who reacted a little slower, were swallowed by the light curtain, their wristbands shining with blinding red light, their figures disappearing in an instant eliminated. Little King Kong, proceed steadily towards the center, Zhang Hao ordered, maintain a defensive stance, no need for active strikes. The little King Kong responded with a low growl, the icy crystal shield on its body buzzing into form, its fists surrounded by cold air like mist. Zhang Hao also cast the frost armor technique on himself, moving 3 steps behind the little King Kong towards the center. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. The master of a swift wind wolf seemed to have lost his mind in anger, seeing Zhang Hao approaching, actually commanded his battle pet to pounce from the side. Roar! The little King Kong didn't even wait for Zhang Hao's order and casually swung its right fist, frost punch. The fist wind, accompanied by cold air, spread in a fan shape. The swift wind wolf was hit by the cold air in midair, its movements abruptly freezing, crashing down to the ground, its body covered in white frost. Its master turned pale, gritted his teeth, and pressed the wristband to surrender. Instant kill. This punch completely intimidated everyone within a radius of 30 meters. The students hurriedly took detours, preferring to mix it up with others than to dare to approach this icy killing god. Zhang Hao was glad for the leisure, smoothly reaching within 100 meters of the center. At this time, the poison circle had shrunk to a diameter of less than 150 meters, and about 150 people remained in the area, meaning over 50 more needed to be eliminated. The battle entered a fever pitch. Flames, frost, thunder, rock spikes, various battle pet skills crazily clashed in the small area. Screams, the red light of surrender, the flashing light of battle pets being injured and recalled to the tower rose and fell continuously. Zhang Hao ordered the little King Kong to guard a corner, using frost punches and icy crystal shields to defend against the occasional stray attacks, no longer actively striking. 12 minutes later, the poison circle was completely contracted. First round ends. Remaining number, 100. In the center of the battlefield, the logistics medical team entered. Green healing beams fell like rain, the injured battle pets quickly healed their wounds in the light. Energy replenishing potions automatically injected into the contract master's body through the wristband's injection port. Zhang Hao took the basic recovery energy potion handed to him and drank it down. Though consumption was not high, free resources should not be wasted. Taking the opportunity, he looked around and finally spotted Wu Shan in the crowd across him. Wu Shan had a few scorched spots on his battlesuit but was full of spirit, holding his hands together in front of him in a pleading manner, his lips clearly mouthing, "How good you take care of your brother." Zhang Hao smiled and nodded in response. A few minutes later, the wristband vibrated again. Second round, 100 to 50. Rules, random drop points, the poison circle shrinks at double speed. Countdown, 10, 9. The drop points refreshed. This time luck was good as Zhang Hao appeared about 180 meters away from the center, while Wu Shan was just less than 40 meters in front of him, being sandwiched by 2 people on the left and right. The two clearly knew each other, working together seamlessly. One had a 3-meter-tall Treant battle pet, Thorn Spearguard, its wooden body intertwined with vines, holding a wooden spear and shield. The other had a fire-feathered bird swirling with flames beside him, its wings showering sparks, the air distorted by high temperature. Wu Shan's rock giant stood in front of him, its stone body already showing several scorched cracks but still as solid as a mountain. "How goo!" Wu Shan beamed when he saw Zhang Hao. The two turned their heads simultaneously, their faces slightly changed. Zhang Hao, the tall, thin student controlling the Thorn Spearguard, gritted his teeth. "Zhang Hao, let's team up to deal with him first. Otherwise, no one can get into the next round." The fire contract master named Qian Hao nodded, "You're right. Fire-feathered bird, prepare to ignite the stars." The two instantly reached a consensus. First, kick out the greatest threat. Zhang Hao's expression remained unchanged, his thoughts connecting, little King Kong. Head-on confrontation, first breakthrough control point. Xiao Jinnan stepped forward, the ice crystal shield fully open, frost armor covering his body. Under double defense, he resembled an ice-forged fortress, the chill causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Attack! Xiao Yu took the lead, would shield defense. Vines entangle. The spearguard's left hand would shield expanded to 2 meters wide, blocking in front like a wall, while his right hand long spear was poised and ready. At the same time, the ground cracked with a snap, a dozen vines as thick as wrists burst out like venomous snakes, coiling around Xiao Jinnan's legs. Qian Hao almost at the same time, 3 consecutive fiery missiles. Prepare the scorching airwave. Flame Feather Sparrow shrieked, and 3 fireballs the size of human heads shot forth in a triangular formation. Meanwhile, its wings began to vibrate at high frequencies, scorching air gathering in front once Xiao Jinnan charged. This contrary airwave would greatly hinder his speed. A clever cooperation control limit, long-range bombardment, environmental interference. But Zhang Hao's counter was even simpler. Xiao Jinnan, Frost Roar breaks control, Frost Impact goes straight for the Spear Guard. Roar! Ice blue sound waves erupted. The materialized cold air burst in a circular explosion centered around the Jinnan, crashing against the vines and the forming scorching air wave. Cold and fire clashed, white mist steaming. The coiling vines slowed drastically under extreme cold, their surface instantly covering in ice shards, crushed into ice debris as Xiao Jinnan stomped down. At this moment, the Flame Feather Sparrow's 3 fireballs had arrived. Xiao Jinnan did not dodge, the ice crystal shield bearing the brunt. Bang! 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 3 dull sounds, the fireballs exploded against the ice crystal shield, flames splattering everywhere, the surface of the shield melted and evaporated, but in an instant, new cold air replenished the shield's thickness only reduced by 30%. What? Xian Hao's face drained of color, this defense. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Hao's second command arrived, charge. Xiao Jinnan lowered all fours, the ice crystal unicorn illusion above his head visibly condensing and materializing at speed. The cold air around him gathered like rivers returning to the sea at the tip of the unicorn, then. Boom! Ice blue afterimages burst apart. Frost Impact initiated. He shot forth like an ice cannonball, crashing towards the Spear Guard. The ground beneath him froze into a 3-finger-thick layer of ice. Not a chance. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and shouted, vines entangle, vine net bind. Ground spikes to obstruct. The Spear Guard slammed both hands on the ground, over 20 thick vines erupted from the earth, weaving into a dense vine net in midair, while 3 sharp wooden spikes rose from the ground, forming a triangular blockade against the charge. But the explosive power of noble bloodlines cannot be hindered by spiritual blood talent. Moreover, it was only at 11% just past the awakening period. Rip crack! The Frost Impact collided with the vine net, extreme cold rapidly spreading along the vine's veins. The vines froze and became brittle within 1/10 of a second, torn to shreds by the charging momentum. The 3 wooden spikes exploded into wood chips at the moment of contact with the ice crystal unicorn illusion. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted, he wanted to control the Spear Guard to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Chapter 27, instantly breaking 2. The ice crystal unicorn illusion crashed fiercely against the Spear Guard's wooden body at the chest. Crack boom! The excruciating sound of shattering, a hole the size of a basin exploded in the Spear Guard's chest, the edges covered in thick ice, cold air spreading through the cracks to his body. The Treant battle pet froze in place, the green light in its eyes rapidly fading. Pooh! Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, the contract backlash causing him to stagger back 3 steps, the hand ring flashing red wildly. The battle pet heavily injured and lost combat power, judged out. 1 person eliminated. Time taken 6 seconds. Xiaoyu! Xian Hao's eyes looked like they could split. Zhang Hao Flame Feather Sparrow, full power explosion of starfire. The Flame Feather Sparrow shrieked to the sky, its wings fully spread, flames from deep red transforming to blinding gold and white. Terrifying high temperatures caused the surrounding air to twist violently, it hung in the air 5 meters like a small sun, then dove down. Golden white flames cascaded down like a waterfall, and where it passed, the alloy ground began to glow red and soften. This is a desperate strike. Zhang Hao's gaze sharpened, he was finally going all out. Little King Kong, unleash the Frost Roar to the max, concentrate the ice crystal shield at the front, and take it head-on. Roar! The ice-cold sound wave exploded with 3 times the intensity of before. Little King Kong gathered all the energy of its ice crystal shield to the front, forming a giant ice shield half a meter thick, with runes flowing across its surface. At the same time, with its fists pressed against the shield, its muscles bulged, and cold air gushed out from every pore like a solid force. In the next moment, golden flames collided with the ice crystal giant shield. Boom! The huge sound of the ice and fire explosion shook the entire battlefield. White mist and steam shot up into the sky, blocking the sun. The ground in the center of the collision cracked, melted, and then froze again, forming a grotesque landscape of mixed ice and fire. 3 seconds later, the mist began to clear. Everyone gasped as they saw the situation in the center. The ice crystal giant shield's surface had melted nearly halfway, but it remained intact. Behind the shield, Little King Kong's arms were covered in frost, its breath slightly tangled, but the fighting spirit in its eyes burned even brighter. The Flame Feather Sparrow, however, floated in midair, its flames dimmed by more than half, with several of its golden feathers burnt and falling off. It was clear that blow had consumed most of its energy. How is this possible? Xian Hao's face turned as white as paper. The starfire blaze at full power was actually taken head-on. Zhang Hao did not give him a chance to catch his breath. Little King Kong, Ice Frost Fist, charge up for a heavy strike. Little King Kong withdrew its shield, pulling back its right fist. The remaining cold air, ice crystal fragments, and even the water attribute energy drifting in the air rushed toward its right fist like rivers flowing into the sea. A swirling and compressing core of ice formed at the tip of its fist, and the surrounding space slightly distorted due to the low temperature. Zhang Hao's face changed drastically. He wanted to order the Flame Feather Sparrow to dodge, but the Flame Feather Sparrow had just released its ultimate move and was in a brief period of energy vacuum. Boom! The Ice Frost Fist was launched through the air. It wasn't just a punch's wind, but a condensed, tangible ice fist chi that spun like a drill, freezing the air into a trail of frost as it advanced. The Flame Feather Sparrow shrieked as it tried to dodge, but it was half a beat too slow. The Frost Fist chi grazed its left wing. Crack! The left wing instantly froze and shattered. The Flame Feather Sparrow screamed as it fell, its flames nearly extinguished. Zhang Hao's hand ring flashed with red light. He gritted his teeth, looking at Zhang Hao, then glanced at the fallen and convulsing Flame Feather Sparrow, and finally hung his head in defeat to press the concede button. The two had a total duration of 14 seconds before being eliminated. Wu Shan watched with his mouth agape. How good, your little King Kong is too ferocious. Don't just stand there. Zhang Hao recalled little King Kong while feeling the slight fluctuations in his internal starlight due to high energy consumption, looking towards the quickly shrinking poisonous circle again. The second round has just begun, so hold on tight. Zhang Hao was clear in the recognition that even if he used little King Kong to take on two opponents, it had consumed a lot of energy. If surrounded and beaten, it would be difficult even for him, especially since he didn't want to use his trump card yet. During the last moment of the second round, the vibration of the hand ring and the announcement sounded simultaneously. Second round ended. Remaining participants, 50. Zhang Hao and Wu Shan both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Wu Shan wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, grinning. How good, thank you. We definitely made a profit this time, at least 100 credits guaranteed. It's not over yet. Zhang Hao's gaze swept over the isolating barrier in the center of the field, which was gradually lighting up. It was an independent arena prepared for the third round of duels. Now, it's all up to you. The surviving participants had various expressions. Some were exhausted, some were excited, while others cautiously surveyed potential opponents. Many looked at Zhang Hao with deep apprehension. The star with a royal-level Ice Frost King Kong, showcasing astonishing explosive power. No one wanted to encounter him in a duel too early. In the Class 19 rest area. Good kid. The class teacher, Zhuwen, patted Zhang Hao's shoulder hard and then smiled at Wu Shan, teasing him. Did you really grab onto a big thigh? Our class actually has 3 people who made it to the top 50. Even if it stops here, each will get 100 credits and a basic reward of a junior heavenly treasure crystal. Wu Shan chuckled. With a smug glance at Chen Ho beside him, he deliberately stretched his tone. Oh dear, Slim Monkey, you didn't miss the third round, did you? Chen Ho pushed up his glasses, rolled his eyes, and grumbled. Get lost. Do you think everyone has luck as good as yours, stumbling upon a moving thigh? Those freaks in other classes, with royal bloodlines like they're free, I didn't even see it clearly. Feng Yuyun just got taken out in one shot, really a instant kill experience card. There wasn't much frustration in his tone, more like he was stating the facts. Zhuwen nodded and looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who sat quietly on the other side. The girl in the white dress slightly shook her head and said softly. My crystal butterfly was restrained by a fire feather eagle and couldn't drag it into a prolonged battle. Her tone was calm, clearly indicating she had long anticipated this outcome. Zhang Hao understood in his heart. Those who made it to the top 50 were almost all the elite of each class, with their battle pets at least having excellent quality of spiritual level peak, and more were of royal bloodlines. Like Chen Ho's Feng Yuyun, spiritual level, and Lin Xiaoyu's crystal butterfly, under the absolute pressure of bloodlines and level differences, defeat was highly probable. If Wu Shan hadn't been lucky enough to meet him, he probably would have been eliminated long ago. Third round, 50 into 25, single elimination system is about to begin. The broadcast voice rang out again. Please all contestants proceed to the preparation area for online random drawing. The arena isolation is ready. In the preparation area, the large screen flickered, and after the match list rolled quickly, it came to a stop. Zhang Hao looked at his wristband. Arena, number 3. Opponent, Huang Mai, Class 3. Wu Shan wailed beside him. Arena number 8. I don't recognize the opponent's name, but they look really strong. Angela flipped her fiery red ponytail, her wristband showing she was at arena number 12, her opponent also from Class 3. The fiery sparkle in her eyes grew even stronger. The match begins. The soundproof barriers of 25 independent arenas rose simultaneously, and the battle erupted in an instant. At arena number 8, the match was almost over as soon as it began. Wu Shan's opponents summoned their battle pet, the Sharpleaf Battle Spirit, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with a humanoid wooden body, covered in sharp-edged overlapping leafy armor, the leaf blades extending from its arms glimmered coldly, and its emerald green eyes locked onto Wu Shan's rock giant. Rock giant, hardened skin. Prepare for rock explosion. Wu Shan didn't dare to slack off and immediately put his battle pet into the strongest defensive stance. The surface of the rock giant shimmered with a yellow-brown glow, its stone skin becoming thicker and more solid, fists tightly clenched, energy gathering at the knuckles. However, the sharp leaf battle spirit moved. It didn't give the rock giant any time to charge its attack. With a kick of its long wooden legs, it shot forward like an arrow, and its arm blades were instantly wrapped in a beam of emerald light. Leaf blade slash. Swish. 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 So fast that only a green afterimage remained. The rock giant roared and swung its fist to block, but its heavy stone arms seemed incredibly clumsy before the agile and rapid leaf blades. The first beam sliced through the surface of the stone arm, leaving a deep gash. The second beam swept across the giant's chest at an incredible angle. The sound of leaf armor cutting was deafening. The third and fourth beams struck almost simultaneously at the connection of the giant's knees and shoulders. The hardened skin suffered a significant drop in defense against the sharp leaf blades infused with royal wood attribute energy. Even worse, the plant toxins attached to the leaf blades seeped into the cracks of the stone, causing the rock giant's movements to slow slightly. Earth trap! Enclose it! Wu Shan shouted urgently. The rock giant stomped one foot down, causing the arena floor to tremble, trying to create a trap beneath the sharp leaf battle spirit. But the sharp leaf battle spirit suddenly whipped out several thick vines from behind. Vine whip assault. The vines were not an attack but acted like a pole vault, propping against the ground to lift it lightly, avoiding the earth trap and adjusting its position in midair, head down and feet up, both fists aimed at the rock giant below. Above its fists, violent wood attribute energy compressed and exploded. Bang! Bloodline bronze skill, exploding butt impact. Countless rapidly growing wooden spikes slammed down like a torrential rain on the head and shoulders of the rock giant. The spikes pierced through the stone skin, quickly withering and exploding after penetrating its interior. The secondary shock damage caused the rock giant's huge body to tremble violently, kneeling partially as large pieces of its stone armor shattered, and light in its eyes rapidly faded. The outcome was clear. From start to finish, it took less than 15 seconds. Wu Shan's rock giant didn't even manage to unleash a single effective rock explosion. Wu Shan opened his mouth, ultimately sighing, and resignedly pressed the surrender button on his wristband. The gap was too great. The opponent's rhythm of attack, skill connections, and grasp of battle opportunities completely crushed him. He was convinced by the instant defeat and woke up to realize how much luck had played a role in him making it into the top 50. The 19th class resting area was silent. Although it was expected that Wu Shan would lose, the speed and decisiveness of the loss were astonishing. The opponent's flowing attack style and overwhelming pressure cast a shadow over many hearts. Is this the suppressive power of a king-level bloodline? A student murmured. Soon, everyone's gazes turned toward the number 12 arena. There, Angela's battle stirred their hearts. She was currently the second strongest in Class 19. Chapter 28, Little Vine Strikes, Key Control. In the number 12 arena, the battle situation was completely different yet even more heart-wrenching. Angela's flame explosion bear roared repeatedly as flame charge was activated, transforming into a massive fireball that crashed toward the opponent's wave shadow Jiaoguard. However, the wave shadow Jiaoguard's figure blurred just before the fireball hit, a layer of flowing water curtain flash enveloping it, slipping away like flowing water by several meters, easily dodging the violent collision, leaving only a slowly dissipating faint water shadow. Sizzle! The wave shadow Jiaoguard counterattacked, activating wave shadow assault. The pale blue water shadow trajectory wafted, instantly cutting into the flame explosion bear's flank, its fin arm slicing through like a knife, leaving a deep wound on the bear's thick fur, and splashed water obstructed the flame explosion bear's sight. Angela gritted her teeth. Flame bomb, cover shot. The flame explosion bear opened its mouth, shooting out several heated fireballs in a fan shape. The wave shadow Jiaoguard's tail fin swayed, executing treading waves kick, its body moving rapidly with the water current, avoiding most of the fireballs, and when getting closer, it landed several kicks imbued with high-pressure water at the flame explosion bear. Bang! Bang! The flame explosion bear stumbled, its surface flames dimming a bit. It roared and turned around, swinging out a flame punch, the scorching winds exploding, but the wave shadow Jiaoguard again used water curtain flash with agile sliding to narrowly avoid the core area, only getting partially burned by the residual wave. The battle became a suffocating tug-of-war and attrition. Angela and the flame explosion bear fought with all their might. Every attack was powerful, flames roaring, but the opponent always deflected it using exquisite movements and speed, leaving behind wounds in return. The wave shadow Jiaoguard acted like a top assassin, never directly clashing, just continuously moving, harassing, cutting, slowly drawing blood. The flame explosion bear's movements began to slow, breathing heavily, multiple wounds leaking water-soaked blood. Meanwhile, the wave shadow Jiaoguard, while receiving a few hits, had significantly lighter injuries and still maintained high agility. It's over, many observant viewers silently sighed. Sure enough, when the flame explosion bear gathered strength again, trying to launch a decisive attack, the blue light in the wave shadow Jiaoguard's eyes flashed, its tail fin violently shaking the ground, wrapping its entire body in a rotating water vortex. Bloodline bronze skill, vortex penetration. Roar! The flame explosion bear did not dodge, swinging its fist to meet the blow, making one last effort. Water vortex and flames clashed, creating large clouds of white mist. But at the moment of physical confrontation, the water flow characteristic of the wave shadow Jiaoguard emerged, cleverly deflecting part of the impact force, and the swirling vortex tore through the flame explosion bear's defenses. The sharp fin finally broke through the flames and fur, causing deep and lasting tearing damage. Ugh! The Inferno Bear let out a painful grunt, its flames nearly extinguished, its massive body swaying, and was timely recalled by the light of the contract tower. Angela's face turned pale as she bit her lip, unwillingly pressing the surrender button. She had given her all, the battle was far longer and fiercer than Wu Shan's, but in the end, she was defeated by the opponent's superior speed, skill, and tactical maneuvering. In Class 19's area, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. If Wu Shan's quick defeat was somewhat expected, then Angela's hard-fought loss felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's hearts. Even the second-best student in the class, possessing a king-level Inferno Bear, had stopped here, unable to force the opponent to reveal their full strength. How strong must the other students be? The only hope left for their class, Zhang Hao. A heavy pressure, invisible, enveloped everyone in Class 19. Many classmates looked anxiously at the number 3 arena, filled with worry. Teacher Zhu Wen's gaze was fixed tightly on the direction of the number 3 arena. He knew Zhang Hao's abilities, and perhaps the school reward depended on him to fight for it. In the number 3 arena, the battle had already begun. The wind-hidden stab of Huang Mai made its debut, showcasing a style completely different from all previous battle pets. The light gray figure was slender and agile, almost landing without a sound, its pale blue eyes coldly locking onto the formidable 6-armed frost golem across from it. It did not immediately launch a fierce attack but moved slowly with elegant and cautious steps, its thin membrane-like wind wings gently trembling, stirring the airflow. Little golem, ice crystal shield, advance steadily, Zhang Hao commanded, moving cautiously. The little golem roared low, the ice crystal shield spread out, the chill spreading as it stepped forward, exerting pressure towards the center of the arena. Just as the little golem stepped into the center area of the arena, the wind-hidden stab moved. Without warning, its form suddenly blurred, transforming into a misty gray shadow, tearing through the air in an almost straight line, covering several meters in an instant. Wine shadow stab. Bang! The wind blade-like claws slammed fiercely onto the little golem's ice crystal shield, producing an ear-piercing screech and scattering ice shards everywhere. The shield vibrated violently but did not shatter. After one strike, the wind-hidden stab showed no desire to fight further. Using the rebound airflow, it floated back a few meters, leaving a faint residual shadow, its true body slipping to the side. The little golem roared in anger, throwing a punch at the shadow, only to scatter the air. Immediately, the wind-hidden stab generated several miniature cyclones beneath its feet. Cyclone step. Its movement trajectory became erratic, sometimes gliding close to the ground, sometimes changing direction at right angles, sometimes leaping high, like a ghost quickly circling the little golem. Bloodline bronze skill, wind blade slash. Several nearly transparent crescent wind blades shot out silently. They did not travel in a straight line but skillfully merged into the air currents, attacking the little golem's shield's weak spots or joint connections from tricky angles. The little golem swung its frost-covered fists to block, dispersing most of the wind blades, but still one or two struck, leaving cracks on the shield, and one even grazed its arm, cutting through fur and causing blood to seep out. Frost impact. Zhang Hao attempted to force the opponent out with an area attack skill. The little golem charged forward, the frost unicorn illusion tearing through the air. But the wind-hidden stab seemed to anticipate this. Cyclone step was utilized to the fullest, sliding sideways to avoid it at the last moment, and again using wind shadow stab to leave a wound on the little golem's side. The battle had completely entered the rhythm of the wind-hidden stab. It was like a top assassin, never confronting head-on, solely relying on terrifying speed and agility to keep moving, harassing, and cutting. The little golem had immense power and defense but felt like a giant bear being toyed with. Every punch landed in empty space, and the frosty roar of sound waves was easily deflected or avoided by the opponent using air currents. Under the relentless barrage of strikes, the ice crystal shield began to dim, and the wounds on the small diamond's body slowly increased. Energy was continuously being consumed, and the situation was clearly unfavorable for Zhang Hao's side. It's over. Zhang Hao has been restrained as well. That wind shadow stabber is too fast, it can't be hit at all. The small diamond's defense will eventually be worn down. In Class 19's area, a sense of pessimism began to spread. Other arenas had already determined winners, and many people's gazes were drawn to this classic matchup of beast versus assassin on ring number 3, shaking their heads in private, believing Zhang Hao's defeat was just a matter of time. Huang Mai even wore a cold smile that suggested victory was assured. On the ring, Zhang Hao's expression remained calm, perhaps unnaturally serene. He closely monitored every movement of the wind shadow stabber, his eyes seeming to flash with starlight, calculating at high speed. The small diamond was grazed again by the wind shadow stab, its movements appearing slightly delayed due to fatigue and the cold, the airflow effect attached to the wind blades. Now's the time. Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. The small diamond, which had been passively taking hits, seeming to be heavily drained of energy, suddenly let out an unprecedented, ferocious roar towards the sky. Frost roar full power. The ice-cold sound waves exploded in a spherical shape, several times more intense than before. Extreme low temperatures instantly enveloped a large portion of the ring, making even the air feel like it was about to freeze. The wind shadow stabber, moving at high speed, was inevitably affected. The cyclone created by the cyclone step became sluggish in the absolute low temperature, visibly slowing its speed for a moment. What? Huang Mai's cold smile froze on his face. In that instant, the light of the contract tower shone for the second time in front of Zhang Hao. A emerald green figure entwined with vines shot out, landing lightly in a corner of the ring. It was the vine demon mouse, Little Vine. Hiss. A wave of gasps filled the air. Whether it was the students from class 19 or spectators from other classes, even the judges and some teachers, all stared wide-eyed. A second battle pet? How is this possible? Soul realm under the ordinary realm? How can he contract a second one? Unless his soul realm has already broken through? The shockwaves of astonishment nearly overturned the isolation barrier. Angela, Chen Ho, and Wu Shan were all dumbfounded. Only teacher Zhuan smiled calmly. After all, he accompanied Zhang Hao to contract the second battle pet. Huang Mai's mind went buzz, instantly blank. His entire tactic was based on the opponent has only one battle pet and is restrained by speed. This sudden second battle pet completely disrupted everything. But the battle would not pause for the shock. The moment Little Vine hit the ground, its tail had already set its sights on the wind shadow stabber, which was momentarily slowed by the frost roar, and swung wildly. Bloodline bronze skill, root trip. Dozens of tough bronze roots suddenly shot out from the metallic arena beneath the wind shadow stabber, instantly wrapping around its limbs and tail. Though with its strength, it might break free in just a fraction of a second with full effort, this unexpected binding caused its extreme speed, which was vital for survival, to come to a deadly halt. Not good. Huang Mai's soul nearly left his body. He wanted to issue orders, but Zhang Hao's commands were quicker and more coherent. Little Vine, entwining vines. Small diamond, frost shock, finish it. The entangling vines followed closely. Several thicker bronze vines with sharp wooden spikes shot out, tightly binding its waist, abdomen, and wind wings just before the wind shadow stabber could escape the roots. A double control, utterly locked down. At this moment, the small diamond had already gathered its power. The cold air surrounding it, enhanced by the frost roar, reached its peak, and the ice crystal horn illusion above its head solidified like it was carved from blue crystal, emitting devastating waves. Roar. Frost shock, activate. The target is the wind-hidden spike firmly fixed in place by vines. A comet of ice blue, trailing a long frosty tail, collided fiercely with the unavoidable target with unstoppable force. Boom. The terrifying sound of impact mixed with the cracking of ice and the sound of something breaking. The wild ice energy exploded at the spot, forming a towering mist of ice several meters high. As the ice mist slowly dissipated, Little Metal stood proudly in the center of the stage, while before it, the wind-hidden spike was covered in a thick layer of ice, its wind wings broken, breath at a pitiful level, quickly pulled back by a ray of contract light. Little Vine's vines also loosened, agilely retracting to its side. Huang Mai's face turned ashen, staggering back a step, the red light of the bracelet declaring his defeat. Arena 3, Zhang Hao, victory. Silence. Then, a volcanic eruption of noise. He won? He really won. My god. 2 battle pets. He hit it so well. That control connection, so terrifying. Instant reversal. Class 19, Zhang Hao. Who exactly is this guy? Class 19's area was completely ignited. All the repression, worry, and pessimism turned into ecstatic and unbelievable cheers at this moment. Brother Hao is awesome. Wu Shan shouted excitedly, his face flushed. Chen Ho pushed his glasses hard, mumbling, dual pet strategy, soul realm breakthrough, this guy. Angela slowly released her tightly clenched fists, looking at the calm figure retrieving his battle pet on the stage, her gaze complex, ultimately turning into a soft sigh, with a faint spark of unwillingness to give in igniting within her. Teacher Zhuan displayed an incredibly bright smile, clapping vigorously. He looked at Zhang Hao with eyes full of admiration and anticipation. Students and teachers from other classes also turned their shock, curiosity, and serious gazes towards Zhang Hao. Having a second battle pet means a complete diversification of tactical systems, with its threat level rising sharply. This Class 19 student, previously thought to possibly stop in the third round, has leaped to become an unignorable dark horse. Chapter 29, Dual Pet Smite, Resonance Boost. In the fourth round, the top 25. As the isolation barrier rose again, revealing only 25 figures in the huge folding space, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and filled with killing intent. Zhang Hao felt countless gazes gathering on him, scrutinizing, wary, probing, like a tangible pressure. A dual pet contract master is a presence that breaks the balance at this stage. He stood calmly at the southernmost end of the arena, feeling the flow of 1,000 starlights in his body, along with the restlessness of Little Metal in the contract tower and the agility of Little Vine. The other half of equally weighted gazes was directed towards the northernmost end. There stood a tall and stern-looking young man in a deep blue combat uniform, the sleeves adorned with a golden Zhao emblem. Zhao Zone. The Zhao family is a true behemoth in Zone 15, even though he is from a collateral branch. The resources he possesses far exceed what ordinary students can imagine. With a Stardust mid-level realm, his spiritual energy foundation is already profound, and his battle pet, that heavy, unbreakable mixed aura could faintly sense oppression even from 1,000 meters away. Zhang Hao, 2 battle pets, interesting. Zhao Zone looked at Zhang Hao from a distance, his gaze indifferent, as if viewing a noteworthy object rather than a rival. 4th round, from 25 to 10, Poisonous Circle Melee, now begins. As the broadcast's voice fell, a crimson poisonous circle light curtain lit up at the arena's outer edge, rapidly shrinking towards the center at a speed far exceeding before. Almost simultaneously, except for the most conspicuous 2 at the north and south ends, the other 23 people almost unanimously made a choice first deal with the strongest threat. North end. 3 students exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding, simultaneously driving their battle pets to pounce on Zhao Zone. A swift lightning leopard. A 2-headed corrupted lizard spewing acidic liquid, a stormhawk circling in the air ready to dive, attacked simultaneously from 3 different directions. Zhao Zone didn't even lift his eyelids. Before him, a sandy yellow summoning light flashed, and then the ground seemed to tremble. First tier, high quality, elite qualification, king level bloodline 20%. The Li Yuan heavy armored beast made its appearance. Its massive body resembled a moving little mountain, with a earthy yellow rocky body covered in flowing dark golden metal armor, each breath accompanied by a dull metallic rubbing sound. Just standing there exuded a suffocating oppressive feeling. The Thunder Light Leopard charged first, its sharp claws crackling with electricity, tearing at the relatively weak joint connections of the heavy armored beast. The Li Yuan heavy armored beast's dark yellow metallic eyes flashed, and the golden patterns on its armor suddenly lit up golden barrier. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. The Thunder Light Leopard's claws left only a few shallow white marks on the enhanced armor, while the rebounding shock from the armor left its claws numb and its movements sluggish. Just that moment of stagnation. The heavy armored beast's short, thick forelimbs suddenly lifted, gathering golden earth energy bronze skill, rock gold heavy pressure. Boom! The forelimbs didn't directly stomp on the Thunder Light Leopard but struck the ground hard. A terrifying force erupted, and the ground around the stamping point instantly cracked and collapsed. The ground under the Thunder Light Leopard suddenly crumbled, causing it to lose balance. It let out a mournful cry as it fell into the crack, and then was hit sideways by the heavy armored beast, sent flying with clear cracking sounds from its bones, and the light flashed as it was retracted back into the contract treasure tower. Its master turned pale, gritting his teeth in defeat. At this moment, the acidic liquid from the 2-headed lizard and the diving wind blades from the Stormhawk nearly arrived simultaneously. The heavy armored beast did not dodge or evade, withstanding the attacks once again. The acid corroded the golden barrier, producing sizzle sounds with white smoke, but could not penetrate for a short time. The wind blades left a few deeper scratches on the armor but similarly failed to inflict effective damage. Alloy smash. Zhao Zone's cold voice sounded. The rock and metal of the Li Yuan heavy armored beast's arms instantly fused and transformed into 2 giant dark golden hammers the size of door panels. It didn't even bother with the Stormhawk in the air and instead turned directly, delivering a heavy horizontal smash towards the 2-headed lizard trying to circle behind. Alloy smash. The lizard was terrified, wanting to retreat, but was too slow. Bang crack. The dull sound of impact mingled with the sickening sound of bone cracking. Half of the lizard's body was smashed to a bloody pulp, collapsing on the ground, instantly losing its fighting ability. Seeing this, the Stormhawk in the air let out a terrified shriek, fleeing higher, no longer daring to dive. From start to finish, it was less than 10 seconds. 3 against 1, 2 beast companions severely injured and eliminated, 1 scared away. Zhao Zong had even used only 2 bronze skills and a normal defensive skill, and his Li Yuan heavy armored beast had never truly moved its feet. Decisive, neat, and domineering. It showcased absolute power and defensive superiority. In the south end. At almost the same time, 4 self-proclaimed strong students surrounded Zhang Hao in the middle. A blazing fire-covered red flame tiger, a heavily shelled ironback mountain tortoise, a swift sword-toothed wind wolf, and a puppeteer controlling several rocky arms. Zhang Hao, sorry. You stand out too much, shouted the student controlling the red flame tiger. The 4 launched their attacks simultaneously. Fireballs from the red flame, heavy punches of rock, pounces from the wind wolf, and charges from the mountain tortoise. Zhang Hao's eyes were calm, his thoughts spinning. The little King Kong roared into existence, and the icy crystal shield unfolded in an instant, blocking the first wave of distant fireballs and rocky punches. At the same time, a flash of emerald green light appeared, and the small vine quietly emerged on a protruding rock behind Zhang Hao. Little Tang, trip the wind wolf. Little King Kong, prepare the Frost Roar, target the red flame tiger. The command was clear and quick. Little Tang's tail swung root trip. Just as the saber-toothed wind wolf was about to pounce, tough roots suddenly burst from the ground, wrapping tightly around its forelimbs, causing its attack to falter, and it tumbled helplessly away. The second battle pet is out. The attackers were taken aback. But Little King Kong's attack had arrived. The Frost Roar erupted with all its might. The icy soundwave blasted out in a fan shape towards the red flame tiger and its covenant master behind it. The extreme cold caused the flames on the red flame tiger to dim, slowing its movements. Now's the time. Frost Impact. Little King Kong crouched low, the cold air swirling around from the recent enhancement. An icy crystal unicorn phantom formed, turning into a blue lightning bolt. Frost Impact. The target aimed at the red flame tiger, weakened by the Frost Roar. Roar! The red flame tiger barely shot out a fireball in an attempt to intercept. Hiss boom! Ice and fire collided, creating a swirl of white mist, but the Frost Impact showed no signs of slowing, crashing hard into the red flame tiger. The red flame tiger howled in agony as it was knocked away, its flames nearly extinguished, crashing heavily to the ground, losing its fighting power. Its master turned pale, hurriedly conceding defeat. A single kill. Damn! First, take out that controlling mouse. The student controlling the rock arm puppet shouted, as several rocky arms smashed towards Little Tang's location. Little Tang nimbly leaped to dodge while its tail swung again. Binding vine. Several bronze vines burst from the ground, not attacking the puppet but instead wrapping around the iron-backed mountain tortoise, which was charging up nearby. The tortoise's momentum slowed. Little King Kong used the frost fist to deal with the puppet. Little King Kong turned, cold energy gathering in its right fist, slamming down with a powerful frost fist towards the nearest rocky arm. Crack! The rocky arm shattered in response. The frost energy spread along the broken arm to the puppet's main body, causing its movements to stiffen. Wind Wolf, quickly break free, attack the Covenant Master himself. Someone shouted urgently. The saber-toothed Wind Wolf just managed to break free from the roots when it heard this and immediately pounced toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao remained calm, casting the frost armor technique on himself while focusing his mind. Little Tang's binding vine activated again, this time preemptively laying a vine area in front of Zhang Hao. The Wind Wolf crashed into the vine thicket, and although it quickly tore through, its speed had already decreased. At that moment, Little King Kong had already dealt with the slowed rock arm puppet, shattering its core with one punch, and turned to deliver another frost fist, cracking the shell of the attempting ambush iron-backed mountain tortoise, leaving it dazed. The remaining saber-toothed Wind Wolf, sensing danger, attempted to retreat, but was caught up by Little King Kong and knocked unconscious with a paw. The battle was over. Little King Kong breathed lightly, and Little Tang had used over half its energy, but they were both fine. The other four were all eliminated. The process was slightly longer than on Zhao Zong's side, with more skill usage and a smooth connection of control and burst, showcasing the exquisite double pet cooperation tactics. The battles at both ends began nearly simultaneously and ended one after another. Two completely different styles, yet equally shocking. The poisonous circle was rapidly shrinking, forcing the remaining students to constantly move towards the center. But whether it was Zhang Hao or Zhao Zong, after clearing the troubles around them, they both tacitly turned their gaze towards the center of the arena. There was the stage for the final battle. They seemed to share a silent understanding, beginning to clear away the other students encountered on the way, clearing obstacles for the final clash. Little King Kong's frost impacts and frost fists were unstoppable, combined with Little Tang's elusive control, ordinary students simply could not withstand. Zhao Zong's luminous rock heavy armor beast pushed forth like a steamroller, under rock gold heavy pressure and alloy smash, no one could withstand 2 rounds. The two occasionally exchanged glances in midair, both seeing the burning battle intent and absolute confidence in each other's eyes. Either first or defeated. There was no third option. As the poisonous circle shrank down to a diameter of less than 300 meters. In the arena, apart from Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong, there were only the last 3 struggling students remaining. At the same time, Zhao Zong and Zhang Hao locked their eyes on these 3. The Luyan heavy armor beast trampled with a range of rock gold heavy pressure, combined with Zhang Hao's Little King Kong launching a long-range frost punch, and the 3 were almost simultaneously cleared from the arena. Remaining number 2. The broadcast sounded fittingly, filled with a touch of amazement. In the entire folded space, a battlefield of 10,000 square meters, only the 2 people confronting each other remained at this moment. The toxic circle had temporarily stopped shrinking, leaving a final stage for the decisive battle. All the spectators held their breath. Whether it was the boiling cheers from Class 19 or the astonished gazes from other classes, it all transformed into extreme anticipation at this moment. The final battle began. Without useless words, the fight exploded in an instant. Zhang Hao took the lead in action, Little Vines, fully control and interfere. Little King Kong, start with Frost Roar, shield up. Little vines flashed in and out, continuously launching root trip along the path of the Luyan heavy armor beast. Although those tough roots often broke instantly under the terrifying weight and power of the heavy armor beast, they still created slight delays and disturbances. At the same time, entangling vines tried to bind its leg joints. Little King Kong roared, and Frost Roar erupted with all its might, spreading a frigid field to attempt to slow down the heavy armor beast's speed and armor activation, while the ice crystal shield shone brilliantly. Zhang Hao waved to enhance Little King Kong with frost armor art, creating double shields, with icy blue light swirling. Zhao Zong's eyes were cold, a mere trick. Golden barrier, rock gold heavy pressure, trample over. The body of the Luyan heavy armor beast radiated a golden glow, and the golden barrier activated, defense skyrocketing, firmly withstanding the chill of the frost roar and the vines that occasionally emerged from the ground, heavily but steadily advancing forward. Then, its massive forelimbs gathered overwhelming earth and gold energy, and stomped down hard rock gold heavy pressure. Boom! The ground shook violently, cracked spiderweb toward Little King Kong. Not only causing an impact but also directly shattering all nearby vines. Little Vines was forced to retreat repeatedly. Frost impact. Zhang Hao seized the brief moment after the stomp to launch a surprise attack. Little King Kong transformed into a blue comet and charged. Zhao Zong remained calm, alloy smash, meet it head-on. The heavy armor beast's arms turned into hammers, and the dark golden giant hammer smashed down like a dull, cutting sound, precisely striking the rushing ice crystal phantom. Clang! A deafening roar. Ice shavings and golden shards scattered. Little King Kong's forward momentum was forcefully halted, the ice crystal shield rippling violently, developing cracks. Yet the Luyan heavy armor beast also staggered back half a step from this impact, but the golden barrier remained solid. Attribute restraint showed. The damage of ice, water, to earth attributes was reduced to some extent, while the weight and solidity of earth attributes had a strong resistance to ice's penetration and freezing. As expected of an elite cultivated by the family. Zhang Hao's heart sank as he felt the pressure from Little King Kong. The opponent not only had a higher level of realm but also the basic attribute gap brought by their qualities, elite versus excellent, along with the restraint in attributes, began to tilt the balance of the battle. Chapter 30, First in Monthly Exam, Silver Skill. It's not over yet. Little Vines, focus the trip. Little King Kong, continuous frost punch, attack the same joint. Zhang Hao changed strategy, attempting to break the surface by targeting a point. Little Vines disregarded the consumption, concentrating all spiritual energy, continuously launching root trip at the right front limb joint of the heavy armor beast. Although the roots still broke quickly, the continuous obstruction caused the movements of the heavy armor beast's right limb to become uncoordinated. Taking advantage of this, Little King Kong pounced, condensation of cold air in both fists smashed toward the joint like a blizzard. Frost punch combo. Bang bang bang. Frost exploded on the golden armor, the low temperature causing the metal to show signs of becoming brittle, and cracks began to spread. Zhao Zong frowned, annoying little bugs. Rock gold heavy pressure, shake it off. The heavy armor beast stomped down again. The shockwave pushed the little golden king back slightly and completely shattered all the vines at the joints. At the same time, its alloy giant hammer was howling down towards the little vine, which was moving slowly due to excessive spiritual energy consumption. Alloy smash. Little vine, dodge. Zhang Hao urgently shouted. The little vine nimbly evaded, but the shrapnel and shockwaves from the hammer striking the ground still grazed it. Eek! The little vine cried out in pain, being tossed away by the airblast, cracks appearing on its emerald body, gasping weakly, and Zhang Hao quickly recalled it into the contract tower for protection. One pet is out. The battle situation took a sharp turn downward. It's over, Zhao Zong said coldly. Bloodline bronze skill, Golden Mountain Crash, finish it. The gold rock heavy armor beast let out a low roar, its entire body bursting with dazzling golden patterns, the golden earth energy compressing wildly, as its whole form seemed to turn into solid star ironstone, radiating a heart-pounding wave of destruction. It began to accelerate slowly, like a mountain bomb with a lit fuse, unstoppable as it charged towards the little golden king, whose shield had shattered and whose breath was chaotic. Golden Mountain Crash. This strike, though slow in speed, had its target locked, there was no way to avoid it. The pressure was so strong that even the observers from a distance felt their scalps tingle. A flicker of determination flashed in the little golden king's eyes, it still wanted to gather cold energy for a final resistance. But Zhang Hao saw clearly that in the little golden king's current state, taking this hit would leave it severely injured or even harm its essence. It cannot bear this. Almost instinctively, memories of training and living alongside the little golden king flashed through Zhang Hao's mind. From that ice blue cub considered to be useless to the now mighty six-armed frost golden king, it is a partner, a comrade. The path of benevolence. A thought crossed Zhang Hao's mind, and he made a decision. He suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the little golden king. At the same time, he frantically converted the remaining starlight energy within him to ice system spiritual power, applying the strongest frost armor he could endure. Brother Hao. Zhang Hao. Outside the arena, Wu Shan, Ho, Angela, and even teacher Zhu Wen gasped in shock. Boom. The golden mountain crash struck solidly against Zhang Hao's crossed arms and the frost armor on his chest. An indescribable massive force surged through. The frost armor shattered instantly. Zhang Hao felt like he was hit head-on by a speeding alloy train, his internal organs were displaced, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a broken sack and crashing heavily over 10 meters away, unable to move for a moment, feeling only agony and emptiness inside. But he estimated correctly, after the frost armor reduced the impact and with his blood condensation realm warrior's physique, plus Zhao Zon's intent to defeat and not kill, this blow left him without fighting capability but did not inflict irreversible severe injuries. Why? Zhao Zong controlled the heavy armor beast to stop in place, his eyes revealing clear confusion and disbelief for the first time. In his view, getting seriously injured for a battle pet was an extremely foolish act. Wasn't a battle pet just a tool? Zhang Hao did not answer, he struggled to turn his head to look at the little golden king, which was trying to rise, forcing a bloody and strained smile. It was just this one gaze, this one smile. The little golden king's actions froze. Its blood-red eyes fixed intensely on the familiar figure lying on the ground in the distance. Memories flooded back like a bursting dam, the cold and helplessness at birth, the despair of being abandoned, the warm hand reaching out to it, the training together day and night, the shared energy, the silent encouragement. Roar. Ugh. A low, wailing sound, as if coming from the depths of its soul, emerged from the little golden king's throat. The frosty aura surrounding it not only didn't weaken, it began to violently surge and boil. In Zhang Hao's sea of consciousness, the contract tower shook violently. The data of the little golden king on the panel jumped wildly. Bloodline concentration, 18%, 19%, 20%. Status, extreme anger, sadness, guardianship while breaking through the critical point. Strong emotional resonance and soul synchronizing. Resonance state, link. A scorching and violent frost energy, marked with the little Vajra's soul imprint, erupted like a volcanic explosion, uncontrollably yet smoothly rushing back through the contract link into Zhang Hao's nearly dried-up body. At the same time, the last bit of spiritual energy left in Zhang Hao was also fully transmitted back. This was not a simple transfer of energy but a deep fusion and overlap of energy guided by soul energy. Buzz dash. The surface of the little Vajra burst forth with an unprecedented icy blue glow. Its body seemed to inflate, with two bulges on its back wriggling violently, as if something was about to burst out. Its eyes turned completely into a frenzied blood red, yet within flashed a clear and determined will. Frost roar autonomously activated. A cold domain, several times stronger than before, suddenly spread out, dropping the temperature of the entire battleground below freezing, instantly covering the ground with thick, solid ice. Zhao Zon's face finally changed. This is resonance? How is that possible? He's only first rank. There was no time for him to be shocked. Entering the resonance state, the temporary leap in bloodline concentration, and receiving all of Zhang Hao's energy, the little Vajra transformed into an ancient frost giant. It didn't even need Zhang Hao to direct it, locking onto the enemy that had harmed its companion. Frost impact unleash. But this time, the frost impact was completely different. The ice crystal unicorn shadow expanded several times, solidifying as if forged from eternal black ice, trailing not a frost tail but an ice blue track that froze space. Speed, power, coldness, all skyrocketed. The Luyan heavy armor beast felt a deadly threat, roaring as it once again activated, golden barrier, pouring all remaining energy into it, trying to withstand it. Boom! An explosion happened that was 10 times more violent than any collision before. Ice blue and golden brown energy clashed and annihilated. A terrifying shockwave swept through the entire folded space, even the isolation barriers rippling violently. In everyone's incredulous gaze, the Luyan heavy armor beast's so-called indestructible, golden barrier, shattered like fragile glass, piece by piece. Its massive body was hit head-on by the frost impact, its heavy armor twisted and dented, and its rocky body cracked with countless fissures. It let out a painful wail, launched into the air by the irresistible force, and then slammed down hard, creating a deep pit in the ground. Covered in a thick layer of ice, its breath was at its lowest point, and the dim light in its dark yellow eyes faded. As the contract light flashed, it was automatically recalled into the protection of the treasure tower, which meant it had lost the ability to continue fighting. And after delivering this earth-shattering blow, the raging aura around the little Vajra receded like a tide, its blood-red eyes returning to normal, revealing deep exhaustion. It staggered slightly, looked in Zhang Hao's direction, and let out a low whimper filled with reassurance, then slowly collapsed to the ground, fainting. It was also recalled by Zhang Hao into the treasure tower. In the arena, only Zhang Hao, barely propped up, and Zhao Zong, in disbelief and unable to accept reality, remained. Silence. Dead silence. Then. Boom. The viewing area erupted with cheers and gasps like a roaring tsunami. Especially in Class 19's area, it was almost going crazy. We won. We won. Resonance. Its resonance state. So cool. Zhang Hao. Little Vajra. Reversal. Absolute reversal. The cheers, screams, and claps surged like a tsunami, almost flipping the arena over. The twists, the intensity of this battle, and the miraculous reversal brought by the emotional outpouring deeply shook everyone. Teacher Zhuwen was so excited that his hands trembled. The path of benevolence, resonance state, good. 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 He repeated 3 good words, his joy and pride beyond measure. He knows that his student has embarked on a path far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Moreover, his teaching method has stabilized. The teachers from other classes look at Zhang Hao with complex gazes, filled with envy, astonishment, and even a hint of caution. This student has an immeasurable future. On the judges' table, a gentle but irresistible energy wave swept through, calming the excited crowd and confirming the final result. The 4th round is over. The final winner, Zhang Hao. Wuhan University, this year's freshman monthly exam first place, Zhang Hao. The broadcast officially announces. Zhang Hao's face turns slightly pale, but his eyes shine like cold stars. The real highlight is the reward. Director Wang from the Resource Department hands over a spatial wristband, please check. His spirit sense sweeps through the list. 1. Credit points, 300 points. 2. Intermediate celestial crystal, 3 pieces. 3. Tier 2 attribute original energy, self-selected 1 portion. A suppressed gasp rises from below. 300 credits are already the harvest of an ordinary student for half a year. 3 crystalline jewels are worth a fortune on the black market, and Tier 2 original energy is extraordinarily precious. I choose Ice attribute. Zhang Hao doesn't hesitate. The jade box is in hand, releasing a chilling air, frost condensing on its surface. Inside the box, a changing ice blue energy, the source of ice essence, is sealed. The market estimates over 600,000 federal coins. If recovered, it can be converted into over 2,000 evolution points. But Zhang Hao never thought of recovery. This is for the little golden king. In the dormitory's quiet room, the 3 crystalline jewels flow with warm light, 300 credits arrive, and the ice essence source rests at the center. The plan needs to be adjusted. Zhang Hao sits down to think. First, keep 1 crystal as the ticket for next month's secret realm. The remaining 2 crystals, recover. The flowing light entered his body. Evolution points plus 1,200. Evolution points plus 1,200. Current evolution points, 2,400. Inject all into Little Golden King's bloodline for purification. Energy surged into the first layer of the contract tower, where the Little Golden King was soaking in ice energy liquid to recover. Evolution points fused into bones and bloodlines, the ice blue fur became more crystalline, and the bulge on his back became even clearer. 6-armed Ice Frost King bloodline purity, 20% 24%. Status, manifestation period. A 4% purity increase, a huge cost, but the aura was completely different. Zhang Hao opened the jade box. A wave of cold erupted, and the quiet room felt like an ice cave. He did not awaken the Little Golden King but took the tower and the jade box to the resource management office. Exchanging the highest authority for a Tier 2 ice attribute training room for 5 days cost 150 credits. Then exchanged for a Tier 2 wood attribute training room for another 5 days, deducting another 150 credits. His account hit 0, but his eyes remained unchanged. Ice attribute training room, first day. The Little Golden King was summoned, the jade box opened. The ice essence source was inhaled in 1 gulp. His body trembled violently, ice blue radiance burst forth, cold air wreaked havoc, and the anti-ice runes operated at full power. The transformation lasted for a day and night. 3rd day. The cold had become a sea of mist. The Little Golden King coiled at the center, his body expanding, aura nearing its limit. A roar resounded. The bulge on his back swelled thunderously, seemingly about to burst, yet there seemed to be a binding limitation, the final step couldn't be broken through. A silver rune glowed at his brow, vast waves radiated. Breakthrough. Tier 1 superior. Awaken silver skill, Frost Giant, body doubles to 1.5 times, all-around attribute amplification. With the awakening of skills, combat power sword. Now, the Little Golden King, even without resonance, is enough to rival Zhao Zong's Lu Yan heavy armored beast. The economic pressure eased with it. The wristband vibrated with information. Zhang Hao, contracted battle pet, 6-armed Ice Frost King, Tier 1 superior, King level, Vine Demon Mouse, Tier 1 medium, Spirit level. Confirmed next month's subsidy, 310,000 federal coins. Just enough to cover the Little Golden King's monthly expenses of over 300,000. Zhang Hao looked towards the second layer of the tower, receiving a warm wave from the little vine. After the secret realm, I will immediately enhance you. January 1st, the bank credited 310,000 federal coins. Chapter 31, Difficult Secret Realm. January 1st, 10 a.m., the first layer of the Celestial Tower, Secret Realm Teleportation Zone. The familiar white dome, the familiar energy wave. Zhang Hao stands in front of the teleportation array, holding the reserved basic celestial crystal. Around, a few students are also waiting, their expressions either tense or expectant, but none are as calm yet filled with determination as he is. Have you heard? In Class 19, that Zhang Hao scored first in the monthly exam, was favored by both teachers, and even triggered resonance. Shoo, keep your voice down, it's him. Is he going to enter the secret realm too? With his current strength, isn't he going to challenge something very difficult? Whispers floated around, but Zhang Hao remained oblivious. He placed the treasure crystal into the groove beside the teleportation array. The crystal transformed into a beam of light and was swallowed up. Identity confirmed, Zhang Hao, first-year student at Wuhan University, mid-Stardust. Matching secret realm. Match complete. Secret realm name, Rat Infestation. Difficulty rating, first stage, difficult, reward quality improved. Secret realm status, unconquered, current exploration level 42%. Monster species, 6 types. Maximum quantity, 50 heads. Special mechanism, none. Participation limit, 2 hours. Confirm entry? Difficulty? Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows. The book stated that the difficulty of the Celestial Secret Realm is divided into ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and abyss. Difficulty means that the monsters inside may not only be more numerous, but their attributes and skills could also be more cunning, and there might even be enemies that surpass the usual level. Correspondingly, the rewards would be even richer. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If it were before the monthly exam, he might have thought twice. But now. Confirm. Light engulfed his vision. When the scenery before him became clear, hot dry wind hit his face. Underfoot was rough ground mixed with gravel, and as far as the eye could see, there was an expansive desert wasteland. Countless holes of various sizes dotted the ground, some as big as bowls, others as wide as water barrels, dark and unknown where they led. The air was filled with dust and a faint, fishy smell. Rat infestation truly lived up to its name. Zhang Hao instantly became alert and spread his mental energy. Almost at the same time, his ears caught the rapid chirping sound coming from behind a pile of rocks to his right, sharp and urgent. A thought crossed his mind, and the contract tower flickered with light. Roar! Little King Kong stepped out, forearms extending, and an icy aura instantly dispelled the surrounding heat, forming a patch of white frost on the sandy ground. Having broken through to the first-class top tier with a bloodline purity of 24%, it was now more robust, covered in sparkling ice armor, radiating strength. A silvery frost rune faintly flowed at its forehead. With a flash of green light, Little Vine gracefully landed on a rock, its tail alertly swaying. Mission objective, eliminate rat infestation, 0/50, flashed on the wristband. They're coming. As soon as he spoke, 5 gray shadows shot out from behind the rocky pile like lightning. They were the size of house dogs, with gray-black fur, slender limbs, and fluffy tails, the most striking feature being the pale green airflow swirling around them, wind attribute monsters. Information quickly flashed before Zhang Hao's eyes. Wind Shadow Mouse, Spirit Level Bloodline, Ordinary Quality, First Class Top Tier Realm. Bronze Skill, Gale Escape, Blurred Shadows. Bloodline Bronze Skill, Wind Blade Slash. They start with 5 First Class Top Tier. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed, Little King Kong, straight ahead, use Frost Punch to probe. Little Vine, prepare to control. Little King Kong roared, its right forearm condensed with cold air, and a punch was hurled through the air. The chilling frost punch spread out in a fan shape. However, the 5 wind shadow mice reacted extremely quickly. 4 of them flashed with green light, a bronze skill called Gale Escape activated. Their speed surged, becoming 4 blurred afterimages that narrowly dodged the edges of the punch's wind. Only one seemed to be a beat behind, got grazed by the punch wind, and was covered in frost, its movements suddenly freezing. Good opportunity. Zhang Hao was about to strike. But the remaining 4 dispersing wind shadow mice didn't flee, instead, their forms flickered, instantly morphing into 7 or 8 indistinguishable illusions, bronze skill blurred shadows. They spiraled around Zhang Hao and Little King Kong at high speed, creating gusts of disruptive winds that interfered with their sight and perception. Taking advantage of the frost's effect, the one wind shadow mouse struggled, releasing several fine blue wind blades, bloodline bronze skill wind blade slash. The wind blades sliced through the air, emitting sharp whistling sounds, while not fatal. They approached the more vulnerable areas of Little King Kong's eyes and joints. Speed type, harassment tactic. Zhang Hao understood in an instant. The little golden ape's strength and defense were overwhelming, but if it couldn't land a hit, it was all for nothing. Little Tang, root bind, lock onto the 2 most solid afterimages in the left front. Squeak. Little Tang received the order and swung its tail fiercely at the ground in front of it. The bloodline bronze skill, root bind, activated. Without warning, dozens of bronze-colored roots sprang out of the sand in two spots, instantly wrapping around the two fast-moving gray shadows. Although with the Wind Shadow Mouse's speed and power, it could struggle free in half a second with full effort, the sudden binding caused its chaotic shadow illusion effect to break instantly, revealing its true form and causing its speed to plummet. Now's the time. Little Golden Ape, Frost Impact, finish them off. The little Golden Ape had already been poised to strike, with the icy crystal horn shadow forming above its head, its limbs bracing as it unleashed the Bloodline bronze skill, Frost Impact. Boom! A blue comet shot through the air, hitting the two Wind Shadow mice who were briefly immobilized with pinpoint accuracy. Squeak! With a piercing shriek, the two mice were struck, their bones shattered and muscles broken, instantly covered in thick ice, falling to the ground unmoving. The remaining three Wind Shadow mice, seeing this, flashed with fear in their eyes, activating Swift Wind Escape to scatter and flee. Do you think you can escape? Zhang Hao sneered. Little Tang, continuous route prediction. Little Golden Ape, Frost Punch area coverage. Little Tang kept swinging its tail, activating Root Bind along the potential escape routes of the remaining three mice. Although it couldn't bind them every time, the constantly appearing roots severely disrupted their escape paths, forcing them to change direction and slow down. Meanwhile, Little Golden Ape sent out a barrage of frost punches. The cold aura of Frost Punch no longer targeted single kills, but instead created a frost storm, covering a fan-shaped area in front. Bang! Bang! Sizzle! One Wind Shadow mouse stumbled from the predicted routes, then was hit head-on by a frost punch, freezing solid into an ice sculpture. Another attempted to circumvent from the side but was grazed on the hind legs by another carefully aimed frost punch, slowing down, and was caught by the Little Golden Ape, who followed up with a punch. The last one, seeing the situation was hopeless, desperately tried to burrow into a distant mouse hole, but was caught by the entangling vines that Little Tang had preemptively placed at the entrance, tying it up tightly before being crushed by a stomp from the Little Golden Ape. The battle ended in less than 2 minutes. 5 first-tier top-grade Wind Shadow mice, all exterminated. Our coordination is getting better and better. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction, stepping forward to touch the corpses. Recycling first-tier top-grade beast corpses *5, gaining evolution points, 500. Current evolution points, 500. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. He looked up at the barren land deep ahead. This is just the beginning. For the next hour or so, Zhang Hao, along with his two pets, steadily advanced through the sandy wasteland. They encountered large groups of groundhog-like creatures, skilled in underground ambushes, Earth Attribute, first-tier top-grade, which were forced to surface by the Little Golden Apes, Frost Roar, before being picked off one by one. They also encountered poisonous needle mice, Wood/Poison Attribute, first-tier top-grade, hidden in the sand and spitting poison darts. Little Tang's Root Bind and Entangling Vines effectively limited their movement, while Little Golden Ape cleared them out with long-range frost punches. There were also the tough, well-armored rock mice, Earth Attribute, first-tier top-grade, which withstood the Little Golden Ape's Ice Crystal Shield on the front lines. After Zhang Hao cast Frost Armor for additional protection, they broke through the defense with a Frost Impact. They pushed through relentlessly, and the beast corpses turned into evolution points. When the bracelet indicated clearance progress 38/50ths, Zhang Hao's evolution points had accumulated to 3,800. 12 more left. This should be the final stage. Zhang Hao stopped, as ahead was a relatively open sand valley, with several large crimson rocks scattered across the center. The air temperature had noticeably risen. Sure enough, 5 blazing figures slowly emerged from behind the rocks. They were nearly twice the size of the previous mice, resembling young calves. Their bodies were covered in fiery red fur, with flames burning at the tips of their tails and sparks flying from their mouths and noses as they breathed. The violent fire attribute energy made the surrounding air ripple with distortion. Fire-tailed mouse, fire attribute, spiritual level bloodline, ordinary qualification, second tier lower realm. Bronze skills, fireball spray, flame tail sweep. Bloodline bronze skill, explosive charge. Second tier lower realm, and still 5 of them. Zhang Hao's expression grew serious. Fire counters ice, and in terms of attributes, the little diamond was at a disadvantage, plus the opponent's realm was 1 stage higher with not a small number of foes. Little diamond, maintain the ice crystal shield with all your strength. Little vine, stay close to me, prioritize self-protection, and wait for the chance to control. Zhang Hao swiftly commanded, simultaneously pulling out 2 magical artifacts from his waist, left hand putting on the water source ring, yellow level medium, right hand gripping the fire source staff, yellow level medium. The water source ring glowed with a faint blue aura, the gemstone at the top of the fire source staff flickered red. Zhang Hao felt the enhancement and secretly shook his head. The boost is too weak. After my starlight exceeds 1,000, this little affinity increase and consumption reduction is hardly useful. When I have the money, I must get something better. But now, having something is better than nothing. Roar! The 5 fire-tailed mice launched their attack first. They opened their mouths, unleashing a dense barrage of fist-sized blazing fireballs, the bronze skill fireball spray. The fireballs came raining down like raindrops. Ice spike technique. Zhang Hao waved his staff, guiding his mental power. 3 half-meter-long ice spikes shot out in a V shape, intercepting part of the fireballs in front. Little Diamond roared, the icy crystal shield on its surface spun, taking the remaining fireballs head-on. Bang! 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 Fireballs exploded on the ice shield, ice shards flew, the shield's glow quickly dimmed. The high temperature even melted some ice crystals, vapor rising. Little Vine, trip and disrupt the leftmost one. Little Vine seized the moment, activating Root Snare. Root shot out from the sand beneath the leftmost fire-tailed mouse's feet. But this second-tier beast reacted and was much stronger than a first-tier, roaring loudly, flames erupting all over its body, instantly turning the roots to ashes. Though its movements slowed slightly, it was not controlled. Whoosh! A burning long tail whipped towards Little Vine like a whip, bronze skill flame tail sweep. A sneak attack from another fire-tailed mouse. Be careful! Zhang Hao quickly cast frost armor on both himself and Little Vine. Little Vine skillfully dodged, but the tail flame still left a charred mark on its green vines, making it let out a painful eek. We can't just stand here and take hits. Little Diamond, ice roar, then charge in, prioritize taking down the one that Little Vine disturbed. Little Diamond took a deep breath, its chest swelling. High bronze skill ice roar erupted with full force. The icy sound wave mixed with extreme low temperatures swept out. The flames on the 5 fire-tailed mice dimmed slightly, the hot environment was forcibly reversed, their movements noticeably slowed, even the fireball spray was interrupted. Now's the time. Chapter 32, Frost Giant. Little Diamond, with its broken ice crystal shield, lowered itself and burst forward. Bloodline bronze skill Frost Shock activated. It targeted the fire-tailed mouse that had just escaped the roots and had the least flames on its body. Boom! Ice blue clashed against fiery red. That fire-tailed mouse howled in agony as it was knocked away, its chest caving in, flames nearly extinguished, crashing down heavily. But the other 4 fire-tailed mice were enraged, their flames surging again, and they began to spread out, seemingly wanting to surround and first eliminate the smaller threats, Zhang Hao and Little Vine. Protect Little Vine! Zhang Hao shouted anxiously, continuously pointing his staff to cast ice spike technique. Though unable to inflict fatal damage, it effectively disrupted the charging paths of the fire-tailed mice. Little Diamond turned around, its arms swirling, Frost Punch crashed down like a blizzard towards the fire-tailed mouse trying to approach Zhang Hao and Little Vine. The punch wind swept in, frost spread out, colliding and annihilating with flames continuously. One fire-tailed mouse seized the gap during Little Diamond's attack, compressing its flames into a burning cannonball. Bloodline bronze skill explosive charge. It slammed fiercely into Little Diamond's side. Bang! Little Diamond stumbled, the ice crystal shield completely shattered, its rocky skin on the side burned black, a painful thought surged. Little Vine, control it! Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Little Vine bore the pain. After charging at the slightly paused flame-tailed mouse, the root trip and binding vines attacked almost simultaneously. The roots restricted its movement, and the vines seized the opportunity to bind its hind legs. Even though they could only control it for a very short time, it was enough. Little King Kong turned in pain, his arm slightly stiff from the exploding charge, but the frost energy gathered wildly. 3 frost fist strikes combined. Boom! The flame-tailed mouse was directly slammed into the sand, the flames extinguished, and its fate unknown. The remaining 3 flame-tailed mice saw their companions fall one after another, their ferocity slightly diminished, but their attacks remained fierce. Zhang Hao and Little King Kong's cooperation became even more tacit. Zhang Hao's ice spike and frost armor provided precise support, while Little King Kong, with his stronger power and bravery, took on the fire damage head-on, trading injury for injury, ultimately using successive frost fist strikes and a crucial frost impact to deal with the last 3 flame-tailed mice one by one. The battle ended. Little King Kong had several charred areas on him, and his ice rock arm showed signs of melting, breathing heavily. Little Vine also received some burns. Zhang Hao had consumed significant mental energy. Recovering 5 second-tier low-grade monster corpses, gained evolution points, 1500. 7 left. Zhang Hao took a potion to replenish his mental energy, looking deeper into the sand valley. There, the sound of flowing water faintly echoed. As they rounded the red rocks, the scene in front of them changed. A small oasis appeared at the valley's bottom, with a muddy water pool at its center. 4 bloated, slimy, blue-gray giant mice were soaking in the water pool, their cold little eyes glaring at them. Water algae mouse, water attribute, ordinary quality, spirit level bloodline, 2nd tier low-grade realm. Bronze skill, water film shield, defense, reduces physical damage, water algae bind, control, slows down. Bloodline bronze skill, water turbidity spray, corrode, slow. Water attribute instill a control and slow type. Zhang Hao felt a bit troubled. The water attribute already had some resistance to ice, and the enemy's skills leaned towards defense and control. Grinding it out would consume a lot of energy even if they could win, which might affect their final evaluation. The 4 water algae mice seemed to sense the threat and sluggishly crawled out of the water pool. A semi-transparent, flowing light blue water film instantly covered their surface's bronze skill water film shield. At the same time, a large amount of dark green water algae surged from the muddy pool, spreading towards Zhang Hao and the others as if it were a live bronze skill water algae bind. We can't delay. Zhang Hao's eyes sharpened. Little King Kong, directly use silver skills, unleash full power. Little Vine, fall back, use flying leaf pierce for long-range harassment, stay safe. Roar. Little King Kong howled to the sky, the silver runes on his forehead suddenly erupting with brilliant light. Silver skill, Frost Giant activated. His body inflated rapidly like a balloon, growing from nearly 1.5 meters to over 2 meters. His ice rock arm became even sturdier, the ice crystal armor thickened, and the cold air radiating from him surged geometrically. Even the water algae spreading out from beneath him was instantly frozen. Overall attribute enhancement. At this moment, Little King Kong's aura was approaching the second-tier threshold. Then, he took a deep breath again. Bronze skill Frost Roar stacked and released. The icy powers, already surging from the Frost Giant, were gathered, compressed, and unleashed again. A terrifying ice field expanded centered on him. As the water vapor in the air condensed into icy powder, even the water film shield on the 4 water algae mice started to accumulate frost, the flow speed slowing down. Frost impact. Target the one in front. Zhang Hao commanded with all his might, simultaneously funneling the remaining starlight energy in his body through their contract link, unreservedly delivering it to Little King Kong. With the energy boost from his master, Little King Kong, under the double enhancement state, pushed his power to the limit. The ice crystal horn above his head solidified as a true blue crystal spear. Boom! This time, the frost impact was far more powerful than before. Wherever it passed, deep ice trenches formed in the ground. The spreading dark green algae was completely frozen and shattered. At the front, a terrified algae mouse desperately maintained its water membrane shield, while simultaneously, it opened its mouth and sprayed a murky column of water that exuded a foul odor and corrosive aura. A bloodline bronze skill, corrosive spray. However, before the corrosive water column could even approach, it was frozen into an ice column in the face of absolute power and low temperature, then shattered by the frost impact. Bang! The ice crystal unicorn shadow slammed fiercely into the thick water membrane shield. Crack crash! The water membrane shield, which was supposed to reduce a significant amount of physical damage, shattered with a loud sound after just half a second. The massive body of the algae mouse was hit head-on, as if struck by a battering ram. Its chest and abdomen instantly caved in, and it was sent flying, encased in a thick layer of ice, crashing down by the water pond, never to breathe again. One-hit kill. The remaining 3 algae mice were completely panicked, turning to flee back to the pond. Want to run? Zhang Hao's eyes were icy. Little Konga, continuous frost punches, cover blows. Little Vines, trip and restrict. Little Vines, enduring its injuries, activated root bind, precisely under one algae mouse's feet. Although it quickly broke free, it successfully made its steps falter. Little Konga's massive body, however, moved with surprising agility, its giant fists pummeling continuously. The chill of Frost Punch, under the double enhancement of Frost Giant and Frost Roar, made each punch comparable to a small ice and snowstorm. Bang! 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 The water membrane shields on the remaining 3 algae mice broke successively under the violent frost punches. Their bodies were smashed to pieces, ice flakes and water splashing everywhere, with continuous cries of agony. They attempted to counterattack with algae bind and corrosive spray, but their effectiveness was greatly diminished in the extreme cold domain. In less than 3 minutes, the last 3 algae mice also became ice sculptures, crashing down to the ground. Recycled low-tier monster corpses *4, gained evolution points, 1,200. Zhang Hao let out a breath, exiting combat mode. Little Konga's body shrank back to its original state, looking quite fatigued after the Yi Frost Giant status lifted, but flames of victory burned in its eyes. Little Vines also approached, gently touching Zhang Hao's hand with its vine. Well done. Zhang Hao patted Little Konga's sturdy arm and stroked Little Vine's charred vines. The consumption was truly too great. Anyway, there was still over an hour left, so they decided to rest in place. Only 3 left. Zhang Hao stood up and scanned the area at the end of the sandy valley with sharp eyes. From there, a different kind of heat and a sound of metal friction could be vaguely heard. Not far along, the sand suddenly became scalding hot, and 2 scarlet figures sprang out from behind the sand dunes. Once again, they were fire-tailed mice, high-tier first rank, but there were only 2, and their breaths seemed a bit hollow due to fear. Looks like the last minions. Little Konga, take them out quickly. No complex orders were needed. Little Konga charged with a low growl, throwing frost punch left and right, and after 2 heavy thuds, the battle came to an end. Cleanup progress, 49/50ths. Almost simultaneously as the 2 fire-tailed mice fell, a massive sand dune 100 meters ahead erupted explosively. As sand and stones flew, a heavy figure, mixed with soil and metallic shine, slowly stood up. Its size was comparable to an adult bison, covered all over with dark brown, heavy rocky armor. Its limbs were short and powerful, with its claws gleaming with a cold iron-like light. The most striking feature was the dark golden spiraled horn, about half a meter long, at the center of its forehead, exuding a sharp aura. Its eyes locked onto Zhang Hao, and invisible pressure came crashing like a mountain. Rock gold giant mouse, earth, and metal attributes. Mid-tier second rank, spirit level bloodline, excellent qualifications. Bronze skill, rock shell barrier, earth spike. Bronze bloodline skill, gold pattern defense. Silver skill, gold horn sun strike. Mid-tier second rank, dual attributes, and a silver skill. Zhang Hao's pupils constricted, and his heart sank sharply. This monster, whether in attributes, realm, or skill configuration, was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had encountered since entering the secret realm. Even made him instantly recall the oppressive feeling of Zhao Zong's luminous rock-armored beast during the monthly exam. No reserve allowed. Little Golden Giant, directly use, Frost Giant. Stack, Frost Roar. Little Tang, prepare for extreme control. The command was delivered like a flash of lightning. Little Golden Giant felt the threat of a strong enemy and roared without hesitation. A silver rune on its forehead shone brightly. Silver skill, Frost Giant, activated. Its body surged with a rumbling sound, rapidly expanding to over 2 meters tall. Its ice rock arms grew more robust, and the ice crystal armor became thick like battle armor. A terrifying chill swept through, completely freezing the surrounding sandy ground. Then, its chest swelled again. Bronze skill, Frost Roar, burst out a second time. The already surging frost power was crazily compressed and condensed, causing its momentum to rise to an astonishing peak. This was a commonly used stacking boost explosion method by contract users, aiming to elevate their state to the limit before contact. However, a trace of mocking light flickered in the cold eyes of the rock gold giant rat. It clearly would not sit idly by while its opponent prepared. With powerful limbs, it stomped the ground, and with a boom, its massive body released a speed that was inconsistent with its size, charging like a heavy siege chariot, its dark gold horn aimed at Little Golden Giant, crashing forward. It intended to interrupt Little Golden Giant's momentum gathering. Now! Little Tongue! Zhang Hao shouted fiercely. Little Tang, who had been waiting to unleash its power, poured out the remaining spiritual energy without reservation. Its tail aimed at the front of the rock gold giant rat's charging path, swinging twice in rapid succession. Bloodline bronze skill, root snare. Bronze skill, vine bind. In the sandy ground beneath the front hooves of the rock gold giant rat, dozens of tough bronze roots burst out of the ice in an instant, tightly wrapping around its ankles. Though with its mid-tier second-level strength, these roots only caused a barely noticeable pause of 0.1 seconds, but then several thick vines took the opportunity to wrap around its relatively thinner back leg joints. Double control connection. Though the control time was still tragically brief, for a top-level battle, this insignificant delay was enough to change the outcome. Little Golden Giant finished gathering its strength. In the peak state of Frost Giant and Frost Roar, its eyes blazed with ice blue flames. Facing the charging giant rat, it rushed forward instead of retreating, its two massive fists covered in thick ice, fiercely smashed toward the opponent's head and abdomen. Chapter 33, A-Class Evaluation, S-Class Reward? The rock gold giant rat broke free from control, facing the heavy fists. Its body armor suddenly shone with a layer of light, faint gold and resembling substantial runes. Bronze bloodline skill, golden pattern guardian. At the same time, it slightly lowered its head, using its hard dark gold horn to clash against the fist. Clang! 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 Boom! Muffled sounds like iron pounding exploded continuously. Ice shards and fragments of gold and stone flew wildly. Little Golden Giant's heavy fist hit the golden pattern guardian. Most of the force was countered and redirected by that seemingly thin but actually incredibly tough golden light shield. The rebound force made its arm go numb. And the rock gold giant rat's horn collided head-on with the ice fist, producing a sharp, piercing sound. In their first clash, it seemed evenly matched, but Zhang Hao's heart sank. Little Golden Giant's dual boost state has a time limit and consumes a lot. The opponent, however, relied on its mid-tier second-level solid foundation and excellent defensive skills, appearing to handle it easily. Cannot delay. Zhang Hao's gaze hardened, making a decision. He closed his eyes, his mental strength surged toward the other end of the contract link like a tide. Having experienced the life and death resonance during the monthly exam, he now actively guided it. Though it felt unfamiliar, it had direction. Little Golden Giant. Focus. Feel my strength. In his sea of consciousness, he saw Little Golden Giant's soul vibration filled with anger, resilience, and a trace of dependence. The frequencies of their spirits began to synchronize, and the soul energy seemed to find a channel, starting to merge. Resonance. At the same time, nearly 1,000 points of starlight energy remaining within Zhang Hao's body poured into the little metal giant without reservation, decisively through the contract link. The resonance state, forcibly guided to activate. Roar. The little metal giant let out a roar mixed with pain and extreme comfort. Its already enormous body, due to the dual enhancement, seemed to swell even larger, with ice blue light radiating from within, as if transforming into a colossal god burning with icy flames. Its breath skyrocketed madly, temporarily breaking through a certain boundary, reaching the level barely touching the second-tier low grade. The tyranny of the king-level bloodline, the addition of dual enhancements, plus the energy and soul double overlap brought by resonance, gave it the confidence to challenge higher levels. In the cold eyes of the rock gold giant rat, a hint of seriousness finally appeared. It let out a low growl, no longer testing, and suddenly lifted its forelimbs, then heavily stomped on the ground. Bronze skill, Earth Pulse Spike. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dozens of sharp spikes, mixed with rock and metallic luster, erupted from the frozen ground without warning, covering a large area around the little metal giant. In the resonance state, the little metal giant's reaction speed and combat instinct reached their peak. Its massive body exhibited astonishing agility, with forearms swinging to block or jumping to dodge, most of the spikes shattered by ice fists, while a few grazed its ice crystal armor, leaving deep scratches. Now! Frost Impact. Zhang Hao endured the soul-ripping sensation caused by the pouring energy and maintaining resonance, issuing the command. The little metal giant locked onto the rock gold giant rat, the icy crystal unicorn's shadow above its head solidified like never before, even faintly showing silver runes flowing within. Bloodline bronze skill, Frost Impact, under resonance and dual enhancement, the power soared to the limit. However, the rock gold giant rat had high combat intelligence. It seemed to predict the strike, and the dark gold unicorn suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, its whole body appearing as a heavy golden stream of light, charging head-on. Silver skill, Golden Horn Piercing Sun. One side was a comet of extreme cold ice, the other was a heavy, sharp metallic torrent. Boom! An unprecedented terrifying explosion erupted at the center of the sand valley. The ice blue cold wave and the dark gold sharpness clashed crazily, annihilating, exploding. An energy mushroom cloud mixed with ice crystals and metal fragments rose up, the terrifying shockwave completely plowed the surrounding sandy land, and even the distant rocks were shattered. Zhang Hao was thrown away by the shockwave, landing heavily, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, barely managing to place a wobbly layer of frost armor on himself. The dust slowly settled. In the center of the arena, the little metal giant knelt on one knee, its massive body's ice crystal armor shattered more than half, both arms trembling slightly, with a ghastly wound on its chest carved by the golden horn, ice blue blood seeping out, quickly freezing. It gasped for breath, the icy flames in its eyes dim, but still fiercely stared ahead. The rock gold giant rat was equally miserable. The invincible dark gold unicorn on its forehead had actually broken off a small part. The light shield of golden pattern guard was completely shattered, the thick rock armor was covered with web-like cracks and traces of frozen frost, and one forelimb was unnaturally bent. The coldness in its eyes was replaced by pain and rage, and its breath diminished significantly. Both sides were heavily injured. But the little metal giant was hurt more severely, and the dual enhancement and resonance state were about to end. Frost armor. Zhang Hao struggled to rise, converting the last bit of spiritual power into ice armor covering the little metal giant, while also condensing a few weak ice spikes in his hand, shooting them towards the rock gold giant rat's eyes, as a distraction. The rock gold giant rat, furious, ignored the ice spikes, gathering its remaining strength, once again lowered its head, the broken golden horn aimed at the little metal giant, launching its final charge. Although its might is far less than that of the golden horn pierces the sun, it is still deadly. A determined light flashed in the eyes of the little gold giant, and it did not flinch or evade. It gathered all the remaining frost power into its right fist, compressing the chilling energy to the extreme, to the point where the space at the tip of the fist was slightly distorted, the strongest punch. Bang! The golden horn pierced the icy armor, penetrating flesh and skin. The ice fist also struck solidly at the crack on the belly of the rock gold giant mouse. Crack! Put! The crisp sound of bone breaking and flesh tearing rang out simultaneously. The momentum of the rock gold giant mouse came to a sudden halt, its rock armor completely shattered at the belly, its internal organs severely injured, dark gold blood gushing out wildly. Its massive body swayed twice before crashing to the ground, the light in its eyes rapidly dimming. The little gold giant was also forced back several steps by the impact of the golden horn, its chest wound widening, ice blue blood flowing out in streams, but it stood stubbornly until it confirmed its opponent was no longer alive. Then, it swayed and shrank back to its original form, the four bulging spots on its back dimming, and collapsed, covered in blood, as Zhang Hao used the last bit of his will to retrieve the contract treasure tower. Recycling second-tier mid-grade monster corpse *1, obtained evolution points, 1200. Current evolution points, 8900. Clearing progress, 50-50. Secret realm task, rodent plague, completed. It is over. Zhang Hao slumped on the ground, feeling as if his body had fallen apart. His soul was dizzy from overexertion, and he felt completely empty inside. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to wait for the settlement transfer. Buzz! A sudden change occurred. In the deepest part of the sand valley, that seemingly ordinary rock wall suddenly shook violently, and then a crack opened up from within. A vast and violent aura, far surpassing that of the rock gold giant mouse, surged like a sleeping beast awakening and spread out with a roar. Warning! Hidden Guardian of the Secret Realm detected. Realm Guardian? Second tier high grade. Note, defeating the Guardian can greatly enhance the final evaluation of the Secret Realm and the quality of rewards. Non-mandatory challenge, escaping its sensing range or staying until transfer will allow normal settlement. From the crack, a pair of giant eyes, as red as lanterns, slowly lit up, filled with primal slaughter and greed, locking onto the weak Zhang Hao. Second tier high grade. Just a glance and the pressure of its aura made Zhang Hao feel as if he had fallen into an ice pit. The slightest bit of fighting spirit he had just ignited was instantly extinguished. The gap was too great. Even if the little gold giant were in its prime and resonating, facing a second-tier high-grade enemy, the chances of victory would be slim, let alone now when both he and his two pets were nearly exhausted. Run! Without any hesitation, the instinct to survive and logic instantly overwhelmed everything. What hidden rewards? What higher evaluations? In the face of an absolute power gap and the possible real feedback of death threats, everything was meaningless. Zhang Hao used up his last bit of strength, scrambling to his feet and sprinting in the opposite direction of the crimson giant eyes, unleashing what could be the fastest speed of his life, fleeing wildly. He could feel the terrifying aura rapidly closing in behind him. The ground shook heavily, and a bloody wind rushed toward him. Faster! Further, he roared in his heart, desperately squeezing every ounce of mental energy, trying to extend the safe distance for the transfer judgment. He didn't know how long he had run, maybe just a few dozen seconds, but to Zhang Hao, it felt like a century. The oppressive feeling behind him seemed to weaken a bit. He had burst out of the sand valley and into a strange field of scattered rocks. You have escaped the main sensing range of the Secret Realm Guardian. Do you want to immediately end the Secret Realm exploration and settle? And immediately! Zhang Hao nearly shouted. White light finally arrived as expected, completely wrapping around him. Tower of the Heavens, white settlement space. The light screen before him rippled like water, and clear characters floated up one by one. Secret Realm, Rodent Plague, First Tier Difficulty. Challenger, Zhang Hao, Freshman at Wuhan University. Challenge Mode, Solo. Completion time, 1 hour, 24 minutes, 17 seconds. Kill Statistics, 50 Basic Monsters. Battle Damage Assessment, Contract Master lightly injured, Battle Pet severely exhausted. Comprehensive Rating calculating. A few seconds of pause seemed to stretch endlessly. Finally, a simple yet striking letter jumped out. A grade. Zhang Hao whispered, his face showing little disappointment. He clearly remembered the last time he received an S grade, earned by defeating the Guardian of the Secret Realm, raising his score by a whole level. This time, he merely completed a basic extermination task and even chose to flee at the last moment. To achieve an A grade under difficult conditions was already quite impressive. If the battle had been more decisive, with less expenditure, maybe I could have grazed an S? But this is enough. He recalled the agreement with his homeroom teacher, Zhuan. If he maintained a B grade or higher, he could continue receiving that precious 300 credits of course support. An A grade was already far beyond the baseline, and according to the rules of the Sky Tower, the quality of rewards for difficult challenges would increase. The light screen continued refreshing, revealing the reward list. Rewards, based on Secret Realm difficulty and Challenger potential assessment: 3 Junior Sky Crystals, 1 Green Sky Gem. 3 Sky Crystals? And 1 Green Sky Gem? Zhang Hao was taken aback at first, then suddenly enlightened, the corners of his mouth unable to suppress a rise. So that's it. A grade evaluation, S-grade rewards. This is the quality enhancement of difficult conditions. Equivalent to a whopping 600,000 federal coins worth of sky crystals in hand, plus 1 invaluable green sky gem. This gem was what allowed him to obtain the Ice True technique last time. Chapter 34, Healing Silver Skills. Without hesitation, he directly chose to use the green sky gem. The scene in front of him instantly transformed, the white space morphing into a vibrant green backdrop of life, 2 ancient characters appearing, Battle Pet. The continuous combatability of the little golden strongman and the possibility of turning the tables in a desperate situation have greatly increased. It's like giving the core an extra insurance. Weighing the pros and cons, the thoughts became clearer. As support, one must push the role of support to the extreme. Attack and control can be compensated for with skills and teamwork, but this direct life support is truly unique. I choose the third one, transplanting flowers and continuing the pulse. The emerald green light group immediately entered Little Vine's body, and the complete information, application techniques, and energy flow paths of silver skill, transplanting flowers and continuing the pulse, were instantly burned into its soul. Little Vine sent out a wave of mixed understanding and fatigue, beginning to silently digest this newly acquired high-level skill. In the teacher's office area, Teacher Zhu Wen's office. Zhang Hao knocked on the door, and a familiar voice came from inside, "Come in." Pushing the door open, Teacher Zhuwen was sitting in front of a light brain, his fingers swiftly tapping on the virtual screen, seemingly handling some documents. Seeing it was Zhang Hao, he smiled, temporarily stopping his work.
Zhang Hao? You're here. I heard you went to the Sky Tower this morning? How was it? Did you drop below B grade?
If you did, my 300 credits for the free course would have to be reclaimed according to the rules. Teacher Zhuwen teased, but his eyes showed concern. Zhang Hao walked to the desk, a perfectly timed, slightly helpless smile on his face, and said, "Alas, to disappoint you, teacher. I didn't perform well this time and only got an A grade. The reward was just 3 primary sky crystals and a green sky gem."
Teacher Zhuwen didn't pay much attention at first and continued the conversation.
"Oh, a grade? That's not bad, 3 crystals, wait a minute." He abruptly raised his head, eyes wide open. "What did you say?
3 sky crystals? And a green sky gem? Isn't that the reward for S grade?"
Seeing the surprised expression on the teacher's face, Zhang Hao quickly summarized the difficulties he encountered in the secret realm and how he ultimately chose to give up the challenge against the Guardian due to insufficient state.
Teacher Zhuwen nodded thoughtfully, softly tapping his fingers on the desktop. "You did the right thing.
In that situation, forcing a challenge against the Guardian would have been risking your life. Even if you succeeded by chance, both you and your battle pet would definitely be heavily injured.
It would have been not worth it. The Secret Realm Guardian, your luck, I really don't know whether to say it's good or bad that you ran into it again." He paused, looking at Zhang Hao.
As for the Sky Gem granting battle pet skills, that's not surprising. The rewards of the Sky Gem are indeed varied, ranging from techniques, resources, weapons, to battle pet skills. After all, the strength of a battle pet is an essential part of the contract master's strength. He showed a smile of approval.
"This is excellent news for you.
Your little golden strongman's attack power is already enough to be fierce, and Little Vine's control chain is also starting to show results.
Now that there's this healing and life-sustaining skill added, it's like giving your strongest spear a shield that can be repaired at any time, greatly increasing tactical flexibility."
"Great, keep it up." "Thank you, teacher," Zhang Hao replied, then seemingly casually mentioned, "By the way, teacher, I heard there's a freshman promotion competition at the end of January, where we will spar with second-year seniors?"
There's such a tradition.
The rewards are pretty good, and it's an important test for talented students at the end of the semester. You can prepare well for it." Teacher Zhuwen nodded, his gaze returning to the light brain as if thinking about something else. However, Zhang Hao did not intend to leave, quietly standing in place.
Teacher Zhuwen quickly noticed and looked up, a teasing smile on his face.
"Oh, I see why you're so eager to report back.
You're here waiting for me. Go on, what's up?"
Zhang Hao then gave a grin, scratched his head, and showed a touch of just the right amount of embarrassment.
"Teacher, you also know?
My little golden boy now spends over 310,000 federal coins a month, and I still have to pay for Teacher Li Han's Ice Attribute skill package. Although you helped me with the 300 credits needed for the course, now I have another support battle pet, Little Vine. As for the federal coins, I can still sell some precious crystals to get by, but this course, I don't have any extra credits to sign up for the Wood Attribute skill package course from the logistics department. If I can't keep up with the training for these 2 battle pets, it will seriously affect my future performance and ranking." Teacher Zhuwen shook his head and chuckled, "You kid, you really are someone who won't rest until you see the rabbit after the eagle departs. Now that you've received the rewards, you're already thinking about squeezing resources from me."
Zhang Hao just smiled and did not argue.
At this time, saying too much was pointless. After pondering for a moment, Teacher Zhuwen tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard, calling up Zhang Hao's information file to take a look. Then he looked up and said seriously, "All right. Your upward momentum is indeed quite strong, and the school encourages focused training. I'll increase your monthly credit limit to 450 credits." Zhang Hao's heart lifted in joy. Of these, 300 credits will still be used for the course with Teacher Li Han for Little Golden Boy. This is core and cannot be moved, Teacher Zhuwen continued. You can plan the remaining 150 credits yourself to find suitable Wood Attribute courses for your support battle pet. The school's logistics department, the Battle Pet Skill Development Center, and even some mentors who are skilled in Wood attributes have related courses. Go explore and choose for yourself.
"Thank you, teacher." Zhang Hao sincerely expressed his gratitude. 450 credits represent a purchasing power of 450,000 federal coins.
More importantly, this means Little Vine can also receive systematic training, fully tapping into the potential of a dual pet system. "Don't thank me just yet," Teacher Zhuwen waved his hand, a meaningful glint in his eyes. "I remember your Stardust mid-level accumulation is exceptionally deep, you should be close to breaking through to the late phase, right?" Zhang Hao's heart stirred, and he nodded, "Yes, I feel the bottleneck has loosened, and I should be able to attempt a breakthrough soon."
"Good." Teacher Zhuwen leaned slightly forward and lowered his voice. Once you successfully break through to the late phase of Stardust and stabilize your realm, come find me. I have a rather special duel that needs you to represent our Class 19, or rather, represent me, to participate. If you win, there will be quite a surprise for you here. A special duel? Representing the teacher? Zhang Hao's eyes sharpened, but there was no hesitation as he immediately responded, Teacher, don't worry. I will do my best. The course description clearly states, through special meditation methods and resource assistance, help the wood attribute battle pet purify the energy within, enhance vitality activity and total amount, significantly boosting healing and restoration skills. This is it. Zhang Hao clicked to register, and instantly, 120 points were deducted from his credits. This course lasts 4 weeks, with 2 practical guidance sessions each week, along with the exclusive use rights of the Vitality Catalysis Room. As for the remaining 30 credits, he didn't keep them and directly exchanged them for 6 hours of the Wood Attribute Second Stage Training Room. Although the time is not long, paired with the course, it is enough for Little Tang to consolidate and improve in the coming period. The stronger the vitality, the higher the limit that flower transference can transfer. Zhang Hao turned off the light brain and murmured to himself. This newly acquired healing silver skills effect is directly linked to Little Tang's own health. The more abundant Little Tang's life essence is, the more reliable the endurance insurance it can provide to the core output, Little King Kong. Next comes the exciting moment of unboxing and enhancing. 3 primary heavenly gems lay on the table, their warm energy glow intoxicating. But Zhang Hao had no longing, he communicated with the origin refining furnace in his sea of knowledge. Recycling. 3 streams of light entered his body. Recycling primary heavenly gem *3, obtained evolution points, 3,600. Current evolution points, 12,600. A full 12,600 evolution points. This is an amount that would make any low-rank contract master envious. Distribution ratio. Zhang Hao quickly calculated in his mind. Little King Kong is a king-level bloodline, and currently, its purity, 24%, has entered the manifestation stage, consuming enormous amounts for each 1% increase. Little Tang is a spirit-level bloodline, with relatively lower elevation consumption. Based on past data estimates, at the current stage, the evolution points required to raise Little King Kong's purity by 1% is about 3 times that of Little Tang. The core cannot shake, but the support must keep up. A 3-to-1 ratio should be quite reasonable. Once decided, he acted. Evolution points, inject into Little King Kong's Bloodline Purification, 9,600 points. A majestic energy flow, containing the essence of origin, surged into the contract treasure tower. Little King Kong was sleeping in icy energy liquid, feeling the infusion of this pure power, his body slightly trembled, the icy blue fur on his body stirring without wind, and the 4 bulges on his back glimmered, as if something inside was slowly growing and strengthening. The icy crystal armor became denser and heavier, its aura visibly rising and condensing. 6-armed Frost King Kong Bloodline Purity, 24% 40%. Status, manifestation period deepens, bloodline characteristics further pronounced, power, defense, and frost control greatly enhanced. Feedback, contract master's cultivation speed increases. 9,600 evolution points brought a 16% purity leap. Feeling the meridians in his body becoming more active due to contract feedback, and the efficiency of absorbing heaven and earth aura slightly improved, Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. It's Little Tang's turn. Injecting, 3,000 evolution points. A gentle green energy flowed into the treasure tower. Little Tang curled up inside the contract treasure tower, enveloped by this power, emitting a comfortable squeak sound. The vine patterns on its body became clearer and deeper, the color shifting from bronze to a darker emerald green, faintly exuding a vigorous life vitality. Its size also seemed to grow slightly, becoming more agile and strong. Vine Demon Rat Bloodline Purity, 17% 37%. Status, Spirit level Bloodline Purity has reached a high level, vitality significantly enhanced, would attribute energy more pure and active. 3,000 evolution points brought a high 20% purity increase. The Little Tang's actual combat power, especially in attack and defense, still cannot compare with Little King Kong of the same purity, due to the differences in bloodline level and qualifications. Its core abilities as support, stability of control, skill release speed, especially the total amount and activity of vitality, have all undergone qualitative leaps. Very good. Zhang Hao looked at the data panel, feeling at peace within. In a dual pet system, the gap between core and support must exist, but it shouldn't be too large. Now Little King Kong stands at 40%. Little Tang 37%, seemingly similar, but the natural suppression of royal level over spirit level, as well as the gap in excellence and elite qualifications, ensured that Little King Kong held an absolutely core position, while Little Tang reached the pinnacle of the auxiliary field it excelled in. Unfortunately, this significant increase in purity did not awaken any new bloodline skills for either side. Zhang Hao was not anxious, as purity continued to rise, the awakening of skills felt inevitable, perhaps it just required a suitable opportunity. In the following days, Zhang Hao entered a regular and rigorous training schedule. The starlight within his body had accumulated to nearly 1,500 points, and although the sense of restraint from breaking the limits, simultaneously surpassing both realms to break free from the body's shackles, remained weak, the chance for breakthrough seemed just around the corner. Every day, without fail, he entered the second-tier ice attribute training room, practicing the cold ice true formula and the basic contract master meditation method, while using some general energy potions exchanged with credits to accelerate the gathering of starlight. Little King Kong and Little Tang were also working hard in their respective dedicated training rooms and classes. Little King Kong focused on consolidating the newly enhanced power, attempting to blend the Frost Giant state more seamlessly with other skills. Little Tang benefited immensely from the Life Energy Purification class, improving its perception and control over the life energy within, and began to get a grasp of using flower transfer and vein continuation. Everything was progressing well until an unfamiliar communication request broke the calm rhythm of training. Zhao Zone? Zhang Hao looked at the name and class 3, displayed on his personal terminal, somewhat surprised. What did this opponent from the monthly exam finals want with him? Although confused, he did not worry about safety. At Wuhan University, openly attacking classmates is a serious crime, and no matter how powerful the Zhao family is, they couldn't cover that up. Moreover, his impression of Zhao Zong was not bad. He was a proud but rule-following opponent who pursued strength sincerely. The agreed meeting spot was in the small garden under the dormitory. When Zhang Hao arrived, Zhao Zong was already waiting there. He had changed into a white combat suit, and the prominent golden Zhao emblem on his chest was still eye-catching. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, the usually indifferent Zhao Zong's face slightly stiffened as he tried to force a smile, but the effect was a bit strange. Zhang Hao felt it was better if he didn't smile. However, out of politeness, Zhang Hao still approached with a smile. Zhao classmate, is there something you need from me? Zhao Zong quickly hid that awkward smile, returning to his expressionless face without any small talk, directly summoning his battle pet. As the contract glimmered, the familiar mountain-like Lu Yan heavy armor beast reappeared. It seemed heavier than during the monthly exam, its metallic luster more restrained and deep. Lying there, it exuded an unbreakable oppressive feeling. Looking at this oversized metal turtle battle pet, Zhang Hao still couldn't understand Zhao Zong's intention, his face showing even more confusion. Classmate Zhang Hao, Zhao Zong opened his mouth, his voice as flat as ever, but with a hint of rare seriousness in his tone. I am here to humbly seek advice. Seek advice? Zhang Hao was taken aback. About the resonance state. Zhao Zong's gaze fell on his heavy armor beast and then turned to Zhang Hao. On the day of the monthly exam, the resonance state you and your battle pet entered shocked me. As far as I know, a true resonance state requires very deep emotional cultivation with the battle pet, a highly compatible soul frequency, and the physical body must fully bear the battle pet's energy feedback, making the conditions extremely harsh. He paused and continued. I have consulted a lot of materials and have tried to cultivate feelings. I trained little Jean in Earth Escape training, feeding it the purest second-tier metal and Earth attribute crystals, and provided various ores and herbs according to the best ratios recorded in the family, but its attitude towards me has always been quite average. Zhao Zong's brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. It seemed a bit confused and gloomy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao finally understood. This Zhao top student came to seek advice, wanting to know the shortcut to truly resonate. The book indeed recorded another method. When a contract master's soul strength is high enough, usually reaching the second tier or above, they can forcibly guide their own energy to overlap with their battle pet's energy through powerful soul strength, simulating a similar resonance effect. But this is called pseudo-resonance, which consumes the contract master's own soul essence, and the overlap efficiency is far inferior to the true resonance of hearts and souls, more like an exhausting secret technique. Clearly, the proud Zhao Zong was pursuing the latter. Zhang Hao stroked his chin, his gaze subconsciously sweeping across the Li Yuan heavy armor beast. Almost at the same time, the feedback information from the source refining furnace quietly emerged in his consciousness. Li Yuan heavy armor beast. Attributes: Gold, Earth. Royal Bloodline Purity, 23%. Qualification: Elite. Realm: Upper Tier 1. Skills: Golden Barrier, Bronze, Rock Gold Heavy Pressure, Bronze, Alloy Smash, Bronze, Golden Collapsing Mountain Charge, Bloodline Bronze. Status: Unhappy, missing the Magma Soil Star of the Spirit Gathering Pavilion. Seeing the last line of status description, Zhang Hao almost lost his composure. Wow, the bloodline concentration has increased by 3%, it's no wonder it's from a big family, the resources poured in are fierce. But this status, missing the Magma Soil Star of the Spirit Gathering Pavilion? He roughly understood where the problem lay. Zhang Hao suppressed his laughter and looked at the serious Zhao Zong, asking, Classmate Zhao, do you usually cultivate feelings by feeding a lot of crystal cores, ores, and herbs, as you just said, and then training attributes together? Zhao Zong nodded. Yes, according to the family cultivation manual, this is the best way for the Li Yuan heavy armor beast to grow and establish an energy connection. Zhang Hao shook his head, pointing at the heavy armor beast that lay still, seemingly a bit lost. Missing food? Look,
Your little gold seems a bit lackluster now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zong carefully looked at his battle pet. It seemed a bit? Usually after training, it might be tired, but its gaze was sharp or satisfied. Now it seemed a bit resentful? How about this, classmate Zhao? Zhang Hao smiled. I have a suggestion. You must have been to the Spirit Gathering Pavilion to eat, right? Next time, you can take your little gold to the Spirit Gathering Pavilion and specifically order some things it might like, I heard there's a famous magma core stew and refined gold stone plate there. Almost the instant Zhang Hao mentioned the three words Spirit Gathering Pavilion, the once listless Li Yuan heavy armor beast seemed to have its ears perk up, and its dark yellow metallic eyes suddenly brightened a few degrees. Its massive body even subtly shook, conveying a clear message of wanna go. Want to eat. Zhao Zong. He felt it. The sudden liveliness of his battle pet's emotions. This reaction was greater than feeding a 10-second tier earth attribute crystal cores. Could it be the family manual was wrong? The essence of cultivating feelings is taking it out to eat? Chapter 36, Soul Quality Improvement, Breaking Through the Later Stages of Stardust. If Zhang Hao knew Zhao Zong's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely smile and say, I don't know what other Li Yuan heavy armor beasts think, but the one you raise is definitely a hidden foodie. Just like your little gold. Zhao Zong was clearly shocked by this new discovery, and although there was still not much expression on his face, the eagerness in his eyes was about to overflow. He seemed eager to rush to the Spirit Gathering Pavilion to verify it immediately. Thank you, classmate Zhang, for your guidance. Zhao Zong nodded towards Zhang Hao, his tone becoming more serious. He initially wanted to leave immediately, but seemed to think this was too hasty, pausing to add. Next time, I will come to ask classmate Zhang about the details of resonance cultivation. Zhang Hao, I was just being polite, why did you take it seriously? But before Zhang Hao could think of a polite response, Zhao Zong spoke again, next time I visit, I will bring a pseudo second tier source energy as a thank you gift. What kind of properties do you need? Zhang Hao's hesitation that was about to come out of his mouth was swallowed instantly, and an incredibly sincere smile immediately appeared on his face. No problem. Classmate Zhao, just come. I will definitely tell you everything I know and leave nothing out. Let's progress together. What properties will do? Pseudo second order original energy. Although it has the word pseudo, its effectiveness and purity are far less than that of the genuine product rewarded by the school, which takes many years to naturally cultivate or is artificially synthesized through secret realm formations. But it is still a valuable and good thing. It is a creation that simulates some original characteristics by forcibly purifying and compressing a large amount of high-level resources of the same attribute through high-tech means. The benefit is that it contains original energy, which helps battle pets comprehend attributes and improve control. The downside is that it has many impurities or inert energies, and after absorption, it requires some time to metabolize and the total amount is relatively small. However, for the current stage of Little King Kong or Little Tendril, it is still an excellent supplement. Zhao Zong nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Zhang Hao's attitude, and his quick change of expression, and spoke no more, retracting the Luyan heavy armor beast and smoothly turning to leave. Watching Zhao Zong's departing figure, Zhang Hao stroked his chin, the smile on his face still lingering. It seems that besides competing and doing tasks, making friends is also a good way to obtain resources, he murmured, turning to walk toward the training room. Bitter cultivation had to continue. The late stage of Stardust was right before his eyes. The surprise that the teacher spoke of, along with the reward promised by Zhao Zong, filled him with anticipation for the upcoming days. In mid-January, at Wuhan University campus. The winter chill was dispelled by the constant temperature formation inside the campus, but the energy tide in the training area was even more active than usual. Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong's exchange lasted several days. This proud scion of the Zhao family, though succinct in words and lacking in expression, surprisingly was not hard to get along with. His pride stemmed from absolute confidence in his own talent and family heritage. This kind of pride does not carry disdain, it feels more like a self-evident recognition. After a few encounters, Zhang Hao had also figured out some of the other party's details. Zhao Zong's soul quality is at the spirit level, which already places him a great tier above Zhang Hao. His soul realm had steadily improved from the mortal level to the middle mortal level, and his cultivation speed was indeed much faster than his previous self. In terms of talent statistics, Zhao Zong was undoubtedly superior. But Zhang Hao was clear about where his advantage lay, the breaking limit body. He indirectly learned that the starlight accumulation within Zhao Zong's body was around 1,000 points, already reaching the perfect stage of mid-stardust and was progressing toward the late stage. As for himself, after rigorous cultivation, the starlight within his body had firmly reached the threshold of 1,500 points. This meant that even if both broke through to the late stage of stardust at the same time, his energy reserve amount would be 50% more than Zhao Zong's. Not to mention that the energy quality brought by the breaking limit body might be more refined, and its meridian capacity stronger. This was the hidden benefit from last time's breakthrough in martial arts and soul, and he was determined to continue and amplify this advantage. Soul quality. Spirit level Zhang Hao's gaze was firm. He had a strong intuition that if he could once again achieve simultaneous breakthroughs in energy realm and soul realm, not only would the soul realm leap to the upper mortal level, but even that seemingly insurmountable barrier of soul quality might loosen through this opportunity, truly stepping into the spirit level domain. It was worth betting everything to try. The pseudo-second order would attribute original energy sent by Zhao Zong was given to Little Tendril. The auxiliary battle pet also needed to keep pace, otherwise, if the gap was too wide, the so-called auxiliary would become a shortcoming. After absorbing this energy containing original aura, Little Tendril's affinity for and control over would attribute energy visibly improved, and its vitality became even more robust, while the potential of the skill flower transformation and pulse continuation also flourished. 10 days of bitter cultivation passed in a flash. When the starlight within his body finally stabilized at 1,500 points, the realm of the soul had been polished to a perfect and full feeling, making Zhang Hao aware that the moment to break through had come. The only difficult problem was resources. His pocket was cleaner than his face. The federal coins had to be saved to raise his battle pet, and his credits had been consumed after paying for classes for Xiao Tang and redeeming training rooms. I can only go borrow some. Zhang Hao knocked on the office door of his homeroom teacher, Zhu. Borrow money? Oh no, borrow credits? Teacher Zhu raised his head from a pile of documents, adjusted his glasses, and looked at his troublesome yet outstanding student, a smirk on his face. You kid, you really don't treat yourself as an outsider. I just increased your limit last time, and you've already spent it all? Zhang Hao looked sincere. Teacher, the breakthrough is imminent, and I need the best environment. I want to enter the Xin Level 3 training room one more time for a dual cultivation breakthrough. Hearing dual cultivation breakthrough, Teacher Zhu's expression became more serious. He carefully examined Zhang Hao, feeling the dense aura within him that far surpassed others of the same rank, and nodded. Are you sure? Breaking through both realms at once carries greater risk than a single breakthrough and requires extreme willpower. I want to give it a try. Zhang Hao's tone was calm but carried an undeniable determination. Fine, Teacher Zhu said no more, operating a few commands on his personal terminal. I'll lend you another 100 credits. If you make it into the top 10 in the new student promotion competition, consider it repaid. If you fall out of the top 10, I'll deduct the principal and interest from your limit next month. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Hao was overjoyed. 100 credits were enough for him to train for 5 hours in the Xin Level 3 room. Just after leaving the office building, his personal terminal buzzed again. It was Zhao Zong. I heard you're going to break through and need energy potions for stabilization? Zhao Zong's voice was as direct as always. Zhang Hao was stunned. This news spread so fast? He then replied calmly, yes, if possible, prepare a medium-grade energy potion. I'll have the family manager send a stabilizing source cultivation potion to your dormitory. It's worth around 120,000. For your situation, it's 30% more effective than regular medium-grade potions. No rush to repay. After Zhao Zong finished speaking, he seemed to feel he had been too straightforward and awkwardly added, after your breakthrough, let's exchange insights. A warm current surged in Zhang Hao's heart. This Zhao classmate appeared cold but had a warm heart. Thank you, brother Zhao. I'll remember this favor. The communication ended. An hour later, a beautifully packaged potion, flowing with faint silver starlight, was delivered to Zhang Hao's hands. Looking at this precious potion, Zhang Hao felt his confidence in successfully breaking through it increased a bit more. Xian Level 3 Training Room. Familiar thick spiritual energy and faint silver soul energy points swirled around. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged in the center, adjusting his state to the best. Xiao Jingang and Xiao Tang had both returned to their pagodas to avoid interference. Start. Ice True Formula and Basic Contract Master Meditation operated simultaneously, one focusing on condensing and compressing spiritual power, while the other focused on drawing in and refining soul energy. The first step, condensing star essence. Within his body, a full 1,500 points of brilliant starlight, under the urging of the techniques, began to slowly gather and compress towards his dantian. This process was like forcefully merging countless stars into a single galaxy, and pain followed. His meridians felt as if they were being pierced by countless fine needles, and it was also as if they were being repeatedly pressed by a heavy roller, each inch groaning under the unbearable burden. The dantian area transmitted a tearing and swelling pain, as if it would explode. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, his brows tightly furrowed, and his body trembled slightly out of control. But his mind was unwavering, continuously guiding the starlight to gather. 1 point, 2 points. The starlight began to merge under high pressure, brightness skyrocketing, temperature soaring. The meridians presented a searing pain. 100 points, 200 points. The torrent of starlight gradually shrank, but its density and energy intensity increased geometrically. The pain changed from a sharp piercing sensation to a dull crushing pain that pressed on the organs. 500 points, 800 points, 1,000 points. When over 1,000 points of starlight were compressed together, quantitative change finally triggered a qualitative change.
A thin strand, as fine as a hair yet incredibly condensed, exuding brilliant starry light, quietly birthed in the center of the dantian. The first strand of qi. However, this flow of qi was extremely unstable, rampaging within the dantian. Zhang Hao endured the intense pain, mobilizing the remaining 500 points of starlight and all his mental power, like the most precise artisan, carefully guiding, soothing, and continuing to compress. The starlight continuously integrated into that newly born flow of qi, gradually strengthening and solidifying it, while the rotation speed slowly increased. 100 points, 200 points. When the last point of starlight merged, a stable, rotating star vortex, formed by the extreme compression of 1,500 points of starlight, finally took shape in the dantian. Late stage of stardust, achieved. But this was just the beginning. Zhang Hao did not stop, not even taking the time to experience the sense of power brought by the new realm. He immediately immersed all his mind into the soul level. The abundant soul energy light spots in the cultivation room were greedily absorbed into his sea of consciousness. The originally peak-level soul energy, like a parched riverbed welcoming rain, quickly filled up, swelling. The soul energy was continuously purified, the dross eliminated, merging into the essence of the soul. The feeling of swelling in the soul was entirely different from the pain in the body. It was a kind of dizziness and tearing sensation, as if his head was about to split open, and his consciousness was about to be scattered. Countless stray thoughts and fragments of memory surged uncontrollably, with his mental defenses hanging by a thread. The moment of breakthrough in the energy realm, the body was in a weak period of old strength fading and new strength yet to be born. The impact of the soul realm reached its peak at this moment. The true test of breaking through both realms arrived now. Now is the time. Zhang Hao thought fiercely, suddenly opening his eyes, grabbing the foundation pill for star cultivation beside him, and unhesitatingly injecting it into his veins. The cool yet powerful medicinal force exploded instantly. Like the most timely reinforcements, it surged into his nearly exhausted meridians and trembling sea of consciousness. Part of the medicinal power quickly stabilized the newly born star vortex, healing the injuries in his meridians. Another part transformed into pure mental nourishment, reinforcing the wavering walls of his soul. Break for me! Zhang Hao roared in his heart. All the assistance brought by the medicinal power, along with his unyielding will, transformed into two sharp swords, one piercing the shackles of the soul realm, the other smashing fiercely against the invisible barrier of soul quality. Boom! In his mind, it was as if thunder had exploded. In an instant, he was submerged in an endless white light. The ultimate pain erupted from the deepest part of his soul, as if his entire consciousness was being torn apart and reassembled. His body convulsed violently, with thin threads of blood seeping from his 7 orifices. He held on to the last bit of clarity in his mind tightly, like a tiny boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment, yet refusing to sink. He didn't know how long it had passed, perhaps just a moment, or perhaps it felt as long as a century. The white light faded, the thunder vanished. Pain receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable clarity, lightness, and strength. In the dantian, that star vortex rotated steadily and powerfully, naturally absorbing external spiritual energy, slowly growing. Although there was currently only a thread of qi, condensed from 1,500 points of starlight, far from reaching the standard of 100 strands of qi in the initial stage of the star vortex, it marked the official entry of his energy cultivation into the late stage of stardust. In the sea of consciousness, soul energy surged like a tide, the range of perception expanded several times, and his insights into himself, energy, and the outside world reached a completely new level. The soul realm had clearly ascended to a higher state. What made his heart race even more was a sense of essential sublimation lingering deep in the soul. Before, perceiving the world was like viewing it through frosted glass. Now it felt as if the glass was polished, colors brighter, details clearer, with an unprecedented sharpness in grasping the flow of energy and subtle changes in contract links. He trembled as he summoned his personal panel. Contractor, Zhang Hao. Realm, late stage of stardust, star vortex initially formed. Soul quality, soul level. Soul realm, mortal above. Battle pets, 6-armed Frost Golden King, King level bloodline 40%, first tier upper quality, Vine Demon Mouse, soul level bloodline 37%, first tier medium quality. Soul quality, soul level. I really succeeded. Both realms broke through, bringing not only a leap in level but also breaking the shackles of quality in one go. Zhang Hao exhaled a long, trembling breath, the air infused with hints of ice crystals and starlight. Collapsed on the cold floor of the training room, his entire body felt as if he had been pulled out of water, weak and trembling, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward, finally turning into a low, profoundly joyful laugh. Breaking through limits, cultivating both realms, he made the right choice. Sensing that his master had successfully broken through, within the contract tower, the little Golden King let out an excited low growl, while the little vine squeaked joyfully. Their souls seemed to gain a faint benefit, their aura becoming more refined. After resting for a full half hour, Zhang Hao barely managed to get up. Chapter 37, Wu Shan is bullied. Outside the Xian level number 3 training room. As Zhang Hao stepped out, his personal terminal vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Zong, inviting him to meet at the Serenity Pavilion next to the training hall to share resonance insights. The thrill of success from the breakthrough had not yet faded, and Zhang Hao gladly agreed. Inside the Serenity Pavilion, Zhao Zong had been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Zhang Hao approach, he keenly sensed the unreleased energy fluctuations and that faint aura of soul elevation surrounding him. "You broke through?" Zhao Zong asked directly. "Yeah, I was lucky to succeed, late Stardust, soul mortal above." Zhang Hao sat down opposite him, not hiding anything. A slight wave of emotion crossed Zhao Zong's otherwise calm face as he nodded. Both realms broke through, breaking through limits. "You have a lot of guts." In the following conversation, Zhao Zong rarely displayed a high level of curiosity. Zhang Hao shared his understanding of resonance, especially how to build trust and emotional bonds that transcend master-servant relationships through daily interactions, like eating together, playing together, facing challenges together, instead of just pure energy feeding and training. Zhao Zong listened very attentively, occasionally asking precise questions. When Zhang Hao mentioned breaking through limits, Zhao Zong pondered for a moment and said, "I know about this physique. Theoretically, many contract masters can try. It's just about synchronizing the advancement of energy and soul realm, bearing dual pressure during the breakthrough, and earning extra improvements in body and qualifications, making the energy reserves of the same tier far exceed normal people." He looked at Zhang Hao, his tone plain yet thorough. "But in practice, it's extremely difficult. Firstly, you need to maintain a consistent training speed in both lines. Any lagging on either side can lead to a failed breakthrough or even backlash. Secondly, as you progress, the difficulty of breakthroughs grows exponentially, with the risks and pains of breaking through both realms far exceeding those of a single realm. Most critically." Zhao Zong paused and continued. "The benefits of this physique are not cost-effective for many. It's just an increase of 1.5 to 2 times the energy at the same tier. This slight advantage, in my family's view, could be compensated by a few bottles of high-tier energy potions or a quality magical artifact. Why take such risks and expend several times the effort?" His words were rational and realistic, revealing the awkward position of the limit-breaking physique in the eyes of those rich in resources. Not that it is weak, but rather not worth it. Zhang Hao smiled without rebutting. Zhao Zong was not wrong, but for him, walking this path was not just for that energy advantage, it was to touch the possibility of soul quality migration, and he had nothing to lose, so why fear the dangerous road? Every step of transcendence was a gain. However, Zhao Zong changed his tone, looking at Zhang Hao with a hint of genuine recognition. "If you can walk this path and make it a regular breakthrough method, I admire your will and courage." As recorded in ancient family texts, those who have successfully walked this path in ancient times were all people of strong mind and great perseverance. Zhang Hao clasped his fists. "Brother Zhao overpraises me. Just a stroke of luck." As the two prepared to discuss how to improve their battle pet's happiness, Zhang Hao's personal terminal suddenly flickered urgently, signaling an emergency communication request from Lushan, along with a location and a brief message. "Brother Hao. Ecological Park, Earth Attribute Zone, being robbed by the second-year students. Sisterin is also there. The situation is not good. Hurry." Zhang Hao frowned and stood up instantly. "What's wrong?" Zhao Zong asked. "A classmate is in trouble at the Ecological Park, being looked after by the second-year seniors," Zhang Hao replied with a cool tone. Hearing this, Zhao Zong also stood up. "I'll go too. I'm familiar with the Ecological Park." Zhang Hao glanced at him and nodded, "Thank you." The two immediately set off towards the Resource Ecological Park on the east side of the campus. The Ecological Park, Earth Attribute Resource Zone, is generally used by first-year students to complete tasks and earn credits. It resembled a miniature Gobi Desert, with yellow-brown rocks and sandy soil exposed on the ground, and a faint earthy smell and mineral scent in the air. Wu Shan leaned against a rock, his face slightly pale. His stone giant battle pet had been recalled to the contract tower, but the weakness and pain coming from the contract link were clearly discernible. Beside him, Angela's pretty face was filled with anger, her fiery red combat suit stained in several places. Her inferno bear stood protectively in front of her, growling, with some blackened and bruised spots, its breathing unstable. Opposite them stood 4 second-year boys, either standing or squatting, wearing mocking and dismissive expressions. Around them were some yellowish minerals just snatched from Wu Shan's possession. The leader was a tall boy wearing golden-rimmed glasses. Next to him lay a nearly 2-meter-tall, dark golden-furred muscular ape battle pet, Diamond Ape, metal attribute, tier 2 low grade, along with a 3-meter-tall, writhing iron thorn treant, wood attribute, tier 1 high grade. The other 3 boys had similar setups. One had a fire-armored bull, fire attribute, tier 1 high grade, and a fire-pattern snake, fire attribute, tier 1 medium grade. The other 2 had rock-armored wild boars, earth attribute, tier 1 high grade, plus stone porcupines, earth attribute, tier 1 medium grade, and wind scythe mantis, wind attribute, tier 1 high grade, plus swift shadowcat, wind attribute, tier 1 medium grade, respectively. The glasses-wearing boy adjusted his glasses and said slowly, "Junior students, I've told you long ago, heaven-given treasures belong to those with virtue.
Although this is school, the rules have to be spoken with strength. Hand over the things you've dug up obediently, and compensate for some emotional damages, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, we'll leave your battle pets severely injured, on the brink of death. Zhang Hao's footsteps never stopped, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I don't know what you are laughing about. After practicing for a year and a half, your strongest battle pet is just a low-quality second tier. The rest can't even gather a decent first tier. Have you even reached the school's second-year assessment standard? You can't even touch the passing line, so how can you still laugh? His words were like knives, accurately stabbing into the lungs of the four. What they dreaded the most was being mentioned about their slow progress in cultivation and being labeled as failures. Especially in front of a group of freshmen. The short, chubby boy's face turned red and his neck thickened with rage. Damn it. Kid, you're looking for death. Why say so much useless talk? Let's prove it under our hands. He eagerly urged the red-armored bull and the fire-patterned snake, taking a stance to attack. Zhang Hao chuckled and shook his head, continuing his precise strikes. It seems I was not wrong. After more than a year, your strongest battle pet is this stupid bull, just a low-quality first tier? How can you face it? Have you been training with a dog? You. The short, chubby boy trembled with anger, pointing at Zhang Hao and shouting, All right. All right. Later, I will seriously injure your battle pet to the brink of death. I'll make you kneel down and beg me. Zhang Hao sighed, looking at him with a nearly pitying gaze. Afraid of you? You are not worthy. His gaze swept across the four, his tone flat but undeniably arrogant. Stop wasting time, you four, come at me together. So I won't be accused of bullying you. Arrogant. The glasses-wearing boy was also provoked, stepping forward, his eyes flashing coldly. Freshman, you really have high ambitions. Since you're looking for death, then let the upperclassman reluctantly give you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the diamond monkey and the iron thorn treeman first plus. The other three also commanded their battle pets, with 8 fierce beasts instantly spreading out, forming a hidden encirclement, the ferocious aura locking onto Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, however, seemed not to have noticed, turning to Wushan and Angela. If they injure your battle pets, then it's only fair that I injure all 8 of their battle pets in return. He paused, his eyes suddenly sharp as knives, scanning over the four. Word for word he said, however, I must say once more, if this were not a school, if it were in a training ground out in the world, I would definitely slay you all. As soon as he finished speaking, his thoughts shifted. Roar. A world-shaking roar exploded. As the little diamond stepped out of the contract pagoda, a chilling kingly pressure swept like a tsunami. The ground quickly formed a thick layer of ice centered around it, and the moisture in the air turned into falling ice crystals. The pressure from its 40% royal bloodline purity caused the 8 battle pets opposite to shiver together, especially the 3 mid-quality first-tier ones, whose limbs softened, making uneasy whimpering sounds. Not good. The glasses-wearing boy's face changed dramatically, as he felt a terrifying aura from this frost giant ape that far exceeded an ordinary low-quality first-tier, even vaguely threatening his low-quality second-tier diamond monkey. But Zhang Hao gave them no time to adjust their tactics. Little Diamond, Frost Giant. Frost Roar. The silver runes on Little Diamond's forehead glowed brightly. Silver skill, Frost Giant, activated. Its body surged to nearly 2 meters amidst the thunderous roar, the ice crystal armor thickening, and its muscular arms bulging, with a tangible cold mist swirling around it. Then, its chest swelled, using the bronze skill, Frost Roar, with full force. The double augmentations caused its aura to rise to a terrifying peak that would chill opponents to the bone. Frost Impact. Target, Diamond Monkey. Little Diamond crouched down, and a huge ice crystal horn comparable to the one created during the battle against the rock gold giant mouse gathered above its head, empowered under the double status. Boom! The ice blue phantom tore through the air, ignoring the other battle pets, charging straight at the low-quality second-tier diamond monkey. The glasses-wearing man was horrified and urgently ordered the iron thorn treeman to activate its strongest defense skill, while the branches crazily tangled around in an attempt to stop. But everything was in vain. Chapter 38, Beating the Sophomore Senior. Wherever the frost shock passed, the iron thorn was instantly frozen, brittle, and shattered. The metallic luster on the surface of the iron monkey rapidly dulled under the extreme cold. Boom, crack. The dull sound of collision and shattering echoed. The iron monkey let out a miserable howl as it was violently knocked backward, its chest visibly caved in and covered in a thick layer of ice, crashing heavily against the rock wall, its breath instantly diminishing to the extreme as it was forcibly recalled by the light of the contract tower. One-hit kill. And it was an over-level one-hit kill. The remaining 7 battle pet owners were terrified. Little Iron Monkey, however, showed no signs of stopping, its massive body displaying astonishing agility, its 4 arms rotating. Frost Fist. The giant fists covered in thick ice smashed down like hail. Every punch contained tearing physical strength and corrosive frost damage. Bang!
The red-armored bull was struck on the head by a punch, falling unconscious to the ground. Crack! The heavy rock armor of the rock-armored boar was shattered by a punch, rolling in agony. Sizzle! The wind-scythe mantis tried to dodge with speed but was hit by the area of effect frost fist wind, its wings freezing and breaking. The swift shadow cat, fire pattern snake, stone hedgehog, and other first-grade mid-tier battle pets couldn't even handle a single punch, all heavily injured and dying. The whole process was so fast it left people dizzy. From Zhang Hao summoning battle pets to all 8 battle pets of the sophomore students falling to the ground and being recalled to the tower, it took less than 10 seconds. Silence. A deathly silence. The 4 sophomore boys stood frozen as if hit by a freezing spell, their faces as pale as paper, cold sweat rolling down their foreheads like rain. Zhang Hao's last words, "I will definitely cut you down," echoed in their heads like a magic spell, making their legs weak, almost unable to stand. The glasses-wearing man looked at the emptiness around him, then glanced at the small iron monkey, standing like a frost war god, slowly retracting its aura, his throat dry and unable to produce a sound. Zhang Hao walked in front of them, his gaze icy. "Now, do you know who the virtuous person is?" The glasses-wearing man opened his mouth, trying to sound fierce but his voice trembled. "You don't be arrogant. Our boss is from the Yu family of Guqing. You dare to touch us." He tried to use his background to intimidate. Beside him, Angela's expression changed slightly. The Yu family was also a force in the city where her family was located. She was about to remind Zhang Hao softly. But Zhang Hao suddenly laughed, his smile somewhat playful. He turned to Zhao Zong, who had remained quietly standing by, as if watching a show. "The Yu family? Are they strong?" Zhang Hao asked casually. "You might as well ask the student beside me what his name is." Zhao Zong stepped forward, still wearing his eternal iceberg cold expression, and calmly spoke 6 words, each weighing 1,000 pounds. "Qiqing, Zhao family, Zhao Zong. Qiqing, Zhao family, Zhao Zong." The 6 words struck the 4 boys' hearts like 6 heavy hammers. The ancient Yu family? In front of the Zhao family, one of the top 3 families that had dominated Area 15 for many years, what was that? They weren't even worthy of carrying shoes. The blood drained from the face of the glasses-wearing man in an instant. The other 3 were so terrified they trembled all over, nearly collapsing to the ground. They never expected that casually bullying a freshman would provoke such a mighty figure from the Zhao family. Even if he was just a collateral descendant, he was absolutely someone they could not mess with. Apologize. We apologize." The glasses-wearing man was the first to respond, his voice shaking, bowing repeatedly to Wu Shan and Angela. "Younger students, we're sorry. We were blind. We are the real bastards." As he spoke, he clumsily piled up the stolen ores along with some earth attribute resources from his storage bag in front of Wu Shan. The other 3 hurried to follow suit, returning the stolen resources as well. They each painfully extracted quite a lot of compensation, their faces filled with fear and servility. Zhang Hao looked at their disgraceful state, feeling little joy, just a faint disgust in his heart. He waved his hand. "Get lost. Remember today's lesson. If there's a next time, we won't dare. Absolutely won't dare." The 4 of them felt as if a great pardon had been granted, scrambling away from the eco-park without daring to look back. Until their figures disappeared, Wu Shan let out a long sigh of relief and then broke into a brilliant smile, limping over to Zhang Hao and patting his shoulder hard, almost causing himself to stumble. "Brother Hao. Awesome. It's really you. Brother and I almost got beaten to a pulp just now." Beside them, Angela had been watching Zhang Hao's profile, her eyes sparkling with not only gratitude for being saved but also admiration for his powerful strength and decisive style. Hearing Wu Shan's words, her cheeks flushed red, and then, feeling a mix of shyness and annoyance, she stepped forward and accurately pinched Wu Shan's ear with her delicate hand. "Ouch. It hurts. Sisterin. Bossin. Be gentle." Wu Shan immediately grimaced. "Humph. Is that how you speak? I kindly helped you out, and you say you were almost beaten up? I think you're itching for trouble." Angela added a bit more strength, pretending to be angry. Wu Shan quickly begged for mercy. Boss. I was wrong. You're the best. So loyal. You're the towering pillar of our Class 19, the golden beam across the sea. Our team's eternal god. Without you, we would be doomed today." A series of flattering words spilled out, making Angela finally unable to hold back a snicker and release her grip, though her face still bore a blush, stealing a glance at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at this lively pair and smiled as well. He turned to Zhao Zong, cupping his fists in gratitude. "Brother Zhao, thanks a lot this time." Zhao Zong waved his hand, but his gaze fell on the small golden giant, whose breathing had calmed but still exuded a majestic aura. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes as he said softly, "Your battle pet seems to have improved again. The resonance enhancement seems quite powerful." Zhang Hao nodded. "I've gained some insights." Zhao Zong said no more, simply stating, the exchange continues. I'll head back now. Having spoken, he slightly nodded to everyone before turning to leave, his back still straight and proud. Brother Hao, this Zhao classmate, has such a strong aura. Wu Shan rubbed his ear, clicking his tongue in admiration. Yeah, he's someone worth befriending. Zhang Hao retrieved the small golden giant and looked at the pile of resources on the ground. You all can split these, consider them their compensation. How can we? Brother Hao, today it was all thanks to you. Wu Shan hurriedly said. What are you being polite with me for? Zhang Hao interrupted him, hurry and clean up, take the battle pet for treatment. The practical class this month seems to involve a tower challenge, don't let your scores be too low. Angela also walked over, speaking softly, Zhang Hao, thank you. We should help each other as classmates. Zhang Hao smiled, his gaze turning to the exit of the eco-park. Let's go. Chapter 39, Becoming Zhu Wen's Student, Joining the Aviation Department. In the teacher's office area, Zhu Wen's office. After dealing with the trifles of the eco-park and calming the tumultuous feelings caused by the breakthrough, Zhang Hao knocked on Zhu Wen's office door. After the breakthrough, he felt it necessary to formally report to this always supportive homeroom teacher. Come in. Zhu Wen's voice came from within. He pushed the door open, and Zhu Wen was studying some data charts on a light screen. Hearing him, he looked up and smiled upon seeing Zhang Hao. Just back from the eco-park? I heard you've shown off again, even got that Zhao kid to back you up? News travels fast. Zhang Hao smiled, just helping each other out as classmates, teacher. I'm here to report my cultivation progress. Oh? Go ahead. Zhu Wen put down his work with interest. The student has successfully broken through to the late Stardust stage, and the Soul Realm has also smoothly advanced to the ordinary stage. Zhang Hao spoke calmly, as if mentioning something trivial. The office fell silent for a moment. After Stardust, the soul in the mundane. Teacher Zhu Wen repeated, then suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes bursting with unbelievable light, and the smile on his face could no longer be restrained, his lips almost reaching his ears. Double realms breaking at once? Have you really done it? He walked around the desk and rushed in front of Zhang Hao, examining him up and down, feeling the robust and solid energy emanating from him, which was far beyond that of an ordinary Stardust post and the clear sense of elevation on a soul level. Good. 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 Teacher Zhu Wen patted Zhang Hao's shoulder and said good 3 times, his joy spilling over his face. Ha ha ha. I, Zhu Wen, have truly struck gold this time. What incredible luck. His hearty laughter echoed in the office for a long while until Teacher Zhu Wen barely managed to calm down, but the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. He gestured for Zhang Hao to sit down, took his place back in the office chair, and his expression gradually became serious and sincere. Classmate Zhang Hao, he leaned slightly forward and looked directly at Zhang Hao. Since you've come this far, I want to formally ask you, do you have any thoughts about becoming a student of our flight department? Flight department? Zhang Hao's forehead was filled with question marks. He had seen several major teaching and research directions in the school's general textbooks and introductions, but he had not delved into a specific system of personal affiliation like departments. After all, that was usually a matter to be carefully considered after choosing a major in the second year. Seeing Zhang Hao's confusion, Teacher Zhu Wen cleared his throat and began to explain in detail. At Wuhan University, besides the principal being a 6th-tier extraordinary powerhouse and 2 vice-principals at the peak 5th tier, the true support for the school's top-notch teaching and research power comes from 5 5th-tier academicians. He extended his fingers. These 5 academicians each have the qualification and ability to establish an independent department within the school, concentrate resources, and specifically cultivate top talents in certain directions. I, Zhu Wen, am a student of the flight department. Zhang Hao listened intently. Beneath the academicians are the 4th-tier mentors. Our flight department has about 10 4th-tier mentors. My teacher, named Wang Shanshui, is one of them. Teacher Zhu Wen spoke with respect. Below the mentors are us 3rd-tier teaching assistants or lecturers, who are considered the backbone of the department, and there are dozens like me in the department. Further down are the 2nd-tier elite students and the 1st-tier preparatory students. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat realistic. Apart from receiving basic resources provided by the school, within the department, we also receive extra resource distribution depending on what the academicians manage to acquire. But the total amount of resources is relatively fixed. Who gets more and who gets less depends on their abilities. Teacher Zhu Wen looked at Zhang Hao. The rivalry among academicians will not involve them personally, instead, it depends on the results and strengths of the 4th-tier mentors in each department. The weight of resource distribution among the mentors largely depends on the performance of us 3rd-tier disciples that they teach. Similarly, for us 3rd-tier disciples to strive for more resources, besides our own efforts, we also need to consider the performance and future of the talented students we mentor, such as you, a freshman. His gaze was piercing. I originally only saw your potential and thought it would be good if you could steadily break through to Stardust Post in 1 or 2 months. I never expected you to surprise me so much. Not only did you break through, but it was also the incredibly difficult double realms breaking at once. This proves that your potential, willpower, and future limits far exceed my expectations. So, Teacher Zhuwen stated word for word, I want to formally recruit you into the flight department, to become a student under me, Zhuwen. This is not just an ordinary mentor-student relationship. It is a master-disciple relationship with clear inheritance and interest connections. What do you think? Zhang Hao understood. This was equivalent to finding a strong backing and resource platform in advance within the school. Why show talent? Isn't it to win more and better resources and go further? Joining the department, backed by academicians, mentors, and teachers, the channels for obtaining resources, information networks, and high-end guidance would be completely different. Under normal circumstances, he would need to wait until the second year to break through to the second level and perform exceptionally well among his peers to be actively recruited by a department or to join through a strict assessment. But now, because of his outstanding performance, this opportunity came early. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao stood up and respectfully bowed to Teacher Zhuwen. Teacher, I am willing. It is my honor to become your student. Good. You kid, know how to speak. Teacher Zhuwen laughed heartily, clearly very pleased with Zhang Hao's straightforwardness. He motioned for Zhang Hao to sit down and continued. Since you have become my student, I want to let you know some arrangements in advance. You will be quite busy during this time. At the end of January, the school will organize the Sky Tower Challenge event. At the beginning of February, there will be the Freshman Advancement Competition for your year, competing for the top 10. After these two important events, around mid to late February, you will start your winter vacation, which will last about 20 days. Teacher Zhuwen tapped the table. After the vacation, I will take you to meet my teacher, who is also your grandmaster, mentor Wang Shanshui. Then, within our flight department, there will be a teaching achievement competition among third-level disciples. At that time, you will need to represent me in battle. Zhang Hao nodded, his expression calm. I understand and will certainly do my best. Good. Teacher Zhuwen looked at Zhang Hao, who was unfazed by praise or blame, and became even more satisfied. Now that you are my student, we are somewhat bound together in interests, so I have no need to hide things. The path of a contract master is difficult to achieve success alone. In this world, demon beasts are strong, and other contract masters are equally powerful. It is normal to band together for warmth and rely on forces. By joining the department, the high-level resources, network support, and training guidance you can gain are far beyond what you can explore on your own. Let's talk about something practical. Teacher Zhuwen turned his hand, and a beautifully crafted jade bracelet radiating a soft ice blue aura appeared in his palm. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with complex snowflakes and rune patterns, surrounded by strands of chill, clearly not an ordinary item. This is the Ice Jade Bracelet, a top-grade weapon for contract masters at the mystic level. I received this as a reward when I fought on behalf of my teacher and won against an opponent. Today, this is a gift to formally welcome you as my student. He passed the bracelet to Zhang Hao. It felt warm with a slight chill, and as soon as his mental power made contact, he could feel the immense ice attribute energy and exquisite enhancement runes contained within. For your current stage, it can increase your ice attribute spell power by at least 50%, and it can also expand your energy storage limit. Furthermore, it seems to have an automatic trigger ice shield function. I can't remember the specifics and activation methods since I haven't used it for a long time. You can figure it out slowly when you go back. Teacher Zhuwen spoke casually, but the gift he provided carried significant weight. Top-grade mystic level. This is at least a top-quality magical tool used by second-level contract masters. Its value is immeasurable. Zhang Hao took it seriously. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Zhuwen waved his hand and continued. Additionally, your monthly credit limit will, starting next month, on February 1st, be increased to 600 credits. Another increase of 150. Zhang Hao felt delighted in his heart. Remember, Zhang Hao, Teacher Zhuwen said earnestly. And I, as your direct teacher, will personally provide you with support to the best of my ability. 3 channels, as long as you are strong enough, resources will flow in endlessly. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Yes. The student understands. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously, his heart filled with excitement. Joining the Master's Gate, obtaining a powerful magical artifact and higher quotas, the future looked promising. Chapter 40, Martial Arts Progress, Tower Climbing. Returning to the dormitory. Zhang Hao did not immediately start a new round of spiritual power cultivation. First, he put the Ice Jade bracelet on his left wrist and carefully sensed it. With spirit power infused, the runes on the surface of the bracelet lit up one by one, and a cool energy flowed along his arm into his body, blending perfectly with his own ice element spirit power. He attempted to cast the ice spike technique, and the ice spikes formed faster, were larger, and had sharper cold light at the tip, and indeed, the power had significantly enhanced. Moreover, he clearly felt that the star vortex in his dantian seemed to be slightly nourished and stabilized by the energy field emitted from the bracelet, and the total amount of spiritual power it could hold seemed to have increased a little. As for the ice shield, he tried a few times but had not yet managed to trigger it. It seemed he needed to be more familiar or encounter danger for it to activate automatically. As expected of a top-tier Xian grade, Zhang Hao loved it to the core. This bracelet had an immediate effect on his current strength improvement. After initially familiarizing himself with the bracelet's functions, Zhang Hao turned his attention to another urgently needed skill, martial arts. Now he could relatively stably enter resonance with the little King Kong. But the essence of resonance is a deep fusion of soul and energy and vector superposition. The stronger the little King Kong's power, the more violent and overwhelming the energy feedback would be after entering resonance. His soul quality and realm could barely manage it now, but his physical constitution had become a potential weakness. If the body's quality was not resilient enough, unable to withstand the sudden influx of massive energy and the characteristics of the battle pet, he could suffer from meridian damage at best, or at worst, explode from within. I must urgently improve my martial arts level and strengthen my body, Zhang Hao resolved. He had already been dual cultivating martial arts, and previously focused mainly on the contract master system, only practicing on the side. However, with a decent physical foundation and the feed from the little King Kong, he had successfully crossed into the blood condensation realm threshold. Now that the contract master realm had reached the late Stardust stage, it would take painstaking efforts to break through to the second-tier lower grade in the short term, just right for him to put more time into martial arts cultivation. In the early stages, progress in martial arts cultivation is often faster than the contract master system, especially in terms of tapping into physical potential and increasing strength, showing visible results. Thinking of resources, Zhang Hao patted his empty pockets and credit card. This month's quota had long been used up, and he barely had any federal coins left, saving them for the daily expenses of his 2 pets and for potion purchases at the beginning of next month. Just feeling a bit of a headache, he remembered Chen Jia. That skilled martial artist of the 3rd stage, Meridian Opening Realm, he met at the martial arts hall, coming from a business family, had always wanted to befriend him. Today, Chen Jia helps me. In the future, if I achieve success, I will repay this friendship. Zhang Hao felt at ease. Just as the teacher said, the road of the strong is rarely walked alone, connections and mutual assistance are the norm. Chen Jie values his potential and is willing to invest. He accepts this kindness and logs this favor to repay when he has the ability, which is reasonable. Moreover, Chen Jie's earlier words brother and his brother-in's friendship, while your friendship with me is between you and me, couldn't be clearer. He contacted Chen Jie through his personal terminal, briefly explaining his desire to rapidly enhance his martial arts skills before the winter break. Chen Jie replied quickly, his tone is always warm and cheerful. Brother Zhang Hao's ambition to improve his martial arts is a good thing. My martial arts training room is fully equipped with instruments and medicinal baths, and there are also some pills suitable for the blood condensation realm. If you don't mind, you can come over any time. Soul of spirit level quality, and a robust body full of vitality, bursting with confidence for the future. January 28th, the dedicated teleport hall for practical classes. Unlike the usual training grounds or arenas, this is an exceptionally spacious hall with a towering, vaulted white ceiling. In the center of the hall, instead of a physical structure, is a colossal tower projection created by a complex spatial folding array. The tower is ancient, shimmering with a bluish-gray metallic luster, with over 100 levels, each floor glowing faintly, with distant beast roars and energy rumbles echoing from within. Surrounding the giant tower, several lines of students are clearly lined up. The 2 outermost lines are the largest, mostly freshmen like Zhang Hao, dressed in their first-year uniforms, their faces displaying curiosity, tension, or eagerness. The inner lines are more relaxed, containing slightly older students with a more refined aura. They are the sophomores. They appear calm, clearly familiar with this place, and many are quietly sharing insights about layer challenges. Teacher Xiong Tian stands before Class 19, explaining the rules in a loud voice. Today's practical class content, tower climbing. He points to the giant tower projection in the center. This is the school's illusion battle tower projection entrance. Every level inside simulates fierce beasts using an array. Defeating them is your goal today, and an important way to earn credits and enhance your soul level in the future. He explains the rules in detail. 1. Credit rewards. For levels 1 to 10, earn 5 credits for each level cleared. For levels 11 to 20, 10 credits per level. For levels 21 to 30, up to 30 credits per level, with increasing difficulty and more credits as you go higher. The school has a strict requirement for freshmen to clear at least level 25 before finals. Achieving this goal grants an additional 300,000 federal coins in the first month of sophomore year, if achieved later, only 150,000. 2. Calculation method. Credits only count for newly cleared levels. For example, if you first clear up to level 10 and then again reach level 15, only the credits for levels 11 to 15 are counted. 3. Soul nourishment. The beasts in the tower are not physical but soul beasts simulated with soul energy core and array. After defeating them, they will release a strand of pure soul energy, which can be absorbed by contract masters to directly nourish their souls, speeding up soul level cultivation. This is the most precious value of the illusion battle tower. So, Teacher Xiong's gaze sweeps across the class. While you are still freshmen, admission only costs 50 credits each time, so come as often as you can. When you reach sophomore year, the admission fee rises to 200 credits, making it more expensive. The importance of the soul level affects how many combat pets you can contract and how far you can go. Think about it. He pauses, pointing toward the front of the line. The tower's space is independent, each person faces challenges alone. Our class has 30 students, divided into 6 groups of 5 to enter in turn. Now, prepare for the first group. The line begins to shift forward. Wu Shan leans closer to Zhang Hao, excitedly lowering his voice. Brother Hao, this place is so awesome. Soul cultivation resources are expensive outside, but here we can get them by climbing the tower, and the entrance fee is cheap. If I come a few more times, the federal coins I save could help me trade for better or for the stone giant. Zhang Hao smiles but says nothing. 50 credits is indeed not a small amount for an ordinary freshman. Besides the school's monthly basic allowance, most people need to accept tasks at the ecological park and participate in various small competitions, just like Wu Shan, to accumulate enough credits. Being able to come 2 or 3 times a month would be quite good. More importantly, if one's strength is stuck at a certain level and cannot break through, they can only obtain a fixed amount of soul energy from a small number of cleared levels, making the cost-performance ratio possibly not worth it. Nearby, Angela raises her heroic eyebrows, unceremoniously dousing Wu Shan with cold water. Little Shan, do you find it easy to accumulate credits? Even if you come, how far can you get? I just looked at the detailed explanation. Levels 1 to 10 are first-tier mid-quality soul beasts, with 10 beasts on level 10. Levels 11 to 20 are first-tier high-quality, with 10 first-tier high-quality soul beasts on level 20. Think about your stone giant. How many of those high-quality beasts can you withstand? Wu Shan suddenly wilted, awkwardly touching the back of his head. His rock giant was currently stable at the low tier of the first rank, and with great effort, he might be able to handle 2 or 3 mid-tier first-rank beasts, but with more numbers, he would be at a loss. As for the second battle pet, his soul realm was still hovering below the mortal level, and he was quite a distance from contracting a second pet at the middle mortal rank. In contrast, Angela was said to be approaching the pinnacle of the middle mortal level in soul realm, and her family was looking for a suitable second battle pet for her, which made him both envious and a bit despondent. Chapter 41 Pure Soul Energy. Zhang Hao's gaze swept past Zhang Hao, who had been silent all along. Skinny monkey. He still wore those black-framed glasses, his small frame quietly standing a bit further back in the group, gazing at the towering giant ahead, his lips pressed together, hardly participating in the discussion between Wu Shan and Angela. Zhang Hao let out a soft sigh in his heart. At the start of school, the 4 of them had naturally grown closer due to their top standings in Class 19. But months had passed, and their situations were now very different. He was making rapid progress. Angela was steadily improving with her family's support. Wu Shan, although his innate talent and resources were slightly lacking, had a cheerful personality and was close to him, always managing to catch a ride on the express train. Only Skinny Monkey, with average qualifications, spirit-level bloodline but low purity, seemed to come from an ordinary background, and his naturally introverted and reserved personality made things worse. As their companion's steps became faster and faster, he seemed to gradually fall behind, that invisible gap and the pressure of his slow progress making him increasingly silent, even seeming a bit out of place in the group. Zhang Hao noticed this quietly growing rift, but he understood that this separation was unavoidable on the path of the strong. Everyone's opportunities, temperaments, and choices were different, leading to diverging paths. What he could do was maybe extend a helping hand when the other needed it, but he couldn't forcibly pull them onto his fast lane. Second group, prepare to enter. Teacher Xiong's voice called out, and Zhang Hao pulled back his thoughts. He, along with Wu Shan, Angela, Skinny Monkey, and Lin Xiaoyu, just happened to be in the second group. The 5 of them walked up to the light gate at the base of the tower, each swiping their student card, deducting 50 credits. Remember to act within your abilities. If you encounter danger that you cannot resist, the tower's protection mechanism will activate, but the soul turbulence caused by soul beasts is real, and if seriously injured, you will need to recover. Teacher Xiong reminded them one last time. The light gate shimmered, and the 5 stepped in one by one. The space before them resembled a stripped gray painting, with a rough stone floor where mist writhed like a living thing. Ahead, soul energy gathered to form a completely semi-transparent wind wolf soul beast, its eyes flickering with a ghostly blue flame, emanating the pure soul pressure of a mid-tier first rank. Pure soul energy creation. Zhang Hao could even feel the pure soul energy fluctuations radiating from it, distinctly different from the real monster beasts in the secret realm. Killing it would yield the most suitable nutrients for soul absorption, far more efficient than the diluted soul energy particles in the Mystic Level 3 training room. The Wind Wolf Soul Beast. Zhang Hao nodded with satisfaction and stepped onto the rotating stone stairs emerging from the mist ahead. On the second level, 2 Wind Wolf Soul Beasts appeared. On the third level, 3, until the 10th level, 10 first-grade middle-quality soul beasts charged at him simultaneously. Zhang Hao remained in place, the ice jade ring glowing steadily, guiding his spiritual power precisely. either with a single ice spear to kill, or several shooting out together. Each soul beast crumbled under the extreme cold penetration of the ice spear technique, turning into pure soul energy that merged into his sea of consciousness. Clearing 10 levels, he gained 10 threads of soul energy. His soul, like a repeatedly polished mirror, became clearer and more sensitive. On the 11th level, a rock-armored wild boar soul beast formed in the mist, its fangs exposed in physique robust, its breath unmistakably reaching the first-grade upper quality. Zhang Hao slightly raised an eyebrow. A first-grade upper soul beast had a level of soul energy density and strength that far surpassed middle quality. Relying solely on the ice spear technique to kill it would consume more spiritual power, making it not cost-effective. Little King Kong. The contract light flashed, and Little King Kong stepped out of the pagoda, the aura of the Ice King instantly dispelling the surrounding mist. Facing the charging rock-armored wild boar, Little King Kong did not even bother using skills, with a casual swing of its thick icy rock arm. Normal attack. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and the rock-armored wild boar soul beast was sent flying back with even greater speed. Its semi-transparent body flashed violently, almost collapsing instantly. Little King Kong stepped forward and delivered a punch, completely shattering it. Thicker and brighter soul energy floated out, merging into Zhang Hao's forehead. The nourishing sensation from this soul energy was almost equivalent to the previous 3 threads from first-grade middle-quality soul beasts. Indeed, the higher the level, the stronger the soul beasts, and the better the quality of soul energy. Zhang Hao's spirit lifted as he continued upwards with Little King Kong. 12th level, 13th level Little King Kong was like an invincible god of war, whether it was a thick-skinned bear soul beast or a swift and cunning leopard soul beast. Under its absolute power and frost suppression, they were all dealt with in one punch or one claw. The soul energy continuously flowed in, and Zhang Hao's soul felt like it was soaking in warm spring water, slowly and steadily growing stronger and more solid. He could feel the level of his soul steadily rising, but the huge gap from above mortal to spirit level still felt distant. That was a leap in quality, requiring an accumulation far beyond the total of the previous 3 small realms. Outside the tower, in the waiting area, the light curtain representing individual status flickered slightly, and the first figure was teleported out. Lin Xiaoyu. Her face was slightly pale, her breath a bit disordered, the sparkling crystal butterfly resting on her shoulder dimmed. 11th level, she said softly, her tone calm but with a hint of helplessness if one listened closely. Her crystal butterfly was skilled in spiritual illusions and interference, often effective against flesh and blood beast monsters. But facing these purely soul energy-formed soul beasts, which naturally had a strong resistance to spiritual attacks, her advantage was greatly diminished. Reaching the 11th level was already thanks to the uniqueness of the crystal butterfly and her own clever maneuvering. Soon, the second figure appeared, Wu Shan. He stumbled out, his face pale, breathing heavily, clearly having exhausted himself. 13th level. I almost reached the 14th level. Wu Shan wiped his sweat, sounding frustrated. The 3 first-grade upper soul beasts on the 13th level were too tricky. My stone giant took on 2, only to be ambushed at the joint by the 3rd Sai. This is much more exhausting than in the secret realm, level after level, with no time to recover or adjust tactics. He looked around. How Guan and Jia and Shouho haven't come out yet? Just as he finished speaking, the light gate rippled again, and Shouho, walked out. He appeared even more exhausted than Wu Shan, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, breathing rapidly, his eyes behind the black-framed glasses filled with deep weariness, but beneath it was a hint of stubborn satisfaction being forced down. Shouho. What level did you reach? Wu Shan asked. 15th level. Ho's voice was a bit hoarse. 15th level? Wu Shan was surprised. Not bad, Shouho. Stronger than me. Angela, standing next to him, frowned slightly, carefully observing Ho. She could see a few inconspicuous black burn marks on Ho's combat suit, left by disposable explosive symbols and other attack items. Feng Yuyun was of the wind attribute, skilled in speed and interference, but did not excel in direct combat. Based on Ho's visible strength and Feng Yuyun's setup, breaking through level 15 under normal conditions seemed nearly impossible. The only explanation was that he had used expensive disposable attack or support items. Angela shook her head internally. In this trial, aimed at exercising practical combat skills, earning credits and soul energy, forcing higher levels using consumable items would be counterproductive. Reaching level 15 granted a reward of 100 credits, equivalent to 100,000 federal coins, but if he used items worth 50,000 or more, along with a 50 credit entry fee, the actual profit would be minimal, losing the essence of self-training. She could also feel that ever since the gap in strength had widened, the sense of alienation between Ho and this small group had grown stronger. He no longer took the initiative to engage in discussions, and when he spoke occasionally, it carried a hint of distant politeness, even a somewhat deliberate silence. Like now, facing Wu Shan's praise, he merely forced a smile, his gaze lowered, no longer pushing up his glasses or quietly explaining tactics like before. It was a kind of indifference and estrangement, choosing to retreat into his own world after realizing that chasing was hopeless. Why hasn't Hao come out yet?
Wu Shan looked at the light gate again. More than an hour had passed. Teacher Xiong Tian also noticed the rising floor number on the monitoring screen. Zhang Hao, level 20. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Wu Shan marveled, "Bossin, look, how is amazing, he's already at level 20. If he just goes up 5 more floors, he'll reach the standard, directly earning 300,000 alliance coins in his sophomore year. How awesome." Chen Ho lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously pushing up his glasses. Level 20. This number felt like a heavy stone, weighing down on his heart. He had exhausted everything, even using trump cards just to reach level 15, while Zhang Hao had easily arrived at a height he could only look up to. That kind of gap made him unable to even think of comparison, leaving only deep feelings of powerlessness and an increasingly heavy sense of detachment. Yet, they did not know that, for Zhang Hao, level 20 was merely a beginning. Chapter 42, Tower Climbing to Level 35. Inside the tower, at level 21. Fog swirled, forming a massive, upright giant bear soul beast, pounding its chest in fury, its aura undeniably reaching mid-grade second stage. Finally, the intensity has increased. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Little Kong, engage head-on. Little Tang, prepare to control. Little Kong growled lowly, and the ice crystal shield unfolded on its own. Little Tang jumped down from Zhang Hao's shoulder, agilely landing on a protruding stone behind him. The furious giant bear soul beast roared and lunged forward, its massive bear paw slamming down with a fierce wind. Little Kong stood firm, right fist gathering cold air. Bronze skill, Frost Punch, met the attack. Boom! Ice shards and soul energy fragments scattered. The giant bear was knocked back 2 steps, while Little Kong's ice crystal shield also vibrated violently. A mid-grade second stage soul beast's power was indeed formidable. Little Tang, trip it! Zhang Hao commanded clearly. Little Tang flicked its tail. Bloodline bronze skill, Root Entangle, activated. Bronze roots suddenly surged from the ground beneath the giant bear's feet, wrapping around its ankles. Though its second stage strength allowed it to break free instantly, this moment of delay was already enough. Little Kong, Frost Impact. Little Kong crouched down, the ice crystal horn phantom gathered. Bloodline bronze skill, Frost Impact, activated. A blue comet slammed into the unsteady giant bear. Bang! The giant bear soul beast was knocked rolling away, its chest showing large cracks, soul light dimming. Little Kong chased after, delivering successive, frost punches that completely shattered it. Purer and larger soul energy flowed into Zhang Hao's body, bringing a distinct sense of comfort to his soul. Level 21, Level 22, Level 23. As the levels increased, the number of second-tier low-grade soul beasts increased layer by layer. The battle began to intensify. Little King Kong and Little Vine's cooperation became increasingly tacit. Little Vine's root snare and winding vines always disturbed or limited the soul beast's actions at critical moments, creating excellent attack opportunities for Little King Kong. Zhang Hao moved around the perimeter, using Ice Spike to precisely eliminate the injured soul beasts or those attempting to ambush, while Frost Armor stood ready to provide extra protection for Little King Kong, who was under siege. On the 30th layer, 10 different second-tier low-grade soul beasts appeared simultaneously, surrounding Zhang Hao and his 2 pets in the center. Little King Kong, start with Frost Roar. Little Vine, prepare for area control. Zhang Hao ordered in a deep voice. Little King Kong roared to the sky, its bronze skill Frost Roar erupted with full force. The icy sound wave swept across, causing all the soul beasts to freeze momentarily, ice forming on their surfaces. Little Vine, cover with roots. Little Vine's spiritual power surged, and several thick vines broke through the ground from multiple directions. Bronze skill Winding Vines was released in an area. Although it couldn't trap all the soul beasts at once, it successfully limited the actions of 5 or 6 of them. Frost Impact, break through the gap. Little King Kong transformed into icy blue lightning, crashing into the 2 front soul beasts, charging into the enemy ranks. Zhang Hao's ice spike shot out in quick succession, targeting the joints and vital points of the soul beasts. A chaotic battle erupted, ice, vines, and soul light flickering and intertwining. In the end, all 10 soul beasts were defeated. Little King Kong had several wounds on its body, Little Vine's spiritual power was mostly drained, and Zhang Hao was also slightly out of breath, but his eyes were brighter than ever. 30 strands of second-tier soul energy merged one after another, and it felt as if their souls were infused with powerful vitality, their perception range expanded, and control over energy became more refined. Stepping onto the staircase of the 31st layer, the aura coming from the mist tightened Zhang Hao's heart, second-tier mid-grade. A shadow tiger soul beast, completely black with a king pattern on its forehead and fierce eyes, slowly materialized. The real test has arrived. Zhang Hao took a deep breath. Little King Kong, go directly with the silver skill. Little King Kong's silver rune glowed brightly. Silver skill, Frost Giant activated. Its body swelled to over 2 meters, its ice crystal armor thickened like heavy armor, emanating a chilling aura. Following that, Frost Roar erupted again, the double boost raising its momentum to the peak.
The Shadow Tiger Soul Beast seemed to sense the threat, let out a low growl, and transformed into a blurry shadow, pouncing at incredible speed. So fast. Zhang Hao's pupils constricted, Little Vine, predict and trip it. Little Vine focused all its senses, swinging its tail to intercept the shadow's path root snare. Whoosh! The roots emerged, though they did not manage to bind the Shadow Tiger, they caused a slight deviation in its attacking trajectory. Now's the time. Frost Impact. Little King Kong charged fearlessly. Ice Blue clashed with Black Shadow, creating a harsh screeching sound of friction and collision. The Shadow Tiger was knocked back, shoulders soul-like collapsing, but Little King Kong's Ice Crystal Shield also showed cracks. The battle reached a fever pitch. The Shadow Tiger was incredibly fast, with clever attacks, while Little King Kong had the advantage in strength and defense but was slightly inferior in agility. Little Vine's control skills were greatly diminished in front of the second-tier mid-grade Soul Beast, often only able to provide brief distractions. Zhang Hao's Ice Spike was also difficult to inflict effective damage, serving only as a restraint. We can't drag this out. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, actively guiding the soul frequency in the contract link. Resonance state, activated. The familiar sensation of power merging surged back, the ice flame in Little King Kong's ice soared, its aura swelling once more. Its movements became more swift, and its control over the frost power became even more refined. The pressure on the Shadow Tiger increased sharply. After dozens of exchanges, Little King Kong seized a flaw in the Shadow Tiger's overly aggressive pounce. In the resonance state, with a powerful Frost Fist combined with the residual force of Frost Impact, it struck hard at the Shadow Tiger's waist. AOU! The Shadow Tiger Soul Beast let out a chilling wail, its body shattered more than half, and it ultimately collapsed. Zhang Hao gasped, sweat beading on his forehead, maintaining a high-intensity boost for the Little King Kong, putting a heavy burden on his soul. But the rewards were immense. This strand of mid-level second-order soul energy was purer and more powerful than anything before. 32nd floor, 33rd floor, 34th floor, each level added another mid-level second-order Shadow Tiger Soul Beast. The battles grew increasingly difficult, each victory a narrow escape. The ice crystal armor on Little King Kong shattered and reformed, more and more wounds appearing. Little Vine, to help, took multiple risks to get close and release control, nearly exhausting its spiritual power, and its body was scratched by the Soul Beast's claw winds. Zhang Hao's soul power was also continuously consumed. On the 35th floor, 5 Shadow Tiger Soul Beasts approached in an arc, their fierce gazes locking onto them. Little King Kong knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The Frost Giant state was already lifted, ice blue energy points flowing from numerous wounds on its body. Little Vine curled up at Zhang Hao's feet, its vine's luster dim, seemingly lacking the strength to even look up. Zhang Hao felt a wave of exhaustion piercing through his soul, his internal spiritual power running low. This is our last chance. Zhang Hao's gaze was resolute. Little King Kong, can you enter Frost Giant state one more time? Little King Kong let out a low growl, struggling to rise, the rune on its brow lighting up with difficulty, its body slowly expanding, but it was clearly smaller and unstable. Little Vine, Zhang Hao looked at his weak companion by his feet. Flower transfer, continuation, target Little King Kong. Little Vine, hearing this, strained to lift its head, determination flashing in its emerald eyes. It tapped into the last trace of life energy within, aiming its tail at Little King Kong. A vibrant green energy surged through the vine's silver skill, flower transfer, continuation. Little King Kong's body quaked, its surface wounds healing at a visible rate, the ice blue eyes reigniting with the spirit of battle, its breath rapidly recovering. But Little Vine, after releasing the skill, completely wilted, barely maintaining its form, and Zhang Hao, heartbroken, recalled it into the contract treasure tower. Roar! Healed, Little King Kong charged toward the 5 Shadow Tigers with an unstoppable momentum. Frost Roar rang out again. Although its strength was not as powerful as in its prime, its momentum was still fierce. Zhang Hao also transformed his last spiritual power into several layers of frost armor, adding it to Little King Kong while conjuring a few remaining Ice Spike to disrupt. A brutal final battle. Little King Kong dodged and charged amidst the attack of 5 same-level Soul Beasts, unleashing Frost Fist and Frost Impact, pouring all its strength into each strike. The Soul Beast's sharp claws and bites left numerous scars on it. Zhang Hao's soul power controlled the resonance state, maximizing every bit of strength, the veins on his temples bulging. Not sure how much time passed, when the last Shadow Tiger shattered under Little King Kong's resilient Frost Fist, the entire 35th floor space was left in ruins, scattered soul energy points drifting. Little King Kong's massive body crashed to the ground, the Frost Giant state dispelling, reverting to its original form, falling unconscious, and was immediately recalled by Zhang Hao to the treasure tower for nurturing. 5 exceptionally robust and bright mid-level second-order soul energies floated over, merging into Zhang Hao's brow. A massive wave of pure energy surged into his sea of consciousness, bringing a strong sense of fullness and sublimation, as if the barriers of his soul realm had loosened slightly. But he had reached his limit. Looking towards the staircase leading to the 36th floor, Zhang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. The Soul Beast's power increased again, their numbers rising, and he had no strength left to fight.
What a pity, if only they were real beasts. He gazed regretfully at the slowly dissipating soul energy points. If this pure energy could be reclaimed for evolution points in the source refining furnace, it would be a tremendous fortune. But the rules of the illusion battle tower were such that soul energy could only be used to nurture the soul. He chose to end the challenge. Outside the tower, there was already a sensation. When Zhang Hao broke through the 30th floor, a wave of suppressed gasps rose from the waiting area. A first-year student broke through 30 floors on their first try at the tower? This was almost unheard of. Teacher Xiong Tian stared intently at the light screen, his eyes filled with disbelief. When the final number froze at 35, the entire area of Class 19 erupted with a huge cheer. The light gate shimmered, and Zhang Hao's figure appeared. His face was a bit pale, his breath shallow, but his back remained straight, and his eyes were as bright as ever. How goo! 35 floors. My god! Wu Shan was the first to rush up, so excited he nearly stuttered, slapping Zhang Hao's shoulder hard. You are amazing. How did you do it? Angela also stepped forward, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mix of admiration and a hint of unnoticed affection. Zhang Hao, you are really incredible. She had earlier guessed that Zhang Hao might reach 25 floors, but never expected him to exceed by a full 10 floors. And he did this facing the mid-grade second-level soul beasts at the 35th floor. It's important to understand that there is a huge difference between soul beasts and monster beasts. Monster beasts are flesh and blood, and without special attributes, they can inflict substantial damage regardless of whether it's physical, energy, or soul type. Yet these soul beasts naturally have great resistance to soul type damage and also considerable resistance to physical damage. Only purely energy damage can maximize the impact. That Zhang Hao could reach the 35th floor shows how strong his grasp of energy damage must be. Other classmates also gathered around, chattering excitedly, expressing their astonishment and envy. Only Chen Ho stood quietly on the periphery of the crowd, watching Zhang Hao surrounded in the center with a complex gaze behind his glasses, ultimately turning away quietly and leaving alone. Teacher Xiong Tian strode over, wearing a rare and joyful smile, and slapped Zhang Hao's other shoulder firmly. Good boy. 35 floors. You reached 35 floors on your first try at the tower, directly exceeding the final exam standard. When you're in your sophomore year, that extra 300,000 federal coins is assured. Ha, as expected of Zhu Wen's prized student. He carefully sensed Zhang Hao's condition and advised. You have absorbed so much high-quality soul energy, your soul has surely received tremendous nourishment. After you go back, I suggest you spend some time in the second-level soul training room to consolidate and digest it properly. Perhaps your soul realm can try to reach a higher level. Teacher Xiong clearly did not know that Zhang Hao's soul quality had already reached the spirit level, and his realm was at the mortal top, aiming to break through to the spirit level, a formidable barrier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so lightly. Zhang Hao nodded, fully aware of the high threshold for spirit level but understanding the need to solidify his realm and purify his soul energy. Student understands. Thank you, teacher, for the guidance. This time at the tower produced remarkable gains. The massive reward of 750 credits, 50 for floors 1 to 10, 100 for floors 11 to 20, 300 for floors 21 to 30, and 300 for floors 31 to 35, directly alleviated his financial pressure. More importantly, the pure soul energy accumulated from mid-grade first level to mid-grade second level in dozens of strands felt like a feast for the soul, nourishing and strengthening his soul source like never before, laying an incredibly solid foundation for the future challenge of the spirit level realm. Chapter 43, Freshman Advancement Competition. The 750 credits earned from the trial of the illusory battle tower were like a timely rain, injecting abundant vitality into Zhang Hao's strained resource chain. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately made a meticulous plan for this windfall. The first part, 300 credits invested deeply into the soul. He exchanged for 10 hours of access to the second-level pure soul energy training room. Even at the high price of 30 credits per hour, it was more expensive than the mysterious third-level room that combined energy and soul energy, but its effects were truly exceptional. The concentrated soul energy inside was pure and gentle, like a flowing stream, requiring no effort to refine. It could directly nourish and strengthen the soul source. Zhang Hao immersed himself in it for 2 hours each day, while simultaneously guiding the high-quality soul energy stored in his body from the dozens of layers in the illusory battle tower to digest and utilize it. Combining both external and internal resources. His sea of consciousness was like a parched land receiving sweet rain, his soul visibly becoming denser and more resilient. The barrier of the mortal realm was repeatedly washed and solidified. Although the impact on the spiritual level was still far out of reach, the foundation was undoubtedly far more solid than the same level. His soul perception became increasingly sharp, and his control over energy and insight into the contract link both rose a level. The second part, 300 credits, nurturing 2 pets. Little King Kong and Little Vines each received 10 hours in their exclusive training room. Little King Kong entered the second-level ice attribute training room, where the thick, tangible cold energy almost froze the space.
It nestled within, crazily absorbing, and the four bulges behind it seemed to solidify even further under the energy wash, the ice crystal armor becoming increasingly lustrous, the aura deeper and more restrained. Though it didn't directly break through, its foundation was undoubtedly more robust, and its control over the Frost giant state was also more effortless. On the other hand, the second level would attribute training room where Little Vines was located was a vibrant green ocean. Surging life energy and pure wood spirit energy completely enveloped it. Already on the verge of breaking through due to the absorption of pseudo-second level origin and bloodline purification, under this excellent environment, the accumulated energy finally broke the bottleneck. Squeak! With a clear long cry, the vine patterns on the surface of Little Vines suddenly shone brightly, changing from deep blue to a more profound dark green, with a faint bronze radiance swirling. Its size increased slightly, the vines becoming more flexible and strong, emitting a life aura that was several times stronger. First level high quality, breakthrough successful. Not only that, but in the light of the breakthrough, its original bronze skill, flying leaf piercing, underwent a strange leap. The edges of the leaf-shaped flying blades were stained with a layer of Bloodline's unique bronze luster, their flight trajectory becoming more mysterious, with significant enhancements to penetration and the accompanying would attribute energy corrosion effect leaping to a bronze Bloodline skill. This meant that Little Vines finally possessed a stable and considerable remote attack method, although its power still couldn't compare with Little King Kong's berserk strength, it was no less than Zhang Hao's full power, ice spike technique, and more agile and cunning. Most importantly, as the realm rose and vitality surged, the side effects after using the silver skill, transferring flower and inheriting pulse, would be greatly reduced, no longer resulting in total exhaustion upon use, sharply enhancing its supporting stamina. The third part, the last 150 credits, used for cooperative improvement. Zhang Hao once again opened the profound level number 3 training room, this time taking Little King Kong and Little Vines with him. Master and two pets, under the rich dual nourishment of energy and soul energy, practiced together, pushing the energy flow efficiency and resonance state to new heights. The training speed reached an astonishing near 100 points of starlight condensed each day. If this number were known to Wushan and others, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Even Angela, without special resources, might struggle to exceed a daily condensation speed of 60 points. However, while Zhang Hao was happy, he felt a deeper pressure and clarity. 100 points a day, condensing a strand of star spiral energy, 1,500 points of starlight, takes 15 days. To break through to the second level inferior, one needs to condense at least 100 strands, that's 1,500 days, over 4 years. This simple calculation weighed heavily on his heart. No wonder among the second-year seniors, only a rare few successfully broke through to second level, with the ratio said to be less than 1 in 10. Among thousands of first-year freshmen, only a mere 300 might step into the second level during the second-year phase. The road of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult, with barriers of time and resources suffocating. Of course, as the contract master's realm rises, the strength of the battle pets increases, and higher-level martial arts resources are obtained, the cultivation speed will gradually accelerate. But this also made Zhang Hao understand even more why those influential families, big clans, and academic factions are so important. The resources, shortcuts, and high-level guidance they provide are the key to breaking through these terrifying time barriers. We cannot relax, we must seize every opportunity. The light in Zhang Hao's eyes became more determined. On February 5, at the Central Arena, in the exclusive area for the Freshman Advancement Competition. The circular stands that can accommodate tens of thousands of people were packed today, and the atmosphere was lively. But for the vast majority of freshmen, this was just an opportunity to observe the grand event. Only the top 10 from the previous month's exam were the true main characters of today. From Class 19, Teacher Zhu Wen personally led the team. The 10 freshmen stood in a line. Besides Zhang Hao, he only recognized Zhao Zong, while most others were elite students from other classes, sharing glances filled with scrutiny and fighting spirit. Teacher Zhu stood in front, his voice clear in everyone's ears. Let me emphasize the rules once again. Your opponents are the second-year seniors, divided into 3 batches. He raised one finger. The first batch, 50 people. Their strength mostly hovers around the top tier of the first level, stuck at a bottleneck, making breakthroughs difficult in the short term. Their battle pet configurations are relatively ordinary, making them the most likely opponents for you to defeat completely. He raised a second finger. The second batch, 50 people. Similarly, mostly top-tier first level, but they have greater potential, close to the edge of a breakthrough, with better trained battle pets and more reasonable skill combinations, making them much stronger than the first batch. He raised a third finger. The third batch, 50 people. Real second-level low-tier contract masters. Even if they are just entering this realm, their soul strength, total spiritual power, and battle pet rank all have qualitative differences from you. Challenging a battle pet at a higher level might be possible, but challenging a fellow genius with a higher level of mastery will be much more difficult. His gaze swept over the 10 people, especially pausing on Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong. Competition mechanism, each of you will start by challenging from the first batch. You can randomly draw one senior from this batch as your opponent.
After winning, you may choose to challenge a higher-ranked opponent in the same batch or directly advance to challenge the second batch. Each time you defeat someone, that ranks senior and all those ranked below them will each deduct 10,000 federal credits as a reward for the winner. A low murmur arose from the audience. This rule was undeniably a double incentive, both spurring the second-year seniors not to be complacent and offering huge benefits to the top freshmen. Assuming, Teacher Zhu gave an example. You challenge the 30th ranked of the first batch and win, then the 21 seniors from 30th to 50th will each lose 10,000, and you will receive 210,000. If you then challenge and defeat the 10th ranked, the 20 seniors from 10th to 29th will again lose 10,000 each, and you will receive 200,000, totaling 410,000. If you can defeat the first of the first batch, then all 50 in the first batch will each lose 10,000, and you will receive 500,000. After advancing to the second batch, the rules remain the same, but the base rewards may increase. If you can clear 3 rounds in a row, especially defeating the top of the third batch. Teacher Zhu didn't finish, but the meaning in his eyes was clear, it would be unimaginably rich rewards. Zhang Hao quickly calculated in his heart. If he could challenge and win against the first ranked in all 3 batches, just the federal credit reward would amount to at least 1.5 million. This does not even include the extra resources, credits, permissions, and other benefits that the school and department might provide. But he remained clear-headed. His gaze threw towards the waiting area of the competitors, where the second-year seniors exuded a heavy atmosphere, especially from the third batch, a subtle pressure reminding him of the gap in strength. Teacher Zhu walked to Zhang Hao's side and said softly, "Zhang Hao, this competition forbids the use of consumable attack items and other external tools, it relies purely on your own strength. My suggestion is, for the first 2 batches, aim high for the top ranking, targeting directly for 1 million federal credits. This will greatly benefit your future training. As for the third batch, act within your limits. Even if you lose, it's a rare experience that will allow you to see the true gap with real second-level masters. The future is long, with your talent, catching up will not be difficult." Zhang Hao nodded, his gaze calm. "Teacher, I understand. For the first 2 batches, I will do my best to strive for the best. For the third batch, I will select suitable opponents." Chapter 44, Ancient Remnants? Ignored. Zhang Hao, as the first freshman to appear, stood on one side of the arena, his gaze calmly sweeping over the list of senior students from the second year across from him. Without much hesitation, his finger pointed directly at the top of the list, number 1, Louis, second year, class 17. A low murmur of surprise erupted from the crowd below. Directly challenging the strongest of the first batch? This freshman is quite bold. As light and shadow flickered, a graceful figure leaped onto the arena. The senior named Louis had a pair of peach blossom eyes, smiling before she even spoke, her gaze sparkling as if filled with water's glimmer. She looked at Zhang Hao, the corners of her lips lifting into a charming curve, her voice soft and delicate. "Junior, you challenge me first? You'd better be gentle with me later." While speaking, she playfully winked. However, in that seemingly flirtatious moment, a hidden mental wave, like an invisible spider thread, quietly wrapped around Zhang Hao's consciousness. This wasn't an attack, it felt more like a guidance, a suggestion, attempting to stir emotions and lower defenses. Zhang Hao's brows slightly furrowed. His keen perception, granted by his spiritual level soul quality, allowed him to instantly capture this foreign mental energy. Within his consciousness, the essence of his soul glimmered slightly, easily shaking off that trifling guidance like dew meeting sunlight. Seeing Zhang Hao's expression unaffected, but instead his gaze becoming even colder and sharper, Louis' smile froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise and regret flashing through her eyes. Her methods had usually worked wonders on boys. Once their hearts and minds wavered, her combat pets could exert an even stronger mental suppression effect. But this time, it seemed she had hit a wall. "Please, I ask for your guidance, senior sister." Zhang Hao spoke indifferently, his voice showing no signs of fluctuation. Louis lightly snorted, retracting her flirtatious demeanor, her gaze becoming serious. She waved her jade hand, and the light of contracts kept flashing. The first to appear was a pure white fox, with only its eyes and tail tip showing a faint pink glow, elegant in form, its gaze revealing cunning and depth. Jade-faced fox, spiritual system, lower second rank, spiritual bloodline. Next, a swirling, living-like mass of pure white mist gathered beside her. Water flow cloud, water system, upper first rank, spiritual bloodline. Louis' tactical core was obvious. The jade-faced fox would primarily disrupt the mind and impact the soul, while the water flow cloud would create environmental concealment and mental isolation. Together, they could generate a highly favorable fog illusion on the battlefield, making the opponent rapidly collapse amidst sensory chaos and spiritual erosion. Jade-faced, illusion-weaving net. Water flow, heavenly mist barrier, connecting to, mind mist isolation. Louis shouted sweetly. The jade-faced fox's eyes flared with pink light as invisible spiritual energy spread out like a tide, trying to weave illusions that confuse perception. The water flow cloud suddenly expanded, dense white mist instantly enveloping much of the arena, completely obscuring vision and even making mental probing feel like hitting a soft wall, compressing the range of perception sharply.
The double skill connection was lightning fast, and almost instantly, the arena transformed into a bizarre space of white haze, where even sound seemed absorbed. However, Zhang Hao, in the center of the mist barrier, calmly summoned his little diamond. Roar! The Icy King's aura exploded forth. Even with the mist barrier, that piercing chill and heavy pressure still penetrated, causing Luyi and her two combat pets to feel a jolt in their spirits. Zhang Hao's spiritual level soul power, under the faint glow of the ice jade ring, easily pierced through the diminished effect of mind mist isolation, accurately locking onto the water flow cloud's position. This cloud was the key to maintaining the environment. Little diamond, 15 meters to the left front, frost impact. The command was clearly conveyed through the contract link. Without hesitation, the little diamond, caught in the white mist, crouched down, its ice crystal horn phantom forming. The Bloodline bronze skill frost impact was activated. Boom! A frost blue comet tore through the thick fog, crashing violently toward the water flow cloud that was desperately maintaining the mist barrier. Lui's expression changed drastically. Water flow, quickly disperse off. Before her command finished, a loud crash and a heartbreaking wail echoed simultaneously. The white mist churned violently and then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, became thinner. The white mist formed from the water flow cloud was forcefully scattered, the core dimming, the cloud's shape barely held together, and in an instant, it was hurriedly recalled into Lui's contract tower. Severe injury. The mist barrier shattered, and the illusion was broken before it could even form. The scene in the arena became clear again. The jade-faced fox flashed a look of fear but still obeyed its master's command, launching the bronze bloodline skill Spirit Impact at Zhang Hao and Little Gold. An invisible mental spike shot straight at them. Zhang Hao's mind trembled slightly, the icy jade bracelet bringing a hint of coolness, and his soul's essence was as stable as a mountain, easily dissolving this impact, feeling only a slight pressure in the center of his forehead. Little Gold experienced even less impact, as its king-level bloodline and frost will granted it a natural resistance against such mental attacks. It's over. Zhang Hao's voice remained flat. Under Zhang Hao's signal, Little Gold didn't even use other skills, its massive body simply stepped forward, the right fist accompanied by a howling cold wind, smashing directly towards the jade-faced fox that attempted to retreat. Bang! The jade-faced fox was hit as if struck by a battering ram, rolling out with a mournful cry, its soul light scattering, also heavily injured and forced to retreat. From start to finish, it took less than a minute. Lui's signature mist illusion tactic was as fragile as paper against Zhang Hao's strong soul resistance and Little Gold's absolute power and speed. Lui stood there in shock, her face alternating between green and red. Finally, she could only stomp her foot, glare at Zhang Hao, and mutter under her breath, calling him an ice block that doesn't understand tenderness, leaving the stage in frustration. Her defeat meant that each of the first batch of 50 seniors would lose 10,000 federal coins, totaling 500,000, which would be credited as Zhang Hao's reward. After a brief silence in the crowd, enthusiastic cheers and gasps erupted. Especially in the 19th class area, Wushan was so excited he almost jumped up. Brother, how is amazing! So cool! Next to take the stage was Zhao Zong. He had no surprises and also chose to challenge the first in the first batch, Lui, who had just been defeated and was quickly being healed by the logistics team. Seeing Zhao Zong's cold face, Lui's heart sank, thinking she was unlucky. But the rules demanded she go up again. The result was unsurprising. Zhao Zong's lava-heavy armored beast displayed a domineering style different from Zhang Hao's Little Gold, braving the hasty soul whisper interference released by the jade-faced fox, delivering 2 heavy rock metal press attacks combined with alloy smash, which again brought Lui's 2 battle pets to the brink of severe injury. Lui. She felt like an NPC specially providing points. When the third confident newbie, thinking they could snatch a win, stepped up to challenge her, Lui finally regained some dignity. In the opponent's underestimation and rush, the complete mist illusion, combined with the jade-faced fox's confusion and soul impact, easily defeated the opponent. But thinking about the potential healing expenses from her 2 severe wounds and the guaranteed loss of 20,000 federal coins, she frowned again. Zhang Hao didn't pay attention to the farce behind. His gaze had long since turned to the waiting area for the second batch of seniors. There, a gloomy gaze, like a venomous snake, was firmly locked onto him. It was a tall, thin boy with a somewhat sinister appearance, the name and ranking on the badge on his chest read, Yugu, second batch, first place. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, he could sense the malice in the other's gaze, which seemed to contain not only fighting spirit but also a hint of resentment. He did not know this person and thought it was simply because the other was the top of the second batch. He had developed an interest or dissatisfaction with this new student who easily flipped the first batch to the top. He did not know that Yugu was the boss behind the resource plundering organized by the previous few seniors from the ecological park. After returning, those guys described Zhang Hao as an arrogant and overbearing freshman who deliberately targeted them and snatched away the respectful resources, while deliberately concealing Zhao Zong's existence. In Yugu's eyes, Zhang Hao's actions were a slap in the face and cut off his financial path. At this moment, seeing his enemy, he was particularly furious. Soon, it was Zhang Hao's turn to choose the second batch of opponents. He hesitated not at all and pointed his finger again at the top. Yugu. Humph, indeed no understanding of death, Yugu coldly sneered, leaping onto the platform, standing opposite Zhang Hao with a cold gaze. Kid, I heard you are quite arrogant? You dare move my things? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, an expression of just the right amount of confusion on his face. Your things? Do I know you? He really had no impression. He hadn't even remembered the names of those people from the ecological park, let alone knowing there was such a boss behind them. This plain tone carried a sense of disregard, like adding fuel to the fire. Yugu's face turned dark, gritting his teeth. All right, very good. Later, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Yugu. The referee signaled the match to begin. Yugu waved both hands, and the contract light soared. A giant wolf, nearly 1.5 meters tall with fur of red and green, sharp fangs, surrounded by dual energy waves of wind and fire, appeared with its head held high. A wind flame wolf, wind and fire dual attributes, second tier inferior, royal level bloodline. Right after, a strange bamboo tree, 3 meters tall, covered in silver-purple lightning patterns and crackling with sound, took root in the ground of the arena. A thunder bamboo, lightning and wood dual attributes, second-tier inferior, spirit-level bloodline. Dual attribute battle pets. Moreover, one was an aggressively powerful wind-fire combination and the other excelled in controlling paralysis, a combination of thunder and wood. The audience below erupted in exclamations, as this configuration indeed deserved the title of the second batch's top. The wind flame wolf attacked, while the thunder bamboo controlled the field. The tactical thinking was clear, and both were second-tier inferior, putting enormous pressure on the freshmen. Angela, Wushan, and others were sweating, although they had confidence in Zhang Hao. Yugu's displayed strength was clearly far beyond that of the previous Louis. On the stage, a sinister smile appeared on Yugu's face. Wind flame, cover with whirlwind fireball. Thunder bamboo, thunder vine bind, to restrict that ice monkey. First, disable its mobility. The wind flame wolf opened its mouth, and several spinning fireballs of orange-red energy roared out, covering the movement area of the little diamond. The thunder bamboo then flashed its root with lightning, and several blue-green bamboo vines covered in lightning patterns, flexible like snakes, broke through the ground from different directions, wrapping around the little diamond's legs. The coordination was perfect, and the offensive was fierce. Zhang Hao's gaze was calm, his mind racing. He did not summon the little vine but first cast a layer of frost armor on the little diamond, while the ice jade bracelet glowed, enhancing ice resistance. Little diamond, ice crystal shield, dodged to the right front, and smashed the fireballs with ice fist. The little diamond let out a low roar. The ice crystal shield unfolded instantly, and its massive body displayed incredible agility, sidestepping and rushing forward, avoiding most of the thunder vines, while its right fist erupted with cold air, using the bronze skill, Ice Fist, to repeatedly smash the incoming whirlwind fireballs. Ice and fire clashed, exploding into a cloud of mist. You've got some skill. Wind flame, claw strike, get in close. Thunder bamboo, lightning leaf shoots, interfere with the contractor. Seeing the first wave of offense resolved, Yugu immediately changed tactics. The wind flame wolf transformed into a red and blue shadow as it lunged forward, its claws wrapped in wind and fire, tearing through the air. The thunder bamboo's upper leaves trembled, and dozens of bamboo leaves cloaked in silver-purple electricity shot toward Zhang Hao like a storm. Little diamond, ice frost roar, shake it off. Zhang Hao commanded while raising his hand, quickly casting ice spikes to accurately shatter or freeze the electrified bamboo leaves flying at him. Chapter 45, Double Strike. Little King Kong's chest swelled. The bronze skill, Frost Roar, erupted with full power. The icy sound wave, mixed with solid cold air, burst out in a circular explosion. The wind flame wolf, lunging forward, was hit head-on by this sound wave, blending physical impact and elemental restraint, halting its charge abruptly, and its flames dimmed, causing its movements to freeze for a moment. The leaf spikes shot by Lei Bamboo were also influenced by the sound wave, their trajectories skewing. Now is the time. Little Vine. Zhang Hao finally summoned his second combat pet. A flash of green light appeared, and a robust figure, a vine-like mouse with a dark green body shining with a bronze sheen, emerged at Zhang Hao's side. Its tail aimed at the wind flame wolf and swung fiercely. The bronze bloodline skill, Flying Leaf Piercing, was activated. No longer ordinary leaves, but dozens of sharp, dark green blades, thin as cicada wings yet razor-sharp, gleaming with a bronze hue. They whistled out, their paths clever, aimed not at a brute force attack but at the sensitive eyes, nostrils, and joints of the wind flame wolf, conducting high-speed harassment and cutting. Though it was hard to deal heavy damage, it was enough to irritate the wind flame wolf, forcing it to distraction, dodging or swiping its claws to block, interrupting its continuous offensive. What? Yugu was shocked. He didn't expect Zhang Hao to have a dual pet, and the harassment from this vine mouse was so bothersome. Lei Bamboo, Thunder Break Prison, deal with that mouse first. Yugu shouted angrily, deciding to remove this thorn first. Lei Bamboo erupted with piercing silver light, the terrifying lightning energy wildly gathered at its tip. Zhang Hao's gaze sharpened. Little King Kong, Silver Skill, Frost Giant. Interrupt it. Little King Kong's silver rune on its forehead shone brightly. The silver skill, Frost Giant, was activated. Its body roared and grew to over 2 meters, its icy crystal armor thickened like heavy armor, its aura soared. Ignoring the wind flame wolf entangled with the flying leaves, it took large strides, charging towards the power-gathering lay bamboo, while again unleashing Frost Roar, the icy domain expanding, trying to disrupt the gathering of lightning energy. No way! Wind flame, purgatory howl, stop it! Yu Gu quickly commanded his main pet to assist. The wind flame wolf forcefully broke free from the flying leaves, tilting its head to let out a furious wolf howl. The bronze bloodline skill, wind flame purgatory howl. A whirlwind mixed with wind blades and fierce flames violently rolled towards charging Little King Kong. Little Vine, take root and trip, target the wind flame wolf's feet. Zhang Hao swiftly changed his command. Little Vine's spirit energy surged and targeted the place where the wind flame wolf had grounded itself, swinging its tail with all its strength. The bloodline bronze skill, rooting trip. This time, the roots were thicker and tougher, shining with a bronze metallic luster, bursting from the ground with greater binding force. The wind flame wolf, halfway through releasing its skill, suddenly found its feet tightly ensnared, its form swaying. Although it quickly broke free, most of it, the accuracy and power of wind flame purgatory howl, were affected, causing its storm trajectory to skew. Little King Kong, under the dual enhancements of Frost Giant and Frost Roar, endured the edge damage of the skewed storm, its ice crystal shield vibrating violently but unbroken. It charged forth relentlessly, instantly reaching Lay Bamboo's front, its 2 massive arms filled with cold air, both fists clenched, countless frost runes gathering at their tips. The strongest, Frost Punch, a dual fist strike. No! Lay Bamboo, quickly scatter, Yu Gu's eyes widened in agony. Boom! The frosty fists collided with the newly formed massive lightning column's illusion, followed by a deafening explosion. Ice shards, lightning flashes, and shattered bamboo splinters flew everywhere. Lay Bamboo let out a heart-wrenching crack sound, its bamboo body crushed by terrifying force and cold air, the lightning completely extinguished, severely injured and weakened, recalled by the Contract's light. Put! Yu Gu's face turned pale. With the main combat pet disabled, the wind flame wolf stood alone. Little King Kong turned and engaged the wind flame wolf, which had freed itself from the roots and pounced forward. In the state of Frost Giant, Little King Kong held an absolute advantage. Little Vine continued on the outskirts using flying leaf piercing and rooting trip to harass. Restrict the movements of the flame wolf. After over a dozen rounds, the flame wolf was sent flying by a heavy hit of frost impact from the Little King Kong, followed by several critical hits from Frost Punch, howling and collapsing to the ground, heavily injured and losing combat ability. The battle ended. On the arena, Yu Gu's face was pale, swaying unsteadily, unable to believe that his 2 heavily injured battle pets were being recalled. He suddenly looked up, staring fixedly at Zhang Hao, who was calm and steady. Even the second pet, Little Vine, was just controlling from a distance, not using full strength. How could this happen? You, what right do you have? His voice was dry and hoarse. Zhang Hao recalled Little King Kong and Little Vine, glancing at him with indifference, as if he were looking at an inconsequential stranger, then turned to signal the referee, ready to step down. This complete disregard was more humiliating and infuriating for Yu Gu than any mockery. Stop! Yu Gu shouted, his voice distorted from excitement. You dare to take my little brother's things, ruin my rules. Do you know the might of the Yu family? You? Zhang Hao paused his steps, turned half his face, raising an eyebrow again, still with that indifferent yet slightly puzzled expression, as if he were trying to recall, Yu family? Who? Have we met? You? Yu Gu felt a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting out blood. The other party didn't even remember who he was or what had happened. This condescending indifference made him feel like a clown, all his anger and threats hitting empty air. Below the stage, the 19th class area had already boiled over. Brother Hao is invincible. Double pets crushing everything. So strong. The first of the second batch just fell like this? Ha ha ha, look at that guy's expression, it's killing me. Wu Shan was excited, dancing around. Angela's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Hao's back. Even Zhao Zong nodded slightly from a distance, clearly acknowledging Zhang Hao's strength and tactics displayed in this battle. Teacher Zhu Wen showed a gratified smile. Teacher Xiong Tian beside him also marveled. Old Zhu, your student is remarkable. First of the second batch, double attribute king-level battle pets, he defeated them head-on with almost no injuries. This strength would definitely rank first class in the sophomore year. Other freshmen and seniors from other classes looked at Zhang Hao with shock, envy, and apprehension among their complicated gazes. At this moment, Zhang Hao's name truly left a deep impression on many first and second year students. Zhang Hao ignored the commotion behind him and Yu Gu's venomous glare. He walked straight down the stage, his heart calm and undisturbed. The first places in 2 batches and $1 million federal reward were in sight. His gaze had already turned to the back of the contestant area, where the third batch, the real Tier 2 low-grade contract masters, were.
Third batch. The fighting spirit in Zhang Hao's eyes flickered slightly, but added a bit of caution. The lights on the stage seemed to focus solely on Zhang Hao. The overwhelming power of the first two batches, especially the crushing defeat that shattered Yu Gu's mentality, made him the undisputed focus of the whole arena. The remaining new student challenges continued, but they struggled to create waves. Zhao Zong followed closely, choosing to challenge the top of the second batch, Yu Gu, who had just been heavily injured by Zhang Hao and barely recovered after quick treatment. Yu Gu's face was ashen as he stepped onto the stage again, looking at the indifferent Zhao Zong opposite him. A wave of frustration and fury surged to his head. "Do you really think I'm just a soft persimmon anyone can squeeze?" he growled, summoning the flame wolf and thunder bamboo again. Though not at peak condition, his fighting spirit became even more violent due to humiliation. However, Zhao Zong used his strength to show him that in the face of true foundation, anger meant nothing. The contract light flickered, and beside Zhao Zong, in addition to the mountain-like rock armor beast, there was now a swift shadow like a phantom, the Shadow Wind Demon Wolf, Demon type, first tier upper grade, king-level bloodline, elite qualification. It was slightly smaller than the flame wolf, but its streamlined body was full of explosive power. For claws entwined with a faint black mist, the crimson ice-cold and bloodthirsty. Dual king-level bloodlines. Dual elite qualifications. Gasps erupted from below the arena again. If Zhang Hao's dual pet system highlighted core prominence and exquisite support, then Zhao Zong's configuration could be called overwhelming, with both battle pets showing almost equal potential, and resource investment showing no obvious weaknesses. This is the standard model for cultivating successors of the core descendants of great clans. Compared to this, the Yu family in the ancient city is evidently lacking. The battle nearly mirrored Zhang Hao's previous match but was even more ruthless and efficient. The Shadow Wind Demon Wolf, relying on the bronze skill, demonic mist flash, and ghostly speed, focused on the thunder bamboo, its demonic energy having a certain corrosive effect on the wood element, disturbing thunder bamboo's ability to steadily unleash control skills. The Luyuan heavy armor beast met the Wind Flame Wolf head-on. The golden barrier withstood the Wind Flame Purgatory Howl, then followed up with Alloy Smash that broke through defenses with a heavy punch. When Yu Gu gritted his teeth and ordered the Wind Flame Wolf to unleash the bronze bloodline skill, Wind Flame Purgatory Howl, in an attempt to force back the heavy armor beast, the Shadow Wind Demon Wolf suddenly unleashed the bronze bloodline skill, Shadow Wolf Thousand Flashes, transforming into dozens of indistinguishable afterimages that raced past the Wind Flame Wolf, where one true form's sharp claw, infused with demonic energy, viciously tore open the Wind Flame Wolf's side. Yu Gu's two battle pets once again nearly fell simultaneously from their injuries. Who the hell are you?" Yu Gu looked at his battle pets being swiftly retracted again, his voice hoarse, filled with unacceptance. In a short time, he had been defeated twice by two newcomers in the same crushing manner. This blow far surpassed physical injury. Zhao Zong didn't even glance at him from the corner of his eye, calmly recalling his battle pets, giving a slight nod to the referee, then turning to leave the arena. That indifferent coldness, like he was invisible, was more lethal than any mocking words. Yu Gu stood dazed on the stage, his face pale, as if all his strength had been drained, staggering backward amidst laughter and discussions. As the challenges continued, the performance of the remaining 8 newcomers sharply showcased the harsh reality for everyone. The one who performed best only managed to rank 10th in the first batch before being defeated. More people stopped at the 20 or 30 ranks. The secret realm of the Sky Tower allowing for level-skipping challenges against demon beasts is entirely different from facing carefully raised, strategically focused contract masters of the same level on the arena. The lack of sufficiently strong core battle pets, absence of a mature tactical system, gaps in soul realm and spiritual power reserves, various factors made them clearly recognize the gulf between themselves and top talents. In the end, the only two who successfully advanced to the third round of challenges were the two who had shone brightly from the very beginning, Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong. Chapter 46, Flying Battle Pets Are Hard to Fight, Second Resonance Battle. The roulette spun again, and it was time for Zhang Hao to choose his opponent. On the light screen, the names and brief information of 50 from the third batch were listed. Each one represented a formal contract master who had stepped into the second-tier realm, their aura dense. Teacher Zhu Wen quietly approached Zhang Hao and whispered, "Zhang Hao, the third batch is different from the previous two. Starting from the 24th rank, most of the seniors above have successfully contracted their third battle pet, and their combat power will undergo a qualitative change. I suggest you choose the 25th, Lu Ming. He has just stabilized at the early second tier not long ago, primarily focusing on one attack and one control, with clear tactics that will allow you to fully experience the gap between you and true second-tier contract masters, without being entirely suppressed by the number of his battle pets." Zhang Hao's gaze swept over Lu Ming's information, early second-tier contract master, soul realm at spirit level. He nodded. The teacher's choice was very prudent. He knew that his ability to slay mid-tier second-level demon beasts in the secret realm relied on the king-level bloodline of Little King Kong, the skill configuration, and terrain factors, but facing a similarly talented contract master whose battle pets had undergone systematic training and were at a higher realm would be an entirely different situation. "I choose number 25, Senior Lu Ming." Light and shadow flickered as a slightly chubby boy with a warm smile leaped onto the stage.
He appeared to have no malice at all and instead actively cupped his hands to Zhang Hao, cheerfully saying, "Junior Zhang Hao, I have long heard of your great name. Last year when we were freshmen, no one could make it to the third round like you and Junior Zhao Zong. Impressive. I have high hopes for you." Faced with such kindness, Zhang Hao put away his cold demeanor, smiled back, and returned the greeting, "Thank you for your praise, senior. I hope you will give it your all, as I will hold nothing back." Good. I'd been waiting for those words. Lu Ming's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. The referees signaled the start. "Come forth, my partner." Lu Ming called out lightly. A sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky. A giant eagle with a wingspan of over 4 meters, its feathers like dark golden metal, and eyes sharp as knives, circled out. Golden Swift Eagle, metal attribute, Tier 2 medium quality, royal bloodline, elite qualification. At the same time, the ground beneath him split open, and numerous thick, resilient brown vines, covered in knotted bumps, burst from the earth, rapidly twisting and intertwining to form a huge, writhing vine plant over 4 meters high. Kudzu vine, wood attribute, Tier 2 low quality, spiritual bloodline, excellent qualification. One in the air, one on the ground, one for offense and one for control, a standard and efficient pairing. What made Zhang Hao's gaze focus was that Lu Ming lightly leaped and actually landed steadily on the wide back of the golden swift eagle. The eagle flapped its wings and quickly ascended, circling high above the ring at more than 10 meters. A flying core battle pet. This was a type that early contract practitioners found very difficult to deal with. The advantage of air superiority was too great. "Junior, be careful." Lu Ming reminded from above and took the initiative to launch an attack. Kudzu, root bind and lock feet, to restrict the ground. Eagle, golden feather shot, to cover. The trunk of the kudzu vine trembled, and 7 or 8 thick vines surged up like earth dragons flipping, aiming swiftly at the legs of little King Kong. In the air, the golden swift eagle flicked its wings, sending dozens of shimmering metal feathers raining down like arrows, covering the area where Zhang Hao and little King Kong were located. Little King Kong, hold up with the ice crystal shield. Little vine, root bind and trip, to counter the main root of kudzu vine. Zhang Hao responded calmly. Little King Kong's ice crystal shield rotated and unfolded, clanging as it blocked most of the golden feathers. Little vine nimbly darted out, its tail flicking at the ground where the kudzu vine had rooted. Bloodline copper skill, root bind and trip, activated. Although it couldn't cause substantial binding to the tier 2 kudzu vine, the suddenly emerging tough roots successfully disrupted its release rhythm 4, root bind and lock feet, causing several vines to slow its movements. "Oh. Nice support," Lu Ming praised, but his gaze became even sharper. Eagle, sharp beak strike, to test. Kudzu, vine web cage, to divide the battlefield. The golden swift eagle executed an elegant dive, its beak gathering golden light, like a golden lightning bolt aimed at little King Kong's shoulder joint. At the same time, kudzu vine rapidly wove on the other side, raising a huge vine web from the ground, attempting to separate little King Kong from the back. Zhang Hao and little vine. "We can't passively take hits, we must first resolve the control point on the ground." Zhang Hao's mind raced, instantly making a decision. "Little King Kong, unleash your full power and break the kudzu vine first. Little vine, harass the eagle with flying leaves to create opportunities for the main attacker. Roar." Little King Kong, sensing its master's resolve, let out a furious roar towards the sky. The silver rune on its brow and the contract link on its chest burst forth with dazzling light. Silver skill, Frost Giant, activated. Its body thunderously expanded to 2.5 meters, the ice armor thickened, and the chill surged into the sky. Bronze skill, Frost Roar, layered. The icy field expanded, rapidly lowering the battlefield temperature. Resonance state activated. Zhang Hao poured his spiritual soul power without reservation, colliding and stacking the energy within little King Kong with his star essence spirit. Its aura erupted like a volcano, instantly breaking through the upper limit of Tier 1 and vehemently reaching the threshold of Tier 2. Even in quality, it became purer and sharper due to the royal bloodline and resonance. "What?" In the air, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed in shock. "Your soul realm absolutely hasn't reached the spirit level. This is autonomous resonance? How is that possible?" As a level 2, with a soul already at the spirit level, he naturally understood the drawbacks of the forced resonance secret technique, and he knew well the rarity and difficulty of autonomous resonance. A freshman with a mortal soul realm actually managed to initiate autonomous resonance so smoothly, which completely overturned his understanding. The battlefield had no time to give him a moment of shock. In the state of dual enhancement and peak resonance, the little diamond unleashed all its power in this charge. Its forelimbs kicked fiercely, shattering the ice surface, while above its head, the ice crystal unicorn phantom solidified into a blue diamond lance. The bloodline bronze skill, Frost Impact, crashed violently toward Gujen Tang, who was casting Vine Net Prison. "Gujen, defend with all your strength. Earth Vein Gujen Prison." Lu Ming shouted urgently. Gujen Tang frantically mobilized energy, trying to unleash the strongest bronze bloodline skill, Earth Vein Gujen Prison, but the little diamond was just too fast. Extreme cold arrived first, thick frost instantly clung to the surface of the vines, rendering them hard and brittle. Then, the frost impact descended. Boom! A tremendous sound of shattering echoed. The ice crystal unicorn phantom tore apart the vine's barrier that had just begun to bulge, fiercely piercing into Gujentang's main trunk. Horrifying coldness and physical impact erupted simultaneously, blasting a terrifying hole into Gujentang's massive body. The dark brown sap had not yet splattered before it froze, the entire vine visibly withering and being sealed in ice. Its light rapidly dimmed, and it was instantly retrieved by the Contract treasure tower. In one encounter, an assisting control battle pet was killed instantly. Lu Ming's face turned pale, but his battle experience quickly calmed him. Impressive. But how long can your resonance and explosion last? He maneuvered the golden swift eagle to soar high, completely distancing from the ground. Eagle, maintain altitude. Use golden feathershot and whirlwind fireball, simulate, to continuously consume from a distance. Wear him down. Under his command, the golden swift eagle began to circle in the sky, showering down metallic feathers mixed with gold energy like it cost nothing, covering the entire arena. It was extremely cautious, never entering the jumping attack range of the little diamond. Zhang Hao frowned tightly. Although the little diamond was strong, it lacked air attack methods. The attack range of Frost Impact and Frost Fist was limited, and the sound waves and cold of Frost Roar would also sharply diminish with distance. The most critical point was that the resonance state consumed a lot from both sides and could not be sustained. Little tongue, come back. Zhang Hao ordered while intercepting some aerial attacks with Ice Spike technique and casting Frost Armor technique on both the little diamond and himself. At this moment in battle, Little Tang had become ineffective, remaining on the field could even become a burden. On the arena, the little diamond's assault seemed to come to an abrupt halt. Its ice giant form began to flicker unsteadily, its breathing intensified, and it bore wounds from enduring some ranged attacks. The ice crystal shield had also shattered. Zhang Hao's face fittingly displayed an expression of urgency and helplessness, loudly commanding, Little Diamond, retreat. Defend. Conserve strength. He even allowed his clothing's hem to be torn by a metallic air blade during a hasty dodge. In the air, Lu Ming observed everything, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, autonomous resonance consumes a huge amount, he can't maintain it. That giant ape is already at its limit, and the other vine rat battle pet is probably out of spiritual power and has been recalled. It's time to finish him off. After all, I am the senior, winning too slowly wouldn't look good. His eyes flashed with determination, no longer willing to delay. Eagle, prepare, golden radiance piercing strike. Lock onto that ice ape for a decisive blow. The golden swift eagle let out a long cry that pierced gold and split stone, its entire body's dark golden feathers bristled upright. The blinding golden light erupted from within it, rendering it like a small sun. The terrifying waves of energy froze the air of the entire arena. It folded its wings, straightened its body, and gathered all energy at the tip of its beak, transforming into a golden light arrow that seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth, aimed at the seemingly exhausted little diamond below, beginning its final dive. This strike was its silver skill, golden radiance piercing the sky. Speed, penetration, and destructive power all reached the peak of the second tier. Lu Ming focused entirely, driving the flying eagle to elevate speed and momentum to the highest point, diving with a straight and resolute trajectory, no possibility of turning back. Now is the moment. On the ground, Zhang Hao's eyes saw all his anxiety vanish in an instant, replaced by ice-cold calmness and sharpness like an eagle's edge. Little diamond now. Roar. The deafening roar did not come from exhaustion, but from the eruption of a pent-up volcano. The originally unstable silver runes on the little diamond suddenly shone to their utmost brilliance. The Frost Giant stayed instantly returned to its peak, even more powerful. The sound waves of Frost Roar were no longer widespread, but condensed into a single force, soaring into the sky, rushing towards the golden light arrow. At the same time, Zhang Hao's soul link blazed brightly resonant state, fully activated a second time. An even more tumultuous surge of energy poured into the little diamond. Its massive body seemed to transform into a vortex core of frost energy. No need for the charging distance of Frost Impact. The little diamond's huge body leaned slightly back, its right fist pulled to its side. On the arena floor, countless frost runes surged wildly, gathering the moisture in the air, the dissipated ice attribute energy, and even the remnants of Lu Ming's attacking water vapor, like rivers returning to the sea, all converging towards that gathering fist. On top of the fist, the ice blue light compressed and condensed, gradually revealing a heart-pounding, platinum hue. Lu Ming's confident smile instantly froze, transforming into boundless horror. Impossible. How can he still resonate? How can the energy? His thoughts didn't have time to finish. The golden swift eagle's golden radiance piercing the sky was already like an arrow released from the bow, impossible to turn back. Frost Fist. The little diamond roared, twisting its waist, sending its shoulder, and throwing a punch. That fist, condensing the power of Frost Giant, the might of Frost Roar, double resonance stacking, along with all of Zhang Hao's tactical preparations, struck like a reverse shooting ice meteor, fiercely slamming upwards towards the descending golden light arrow. Ice blue and golden red collided in mid-air. Boom! A monstrous sound and energy storm erupted in the center of the arena, 10 times more terrifying than any previous collision. The blinding white light caused countless spectators to instinctively close their eyes or shield their faces. The violent shockwave even triggered the protective barrier at the edge of the arena, creating intense ripples. When the light and storm subsided a bit, everyone eagerly looked up at the sky. They saw that unparalleled golden light arrow had already shattered. The golden swift eagle shrieked as it flew backward, its once indestructible beak now cracking, its magnificent golden feathers shattering in large patches, revealing a blurred simulation of flesh and blood underneath, its golden light dimming to the utmost. Spiraling failed to control itself, tilting and dropping towards the ground, only to be pulled back timely before touching down by a contract light. Lu Ming decisively jumped off the eagle's back as it was heavily injured, rolling upon landing to dissipate the force, standing up slightly awkwardly, yet his face bore no anger of a loser, but rather disbelief and heartfelt admiration. He glanced at his heavily injured core battle pet inside the tower, then looked at the little diamond on the arena, which, despite having all buffs removed, covered in blood, gasping like thunder, still stood tall, and finally turned his gaze towards Zhang Hao, whose slightly pale face still held bright eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Ming suddenly laughed heartily, dusting himself off as he respectfully cupped his hands toward Zhang Hao. Junior, impressive. Strategy, strength, and grasp of the battle situation. I, Lu Ming, admit defeat wholeheartedly. Your move of appearing weak to lure the enemy in was brilliantly executed. Most importantly, you have mastered true independent resonance. Your future is limitless. He paused, his tone becoming sincere. We don't know each other until we fight. Junior, are you interested in becoming friends? In the future at school, or when going out for tasks or exploring resource points, we can look out for each other. We, at the second tier, sometimes need reliable juniors with potential to help us, and in return, we can provide you with information and opportunities you can't access at your current stage. Upon hearing this, the sternness on Zhang Hao's face completely disappeared, revealing a sincere smile. Teacher Zhu Wen's words echoed in his ears, the path of a contract master is hard to walk alone. He also cupped his hands in return. Senior is broad-minded. I have learned a lot today. To be appreciated by you is an honor for Zhang Hao, please guide me more in the future. The two exchanged smiles, and the hostility vanished, replaced by a sense of mutual respect. This scene caused the entire arena to erupt in a tidal wave of cheers and applause after a brief silence. He won. Zhang Hao won the third batch. He defeated a second-tier senior at a higher level. And it was with a flying battle pet. So strong. Independent resonance. How did he do it? Did you see that? This is what you call a genius. The area of Class 19 was completely buzzing, Wushan's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, and Angela's cheeks flushed with excitement as she looked at Zhang Hao with admiration and pride. Even the usually indifferent Zhao Zong gazed from afar at Zhang Hao, receiving cheers on stage, with a flicker of admiration and a strong desire to catch up in his eyes. He had the top resources granted by his family, yet at this moment, he clearly felt that the wisdom, decisiveness, and true bond with battle pets that Zhang Hao displayed, refined through combat, could not be achieved merely through accumulating resources. Teacher Zhuwen stood with his hands behind his back, his smile unable to be concealed any longer, his heart surging with waves of emotion. He had anticipated that Zhang Hao could fight, even possibly win, but he never expected him to win so beautifully, so intelligently. Faced with the inherent disadvantages of a flying battle pet, he did not force through but cleverly utilized the information gap, the true characteristics of independent resonance, tactical deception, and psychological strategy, ultimately securing victory with a decisive strike. This fighting talent far exceeded his expectations. It seems that taking him to meet the teacher during the winter break to participate in that resource competition increases the chances a lot. Teacher Zhu Wen's heart began to look forward, the teacher will surely be very pleased to see such a raw gem. The referee officially announced Zhang Hao's victory. At this point, Zhang Hao achieved an unprecedented accomplishment in this year's freshman advancement competition. He defeated 3 batches of opponents in a row, accumulating a total reward of 1.25 million Federation coins. Chapter 47, Source Secret Realm, Meaning of Frost. The aftermath of the freshman advancement competition echoed through the campus for several days, and Zhang Hao's name had become a legendary symbol among first-year students. Following closely, Zhao Zong also showcased his strength by selecting the 10th senior from the 3rd batch, battling fiercely before managing to win, demonstrating his equally formidable strength and the power of his newly added magic-type battle pet. Zhao Zong had his own measures in mind, he knew there was still a slight gap between him and Zhang Hao, especially in the application of independent resonance. However, he did not feel discouraged, as his family's rich resources made him confident that catching up, even surpassing, was only a matter of time. When all the matches were settled and the school announced the final rewards, even Zhang Hao, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel his heart race.
Federation coin reward, 1.25 million.
This is the accumulation from successfully challenging the top of 3 batches. Special reward, Source Secret Realm training time for each opponent defeated in a batch, 1 day can be obtained. Both Zhang Hao and Zhao Zong broke through 3 batches, each gaining 3 days. The other 8 classmates each received 1 day. The Source Secret Realm. Unlike the packaged little portion of the source energy available on the market, this is the mother ground used by the school to cultivate and purify various attributes of source over a long period. In this place of training, battle pets can directly absorb the rich, active, and constantly flowing source energy from the environment, greatly improving their understanding of attributes and control of energy, far surpassing the efficiency of absorbing finished products. How much can be absorbed and digested entirely depends on the potential of the battle pet and the guidance of the contract master. Holding a large sum of money and precious time in the secret realm, Zhang Hao immediately entered an efficient planning state.
First is the allocation of funds.
The 310,000 Federation coins for February's training funds have been received. This is the fixed food for Little King Kong. Since the contract with Little Vine, there has not been much direct investment in Federation coins, it mostly relied on exchanging academic credits for training rooms and courses.
Now that there are excess funds, it must be supplemented.
Little King Kong is the core, the main resources cannot change. Monthly investment needs to be about 320,000 Federation coins, covering potions, special crystals, medicinal baths, customized food, and more. Zhang Hao calculated swiftly on his light brain. Little Vine, as support, needs to enhance vitality, purity of spiritual power, and control. About 250,000 monthly should create a good training cycle. With this, the monthly expense for both battle pets will reach 570,000 Federation coins. He decisively set aside 250,000 from the 1,250,000 as specific startup funds for Little Vine, depositing it into a special account. As for the remaining 1 million, he had other plans.
Next, to immediately enhance combat effectiveness.
The opportunity in the Source Secret Realm is rare, he must ensure that the battle pets enter in the best condition to maximize benefits. Zhang Hao opened the school's internal resource trading network and painfully bought 2 second-grade high-quality crystals at the high price of 400,000 each. This is the fuel prepared for Little King Kong to break through the bloodline bottleneck and reach the boiling stage, costing a total of 800,000. For the remaining 200,000, Zhang Hao did not hesitate to transfer it to his parents, who were far back in his hometown, with a note. Dad, Mom, quit your jobs at the factory, use this money to start a small shop, don't be too tired.
Your son is doing great in school, and it will be even better in the future.
After doing all this, his account was nearly empty again, but he felt extremely at ease in his heart. Resources should be used wisely, investing in the future also repays parental kindness. Before the entrance to the Source Secret Realm, Zhang Hao had a brief yet important meeting with Teacher Li Han. This month's skill package was paused due to the upcoming winter break, but Teacher Li was very welcoming of the Rising Star students' visit.
Zhang Hao humbly asked. Teacher Li, Little King Kong's bloodline is about to advance significantly. Should I focus on melee explosion, defense enhancement, or buffing states and skill training? It currently has many skills, how should I choose to maximize combat power? Teacher Li did not answer directly but smiled and asked in return. Zhang Hao, what kind of existence do you hope your core battle pet will ultimately become? A wall of copper and iron, a weapon of slaughter, or the king who controls ice? He paused, noticing Zhang Hao was deep in thought, before slowly continuing. There are no all-powerful battle pets in the world, at least not at this stage. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. You should look not at how many skills it has, but at what its best and most essential combat style is. The royal bloodline of Little King Kong gives it a powerful physique and affinity for frost. Among its existing skill sets, which one has proven extremely effective in your past battles? Zhang Hao immediately replied, Frost Fist. It's simple, direct, and when combined with Frost Roar to stack cold air, its power is amazing. Very good. Teacher Li nodded in approval. Then focus your efforts around this point. The core of a battle pet lies in its bloodline potential and control of source. The bloodline determines its ceiling and characteristics, the control of the source determines how much power it can effectively convert into damage. Combine these 2 points with its strongest attack method, allowing each punch to carry purer frost source. A more destructive will of ice is far more useful than learning a bunch of superficial skills. Remember, purity and extremity are often the strongest passports at the same level. These words were like a sudden enlightenment for Zhang Hao, who became clear-minded and grateful, feeling a sense of understanding in his heart. In the Source Secret Realm, in the Ice Attribute area. At the moment he stepped in, it felt as if he was at the center of the Ice Age. A light blue ice fog filled the air, thick with pure ice energy particles visible to the naked eye. Underfoot lay ancient ice that had endured for 10,000 years, while tiny ice crystals and snowflakes drifted down from the sky, each containing the pure essence of ice. The temperature of the environment was frighteningly low.
Were it not for Zhang Hao practicing the true art of ice and wearing the ice jade bracelet for protection, he might have been frostbitten in an instant. He did not waste time, first sending little King Kong into the adjacent wood attribute source area. There, life thrived abundantly, with towering ancient trees and winding vines. Pure life and the aura of wood spirits made little King Kong happily chirp, and he immediately immersed himself in it, madly absorbing energy. Returning to the ice area, Zhang Hao summoned little King Kong. Feeling the profoundly familiar and powerful essence of ice surrounding him, little King Kong excitedly pounded his chest, letting out a deep booming sound. Let's begin. Zhang Hao's eyes were firm as he communicated with the source refining furnace to exchange 2 high-grade second-tier ice crystal cores. Recycled 2 high-grade second-tier crystal cores, gained evolution points, 6,000. Current evolution points, 6,000. Injected all in, to enhance little King Kong's bloodline purity. 6,000 evolution points surged like a flood into little King Kong's body. He let out a roar that mingled pain and pleasure, his ice blue fur bristling. Countless fine frost runes emerged from beneath his skin, moving, reorganizing. The 2 bumps on his back writhed and expanded violently, as if a volcano was brewing inside. His size grew at a visible rate, from nearly 1.8 meters to just over 2 meters, his muscles bulging, and his ice crystal armor becoming thicker and more magnificent, even shimmering with a faint silver metallic sheen. The most astonishing change occurred at his back, where the 2 swollen skin areas finally reached a critical point under the dual impact of evolution points and the secret realm's source energy. Pop. Pop. 2 soft cracking sounds arose, not an explosion, but a breakthrough of new life. The skin in those 2 areas split open, revealing 2 relatively short but completely formed arms, covered with newborn ice crystals and pale blue fluff, stretching out from within. Although they were only a quarter the length of normal arms and appeared immature, they were indeed 2 new appendages. 6-armed Frost King Kong, the 3rd and 4th arms, newly born. Bloodline purity of the 6-armed Frost King Kong, 40% 50%. Status, boiling period, initial. Bloodline potential deeply activated, bloodline traits significantly visible, newly born arms, overall body strengthened, and affinity and control over ice attribute energy greatly enhanced. Feedback, contracted master's cultivation speed significantly increased. Boiling period. The 3rd major stage of bloodline concentration. This meant that little King Kong's potential was further tapped, and his body was truly beginning to approach the ultimate form of a royal bloodline. Though the new arms were weak, they represented infinite possibilities. At the same time, Zhang Hao clearly felt that the efficiency of gathering star power within him surged again. With the abundant energy from the source secret realm, he managed to gather nearly 400 points of star power in just 1 day. In just 3 days, he successfully condensed the second thread of star energy made from 1,500 points of star power, and the cyclone in his dantian became more solid and powerful. Greater surprises followed. Perhaps due to the bloodline rising to the boiling period and achieving a deep resonance with the endless ice essence in the secret realm, little King Kong's original bronze skill, Frost Roar, underwent a qualitative leap. The skill runes restructured and sublimated in its consciousness, radiating a silver light. Frost Roar Bronze Silver. Frost Roar, silver skill, emits a roar containing the will of frost. Briefly enhance power and gather a large amount of frost chill. Passive effect, permanently gain a wisp of frost intent, which strengthens with mastery over the essence of ice. Frost intent. Zhang Hao felt the subtle change from the little gold man. A wisp of misty, yet incredibly condensed ice blue vortex, as if alive, slowly rotated at the heart position of the little gold man, moving through its limbs with each breath. This intent was not an active skill but a passive essence boost. From now on, every attack by the little gold man, even the simplest swipe or step, would naturally carry a touch of frost's chill and piercing power, subtly increasing its might. When it actively operated this intent or unleashed ice-related skills, the effect would be even more amplified. This was the true value of silver skills, granting battle pets deeper attributes. 3 days flew by in focused practice. As the power of the secret realm transportation began to envelop, the little gold man's new arm seemed to solidify further, and the flowing frost intent on it became clearer. Zhang Hao himself also made great gains, with 2 strands of star essence slowly rotating in his dantian. Both the quantity and quality of his spiritual power vastly improved. He first went to the wood attribute area to pick up the little vine. The little creature lay on a vine condensed from pure wood spirit energy, its belly round and bulging, its green sheen almost overflowing, clearly overeating and struggling to digest, wearing a satisfied expression. Zhang Hao chuckled as he recalled it into the treasure tower. After leaving the secret realm, Zhang Hao did not rest directly. He returned to his dormitory, sat cross-legged, and sank his mind into his sea of consciousness, focusing on the towering contract treasure tower. Now his soul realm had reached the mortal upper level, and its quality was spirit level. With robust soul power, he could finally attempt to establish a true home for his battle pets, the ecological space within the tower. His consciousness transformed into a solid soul shadow and entered the first layer of the contract treasure tower. Here, originally only about 10 square meters and grayish, could merely accommodate battle pets. For Vine spirit mice, little Vine's family members, were curled up in the corner, relying on the faint energy permeating the space to survive.
This is it.
The soul shadow of Zhang Hao floated in the air, hands pressed lightly, and vast soul power mixed with a wisp of pure soul energy just drawn from the secret realm, thunderously poured into this space.
V-room.
The whole first layer space began to vibrate and expand. The gray mist retreated in all directions, and the boundaries of the space were stretched like rubber bands. 10 square meters, 50 square meters, 100 square meters, 150 square meters. Finally, the expansion stopped at around 200 square meters. Indeed, the benefits brought by soul quality and limit-breaking body allow my initially open space to be twice as large as ordinary people's.
Zhang Hao was overjoyed.
After the space stabilized, he moved his thoughts again. Based on the basic ecological construction method he learned during this time, he began to transform the environment.
Rich, what attribute spiritual power was guided and transformed, spreading according to specific cyclical patterns.
The ground was no longer a void but soft, fertile black soil, the air filled with fresh aromas of plants and trees, with humidity and temperature automatically adjusted to the most suitable state for wood-type beings. The 4 Vine spirit mice sensed the drastic environmental change, first startled, then feeling an overwhelmingly friendly wood attribute energy 10 times denser than before, instantly excitedly chirping and joyfully running and rolling on the newly born land, greedily breathing it in.
This is just the foundation.
Zhang Hao's soul shadow observed, I still need to move in real soil, some low-level spirit plant seeds, and perhaps some harmless insects to form a preliminary ecological chain, slowly.
He planned, in the future, this area could be divided into a spiritual field, planting some first-tier wood attribute herbs, like calming flowers and blood-consolidating grass.
Although the rank is low and the growth is slow, the advantage lies in being self-sufficient, which can save quite a bit of cost. You should know that the cheapest first-grade low-grade spirit medicine starts at 5,000 federal coins in the market. It's not that the contract master can't make money, but the expenses of cultivating battle pets, this money-consuming beast, will always stay ahead of income. The opening of the tower's ecosystem marks a new stage in Zhang Hao's cultivation journey. Not only can it provide a superior growth environment for battle pets, but in the long run, it's also a significant step towards partial self-sufficiency in resources, reducing dependence on the outside world, and it's more cost-effective. Returning to reality, Zhang Hao let out a long sigh. Although he felt somewhat weary in his soul, his eyes shone brightly. The little golden giant lay in a shrunk form on the carpet, resting, its new little arms resting by its side, and the hint of frost aura around it made it radiate a faint chill even in sleep.
Inside the tower, Xiao Tang and her family rested peacefully in the newly opened ecological layer. Chapter 48, Huang Wuda Gets Tricked. The snack street outside Wuhan University's main gate is always filled with the fragrance of street food. At the street entrance, there is a barbecue stall.
Chi-Chi, since we have this relationship, can't we even hold hands? The one speaking is a young man, about 20 years old, with a slightly chubby build and obvious brown freckles on his face. He is wearing an expensive custom contract master robe, with the dark golden Huang family emblem embroidered on the cuffs, trying to grasp the girl's hand in front of him.
The girl is Angela.
Today, she isn't wearing that signature red battle uniform but a light blue casual outfit, her high ponytail still neat, but her face lacks the usual bright spirit she had in class 19. She took 2 steps back, avoiding his hand with a furrowed brow.
Huang Wuda, I told you, there is no relationship between us.
I never agreed to that so-called marriage contract.
You didn't agree? Huang Wuda's face showed a hint of mockery. Your family has already agreed. Angela, don't be ungrateful.
The only reason I am willing to talk to you nicely is out of respect for our family's cooperation over the years. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. If you keep dodging, I will tell my father, maybe we should reconsider our cooperation with your family. I've heard that your family is still relying on our Huang family channels for that batch of rune machinery materials, right? Angela's body jolted suddenly, her face turned slightly pale. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound.
The pressure from her family felt like invisible chains, suffocating her.
Her father's silence at the family meeting, her uncle's family first persuasion, her mother's sighs late at night, all those images flooded her mind. Seeing her this way, Huang Wuda smiled smugly and reached out again. That's more like it, come.
What are you doing? Bullying our Angela?
A furious shout erupted. A figure burst out from beside the barbecue stall, standing in front of Angela. It was Wu Shan, not particularly tall, and dressed in a plain gray training suit. He glared at Huang Wuda, chest heaving. Let me tell you, I've already informed Hao Gu. Be careful, Hao Gu might come and beat you up. Huang Wuda was stunned by this sudden interruption, his forehead filled with question marks. He looked Wu Shan up and down. The training suit was a basic type supplied by Wuhan University. The aura of a contract master emanating from him was ordinary, at most a first-tier middle grade. That face showed a straightforwardness of a naive youth, looking nothing like someone with a background. In the world of contract masters, there exists a strict hierarchy even among heavenly favored individuals in ordinary people's eyes. A young man like Huang Wuda, from a medium-sized family, even if it's just been newly upgraded, who builds his strength through resources, looks down the most on someone like Wu Shan, an ordinary contract master from a regular family, with average talent, relying purely.
The first-rate aura burst forth without reservation, like an invisible wall pressing down on Wu Shan. Do you think you can howl in front of me?
Wu Shan stumbled back from the impact of this aura, nearly knocking over a plastic stool beside him. He steadied himself, his face flushed red. If it weren't for the strict ban on contract magicians fighting in the city, that blow would have been more than just an oppressive aura.
Bossin! Wu Shan ignored Huang Wuda and turned to Angela, his face full of confusion. What's going on? This isn't like you.
In his impression, Angela was the strongest person in Class 19 besides Zhang Hao, with a bold personality, straightforward actions. The girls called her sisterin, and the boys respectfully called her bossin.
When had he ever seen her this restrained and submissive, allowing herself to be toyed with? Huang Wuda snorted coldly. What does it have to do with you? I'm just here to talk to my fiancée. What's wrong with holding hands? Even if I kiss her in the street, what right do you have to stop me? Fiancé?
Wu Shan's eyes widened as he abruptly turned to Angela, seeing her biting her lip in silence. He understood a bit of what was happening. But he straightened his back and scoffed.
You think you deserve to be linked to our bossin in a marriage contract? Look in the mirror.
To match up to bossin, you need to be someone like Hao Gu.
He meant what he said sincerely.
In Wu Shan's eyes, aside from his family background, Huang Wuda was inferior in looks, temperament, and overall presence compared to himself, let alone compared to Zhang Hao.
Huang Wuda was completely infuriated by the look in the mirror comment.
He was already sensitive about the freckles on his face, and now his anger flared up. He dropped the pretense and reached out to grab Angela's wrist. I'm taking her away today, let's see who dares to stop me. Before he finished speaking, a massive mental force surged in like a tide. It was not an attack, just pure energy being released, but it was far stronger than Huang Wuda's earlier display. This force brought with it a heavy sense of pressure, causing Huang Wuda's mind to spin as he uncontrollably took 3 steps back, his back crashing against the freezer of a barbecue stall with a bang.
A figure had appeared silently beside Angela. The newcomer was dressed in a long blue robe, adorned with simple patterns of bamboo leaves, and stood tall and upright.
He looked about 18 or 19 years old, handsome, with clear eyes but a sharp resolve. It was Zhang Hao.
Hao Gu!
Wu Shan exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Hao nodded slightly at Wu Shan, but his gaze fell on Angela's face, his brow furrowed. I heard some of what was said just now.
Angela, is he really your fiancé?
If it was a marriage agreement recognized by both families and agreed upon by both parties, then as an outsider, he truly had no position to intervene. Friends are friends, but one should not interfere in others' romantic matters. Wu Shan had rushed over after receiving the message that Angela was being bullied, but hearing talk of a fiancé, he needed to confirm the situation first.
Angela looked at Zhang Hao's profile so close, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, and suddenly felt a tightness in her nose.
She opened her mouth but hadn't spoken yet when Huang Wuda regained himself, sharply saying,
Who are you to come out here?
I tell you, Angela is my Huang Wuda's fiancé. This is a matter settled by our 2 families.
Angela, you better think this through, you're in family. Enough.
Zhang Hao interrupted him, his voice calm, but Huang Wuda inexplicably choked on his words.
Zhang Hao turned to Angela, his gaze earnest. What is going on?
You need to tell me everything so I can judge whether I should help you, and how I should help. Not could I help, but should I help?
Angela detected this subtle difference.
She looked into Zhang Hao's eyes, where there was no pity, no curiosity, only the honesty between friends and the calm assurance of if you need me, I am here. Her eyes started to heat up. She took a deep breath and began to bring out the heavy truths that pressed on her heart, piece by piece. In District 15, there were unspoken ranks in their families' rules. Excluding the Zhao family and the other 3 top-level families. The other families are divided into 3 levels according to their strongest combat power: large, medium, and small families. Large families require a 5th-tier expert, medium families need a 4th tier, and small families must have a 3rd tier. The Yin family is a small family, with 1 3rd-tier contract master stationed. The Huang family was also a small family, but 6 months ago, their ancestor, who had been stuck at the late 3rd tier for many years, successfully broke through and advanced to the 4th tier. Thus, the Huang family leaped to become a newly promoted medium family. And between the 2 families, there is indeed an old marriage contract, a verbal agreement made years ago between Angela's cousin's father and Huang Wuda's father, promising to marry their children in the future. However, that cousin failed to awaken as a contract master, and according to the default rules of contract master family unions, both parties must be contract masters to enable deep binding of bloodlines, resources, and battle pet lineage. This marriage contract could have been voided. Yet, Huang Wuda saw Angela when he was young, and has always kept her in mind. After the Huang family rose, Huang Wuda asked his father to bring up the marriage contract again, changing the target to Angela, who had awakened and entered Wuhan University.
For the Huang family, marrying into a familiar small family is easy to control and can swiftly absorb the Yin family's accumulated rune weapon business network. For certain factions within the Yin family, exchanging Angela's non-top talent daughter for a strong alliance and business guarantee with a medium family is a profitable deal. Angela's father fought against this, but he was weak in the family meeting. The attitude of that third-tier ancestor was ambiguous. If Angela could solve the trouble herself, the family would not interfere. If she could not solve it, then marrying for the family's benefit was the proper way. So, Angela's voice trembled, but she tried hard to make it clear. This marriage contract is a result of Huang family's rise using pressure. It is a result of internal interests exchange in my family. I personally have never agreed. Huang Wuda listened beside her, his face changing, but immediately raised his chin after she finished speaking. Did you hear that? It is a parental command, a family agreement. She is my fiancée. That is the fact. Zhang Hao suddenly laughed. There was no warmth in that smile, only unmasked ridicule. You, with that face pocked with blemishes, are ugly but quite unique in your thoughts. Angela couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, she realized it was inappropriate and quickly covered her mouth. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes while she secretly glared at Zhang Hao. That glare actually reassured Zhang Hao it was still the same straightforward and slightly fierce Angela. Huang Wuda's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. You. What do you mean? Zhang Hao cut off his words, his tone turning cold. Angela is one of us from class 19, she is my friend. If she disagrees, your so-called marriage contract is just a joke. Want to use power to oppress? He paused, his gaze like a knife cutting through Huang Wuda. Do you even deserve that? Do you think your family's newly promoted fourth-tier ancestor would truly tear faces for your useless grandson over this trivial matter, completely severing ties with a family that has cooperated for many years and knows each other well? The Huang family has just risen, its foundation is unstable. Abandoning old partners at this time is just afraid of being too comfortable in their position? Huang Wuda's pupils shrank. What Zhang Hao said was exactly the reason his father repeatedly reminded him privately to settle down quickly. The ancestor didn't know about this matter at all. His father wanted to seize the early stage after the family's rise, during which the ancestor was busy stabilizing the realm and expanding new relationships, to cut through the chaos, fulfilling his son's wishes while quietly swallowing part of the Yin family's business to enhance their own voice in the family. Once things escalated and reached the ancestor's ears, for the marriage of a grandson with mediocre talents, oppressing an old friend's family would ruin their reputation and plans, the ancestor would be the first to disapprove. Having his thoughts exposed, Huang Wuda felt both ashamed and angry, shouting with a fierce display, so what? My ancestor is a fourth-tier expert. My marriage with her is good for both families. Who do you, a commoner, think you are to say anything? Common people? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, his mind racing, a thought quickly formed. He deliberately spoke with a challenging tone. Of course I qualify. I said, Angela is my friend. Besides. He glanced up and down at Huang Wuda, shaking his head with a light laugh. With my strength, I can easily crush you in every way. If Angela has to choose, why would she pick you over me? Are you hoping she likes your symmetrical freckles? Or your not-so-bright mind? You're asking for death. Huang Wuda was completely enraged, reason burned away to almost nothing. You think you're qualified to say you can crush me? I have family resources backing me. Which of my battle pets, skills, or equipment is not better than yours? You, a poor wandering cultivator, what do you have to compare with me? Being qualified isn't something you just say. Zhang Hao crossed his arms, the disdain in his eyes almost overflowing. It's proven through battle. Huang Wuda was so angry he trembled, pointing at Zhang Hao. All right. All right. Then let's fight. To the arena. Today, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy, so you understand the gap between commoners and those from families. At this moment, Angela gently tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve, her eyes showing concern. She wasn't worried about Zhang Hao losing, but was afraid that after the fight, Huang's family would retaliate without regard for their reputation. Zhang Hao turned his head, smiled gently at her, and patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid. Then he looked at Huang Wuda and scoffed. You think you can just hit me? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? You. Huang Wuda was nearly furious. Then what do you want? If you dare not fight, then get lost. Zhang Hao's voice rose, speaking leisurely. Well, in a fight, there should be some stakes. You, the young master of the Huang family, fighting me, a common person, picking on the weak, shouldn't you express something extra? Or are you, afraid to lose and too scared to wager anything? Stake? Ha! Huang Wuda felt he had found a chance to regain control, pulled out his wallet, and took out a crystal card, 500,000. Enough for you, a poor guy, to train for several months, right? Zhang Hao didn't even look at the card, just let out a short, sarcastic laugh. This laugh was harsher than any words. Wu Shan immediately chimed in from the side. Wow, young Master Huang has such small ambitions? 500,000? That's barely enough for a beggar. Our brother Hao's equipment is worth way more than this. Don't you have any money? Why act so big? Huang Wuda's facial muscles twitched, gritting his teeth. Then you say. What stakes do you want? Zhang Hao was waiting for this line. He flipped his wrist, and a softly glowing ice blue jade bracelet with an ancient and exquisite design appeared in his palm. This was given to me by my teacher, a second-tier top-grade ice jade bracelet. It can nurture spiritual energy and enhance all attributes. Market price, 600,000 to 800,000. Zhang Hao held the bracelet in his palm. Let's go to the arena and have the stakes notarized by the venue. Both sides put up equally valuable items, and the winner takes all. How about it, young Master Huang, do you dare to play? Huang Wuda stared at the bracelet, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. A second-tier top-grade support-type equipment is indeed quite valuable and useful for him. More importantly, he absolutely did not believe he would lose to a background-less peer. Alright. Let's go to the arena.